Worship. Worship the Emperor, the blessings of Mother Earth and praises from heaven. So, worship. Gather those blessings and praises. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the stone statue. A golden-haired knight in splendid armor roared, "Worship the Emperor." Immediately, a crack appeared on his colossal battle axe. Fresh blood splattered onto the already gleaming armor. The knight collapsed in a pool of blood, his weapon shattering into pieces. A barrage of sharp spears tore through the air and flew towards them. The royal cavalry, with their gleaming golden hair, charged forward amidst the thunderous neighing of horses. This was the army personally selected by the Emperor. A figure in a white cloak, gripping the hilt of a sword, was called the Special Forces, but the scene before them was a massacre, where the elite army was torn to shreds. A knight fell from his horse, his head pierced by a spear. Their sole reason for existence was to protect the great Emperor Leon Cavalon. Blood stained the granite floor of the palace. The corpses of the golden-haired knights piled up amidst a sea of fire. Standing amidst the ruins, the man in the white cloak looked towards the burning castle and uttered a contemptuous remark. "Nonsense." In a decisive moment, Commander Yan declared, "I will kill you, Emperor." Amidst the rubble, a fallen knight suddenly twitched, muttering, "Kill. Worship." Other corpses also began to move, horrifyingly pleading, "Please, kill, worship, Emperor." Another knight struggled to rise, his lifeless chant echoing, "Kill, worship, kill." The corpses began to merge, forming a colossal shadow filled with hatred. Donning a demonic mask, Yan bitterly exclaimed, "So even as corpses, you are still not free?" He roared at the corpse amalgam. "Escape being puppets for the Emperor?" The grotesque mass shrieked in response, the voices of countless dead echoing, "Worship, Emperor." It swung its sharp limbs, formed from weapons and bones, towards Yan. Yan brandished his glowing red katana, ready to confront the nightmare before him. Meanwhile, the ferocious flames were devouring the royal castle. Inside, the grand hall with its magnificent red carpet was also engulfed in a sea of fire. The path to the throne was now nothing but destruction and death. Elsewhere, a tiny fairy with pitch-black eyes turned to look. The Emperor's hand reached out, asking, "Did the noise outside startle you?" Emperor Leon Cavalon calmly sat on his throne, reassuring the fairy, "Don't worry, it's nothing." But then, his expression changed as he realized something, whispering, "I don't understand." Facing him, Yan entered, and Leon exclaimed, "I can't believe someone as loyal as you would dare to rebel." Yan, commander of the Special Forces, Leon Cavalon named the gasping traitor before him. With a shattered mask and eyes burning with hatred, Yan growled, "Emperor." Emperor Leon Cavalon's voice echoed through the grand hall. "How long have you been a commander? I still remember the days when you were a recruit." He reminisced about the Special Forces emblem and the brutal training ground known as the Pit of Solitude. "You started as a slave soldier and earned everything with your bare hands," Leon questioned. "Is there something you're not satisfied with?" Yan, his face smeared with blood, repeated the words with a bitter smile, "Not satisfied." Suddenly, he violently pulled a broken golden dagger from his hip. The Emperor merely watched silently, his gaze unwavering at the traitor's actions. In Yan's mind, a horrifying memory surged forth, as if he was tearing something out of his own body. "Stuff a bug," he roared in his head, his hand clenching. Rage surged as the grotesque image became clearer. Into someone else's head. A grotesque parasitic creature with a giant purple eye crawled out of a shattered head. "I have everything? Bullshit, I've lost everything," Yan screamed in silence. A tiny fairy, a symbol of lost memories, perched on a hand. "I don't even have any memories." That hand mercilessly clenched, crushing the fairy. "Who is my family? Who am I? My life?" Madness erupted in his eyes. As the fairy vanished, a ghoulish smile appeared, mocking his agony. Returning to reality, Yan stood upright, blood from the wound on his hip beginning to flow. He released his grip, letting his loyal katana fall onto the cold stone floor. The glowing red blade rolled, reflecting the faint light of the grand hall. Yan stared in horror at the wound, muttering, "Since when?" Blood suddenly gushed from the wound, a steep price for his recent actions. Leon Cavalon stood on his throne, looking down at Yan. "I don't know how you recognize that bug. What a pity." With a savage smile and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he continued, "You used to be a favorite toy of mine." Before Yan's eyes, everything began to blur, his consciousness sinking into a blank void. The Emperor's emotionless gaze was the last image he saw in his despair. "I." A final thought flickered, before he completely faded out. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed from the void. "Wake up." A faint silhouette of a woman appeared, urgently calling his name. "Wake up, Yan." Yan jolted awake, his purple eyes wide with horror. He was stunned, asking himself, "What? I swear my heart was pierced. Am I still alive?" Glancing around the unfamiliar cave, he tried to calm himself. Calm down. This place seems familiar, but where am I? Faint light illuminated the jagged rock formations on the cave ceiling. Yan approached a colossal pillar, reaching out to touch its cold stone surface. What is this? This giant pillar. A flash of realization sparked in his eyes as the truth dawned on him. Looking up, he exclaimed in astonishment, "The sacred stone sword." It was the symbol of the Special Forces training hall, where countless soldiers had fallen. And then, an even more horrifying truth struck him. Yan frantically looked down at his small body, clad in a recruit uniform. My body, it's shrunk? Don't tell me. A cold voice cut through his thoughts. Shut up. Immediately, a thunderous punch slammed straight into young Yan's face. The white-haired man said cruelly as Yan was sent flying, "For letting yourself be distracted." The punch stunned Yan, but his eyes gleamed with bitter recognition. His opponent, Roman, growled, "Arrogant as you are, you're nothing. Are you looking down on me?" "Yes. I remember now," Yan whispered, as Roman's fist flared with energy. Memories flooded back, and Yan confirmed. Special Forces recruit number 12. His name is Roman, isn't it? Roman looked at the staggering Yan, a smirk on his face. "It seems you're not entirely useless." In the past scene, Yan asked, "Are we in training?" Roman replied, "Training is just an excuse. I was already planning to beat you up." The white-haired recruit cruelly declared, "No one cares if a low-ranking recruit dies." Yan bowed his head, his mind reeling. It can't be. But the great stone sword, my small body, and the conversation with Roman, Yan mumbled, the pieces starting to fit together. A crazed smile spread across Yan's lips as the truth burst forth. "I've returned to the past," he roared in his mind. "I don't care what the reason is. The important thing is that I can start over." A painful memory of past failure flashed, solidifying his resolve. "My current self will not repeat the same mistakes." The image of a woman's bloody, severed head appeared, and Yan swore, "This time, I will definitely decapitate the Emperor." Back in reality, Yan looked directly at Roman, his voice strangely calm. "I'm going to tell you something important, Roman. You won't have a girlfriend even when you're 40, Yan said, leaving Roman speechless with shock. Roman roared in anger at the bizarre prophecy. "You're spouting nonsense." Yan thought to himself, "Come to think of it, getting hit by such a slow punch. I'm truly pathetic. This brat." Roman was furious, his eyes glowing red. A flurry of punches rained down, but Yan merely raised his hand to block them and remarked, Not bad." Roman was stunned, while Yan looked down condescendingly. "But I'll give you a piece of advice. Your attacks, after you close the distance with your opponent." Yan demonstrated, like this. A powerful inch punch tore through the air, slamming straight into Roman. Roman shrieked in horror. "How can you use an intermediate skill?" Yan continued coldly. "And after the strike, you must attack immediately." But then, a small object unexpectedly fell from his jacket. A locket? When did I get this? He turned his back on the defeated opponent. "Let's end it here, shall we?" "You're lucky, Roman." Yan picked up the keepsake, feeling something inside. As the lid snapped open, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside was an old photograph, faded with time. A picture of a man, a woman, and me as a child. Even though it was his first time seeing it, a strangely familiar feeling arose within him. Hot tears began to stream down his cheeks as he realized, they are my family. Memories, love, and family. Words forgotten for 30 years suddenly flooded back. It was something he couldn't obtain, even when he burned down the imperial capital. It was something he couldn't find, even when he swept through countless nights. And now, the treasure he had always sought lay nestled in his palm. Yan pressed the locket to his lips, closing his eyes to fully savor the moment. Opening his eyes wide, an ironclad resolve appeared. I almost made the same mistake. Yan told himself, I won't waste my life on pathetic things like revenge. I will escape this place. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning, and I will reclaim it. The life with my family that I lost. That was the Special Forces. An elite unit reporting directly to the Emperor. They were the ones who caused the fall of Verna Fortress and carried out the assassination of the Northern Grand Duke, a legendary figure in the Empire's history. And the head of that force was the commander of the Special Forces, Yan. Young Yan gritted his teeth as he recalled. The Emperor's right hand, the strongest knight in the Empire. My body once possessed all that power and authority. Why did I fall into this wretched situation? Now, he was just a lowly cleaner. The past of this force was built upon brutal struggles. Recruits were forced to fight to the death to prove their worth. Within the Special Forces, there were 1,000 trainees, where the strong survived by killing each other. On average, 3 to 4 people died each day, and those vacant positions were quickly filled by kidnapped individuals or volunteers. The training ground was located in the Dragon's Den, a labyrinthine dungeon. Each trainee was assigned a number. Ranks were determined by skill, and they could advance through bloody tests and competitions. This pyramid system forced recruits to trample over each other to survive, keeping them under absolute control. For a lowest-ranked recruit of Batch 900, survival was almost impossible, as they were merely pawns. Normally, they're only used for labor, or as punching bags for others to train on. Yan thought bitterly while carrying cargo. Yan thought to himself, actually, I'm still lucky to only have to do labor, because... He flinched when he accidentally bumped into someone, dropping the entire crate. A shout rang out, "Hey!" Falling to the floor, Yan looked up, intending to retort, "Are you blind?" But in a pyramid system like this, he froze when he realized that the highest-ranked recruits were before him. Lorena Beowulf spoke coldly. "Excuse me, I didn't see you." They were noble descendants, joining the special forces to maintain their loyalty and family power. Their privilege was not needing parasitic insect implants, because the nobility itself was a prison. Thanks to this, these high-ranked recruits easily maintained their status and enjoyed all the accompanying benefits. Among them was Lorena Beowulf, Cruel Dwight, and Kasha Everain. This trio always held the top 3 positions. Back in the present, Cruel Dwight snarled at his comrade. "Lorena, why do you have to apologize to trash like him?" He turned to Yan with a furious expression. "Our statuses aren't the same, understand? How dare a commoner like you speak to us?" Cruel Dwight stepped closer, sneering. "Number 974? The lowest of the low. Or does that pathetic number make you too stupid to understand what I'm saying?" Yan suppressed his killing intent, deciding to endure. "I should have been more careful. I apologize." Immediately after his words, a toothpick fell from Cruel Dwight's mouth onto the ground. Yan remained silent, a small trickle of blood just oozing from a cut on his cheek. Cruel Dwight's voice rang out with contempt. "Apologize? That's something only humans do." Cruel Dwight snarled, his smile twisted. "What you need to do is beg, get down on your knees and plead for mercy." His arrogant words were abruptly cut short. For a moment, Yan recalled the arrogant face of the noble. Wait, is this your first time meeting a noble? He only found their actions truly annoying. Lorena Beowulf spoke. "Excuse me, I've already handled those crates for you," while Cruel scoffed. Be careful from now on." Yan silently watched them leave, thinking to himself, "Just be content with your ranks, because the more you are, the more it benefits me." The scene shifted to a secluded corner of the training area. Yan continued his work, carrying heavy crates along the stone path. Suddenly, he stopped, a strange feeling rising within him. A dense killing intent was emanating from the dark doorway ahead. Clearly, someone was lying in ambush. Is it Roman? This feeling. It's different, he analyzed, ruling out the possibility of it being the brutish recruit. Yan decided to pretend ignorance and continue walking forward. As he walked past, he feigned tiredness, but from the darkness, a voice rang out. "I've been waiting for you." Yan's eyes flashed with extreme astonishment as he recognized the person. Recruit number 974. Lorena Beowulf? He was stunned that the ambusher was the noble girl from earlier. A memory of her illustrious feat flooded back. The most wanted criminal, Blue Iron Arm Galder. That giant had committed his first massacre at age 11 and attacked countless villages and guilds. His arm, capable of blocking even orichalcum, was a symbol of terror. But Lorena, still a recruit at the time, had declared, "I am Lorena Beowulf. I have captured Blue Iron Arm Galder." With just the feat of dragging the criminal's arm, she was qualified to join the ranks of the royal knights. In the Duchy of Beowulf, one of the 4 great northern families, knights whispered to each other about Lorena. They said that she possessed the potential to become the strongest female swordswoman on the continent. The moniker, Young Sword Saint, was associated with the image of her alone facing colossal enemies, and after every battle, only white snow stained with black blood remained. They praised her as the most perfect and powerful product of the Beowulf family. Facing such a living legend, Yan replied, "I think you have the wrong person." He thought to himself that he absolutely should not get involved with her kind of person. Lorena crossed her arms and questioned, "Trainee number 974, what is your objective?" Her gaze was as sharp as a razor. "Why are you hiding your true power?" Yan vehemently denied it, but Lorena began to recount, "I happened to see you training. At first I thought it was just a match between low-ranking trainees, but I soon doubted my own eyes," she continued, recalling the scene of herself observing from afar, "because I saw a 1-inch punch on a completely different level. How could a mere trainee possess that skill? I made a mistake." Yan blamed himself, then looked up and replied, "A 1-inch punch, what is that?" Lorena narrowed her eyes, seemingly accepting the answer. "I see." She turned her back and walked away, saying, "I think I was mistaken. Sorry about that." Lorena unexpectedly extended her hand, as if to make amends, but immediately, she threw a punch straight into Yan's unguarded chest. Yan was stunned, silently screaming in his head, An unexpected 1-inch punch? Is she testing me? Lorena's hand emitted energy, and she coldly thought, an emotional attack, huh? Then there's no other way. Lorena Beowulf's sudden punch made Jan collapse to the floor. He clutched himself, pretending to writhe in pain. Ah, it hurts so much. What did I do wrong? Lorena was flustered, hastily apologizing. Wait, you should have been able to block it. Sorry, I told you you had the wrong person. But deep down, Jan had already formulated a plan. Sorry, things shouldn't have come to this. I'll play the role of a pitiful commoner, beaten by a noble to awaken her compassion. He confidently thought to himself, with that personality, she surely won't suspect a thing. Indeed, Lorena took the bait, offering to help. You're moving things, aren't you? Let me lend a hand. As they carried things together, she also told Jan to talk naturally like the other trainees. Along the way, Lorena revealed, I don't think it's honorable for a high-ranking trainee to treat a low-ranking trainee like a slave. She shared her ideals, making Jan think to himself, she talks more than I thought. When the work was done, Jan politely thanked her, and Lorena prepared to leave, but she suddenly stopped at the doorway, making Jan unable to help but worry. What is she going to say now? Lorena turned back, her gaze sharp. You saw my attack, didn't you? She exposed him to Jan's astonishment. Your eyes followed my hand. Lorena confirmed her suspicions. She was not easily fooled. See you again, trainee Jan, she said and left, leaving Jan alone in the empty room. Jan frowned in thought. She's really sharp. Is there any way to escape her attention? A dark thought flashed in his mind. If so, should I kill her right now? He quickly dismissed it. Killing her would be easy, but doing so would turn the entire Beowulf family into my enemy. Jan told himself he couldn't be foolish enough to make enemies just for a little trouble. He returned to his main objective. First, I must focus on escaping. I'm sure it's around here. When I was the commander of the Special Forces, there were also deserters, but most did not escape the training center. However, one person did escape and was caught in the nearby forest. Memories of a brutally punished body surfaced. I gently asked him how to escape, and he gently replied. The brutally punished one whispered in pain, the third area, fifth stall, of the abandoned restroom. Back in the present, Jan touched the cold wall. Outside that wall, a confident smile appeared on his lips as he located the spot. Found it. After breaking through the wall of the fifth restroom stall, shattered bricks fell to the floor. A dark hole gradually appeared behind the old wall. An escape route had been found. Jan stood in the cramped stall, triumphantly looking at his achievement. Found it, he told himself while looking at the escape route. The hole is still quite small, but if I keep digging, with a wild grin, he thought, I'll get out of here. Jan vigorously widened the passage, determined, I will escape this damn special forces and reclaim my freedom. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the hallway. Number 970. Yes, sir. A red-hooded guard was calling roll. Number 970. One is dead. 970. 2. Good. Number 974. There was no reply, and the guard growled. Number 974. Why aren't you answering? He frantically ran towards the cell, fearing the worst. Don't tell me he's... Inside, Jan casually rested his hands behind his head and calmly replied. Number 974. I'm right here. The guard's voice roared in frustration. Answer quickly. After the roll call, Jan sat in the darkness, reflecting. What I realized while carrying out missions is that the more cautious one acts, the higher the success rate. In the darkness, Jan thought to himself, I'll only have one chance. Even if I successfully escape, the pursuit squad will be after me. And if I fail, a tragic end awaits. I'll be made an example of for the remaining trainees. He decided, I need a trump card, an unexpected variable. I don't know if this body can handle it, but I have no other choice. Jan sat down and began to cultivate his energy. Breath of the Black Dragon, a mana circulation technique known only to commanders. I have the knowledge, but my body can't keep up. I need to create an energy core to function as a mana engine, but with just the breath of the Black Dragon, there isn't enough time. There's only one other way. He looked up, his gaze resolute. A confident smile suddenly appeared on his lips, that is to use the breath of the Divine Dragon. I didn't expect the mana flow to be so fast. This far exceeds my prediction. Mana is flooding my entire body. It's as if a dragon has possessed my body. The breath of the Divine Dragon, the secret art of the first emperor, who conquered countless nations with just a single sword. This technique is so powerful that the bored emperor personally sought it out. Jan suddenly noticed something unusual. This technique is indeed as powerful as its name suggests. Wait, he panicked. Mana is escaping from my energy core. I can't let this continue. Tensing in pain, he screamed. I have to do whatever I can. Arg! Heavy gasps echoed in the dark prison corridor. The labored breaths of exhaustion and failure filled the space. Jan slumped onto the bed, whispering in despair, "Damn it, did I fail?" He ran his hands through his hair, bitterly admitting, "It seems I can't create an energy core with an incomplete secret art. This body is also too weak." Memories flooded back to the day the Emperor bestowed the secret art upon him, a whimsical act or a cruel test. But the scroll he gave only contained instructions on how to absorb mana, with no guidance on how to compress the energy. Yan narrowed his eyes, determined. "I know where the rest of the secret art scroll is, but first I have to focus on escaping before that begins." The next day, rumors spread among the trainees that they would be set free. The entire assembly area buzzed with chatter. "Really? You heard that too?" Amidst the whispers of hope, Jan coldly thought, "What foolish dreams. That's not going to happen." He calculated silently. "If I remember correctly, today is the day times he times arrives. I need to avoid him as much as possible." Suddenly, a drill instructor yelled, "Yan, where are you?" making him jump and mutter, "What a nuisance." An authoritative figure appeared on the high platform, and a naive trainee asked, "Sir Instructor, is it true that we're going home today?" The high-rank instructor only replied with a contemptuous humph. Then he roared with a voice full of power, "Shut up, you maggots," stunning the entire crowd. Jan gritted his teeth, enduring, and immediately realized, this is Aura voice echo? How can he use it on trainees? Another trainee collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth as if his heart was being squeezed. The high-rank instructor looked down at the writhing crowd, uttering insults. Worthless trash with no talent and no status. Jan looked up, his purple eyes burning with hatred. "I can't believe I'd meet that madman here again." A man with cold eyes and fiery red hair appeared, questioning the very existence of those before him. He was Damien, the training commander. "Shut up." Damien grabbed a panicked trainee by the collar, stifling his screams. A red-hooded guard hastily tried to restore order. "Clean this up immediately. Everyone move quickly." Meanwhile, Jan hid in the crowd, looking up at Damien's figure on the high platform. Knowing the commander was observing everyone, he told himself, "I have to be careful." To the commander, low-rank trainees were just toys, and angering him meant death. Damien began his speech. "It's a pleasure to meet you, my dear trainees. All of you here are trash." He sighed in exasperation. "Honestly, if I could, I would have killed all of you already." Then he smiled sinisterly. "But don't worry, because the Emperor, greater than heaven itself, has granted you one last chance." Damien roared, while Jan listened silently. It was a chance to be selected to join a mercenary project. A project to select members to protect the Emperor, to become prestigious dragon warriors. But Jan knew the truth. The reality is different. They will brainwash the trainees by implanting a bug into their brains. The true purpose was to create puppets who couldn't end their own lives without the Emperor's command. Damien spread his arms, shouting fanatically, "See how generous and thoughtful the Emperor is. Be grateful for his mercy." Hearing the command, the low-rank trainees applauded even louder than the high-rank trainees. Jan also applauded, trying to remain as inconspicuous as possible in the crowd. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Sir, I have a request." Damien frowned, wondering who dared to interrupt. That person was Roman, who raised his head and asked, "What's so great about becoming a dragon warrior?" Jan thought to himself, "What is that idiot trying to say?" While Roman continued his challenge, "If I'm chosen, I'll definitely get a chance to smash your smug face, won't I?" "All of your faces," Roman roared. A flash of light tore through space. Immediately, a bleeding hole appeared on Roman's chest. He was stunned. Jan was astonished to realize it was the finger flick technique. Roman collapsed, blood splattering across the ground. From above, Damien's voice sneered. "Are you all right?" He continued with a contemptuous gaze. "I thought you were strong, speaking such confident nonsense." The panicked trainees gathered around, whispering, "Roman, wake up. Is he dead?" Jan gritted his teeth, calculating. "If I stop the bleeding, he might live, but helping him now would be too dangerous for me." Despite the fatal wound, Roman staggered to his feet, causing the other trainees to scream in horror. "Roman, stop!" He looked up at Damien, his voice hoarse. "We're insects? Then what the hell are you people, who gathered us insects together?" Roman snarled. A memory flooded back, dirty alleys appearing as he recounted. "To survive in the slums, we did every dirty deed, and endured every humiliation, because only by doing so could we survive." Roman's voice echoed through the image of him screaming in the past. An image of a young boy trying to protect a little girl appeared in his mind. Emperor? Dragon warriors? Are those things really that important? Back in reality, Jan simply listened in silence. Roman looked directly at the officers. "You should go protect your precious emperor yourselves." Damien merely smirked. Kita tenacious insect. Roman still stood firm, likening himself to a cockroach. I heard cockroaches can still live even after being decapitated. Damien smirked, his finger twitching slightly. Let's see. If you're the same. Suddenly, a small creature with crystal scales appeared. It was a crystal mole, a notorious wild rodent. Roman screamed in horror as the creature lunged straight at him. It's a crystal mole. Everyone get back. Upon impact, the crystals on the creature's back exploded in a blinding flash of light. Damien was momentarily surprised. A crystal mole? Stunned by the explosion, Roman staggered. Where the hell did that monstrous thing come from? Damien watched Roman collapse to the ground, then ordered. Roman's passed out again. Get him out of here. Amidst the trainees, Jan silently observed the scene. He thought to himself, what a waste of a crystal mole. A memory suddenly resurfaced. Jan recalled picking up the strange creature in the restroom. He had put it away, never expecting to have to use it so soon. Back in reality, Jan anxiously glanced at Damien, wondering if the commander had noticed anything. If I'm discovered, I'm screwed. Damien suddenly cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. He burst into delighted laughter. Truly tenacious like a cockroach. I like it. With that, he turned and walked away. Dismissed. Jan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally safe. Supporting the staggering instructor, Jan heard him mutter, what an idiot. The white-haired man squinted, pondering the reason for Roman's recklessness. Meanwhile, in another corner of the training grounds, footsteps echoed on the stone stairs. Damien stopped in the shadows, a sneer spreading across his lips. Hey, excellent, excellent. His red eyes gleamed with savage amusement at the recent spectacle. Turning back to the instructor, a thought flashed through his mind as he looked at the trainee who had intervened. I found an interesting toy. Unbeknownst to Jan, his actions had attracted unwanted attention. The scene shifted to Sector 3, outside an abandoned restroom, where not a soul passed by. Inside, the dilapidation and a secret hole in the wall revealed a plan in progress. Jan's thoughts echoed. I let my guard down. He gritted his teeth, enduring the aches all over his body. This is already the third day I've been doing this. I can't believe I forgot my mask, Jan exhaled, beginning the third day of trainee number 974's escape plan. He muttered to himself, digging a tunnel, propping it up with wooden planks, then repeating. Everything has gone smoothly for the past 3 days. His eyes glowed with purple mana, because I can see quite clearly in the dark with my enhanced eyes. The darkness in the tunnel is no problem. He confidently continued his work with the small knife. Jan knew he was safe, as this place was an abandoned building, not on any map, and no one had ventured near it for the past 3 days. Faster progress than I thought. He mumbled as he pried away a chunk of hard earth. Suddenly, the knife stopped. Jan bewildered. My knife seems to have hit something. What is it? A clink echoed, the knife's tip striking a hard obstruction, sending sparks flying in the dark tunnel. Jan froze as the knife hit the obstruction. This is... Elsewhere, a red-hooded guard was calling out the names of the porter trainees. Number 974 next. The guard called out again with suspicion. Number 974. Wait, number 974. He stopped Jan. Stop. You have a suspicious smell about you. The guard growled, demanding he remove his hood immediately. Jan immediately put on a perfect act, smearing the thick waste on his face and wailing dramatically about the stench. Assaulted by the terrible smell, the guard quickly waved his hand. My nose! Get out of my sight right now. Seizing the opportunity, Jan quickly left the scene. Returning to his quarters, he took off his filthy coat and breathed a sigh of relief that no one suspected anything. He hadn't expected to dig right into the sewage pipe. Jan shivered, recalling that terrible smell, secretly wondering what they ate that was so disgusting. Despite the minor setback, he quickly regained his composure, telling himself there was no need to panic. The plan was still progressing well. Daggers, ropes, and other tools for the escape were all ready. His body had also been trained to a certain limit. Jan recalled the training process, so harsh it felt like he was on the verge of death. But since it yielded good results, he felt it was worth it. His train of thought was interrupted by voices nearby. Jan hid behind a corner, listening to the conversation of 2 guards. He overheard an important piece of news. The training commander will soon be leaving this post. A confident smile subtly formed on Jan's lips as he realized a golden opportunity had arrived. Jan thought to himself, the training commander won't be here. This is quite important information. He resolved, I can't miss such a good opportunity. Cautiously, he snuck into a secluded corner. The destination was Sector 3, the abandoned restroom. Inside, the space was unusually quiet. All right, time to finish before heading back. Jan suddenly paused. Wait, this is... He strained his ears to listen. Footsteps? Is someone coming from that direction? Jan stared at the dark archway, his heart filled with doubt. Who could it possibly be? The worst-case scenario flashed through his mind. Lorena? The training commander? Could they have discovered my plan? but the person who appeared stunned him. You! Roman emerged from the shadows, covered in injuries, and asked sarcastically, Roman, is that you? Why do you sound so disappointed? If you're just going to follow me, I don't have time, Jan snapped. Roman retorted, Why do you treat me like a hanger-on? I'm here because I have something to do, Jan asked with feigned concern. With those injuries, can you even walk? Roman boastfully replied, Who do you think I am? These few scratches are nothing. The young man simply called his name quietly. Roman, your blood is gushing like a fountain. Jan pointed out the harsh truth, but Roman tried to cover it up. It's just a pimple. One of my pimples burst. Great, glad it's just a burst pimple. Jan scoffed and turned away. I'm leaving first. I have things to do. Roman smirked. Well, you must be very busy. Suddenly, he appeared behind Jan, his voice full of innuendo. Of course, you're digging a dog hole, after all. Roman bared his teeth in a cunning smile. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the instructors found out about this? Cornered, Jan only received a provocative question from Roman. Don't you want to know so badly, Jan? For a moment, Jan's thoughts flashed with a bloody vision. Black Chaos style, 16th form. He imagined himself lunging from behind Roman, a dagger clutched in his hand. With the Black Hunt technique, the cold blade pierced through flesh, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Roman and the illusion screamed in horror. Jan, what the hell? With his dying breath, he could only gasp. You, who are you? The brutal train of thought ended, leaving only Jan's icy gaze. Things would be much simpler if I eliminated him right here. But, Jan mused. Roman began to lose patience with his opponent's silence. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? He sneered. Are you so worried you're speechless? Well, I understand. Because just trying to escape is enough to get you executed. You probably didn't expect me to catch you, did you? Roman continued condescendingly. Try begging me. Who knows, I might keep your secret. Seeing Jan still unresponsive, Roman snapped. You think I won't do it? I'll do it right now. No, you won't. Jan finally spoke, his voice strangely calm. Roman froze upon hearing the sharp reply. Because you hate the special forces even more than I do. Jan continued to analyze. You couldn't hide your anger, even if it meant death. With that fierce determination to return home, you'd tell the instructors? No way. You're the one who wants to escape this place more than anyone else. With eyes sharp as knives, Jan cornered Roman. Am I wrong, Roman? Roman lowered his head, his voice filled with admiration and resignation. You truly are extraordinary. A memory suddenly flooded his mind. The last time I fought you, I could vaguely sense it. Recalling the fight, Roman admitted. If you had wanted to, you could have killed me, and I wouldn't be here anymore. Returning to the present, he explained. After that, I could easily recognize you among the other trainees. You have a distinct scent. Jan scoffed. I know, you're a stalker. While Roman frantically denied it, Jan questioned. By the way, how did you know I was digging a tunnel? Roman confidently replied. Simple. Your footprints gave it all away. Roman continued. The training center is mainly made of granite, but I found strange footprints covered in lime powder. The width and size of the strides were exactly like yours. Jan looked astonished. Just from that information, you could figure out who it was and even my plan? Roman replied. I looked through the work logs. You come here quite often. Jan had to admit. You're sharper than I thought. You don't look like it at all. With the tables turned, Roman pressed. Jan, tell me your escape plan. Where does the tunnel lead? What's the probability of escape? Jan evaded. Are you asking because you want to escape with me? I can't answer now because I need time to think. He continued to set the trap. Then just stay here. With your skills, you could probably climb to a better position in about 10 years. Then Jan delivered the decisive blow. But, what will happen to the people you're trying to protect? A past image flashed in Roman's mind as Jan said, even our own survival isn't guaranteed right now. The shadow of despair enveloped that memory. Will the people you're trying to protect still be there in 10 years? Jan's eyes flashed, and he made an offer. Roman, there's no time to think. If you follow me, we won't be here the day after tomorrow. Roman was completely subdued. He asked seriously. Do you have a plan after escaping this place? Jan confidently replied. Of course. Do you want me to tell you what it is? He began to explain. The rank difference between us is 960, 2 levels. If we escape, Jan analyzed, the instructors will definitely target me first. Roman pessimistically replied with a grim outlook. Jan, just as you said, we won't be here the day after tomorrow. Because I'll be in my grave. Jan remarked meaningfully. You can think that far ahead in such a short time. You're really different from your appearance, which stunned Roman. I know, that wasn't a compliment, was it? Don't complain. I'm also taking a very high risk. Jan baited him. So, what are you going to do? Roman closed his eyes, lost in heavy contemplation. Then he snapped his eyes open, his gaze now resolute. I have no choice but to take your bait, Roman stated decisively. The metaphorical fishing float immediately pulled under. Night fell, and at another location, an unusual assembly was about to take place. Training Commander Damien appeared, humming a soft tune. The fresh night air is quite pleasant, isn't it? He spoke, standing next to a red-hooded guard. Standing on a high platform, Damien announced to all the trainees. The reason I've gathered all of you at this hour is because I have an announcement, he continued, glancing at the scowling faces of high-ranking trainees like Kai's. Meeting this late will naturally displease some of you, but think positively because I have good news, Damien said, while low-ranking trainee Marvin listened from the back. Amidst the crowd, Jan had already muttered. If I'm not mistaken, today is the day the test details are announced. Damien smiled. Finally, the date for the first test has been decided. The test is very simple, he explained, causing a stir. You will go to a certain location, and you will pass if you survive there for 1 week. Jan listened intently as Damien deliberately drew out his words. The location of the first test will be the Blade Mountains, Damien concluded with a cruel smile. Jan didn't flinch, only one thought in his mind. Just as expected, the story began with a legend. Once upon a time, there was an adventurer named Nilfra. Young Nilfra assured his mother, Don't worry, mother, I will definitely find that medicinal herb. But cruel fate transformed the filial young man into a demon, grotesquely repeating his promise. Mother, I will find the medicinal herb. Don't worry. The mother had passed away, unaware of her son's tragic fate in that land of death. The Blade Mountains, a forbidden zone of the Empire, was home to countless monsters, starting with mere goblins. The deeper one went, the more dangerous the creatures became, from giant demi-humans rarely seen, to colossal monsters that only appeared in legend. Furthermore, there were creatures the world had yet to know, lurking in the shadows. And then, the monster living in the deepest part of the mountains was that thing. Ending the story, Damien smiled maliciously, asking the trainees, Aren't you excited? He stood on the high platform, gleefully thinking to himself, I wonder how many of you maggots will survive next week. Suddenly, a red-hooded guard approached to report. Sir, I have something to report. Damien coldly replied. What is it? The guard's report seemed to concern Jan, who stood silently in his hooded uniform. Damien narrowed his eyes, appearing to understand. I see. Very well. Noticing the signal, Jan subtly smirked meaningfully. Damien abruptly declared the end. My announcement concludes here. Dismissed. In the crowd, trainee Marvin thought in confusion. He seemed quite annoyed, but I didn't expect him to end it so abruptly. Fear enveloped Marvin as he thought about the impending injustice. It will be almost impossible for low-ranking trainees to survive in the Blade Mountains. A shout rang out, demanding people clear the way. Lorena Beowulf, a high-ranking trainee, strode majestically, forcing the low-ranking trainees to part to either side. Famous like a celebrity, Jan muttered while pulling up his hood. Damn it, I forgot about her. As Lorena walked past, Jan secretly wished she would just glide past him, but Lorena's sharp gaze flickered towards him. A mysterious smile briefly appeared on her lips. I'll be looking forward to it, Jan, she whispered a challenging and meaningful remark. Jan was startled, wondering in confusion. Was I discovered? Watching Lorena's retreating back, he realized the situation was more complicated than he thought, but then he dismissed it. Oh well, no need to overthink it, because I'm about to bolt from here anyway. Jan turned to Roman. Roman, have you prepared what I asked for? And received a firm reply. Yes, it's ready. Is that so? Then go enjoy looking at the great stone sword, Jan said, making Roman confused. Why should I go see that troublesome thing? Because tomorrow, you won't see it anymore. Jan's answer stunned Roman. Jan confidently thought to himself, I already know the content of the message the training commander received. He deduced that it was a summons to the Imperial Palace to report the situation to the Emperor before the test. Even if he despises the people in the palace, he can't disobey the order, Jan concluded. The biggest variable in our escape plan has been resolved. His eyes gleamed with determination. Tonight, we escape. In the darkness, a torch flared as a guard began roll call. Number 920. Amidst faint, yes sirs, the guard's cold voice echoed through the cell block corridor. Number 921 died today. Number 956. In the darkness, a voice came from the red-cloaked guard. Good. Number 974. He snapped through the bars. Don't dawdle, answer quickly. Number 974. The guard read the name aloud from the list. Number 974. Jan. Just as a voice replied present, two hands from the shadows suddenly clamped over his mouth. It turned out this was a staged act. Jan, Roman, and 2 others were beginning their escape plan from the training center. Restrained, the guard was forced to follow the script. It's almost shift change. Hide the body well so they don't find it. 2 trainees, Jake and Todd, held the guard tightly and confirmed. All right, it's done. Let's handle this quickly, Roman reported to Jan. Jan, I've brought 2 people as you requested. They're capable, right? Jan replied coldly. Of course, Roman asked worriedly. You're not planning to use them as bait, are you? Jan stated firmly. There's no way I would ask you to bring 2 people if that were my intention. The group affirmed their resolve, but Jan cut them off. All right, I understand. Be quiet. Things will get complicated if we wake up those sensitive to sound. Jan gestured to the group. Look over there. Before them was a giant door, Jan explained. This door is why I wanted 2 more people. I can't open it alone. That's why I need you guys, he said, making the 2 new members surprised. Us? Jan began outlining the plan. To get from the dormitory to the abandoned area's restroom, we need to open these doors. But to open them, 2 people need to step on 2 pressure plates simultaneously, and the control switch on the outside must also be pulled down. He outlined the first step. 2 of us will step on the pressure plates. After the other 2 pass through, they will pull the switch and secure it. Then, the 2 from the switch will pass through. Roman grasped the plan and turned to Jake. That's why I couldn't escape alone. I get it, Jan. Jake, are you ready? I'll give the signal, and we'll step on the pressure plate together. Jake firmly replied. Got it. At the signal, Roman and Jake simultaneously stepped on the 2 pressure plates. The mechanism activated, and the massive iron door heavily rumbled. Success! The door's open, a joyful voice exclaimed as a gap appeared. Jan quickly assigned roles. Roman and Jake, you 2 hold the switch. Todd, follow me. Jake asked anxiously. Wait, how long do we have to stand here? Jan's back coldly replied. Until I give the signal. Time slowly passed in the silent corridor. Roman began to lose patience. It's been too long. Why hasn't he given any signal yet? Just then, the door began to move, slowly slamming shut. Roman screamed in horror. The door is closing by itself. Rage flared. Roman punched the iron door hard. Jan, you bastard. He frantically pried at the door, roaring. You intended to abandon us from the start. While Roman vented his anger, Jan just stood silently in the darkness, letting the curses wash over him. Damn it. I should have known the moment you insisted on going first. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the other side. Are you senile? Roman was stunned, recognizing the voice. Is that your voice, Jan? The door creaked open again. Jan appeared through the gap, his tone full of reproach. I told you to wait, didn't I? You couldn't even manage that. Jan stepped out, covered in blood, his eyes sharp. Who said I abandoned you guys? Roman's anxious shout echoed. What's with all the blood? What the hell happened inside? Where's Todd? Both of us are fine. Stop worrying. You were just cursing me a moment ago, Jan replied casually. Just ran into a small unexpected incident, so we're a bit late. Jan continued to explain as they walked. I tried feeding it food with sleeping pills, but it didn't work. Roman exclaimed in astonishment. That's? Roman exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the bloody head of the giant wolf. Jan explained. It was harder to control than I thought, so it took a bit longer, while Roman couldn't believe he had taken it down by himself. After that, the escape proceeded according to plan. The door to freedom creaked open. They followed the secret passage Jan had dug in an abandoned restroom to exit the training center area. Night fell as the group set foot on a precarious cliff. The scene was desolate, with only the sound of wind whistling through the rocky outcrops. The ground trembled, and plants rustled as something prepared to emerge. A hand suddenly burst through the earth, accompanied by a cry of astonishment. The group had escaped. Roman struggled, calling out, Quick, pull me up. Jan stood at the edge of the abyss, calmly analyzing. Still no sign of the enemy. They must have just found out. The pursuit squad is about to act. Jake still couldn't believe it. We escaped so quickly. It feels like my whole life has been wasted. Jan coldly denied. No. He looked up at the night sky, whispering, It's been too long. Truly, too long. How long has it been since you last breathed the outside air? Jan, once we're out of here, it's all over, right? Jake asked. But Jan replied, Don't let your guard down. This is only the beginning. Jan's purple eyes gleamed with steely resolve. Yes, this is the beginning. He quietly pulled out a silver pocket watch. Of the journey to reclaim everything, he murmured to himself, looking at the reflection of his childhood self. Under the star-filled night sky, the dense forest appeared silent but also harbored countless dangers. After a long period of captivity, someone finally got to breathe the air of freedom. Roman asked, Jan, are we done once we escape this place? But Yan coldly replied, "Don't let your guard down. This is only the beginning." He silently affirmed in his mind, "Yes, this is the beginning." Yan quietly pulled out a silver pocket watch, his resolute purple eyes gleaming with determination. Reflected on its surface was an image of his childhood self, marking the start of the journey to reclaim everything. Standing alone under the moonlight, he told himself, "This is where everything begins." Yan began to lay out the plan. "Listen carefully. We are in the Atrion Forest, near the northern mountain range of the Empire." Spreading out a hand-drawn map, he explained, "We are in the center, and we'll have to run continuously for 2 days," which made Jake wonder, or should we just hide in the forest? Yan immediately dismissed the idea. While there are many places to hide, there are even more monsters. Right now, the tracking hounds are after us, he warned, as images of fierce beasts appeared. He analyzed the disparity in forces. The pursuit squad has about 20 members. If we encounter them, it's game over. To increase our chances of survival, Yan declared, there's only one way. We must scatter and divide the pursuit squad. He explained in detail. If each of us goes in a different direction, they'll be forced to split their forces to chase us. Roman growled in protest. Ridiculous. I'll definitely become bait because they'll prioritize chasing high-ranking trainees. Yan scoffed. Who told you to train so hard? Complaining now, are we? He emphasized the urgency of the plan. If we stick together, everyone will be caught. We have to do this so at least one person can escape. Yan concluded the matter decisively. We'll run in 4 different directions. No more questions, right? But Roman unexpectedly interrupted. Wait. There's one thing I don't understand. Roman pointed at the makeshift map, questioning. This chart. All of us have a number. Why is my piece the only one labeled idiot? Yan coldly ignored him. Let's move on if there are no more questions, causing Roman to angrily shout, Wait, you haven't answered me. Amidst the tension, Jake hesitantly spoke. Thank you, Yan. He continued, expressing sincere gratitude. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to escape that terrible place. Jake looked directly at Yan, promising, I will definitely repay you. We can greet each other in the future if we meet again, right? Yan thought to himself, Jake, was it? I thought he was just an ordinary trainee, but perhaps he also has his own reasons for escaping that place. Roman irritably turned away. Sounds stupid. I don't even want to see you guys again, but Yan called him back. Roman, Yan remarked bluntly, you did well as captain, but you're quite cold-blooded, causing Roman to quickly deny. That's not it, Roman explained, his voice full of worry. The situation where we meet again is when everyone gets caught. I just want us all to escape safely. Roman's mature words made Yan momentarily suspicious. Could he also be a regressor? Standing barefoot in the circle of his teammates, Yan unexpectedly spoke. That's right. Roman is correct. He looked directly at each person, declaring decisively, Let's never meet again. Immediately after those words, the group scattered. Yan also plunged into the night, running in a completely different direction. He thought to himself about those who had just parted ways. They must be running for their lives right now. With sharp eyes, Yan told himself, I have to start too. A mysterious smile formed on his lips as a stream of brilliant golden energy began to pour out, signaling another plan about to be executed. Yan gathered his strength, activating the secret technique, Breath of the Dragon, footwork. With the wind rain move, he shot forward like a streak of light flashing in the night. The terrifying speed tore through the night, piercing even the dense forest. A powerful stream of energy coursed along the trunk of the towering ancient tree. He gently landed on the treetop, making the leaves flutter. Standing at the high peak, Yan gazed into the distance, deep in thought. He sighed, thinking to himself, this damn body is truly troublesome. Even maintaining the breath of the dragon is difficult, despite this technique being very effective. Fortunately, I can compensate for this lacking body. A body that doesn't even have mana flowing through it, with enhancement technique. Memories of his true self, with white hair and confident eyes, flashed through his mind. Yan sneered. What did I expect from these kids? Another image appeared. The commander's white cloak stained with fresh blood, he told himself. I'm pathetic. But then his eyes sharpened. I am Special Forces Commander number 5. Let's see how capable this past Special Forces is. Meanwhile, at the training center, a voice rang out impatiently. Any contact from the pursuit squad? Idiots, why are they taking so long? 2 red-hooded guards hurried along, worried. We have to catch them before that crazy training commander returns. I don't think that's possible, a cold voice echoed from behind, because that madman has already returned. The guard stiffened, trembling as he called out, Training commander! Sir, Damien's fiery red eyes narrowed, his silence oppressive. He sneered. It's all right. Damien patted the guard's shoulder. Such things happen often. Relax. The guard hastily apologized, but Damien only replied with a sarcastic remark. Damien put his arm around the red-hooded guard, feigning sympathy. You must have had a hard time searching for those deserters. Another guard confidently asserted, Sir, please don't worry. The pursuit squad will capture them without any issues. Damien turned to question with a cold smile. And how will they do that? Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. There were already issues to begin with. Before the red-hooded guard could comprehend what was happening, Damien's hand shot towards him. A dark power erupted, pinning the guard's body to the floor amidst a horrifying crunch of bones. He shrieked in excruciating pain. Standing in a pool of blood, Damien coldly listed his transgressions. You didn't even know they were planning to escape. He continued to rail at him while the other guards could only stand silently, watching in horror. The guard writhed, pleading. I'm sorry, sir. Please give me another chance. Another chance, Damien repeated chillingly, then crushed his head with his heel. With an impassive expression, he declared, I don't have that for you. In his dying throes, the guard gasped his last words. Please, please spare me. Damien, shrouded in darkness with glowing red eyes, snarled, Do you think I don't know who's behind you? A spray of blood splattered, ending the desperate plea. After dispatching the failure, Damien turned and ordered, Recall all external pursuit squads, he declared with full authority. And from now on, I will be in command. Damien flashed a sinister smile, revealing the true reason. Yes, because I've found an interesting one. I'm truly looking forward to this, Damien coldly ordered. Call all pursuit teams outside back. And from now on, I will be the commander, he declared, making his subordinate ask in surprise. Will you personally intervene? A sinister smile spread across Damien's lips. Yes, because I've found someone interesting. I'm really looking forward to this. At the same time, in the vast Atrian forest, a hunt had begun. Pursuit Team 3 of the Special Forces was frantically tracking the escaped recruits. Hasty footsteps brushed through the dense vegetation. A team member moved in silence, completely focused on the mission. Suddenly, the leader raised a hand to signal, Wait, stop. Her teammates immediately wondered, What's wrong, Captain? Did his tracks disappear? The captain, holding her mask, replied, No, the tracking is still going smoothly. Captain Kelly removed her mask, revealing a thoughtful expression. Don't you think this is progressing unusually smoothly? Jair and Andre, 2 team members, dismissed it. The target is just number 974. It's normal for this to go smoothly. We've followed the footprints from the cliff, and also found tracks here. Jair pointed to the ground. He continued, pointing to a torn piece of cloth on a tree. The deserters are simply running away in a panic. Jair and Andre began to tease. You're always suspicious of everything. No wonder you got dumped, making Kelly snap irritably. You brats. Even so, Kelly couldn't help but wonder, Am I really overthinking this? She muttered to herself. But this uneasy feeling isn't going away. A team member suddenly realized, It's starting to get foggy. Kelly immediately ordered, Catch him before he hides in the fog, and the whole team responded in unison. Jair and Andre ran while confidently discussing target number 974, completely unaware of the real danger awaiting them. Jair smugly asked the person hanging upside down from the tree, What was your trainee number? Immediately, Jan's shadow darted down from above. A cold notification appeared. Remaining members, 2. Andre turned back in surprise, asking confusedly, Me? Huh? While Andre was still bewilderedly calling out his teammates' names, Jan had glided past like a ghost from behind. The forest was plunged into an eerie silence. Remaining members, 1. Andre's body lay slumped in the grass. Kelly turned back irritably. Seriously, you're too noisy. Do you think this is a picnic? Realizing the unusual silence, she called out loudly, Andre? Jair? She was shocked to realize both had vanished without a sound in the blink of an eye. Kelly's uneasy premonition had finally come true. She gritted her teeth, reassuring herself. No, it can't be. Not even number 12 could take down the instructor. There's no way number 974 could. Just as she was thinking, a hand reached out from the shadows. A sharp sword slash tore through the air. Jan lunged with twisted strike slash, a treacherous sneak attack. At the same time, a giant tree trunk was also thrown straight at Kelly. But Kelly had anticipated it. She roared, Arrogant brat, do you think that attack will work a third time? Jan flashed a crazed smile, confident in his victory. Suddenly, he was stopped by a strong force and thrown down, his sword flying away. Jan was astonished to realize he had been caught in a preset metal wire. Damn it, my neck, Jan growled, the metal wire tightening around his throat. She was shocked to realize the scattered traces were not random. The footprints in torn cloth aren't tracks. They're bait set to catch us. No way, Kelly trembled. One guy. Number 974 couldn't possibly defeat us. There's no way our entire team was wiped out, she thought, as Jan coldly pulled the trap wire taut. Ah, Andre, Jair. Kelly gasped as she saw the drag marks on the ground. Damn it, Team 3 has been completely annihilated. The foggy forest suddenly became terrifyingly silent. Not bad. Can be used as a hidden weapon. Jan picked up a fragment, his eyes sharp. I thought it would be tough, but it's actually quite easy, he muttered to himself. Just using body enhancement techniques is enough to fight well. I have to get out of this forest before the fog swallows everything. I've scattered the pursuit team's blood all over this area. The hounds will smell it and be drawn here. Just by masking my scent, I can escape more easily, Jan said, then chewed a handful of leaves. Ugh, so bitter. It was a slime plant, a type of vegetation with poisonous fruits and leaves that emitted a strong, foul odor. I'll crush the leaves and rub them all over myself, he thought, his face scrunching up at the unpleasant smell. Ugh, it stinks. Even the hounds hate this smell, so it can erase my tracks. I have to hurry. The longer this drags on, the harder the escape will be, especially if they surround me and set up an inescapable trap. As he was about to leave, Jan suddenly paused, having noticed something. Is that? From afar, a column of black smoke rose, catching Jan's attention. Smoke? Standing on a tree branch, he muttered irritably. The pursuit squad wouldn't do that. That direction is Jake's and Todd's. Do these idiots think they're going camping? He narrowed his eyes, realizing the dangerous situation. At this rate, but then his gaze turned cold. No, this isn't the time for me to worry about others. After all, I only brought them along as bait. For a moment, images of his comrades reappeared, but he quickly dismissed them. Actually, it's even better for me if they attract attention like this. Even so, he couldn't help but jump from the tree, cursing under his breath. Damn it, those idiots. His reason told him as he rushed forward. Perhaps keeping them alive right now would be more beneficial. As soon as he landed, he realized his mistake. I have to erase these tracks before the pursuit squad finds them. Suddenly, a deadly chill ran down his spine, making him stop. His warrior's instinct told him, I can feel it. The gaze of death I've faced on countless battlefields. A colossal black shadow with glowing red eyes appeared behind him. He felt its presence. There's something behind me. And it's watching me. Memories of his comrades flashed through his mind once more. He decisively rushed forward, casting aside all hesitation. His cold thoughts returned. He had to focus on the immediate situation. His feet landed heavily on the ground, seemingly activating something. The sense of danger grew clearer, his eyes wide with vigilance. Jan stood motionless, waiting for the enemy in the shadows to reveal itself. He felt it more clearly. There's something behind me. I can feel it. A colossal snake monster lunged from the shadows, its murderous intent engulfing Jan. But the moment he was swallowed, the look of horror on Jan's face vanished, replaced by a cold smile. Glad you took the bait. In Damien's mind, a thought suddenly sparked. I thought this the first time I met you. That you are an interesting fellow, like the flap of a tiny butterfly's wings. I wonder if you can show me something interesting, if it can cause a great storm. Jan startled and turned around, his intuition telling him there was an enemy. I knew it. From the shadows, Damien stepped out with a smug look. My judgment was correct. He smirked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. I wonder what attracted him here. Nice to meet you, Recruit 974. Jan gritted his teeth, his entire body tensing against the overwhelming presence. The night sky suddenly grew gloomy, signaling an ill omen. A dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly tore across the night. Facing each other in the forest, Damien calmly remarked, Oh my, it seems a great storm is about to break. Jan was stunned, sweat pouring down. No way. He couldn't believe his eyes, his mind screaming. What is the training commander doing here? A memory from his previous life flooded back. Before I regressed, he definitely returned later than scheduled. There were even rumors that he was almost imprisoned after causing trouble in the Imperial Palace. Why is he here? The image of train tracks appeared in Jan's mind, symbolizing a fated change. Don't tell me. The future has changed? He frantically questioned himself. Is it because of my actions? But which action? Fragments of memories flashed by, from his encounter with Lorena to his own decisions, but Jan still couldn't find the answer. Could it be that the small cracks created by my different actions after regressing, the cracks spread wider and wider, signaling an inevitable collapse, have completely destroyed the original future? While Jan was still lost in chaos, Damien spoke up mockingly. What are you going to throw this time? A mole? Or a lightning mount? Deep down, Jan realized a horrifying truth. He saw. Damien's words echoed, criticizing his stealthy actions. Did you think no one would notice? The officer's memory returned to the moment the crystal mole darted towards Roman. I'm still surprised you threw it in such a brief moment. The dazzling explosion in his flashback was truly impressive, an astonishingly swift maneuver, Damien recounted. At first I was confused, but then I thought that place was only full of bugs. He recalled the scene looking down from above. But among the anonymous hooded recruits, there was one who was different. An interesting fellow hiding within, Damien concluded, his gaze fixed on Jan. Back in the present, a dangerous smirk appeared on the commander's lips. Jan gritted his teeth, filled with regret. Damn it, I shouldn't have interfered then. Facing the powerful figure, he desperately realized. This is the worst possible scenario, but then his fighting will surged, and he reassured himself. He only becomes one of the 3 great swordsmen in the future. In his current state, a cold, murderous intent emanated from Jan, his eyes burning with the intent to kill. Damien felt it and laughed with amusement. Ha! You truly are interesting. He clapped mockingly before Jan's hateful gaze. You're the best. You're thinking of how to kill me, aren't you? Damien laughed maniacally. It's been a long time since anyone wanted to do that. Tell me, what are you going to do? In the silent forest, his laughter echoed. Normally, people would think of running away. I'm truly speechless. Suddenly, he covered his face with his hand, his voice dramatic. Oh, forgive me. I acted that way unconsciously. Then he lowered his hand, making an offer. All right, I'll give you a special opportunity. With challenging red eyes, Damien growled. Try to kill me. If you succeed, I will grant you the freedom you crave. Jan was stunned by Damien's insane offer. Meanwhile, the commander thought to himself, how interesting. Its eyes changed the moment I said that. Damien recalled. A mere recruit could kill a demon beast, and even wipe out the entire pursuit squad following him. Its decision-making skills, audacity, stamina, technique, and keen eye are all on a completely different level from ordinary trash. A metaphorical image appeared in Damien's mind, symbolizing Jan's dark potential. If it continues to develop at this rate, then what kind of monster will be waiting for us at the end of the road? Returning to reality, Jan let out a breath, trying to calm himself. He suddenly changed his demeanor, shouting, This is the beginning. Show me your skills now. However, immediately, Jan collapsed to his knees, crying, Sir, please save me. Damien stood silently, observing the recruit's clumsy act. The commander raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical. Huh? Jan continued his act, tears welling up. You really are the training commander, aren't you? My eyesight is too poor to see clearly. I truly had no intention of escaping, but they dragged me along because they threatened to kill me if I didn't follow. Damien retorted. So, you mean you were forced to come here? And Jan hastily confirmed. Yes, exactly. Jan pointed into the air, fabricating a story. Number 12, planned everything. He also kept insulting you. Damien thought to himself, I see. Does it really think I'll fall for this farce? Noticing the eerie silence, Jan began to stammer, sweat pouring down. Jan continued his act, sobbing and pleading. Sir Tilda, Damien coldly mused. What you're truly aiming for is this, isn't it? Using a hidden weapon after making me drop my guard. Damien shook his head slightly, thinking, how disappointing. But the knife tip suddenly came close to his eye, startling him. Huh? Damien quickly tilted his head to dodge, the dagger narrowly missing him. He was shocked to realize the truth. The second object was thrown at the same angle, so it was hidden by the first one? It was a psychological attack, taking advantage of his certainty to dodge the first knife. He thought Jan had taken the opportunity to flee, but a bad premonition suddenly arose. No. From above, Jan swooped down like a ghost, growling. This is what I was truly aiming for. Damien barely looked up, exclaiming in horror. Since when? Jan's eyes glowed, and he roared the name of the technique. 15th Shadow Art, Shadow Annihilation. The space around Damien seemed to shatter under the deadly attack, but Jan was thrown back by an invisible force, unable to believe it. My attack was deflected? Damien's arm was enveloped in a layer of thorny dark energy, blood slowly dripping. Jan was stunned as a thick black mist swallowed Damien. No way. A black mist enveloped him? In the darkness, Damien's eyes flashed with deadly purple light, signaling a counterattack. It's coming. Countless glowing red spikes tore through the mist, rushing towards Jan like a storm. The young man was pierced by the rain of sharp spikes, with no escape. Being relentlessly pursued, Jan realized he couldn't keep running forever. If that's the case, the young man decided to unleash his trump card. A flash of light erupted from the darkness. The secret technique Swallow's Descent was unleashed, light sword slashes tearing apart the rain of red spikes. But the attack was blocked, Jan's dagger shattering into pieces. Damien emerged from the black smoke, coldly stating, The promise to let you go if you defeat me. I retract it, he declared, dark energy surging violently. Damien's hair and eyes turned fiery red, and he laughed maniacally. How could I let such an interesting toy go? You truly are the best. I could play with you my whole life, and never get bored. His eyes gleamed with mad obsession. Looks like I've run into a mad dog. Jan thought to himself, his eyes sharp. Suddenly, his eyes stopped as he noticed something. That pattern? Jan was stunned as he recognized the familiar tattoo on Damien's neck. Time rewound to 22 hours before the escape. At the den, the living quarters for low-ranking recruits, the curfew bell rang. From the darkness of the cell, a voice echoed. Everything for the escape has been prepared. Jan sat on his bed, determined. After today, I will escape this place, to return to my family. He quietly opened an old pocket watch, the only clue to the family he no longer had any memory of. Looking at the image of his younger self inside, Jan promised himself he would find them and live a peaceful life. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The watch's glass cracked, revealing a secret compartment inside. Underneath the broken glass of the pocket watch, a blood-red pattern unexpectedly appeared. Is this my family's crest? Jan wondered in shock. It turned out to be intricately carved inside the lid. But why was it so carefully hidden? A smile briefly appeared on his lips. If there's a crest, it means I'm not a commoner. He had always believed that as long as he found someone who knew about this symbol, he would find his family. But then a horrifying truth struck him. Damien tore open his shirt, revealing an identical tattoo. Jan froze. Why is my family's crest on his body? Why did you suddenly stop? Damien scoffed at the stunned recruit. Jan's mind was in turmoil. Could he be from my family? No, it can't be. His eyes flashed with determination, casting aside all doubts to focus on the battle. Die, Damien roared, lunging forward with a savage smile. Seizing the opportunity, Jan unleashed a dazzling burst of energy in response. He held his breath, wondering if the surprise attack would be effective. Wow, that's strong, Damien said, completely unharmed. Let me show you what I can do, he sneered as dark energy surged at his feet. A barrage of shadow blades was unleashed from the skill, Shadow Blade, Blade Suppression. Jan was thrown back by the rain of sword energy, fresh blood splattering in the air. He realized a bitter truth. This guy was just toying with him. Despite his tattered cloak, Jan landed safely. Realizing the killing intent in the previous attack was suspiciously weak, he made up his mind. Fleeing would mean abandoning his only clue. He had to stay and uncover the truth. A historical tale was recounted. An earth-shattering rebellion was about to engulf the entire continent. Before the might of the Emperor's sword, even the greatest rebellion in history had to be suppressed. After executing the leaders and their families, the Emperor burned everything in a sea of fire. That vengeful fire burned for 20 days, etched into history as the 20 Days of Twilight. The mastermind behind it all was said to be the former Emperor's illegitimate child, but the truth was buried. All records of him were erased, leaving only ashes and rumors. Amidst the raging flames, those who still remembered him could only call him by legendary titles. The Continental Swordsman, Training Commander of the Special Forces Training Center. The flames of history devoured all secrets, leaving behind an obscure past. Returning to the present, Damien spoke, interrupting Jan's thoughts. I hear your brain screaming. Seems like you're preoccupied with something else, huh? Jan thought to himself. If his family was truly involved in that rebellion, everything would be destroyed, and he had to prevent that. I must abandon the escape plan, he resolved. I will stay, gain his trust, and become indispensable. A plan flashed in Jan's mind. I need bait, a perfect trap. He looked up, beginning his act. I'm truly impressed by your skill. I didn't expect you to personally intervene. Damien smirked as Jan continued. I think the captain will be very pleased to see you working so diligently. He'll be astonished and showered with praise for you, Damien said, reaching out to grab Jan's chin. Seizing the moment, Jan's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. He unexpectedly unleashed a devastating punch, catching Damien off guard. What a fun joke! Damien roared as he was sent flying, his muscular body crashing into an ancient tree. A terrifying energy explosion erupted, illuminating a corner of the forest in the night. Jan groaned as he was thrown against a fallen tree. Damien grabbed his collar, growling. I intended to treat you well, but your mouth is too arrogant. Don't you value your life? Damien threatened, but Jan retorted. Sometimes an arrogant mouth can say something useful. Damien looked skeptical, while Jan continued to bait him. For example, the weakness of the Special Forces captain, something that could be used to eliminate him. Hearing this, Damien's eyes widened in astonishment. He shouted in extreme disbelief. You? How do you know that? With a triumphant smile, Jan whispered. Simon's Seed, Unit 50, 2. Damien froze, muttering. Is that where the captain's weakness can be found? A few hours later, at the Special Forces Training Center, inside, the vast and imposing hallway was steeped in silence. Damien, in a different outfit, was adjusting his cuffs. "This suit is a bit tight," he grumbled as he put on the officer's uniform. "I didn't expect to have to discard my beloved clothes like this." He sighed, resigned to the truth. As he descended the stairs with a guard, Damien coldly ordered, "Those three? Just throw them back into the cave." "I don't want to think about those bugs anymore," Damien snapped. "And about what I just told you." Suddenly, a voice from above interrupted. "You seem busy." A figure stepped out of the light, slowly saying, "So, you're here. You look like you have all day to waste time." The voice continued to mock, making Damien frown slightly. The high-ranking officer with white hair descended, tapping his cane on the floor. "Or are you just being lazy? Tell me, Training Commander Damien." Damien forced a smile, replying, "What brings you here without prior notice, sir?" Damien was surprised to recognize the uninvited guest. "Special Forces Captain? Rodrigo Meyer?" The authoritative captain, Rodrigo Meyer, began to question. "How has the training center been recently?" Damien tried to maintain a calm expression, still operating perfectly as usual, but Rodrigo immediately retorted, "Is that so? That's different from what I've heard." Rodrigo continued sarcastically, "Aren't there rumors that the recruit standards are even better than the official members?" Damien replied, "This is the first time I've heard such nonsense." The silver-haired captain bluntly declared, "I'm here to investigate because the quality of the members coming from the training center is utterly terrible." Damien sneered, his words sharp as a knife. "How can it be the members' fault? It's more appropriate to blame the person in charge who couldn't manage them." Rodrigo tapped his cane forcefully, increasing the pressure. "Thank you for your advice. I'll keep it in mind." Damien didn't flinch. "You're welcome." A nearby guard secretly thought in horror as he felt the confrontational aura. The mana in the air is trembling. The invisible pressure made the entire space seem to crack. The guard broke out in a cold sweat. So tense. The weak would probably faint instantly. Rodrigo changed the subject, his gaze probing. "I heard you didn't attend the royal morning meeting." Damien walked casually, replying, "That's because I had more important matters to resolve instead of unnecessary procedures." Rodrigo countered, "Important matters?" Rodrigo growled, his words full of accusatory implications. "A citizen of the Empire has more important matters than showing respect to the Emperor?" He stared intently at Damien. "The reason you act like this is because that blood flows in your veins." Damien's eyes narrowed, anger and astonishment clearly visible on his face. Rodrigo continued his psychological attack. "Didn't you skip the meeting because a recruit deserted? But don't worry, I'll handle this." Damien unexpectedly interrupted with a cold smile. "It seems you're mistaken about something." He turned his back and walked away, boldly declaring, "No recruits have deserted." Damien continued his blatant lie. "Are you sure you didn't mishear due to your old and deaf ears? The recruits simply went out with the instructors to prepare for a test." Rodrigo Meyer turned his back, his voice full of hidden meaning. "By the way, I see a lot of insects. Do you see them?" Damien cautiously asked back. "What do you mean?" The captain continued his chilling threat, metaphorically stating that he was constantly crushing the insects in the training center. Rodrigo's sharp eyes gleamed with suspicion, seemingly scrutinizing Damien's every word. Despite the pressure, Damien smirked. "Even so, it seems I've found the nest of these insects. I think I can eliminate them all." Having said that, Damien decisively took his leave. "Then I'll be going. I wish you a safe journey." Once out of sight, Damien secretly gloated. All the indigestion in my heart vanished after seeing the old captain's stunned expression. He glanced at his companion in the white cloak, continuing. "And," Damien suddenly stopped, turning to question Jan. "Everything you told me was true, wasn't it? If not, then." Jan removed his red mask, revealing his face and confident tone. "You don't need to worry about that. Just investigate, and you'll know." Damien narrowed his eyes, silently assessing the mysterious informant before him. Jan smiled, confidently asserting the absolute accuracy of what he had revealed. A memory suddenly flooded Jan's mind, taking him back to the desolate street 52 inches Simons County, where he once lived. Amidst the quiet of the old neighborhood, a childish voice called out, "Hey!" A boy with messy, dark gray hair excitedly shouted, "Open the window, I'll show you something interesting." The boy stood in front of a house, boasting, "I just caught a really big mouse. It's super cute." Standing in the deserted street, the boy continued to call out cheerfully, "Is anyone home? Open the window." The boy stared at the closed window, muttering, "Is there really no one?" The boy's expression changed, becoming serious and a little annoyed. "You're such an idiot." The window creaked open, and a voice from inside echoed, "Who would want to see something like a mouse?" A blonde girl poked her head out of the window, replying, "But if it were a squirrel, maybe." In Yan's story, the image of the Special Forces captain's daughter appeared vaguely. In the office, Damien mused, So, you played with the captain's daughter when you were young. he repeated, and Jan confirmed. Jan explained. Since there weren't many children, we all knew each other. Damien narrowed his eyes skeptically. The girl you knew from your old neighborhood turns out to be the captain's daughter. What a huge coincidence, isn't it? Jan calmly replied, yes, that's right, a coincidence. But deep down, he knew such a clumsy lie would be hard to get past him. Nevertheless, he told himself, I have to make him believe it. Jan's train of thought continued, envisioning the confrontation between Damien and Rodrigo Meyer. He knew Damien had searched everywhere for his opponent's weakness but still couldn't pinpoint its exact location. And Damien's reaction upon hearing the address was exactly the proof Jan needed to exploit. Damien interrupted his thoughts. But, it's strange. Even if you knew the location of his daughter, how did you know she was the captain's weakness? Because I heard it directly, Jan replied without hesitation, making Damien ask again. Directly? Memories flooded back, young Jan sitting on the rooftop asking his friend, why did you leave so suddenly? The girl sadly explained from the window. There are bad guys hunting my dad, and they're looking for me to threaten him. A few days later, the girl disappeared, escorted away by 2 men in black. Jan concluded the story. It was only much later that I learned they were Special Forces members, and her father was the captain. After hearing this, Damien rested his chin on his hand, an amused smile spreading across his lips. He burst out laughing. How interesting. Let's say I believe you're friends with the captain's daughter. You also know that the captain and I are at odds, and then you bring me the location of his weakness. Could there be such an astonishing coincidence? Jan looked up, his eyes innocent. Don't you think this could be the goddess of fortune helping you? Jan looked straight ahead, his eyes flashing with determination as he began the psychological game. Do you think all of this is just a coincidence? Damien growled, his suspicion evident in the pen stuck in the wall. Jan's gaze was sharp. I, on the other hand, leaned towards the hypothesis that you're the captain's spy, Damien interrupted with a sinister smile. That makes a lot more sense. Faced with the accusation, Jan calmly wiped the bloodstain from his cheek. I understand why you'd think that, he replied calmly. Because there's no way it's all just a random coincidence. Every piece of this puzzle was collected by me, his voice echoed in his mind, just to survive. Pieces of childhood memories, about the captain and his daughter, about the hierarchy within the Special Forces, and even the discord between him and the captain. Standing on his own mental jigsaw puzzle, Jan reminisced. I pieced all the memories and information together, just to survive. If I were truly a spy, he said, there'd be no need to risk escaping. This information is a contingency. I've kept it for this moment. Damien pondered, while Jan secretly calculated. I'll mix truth and lies, making him both hopeful and disappointed. The scales in the training commander's heart would waver between trust and doubt. To make those scales tip in my favor, Jan smirked. And, I also heard where his daughter went. He delivered the decisive blow, leaving Damien stunned. I must show him that trusting me will be more beneficial. Then, the scales will be forced to tip in my favor. Damien let out a breath, the skepticism in his eyes beginning to waver. He placed his hand on the table, sinking deep into thought over what he had just heard. In the silent office, Damien spoke, breaking the quiet. Is the goddess of fortune? Jan secretly wondered, have the scales tipped in my favor? Damien turned, a subtle smile appearing as he thought. Truly on my side? Success. Jan slyly said, of course, as your lucky charm. But Damien cut him off. You talk too much. Damien's voice rang out. I'll overlook today's matter. Go and watch your words, Jan replied succinctly. Understood. Jan let out a sigh of relief, his eyes gleaming. This means I've overcome a crisis. He had his own plan. He probably doesn't believe everything I said, but that's enough. I'll approach him gradually. Before leaving, Jan poked his head out to greet. Sorry for the disturbance, have a good rest, Damien merely replied indifferently. Yeah. When left alone, Damien mused. I can't believe someone like him is ranked 974, he muttered to himself. The instructor's eyes really are problematic. Flipping through the file, Damien paused. Either the testing system is flawed, or… wait. This. His gaze was fixed on the photo and the number 974 on the crumpled paper. A smile full of interest suddenly bloomed on Damien's lips. Ho? He picked up the file, his voice full of amusement. Looks like things are about to get interesting? Time passed, and a week later, everything had changed. In the Demon Realm, amidst the treacherous Blade Mountains, the first Special Forces recruit examination officially began. A week had passed since that fateful confrontation. The landscape of the Blade Mountains appeared, gloomy and deadly. This place was known as a forbidden zone of the Empire, because it was the territory of countless ferocious monsters. Without a doubt, this was a dangerous place, No sooner had the warning ended than a swamp goblin lunged out from the shadows. Nain, the captain, yelled "Die!" and swung his sword. With just one blow, the monster's head was completely crushed. The entire team quickly took defensive positions, standing over the corpse of the goblin they had just defeated. The shield-wielding recruit laughed gleefully. "Great. The demon realm is much easier than I thought," Nain warned. "Calm down. There might still be other groups of monsters." But the other recruit brushed him off. "Don't worry. It seems we've cleared out the monsters around here." He continued to daydream. "They said we just need to last a week to pass, right? At this rate, it'll be a piece of cake." "I told you to calm down," Nain growled, making the recruit flinch and apologize. Nain sternly reminded, "Are you too excited to remember the other requirements to pass? Kill monsters and collect magic stones." But the recruit once again sank into delusion. "If we collect a lot of magic stones, we might even surpass the 4 great families." "Keep a cool head and move forward," Nain ordered decisively. No sooner had he finished saying "as long as we're vigilant" than a giant hand silently reached out from behind. That hand grabbed Nain's head, and an emotionless voice echoed, "Recruit number 320, Nain, eliminated." The 2 remaining team members froze, horrified by the sudden sight. "Fall back! Where did such a huge monster come from?" they cried out in panic. The giant monster's eyes stared at them, its mouth muttering a single word. "Shake?" It was a mutated gold ogre, a species capable of concealing its presence, still clutching Nain and repeating, "Shake, shake." The gold ogre roared, "Shake," then hurled Nain's body flying. Immediately after, it charged into the remaining recruits, beginning a bloody rampage. Numbers 345 and 347, dead. The sight of 2 trainees being torn apart was broadcast live via the surveillance orb. Damien laughed gleefully at the massacre. "Haha, what a mess," the training commander coldly announced. "The first team of 30 has been wiped out." Damien continued, "Then let's proceed quickly. Every 5 minutes, we'll send 50 trainees through the warp gate." The magic gate rumbled to life, and the trainees responded in unison. "Understood." Marvin thought to himself. He was finally dragged into the demon realm. He glanced at Damien, speculating. The training commander looks pleased. He must have already sent trusted troops to scout the area. Even if there are traces, there's nothing concrete. Marvin told himself, if he wanted to approach him, he would need an extremely outstanding achievement. To do that, he first needed to improve this body, because this half-baked dragon's breath had its limits. He realized this could be an opportunity, because in the demon realm, there were still 2 unknown treasures. If he could get them, he would be able to grow even faster. Suddenly, the commander exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say? Is that true?" Marvin was surprised, wondering, "What's going on?" It's rare to see the training commander so flustered. The commander turned around and loudly ordered all trainees. "All of you, salute," he solemnly declared. "The ruler of the Kavalan Empire, the legitimate successor of the great emperor." In Marvin's memory, this test would result in 500 deaths, but there were no notable events. Yet, Crown Prince Leon Kavalan has arrived. A special event had occurred. Marvin was stunned, wondering, what is he doing here? The emperor has appeared. Jan's memories flooded back, haunted by the image of Leon Kavalan. I cannot forget him. Back in the present, Leon appeared on the high platform, and Jan bitterly realized. The face of the one who toyed with my life. In Jan's mind, Leon's savage smile appeared. It was the last face I saw before I died. Jan's eyes widened in horror, his heart pounding at the presence of his sworn enemy. Leon spoke with authority. I am Leon Kavalan, Crown Prince of this empire. Immediately, all the trainees knelt in unison, shouting their reverence. Jan gritted his teeth, his fury boiling as he faced the one he thought he would never see again. The Crown Prince gestured for everyone to stand, beginning his speech. Leon declared eloquently, promising to ensure the safety of anyone who wished to escape this hell. Standing among the officers, Damien silently listened to the Crown Prince's promise of freedom with an unreadable expression. Marvin was completely bewildered, unable to understand the royal's intentions. Jan wondered in astonishment. This benevolent facade was completely alien to the person he once knew. Another memory flashed. On the battle map, a report of Special Forces Unit 4's infiltration. In the past, Jan knelt before Leon, reporting that the mission to burn down the magic crystal mine had been a success. Leon coldly replied with a brief, emotionless compliment. When Jan suggested sending reinforcements to secure his comrade's retreat, Leon only responded with a skeptical question. On the tactical chessboard, the isolated army's situation was clear, surrounded with no escape. Leon turned away, his decision cruelly made. He ordered them to be abandoned, for the soldiers to sacrifice themselves as pawns to further deplete enemy forces. To Jan's plea, Leon replied with an icy philosophy. Jan, this world is like a chessboard. Leon continued his philosophy. Slaves, commoners, knights, and even nobles. All of them exist for a single emperor. For one king, hundreds of thousands of lives will be sacrificed. He concluded with a cruel smile. To die for me. What greater honor is there? Hearing those words, Jan gritted his teeth in fury, memories of his former commander's depravity flooding back. On the high platform, Leon continued his speech. I know there are even noble children here seeking power. He raised his voice, offering a menacing choice. I advise you to return, unless you wish to oppose me when I ascend the throne. The unexpected offer caused the trainees, including Marvin, to stir in confusion. Jan couldn't believe it, wondering if this falsely benevolent person and the butcher from his memories were one and the same. Just then, Damien stepped forward to question Leon about this unethical project. Leon coldly replied that the special forces existed only for the Emperor, enraging Damien. Don't say such ridiculous things, Damien retorted, his voice low. He asserted, the Emperor exists for the people. What good is a crown that pushes its subjects to their deaths? But Leon merely glared back. I will not allow such an ideal to exist. Damien declared that evil must be eliminated, but Leon shrugged, saying everything was legal and approved by His Majesty. Legal? Damien's question echoed along with the image of a broken sword. Leon delivered his decisive blow. If anyone here volunteers to participate, I will resign. Faced with the challenge, the entire crowd of trainees fell silent, not a single one daring to step forward. Damien thought to himself in disappointment. This idealism is truly troublesome. But then, a voice rang out from the ranks, breaking the silence. Excuse me, Your Highness. Amidst the pervasive silence, Jan declared loudly, I am recruit number 974. I want to participate in this test. Leon Cavallin paused, thinking to himself, number 974? That number sounds familiar. Facing the Crown Prince, Jan retorted, it's true I haven't been treated well, but this crazy bastard has his reason. He continued with a firm voice. There is one thing here that is given fairly regardless of rank, and I cannot let the test be stopped. Jan growled, his eyes blazing. It is the qualification for us to risk climbing higher, a fair right for all. His gaze was sharp. I will participate because there is something that must be achieved. Leon pondered for a moment, then turned. Training Commander. He looked at Damien, uttering sarcastically, you have taken in a recruit you don't deserve. Finally, Leon made his decision. Continue the test, for I cannot go back on my word. The cold Crown Prince warned, but I will observe the entire process. Understood? Below, a guard shouted loudly, have you seen the Crown Prince's generosity? Repay him with your lives. The test officially resumed. A red-hooded guard began to announce the rules. Listen carefully. I will explain about the teleportation gate. The guard pointed at the magic circle. You will enter the mountains through this gate. A diagram appeared, illustrating, once inside, your positions will be randomly assigned. The guard casually added a horrifying detail. Occasionally, bodies will disintegrate due to teleportation errors, but there's no need to worry about it. A voice rang out, calling the first person by name. Number 974. Step forward. The teleportation gate was activated. A countdown timer appeared as Jan stood in the center of the magic circle. In that brief moment, Jan pondered. In my previous life, Leon didn't come here. He was also completely different. He was confused by the changes he had caused. Is this also due to my influence? If not, then why? The clock counted down to 0. A dazzling light enveloped Jan, teleporting him to the trial battlefield. Within the stream of teleportation light, the question echoed. What exactly happened to him? A pillar of light descended upon the deadly land of the Blade Mountain. Jan gradually materialized from the center of the light. He fully emerged, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Good. My limbs are still intact, Jan muttered, checking his body after the teleportation. He realized he was alone in the wilderness, thinking to himself, damn it, thrown to a place with no one around again. I need to find a weapon first. Suddenly, a familiar scent made Jan pause. This smell, standing on the rock outcrop, he looked down into the valley and immediately recognized. It's been a long time since I smelled this. The scent of demonic energy mixed with sulfur, characteristic of this place. A strange sound echoed, making Jan's eyes grow wary. From behind, a shadow monster with glowing red eyes lunged to attack. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a massacre was underway. A giant cockatoo griffin was rampaging through a group of recruits. Run! At this rate, we'll all be wiped out, a red-haired recruit screamed in despair. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, preparing for the finishing blow. But then it suddenly froze, its eyes showing surprise. She is. From the sky, a white figure descended like a shooting star, Unleashing the skill Dark Soul Art 15, Nebula. It was Lorena Beowulf, the top-ranked recruit, who had just appeared to save them. "Thank you," the red-haired recruit whispered as the monster's head disintegrated into dust. "If it weren't for you, we would all be dead," he said to Lorena, his voice full of gratitude. The red-haired recruit explained their situation. "That's right. Our members are mostly rank 700. We are trying to escape this valley because too many people are injured. Lady Lorena, can we follow you until we get out of this valley?" a recruit timidly asked, and Lorena coldly agreed. Her mind, however, was elsewhere. "Yan. I don't see him anywhere. There's no way he'd die so early." She recalled his arrogant attitude when facing the Crown Prince, wondering, "Yan, why are you so stubborn about continuing this test?" Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind. "Tsk, tsk. It seems our beloved princess is doing something foolish again." Cruel Dwight, the second-ranked recruit, approached and scornfully asked, "You want to go with these rank 700 maggots? They'll only be a burden, won't they?" He gritted his teeth, emphasizing their uselessness. "We can't even use those rank 700 seconds as meat shields, Lorena." "Watch your words, Cruel," Lorena retorted. "A person's rank doesn't say everything about them." Cruel smirked provocatively. It seems the #1 spot will change after this test." Lorena warned, "If you focus too much on rank, you'll lose sight of what's important." Just then, Kasha Everain, the third-ranked recruit, spoke up. "You all look quite relaxed arguing here." She looked at Cruel and said, "You're too short-sighted. Even if it's an individual test, we don't need to compete with each other." Cruel pressed. "Are you also going with those maggots?" Kasha replied, "The larger the group, the easier it is to deal with crises. I promise to help all of them get through." She affirmed her ideals. "And shouldn't a noble lead the common folk?" That statement hit Cruel's sore spot, and he sneered. "Ha, a noble?" His eyes turned cold. "Can the bloodline of a traitor also be called noble?" He continued to twist the knife. "Let's see. What did the Everain family accomplish when leading the commanders?" "Be careful," he uttered a cruel threat. "It would be a waste if the last of the Everain house also ended up on the guillotine, wouldn't it?" The venomous words stunned Kasha, her face darkening for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, retorting, "Haha, thank you for your concern. I guess I've been too focused on restoring my family, but at times like these, I envy you, Cruel," she said, her eyes sharp, "because you can live as you please while your two older brothers bear the burden of the Dwight family." Rage flared. Cruel Dwight gripped Lorena Beowulf's wrist. Amidst the heated confrontation, Kasha Everain quickly intervened, trying to cool Cruel's hot head. "You bastard!" Cruel trembled, muttering, the contempt in his voice unconcealed. Lorena coldly retorted with a knife-sharp gaze. "Calm down." The white-haired trainee gnashed his teeth, only able to let out a helpless growl. "Get your hands off me." Cruel flung his hand away, brazenly blaming the other person. "Idiots." Lorena uttered one last word, then turned and left with her teammates, leaving Cruel behind. Now, only Cruel remained, alone, facing the desolate landscape of the Blade Mountains. He reassured himself. Going with those useless guys would only get in the way. "Still the same as always," Cruel muttered. But a dark memory suddenly flooded back. In the past, a boy huddled in a dark corner, haunted by whispers. "Don't desire, don't think. Just live as if you're already dead." Back in reality, Cruel cursed under his breath as the old memory returned, then suddenly noticed the bloodstains on the ground. The tracks lead behind that rock. The smell of fresh blood. Could it be a monster's lair? He speculated. Concerned about the number of enemies, Cruel decided to hide and observe the situation first, but the sight that appeared stunned him. A human sitting amidst a field of scattered goblin corpses. A pile of goblin corpses. Did he really handle all of them alone? Cruel couldn't believe his eyes. He squinted, trying to understand what the hell was going on. Then a horrifying truth was revealed. The trainee was eating the monster's flesh. Cruel froze, witnessing the barbaric scene as Jan ravenously devoured the raw meat. Immediately after, a colossal pillar of light shot straight into the sky from Jan's position. 2 items were found in the Blade Mountain. 2 orbs of energy, one white and one red, floated in space. Jan declared, "I must acquire them to carry out my plan. The first thing I can take is..." His eyes gleamed with intense focus as he identified his target. Suddenly, a shadow monster lunged forward, roaring a single word. "Meat!" Jan didn't hesitate, crushing the enemy with his bare hands in a pool of blood. He unleashed his power. 21st Dark Soul Art, Dragonflame. With cold eyes, Jan commanded, "Burn to ashes." The monster screamed tragically as it disintegrated, leaving an energy core in his hand. Jan gazed into the void, muttering his next target. "Meat." Immediately, a pack of glowing red monsters appeared, roaring in unison. and Jan merely smirked. How lucky. I didn't expect what I was looking for, he thought to himself. An entire army of monsters with glowing eyes was waiting to come to me on its own. Jan finished his thought and threw an object at them. He charged into the pack of monsters, a glowing magic crystal in his hand. A monster roared in fury as it faced the intruder. Jan flashed a savage smile, completely immersed in the battle. The scene shifted, explaining magic crystals, once merely byproducts of monster hunting, but one day, their value skyrocketed. The reason was that Professor Isaac had published a thesis at the Academy, a portrait of the magic scholar Isaac, who changed the world. The thesis stated, humans can absorb monster characteristics and mana through magic crystal. From then on, they could possess the physique of an orc, the regeneration of a troll, and the strength of an ogre. Naturally, the academic community vehemently protested. Ridiculous. The way humans and monsters use mana is completely different. Headmaster Neuron issued an ultimatum. Professor Isaac, can you prove your thesis? If not, I will be forced to expel you. But then, he himself became living proof, exclaiming in astonishment, it actually works. The thesis was proven. As soon as that was acknowledged, mana users across the continent launched into a frantic hunt. Soon, monsters appeared in pharmacies more often than in dungeons. Professor Isaac explained, the process of detoxifying magic crystals is extremely complex. It requires moonflower worms or volcanic rock. The professor took a sip of tea, smirking, but the absorption itself is incredibly simple. Just eat it. The old explanation echoed as Jan sank his teeth into the monster's heart. Standing amidst the pile of goblin corpses, he muttered, I can't believe I have to do this again. The taste is as disgusting as ever. This method requires consuming the monster's heart and magic crystal in a 2-to-1 ratio, a method to balance the crystal's mana and the heart's toxins. But the price was not small as Jan coughed up black, viscous poison. He had to gamble his life, using the dragon's breath to slowly purify the poison ravaging his internal organs. Finally stable, Jan thought to himself, this will take longer than I thought. I have to take it slow. But at that very moment, a sudden attack tore through the air, flinging him backward. Cruel, Dwight's cruel smile appeared, the culprit revealed. The ground cracked under the terrifying power of the recent blow. Cruel Dwight sneered contemptuously, what can a rank 900 do? I'll take all those magic crystals. But in the blink of an eye, Cruel realized in a panic that the target had vanished without a trace. Jan suddenly spoke from behind. Thugs like you are even more dangerous than the monsters here. Amidst the monster corpses, Cruel scoffed. Seeing a barbarian eat monster flesh with my own eyes is even more disgusting than I imagined. He set a condition. I'll spare your life if you show your sincerity, which made Jan ask what that sincerity was. Hand over all your magic crystals, and I'll show you the benevolence of a noble, Cruel declared with a greedy expression. Jan innocently replied, I don't have any, because I ate them all, causing Cruel to roar in anger. Losing all patience, Cruel yelled, there's no one here. Hand them over now if you want to live. Jan calmly replied, you're right. Then he repeated with a mad smile, there's no one else here. Cruel gloated, thinking his opponent had submitted. But then he suddenly realized something was wrong. A deadly white light shot straight towards the stunned Cruel. In an instant, Jan was behind him and delivered a fatal blow through Cruel's chest. As his consciousness faded, the image of the Dwight family crest appeared in Cruel's mind. Memories brought him back to the magnificent Dwight mansion. A childhood Cruel stood in the shadows, bitterly thinking that he was the rightful master of this place. He recalled the harsh truth at age 12. The world was full of scum, and unfortunately, 2 of them were his own siblings. Haunted by the fear that Cruel would become the heir, they pushed him onto a path of despair. Under the guise of education, they abandoned him to the special forces, a betrayal Cruel swore he would never forgive. In Cruel's mind, the specter of hatred rose, carrying a curse of destruction. I am the rightful heir, he told himself. I will crush them all. But a cold voice cut him off. Oh, you're right. Jan smirked, his eyes flashing with a cruel glint. There really is no one here. In a flash, a sudden attack pierced through Cruel's body, completely extinguishing his arrogance. Fresh blood spurted out, and Cruel could only cough in pain and disbelief. In Snake Gorge, a death road, the weak groans of the defeated echoed. Ugh, how dare you? Cruel dragged his heavy steps, venomous curses for the one who had humiliated him. I shouldn't have to, he mumbled, as goblin corpses poked out from the heavy sack. Do this kind of thing. Jan finished coldly, dragging the heavy load decisively. Tied up like an animal, Cruel still desperately yelled his status. I am the heir of the Dwight family. Jan yanked the rope. Whatever. Keep going. Stop whining about your family, he growled, tightening the rope in his hand. Jan's knife-sharp gaze bored into Cruel. If you're truly the Count's son, Then stop whining. Go. Would it kill you to help me a little? Cruel screamed. Jan replied emotionlessly, you brought this upon yourself. To the question about the pile of goblin corpses, Jan merely sneered. Shut up. You know how to use mana effectively. Cruel tried to salvage some last shred of dignity by threatening, a barbarian like you doesn't know the laws of the Empire. A rock flew straight into his face, silencing his boast. As Cruel fell to the ground clutching his broken nose, Jan coldly ordered, get up. I guess even nobles feel pain, huh? Tears of humiliation and fear streamed down, Cruel completely broken. This guy. What the hell is he? Cruel Dwight recalled the devastating blow, telling himself, I thought I was just caught off guard. In a fit of rage, he yelled, how dare you? I'll kill you. But only received a blow to the back of his neck from Jan. Despite his threats of how dare, Cruel was still thoroughly beaten by Jan. Memories of humiliation resurfaced, as Jan dragged him along, lecturing, if you apologize properly, you'll get hit less. Understand? Back in reality, Cruel lay sprawled, trying to salvage his pride. There's no way I lost to him, it's just that my mana was dispersed. Killing intent flared in his eyes, he gritted his teeth. As soon as my mana recovers, I'll kill. But his malicious train of thought was cut short by Jan's icy voice. It seems you don't understand what I'm saying. Jan's eyes flashed with a deadly red light. He growled. Do you want me to help you understand? Terror struck, Cruel quickly backpedaled. Kill. I mean, I'll kill time so we can get to know each other better. Jan warned, dark aura spreading like wings of death. Shut your mouth if you don't want to crawl on all fours. Cruel could only stammer. Yes, of course. Turning his back and walking away, Jan thought to himself, Cruel. He's a strange one. He sensed an unusual killing intent emanating from Cruel, a chaotic energy spreading in all directions. There was only one explanation for this phenomenon. Demonic arts. A specter with glowing eyes appeared in his mind. In magic, dark magic is that which borrows power from shadows. Similarly, demonic arts in martial arts is also a dangerous shortcut that allows users to grow strong quickly. But the price is extremely high, as it will erode and destroy both the body and mind of the user. Ultimately, the user will be consumed by the darkness itself, sinking deep into madness. Jan recalled, in his previous life, Cruel was also known by the title Bloodstar. He was infamous for the heinous crimes he committed, just to usurp his own family. Jan narrowed his eyes, pondering. Is it also due to demonic arts? He doesn't seem to have learned it yet. Being dragged by a rope, Cruel Dwight protested. Wait, at least let me go. Jan coldly replied. So you can run away? There's only one path here. Where could I run? Cruel yelled. I'm not an animal. Besides, this is really weird. Chibi Jan pondered. You do have a point. While Cruel continued to shout, aren't you afraid of being censored? All right, I'll let you go, Jan said, and the collar fell to the ground. Cruel sighed in relief. That's better. Just a moment ago, you seemed determined to drag me to the ends of the earth. Jan cut him off. Your task is done anyway. We've arrived. Arrived? What the hell is this? Cruel looked down in confusion at his feet, standing on a precarious rock outcrop. Jan, with a grim expression, corrected himself. This is where the second. No, before them was a colossal abyss, a fallen city. Jan declared, the place of the true treasure. He continued, his voice full of hidden meaning as he gazed into the deep darkness. Or rather, the place of the monster. Cruel thought bitterly as the dark shadows were thrown into the abyss. I can't believe I carried these corpses all the way here just for you to throw them away. Kicking the empty bag into the abyss, Cruel grumbled. There, I've dumped all the goblin corpses as you asked. My job's done, right? Jan turned, looking directly into Cruel's eyes. Cruel, let me give you a piece of advice, as a reward for your troubles. With a warning gaze, Jan commanded, run to the gate now, and don't look back. From the depths, fragments of red crystals began to float, and a surge of dark magic rose. Two glowing red spots flashed from the deep darkness. A colossal ancient dragon, its massive body covered in black scales, slowly emerged from the abyss. The monster roared, a world-shaking sound, its power trembling through space. Cruel froze, his face pale with extreme terror at the legendary creature that had just awakened. Deep in the abyss, a pair of malevolent red eyes glowed. A terrifying aura suddenly swept through, disturbing the goblin corpses. On the blood-soaked ground, the offerings lay still. Blue blood dripped from the lifeless hand of a goblin. The ground began to shake and crack ominously. From within the sea of blood, an intricate magic circle suddenly materialized. The circle emitted a crimson glow, and an ancient voice echoed from within. Who comes there? A colossal shadow with fiery eyes materialized, questioning, "Who has awakened me?" On the cliff, Cruel Dwight turned to Jan, yelling in panic. "Hey, you barbarian! What the hell did you just do?" Jan coldly looked down into the abyss, retorting, "Shouldn't the question be, what did times you times do?" With a terrifyingly calm expression, Jan whispered, "It's here." The monster's shadow rose, its voice echoing a deadly whisper. "Give them to me." A streak of light flashed in the darkness, and its roar demanded, "Give your souls to me." The streak of light opened, revealing a colossal eye, blazing like a hellish Sunday. Elsewhere, Karsa flinched. "Lorena, you feel it too, don't you?" Lorena Beowulf replied grimly, "Yes, I feel it." Both looked towards an unimaginable surge of dark magic rising from afar. Karsa said, "It's coming from Serpent's Gorge. What the hell is happening there?" She turned to Lorena, her voice filled with dread. "Lorena, I can't quite describe it because I've never faced anyone this powerful." As the vortex of dark energy became clear on the horizon, Karsa continued, "But how powerful must one be to possess that kind of magic?" Lorena Beowulf's eyes flashed with determination. "Karsa, change of plans." Lorena Beowulf decisively ordered, "We must go to the gate immediately," causing Karsa to ask in astonishment, "What? Just like this?" Standing before the trainees, Lorena shouted, "Everyone listen, return to the gate as fast as you can. Leave everything behind except essentials, even magic stones." As the trainees hastily obeyed, Karsa held her back. "Wait, Lorena. Why the rush?" Lorena turned, beginning to explain. "You asked me how great that entity's magical power was, didn't you?" "It's on par with the head of the Beowulf family," she coldly declared. Karsa froze, stammering, "The head? No way." In her mind, the image of a great warrior appeared, and she exclaimed, "You mean it's on par with the Protector of the North? Duke Beowulf? One of the 5 strongest warriors in the Empire?" She continued in utter horror. Karsa realized the harsh truth, her face paling. Then even if all the instructors combined their strength, they couldn't stop it. "We're doomed." At the same time, at the instructor's watchtower, the sky was covered by ominous red eyes. A red-robed guard pointed to the sky. "What's that?" "Something's flying this way," but the other grumbled. "Stop being lazy, help us move the supplies." From the darkness, an ancient voice echoed, full of hunger. "Still not enough, not enough. More, more." The voice roared as 2 red-robed guards were crushed by an invisible force. Amidst the chaos, a panicked trainee yelled, "Roman, what's happening?" Roman retorted, "How should I know? Just fight first." Screams echoed as figures were engulfed in a sea of crimson flames. The ancient monster roared, revealing a magic circle on its tongue. "Surrender your souls to me." Amidst this living hell, Jan began his desperate escape. He and another trainee ran headlong, their shadows stretching long on the trembling ground. The ground cracked beneath their feet. A desperate voice cried out, "Hurry!" In the chaotic retreat, a trainee yelled, "The gate is right ahead." But another worried about the strange sound behind them. Karsa suddenly felt something was wrong. She grimly ordered, "Everyone, stop!" Then turned back, questioning, "Who's there?" Before them, a trainee staggered out of the shadows, muttering, "I keep hearing this voice in my head, demanding more sacrifices, not enough souls." With crazed eyes, the possessed trainee reached forward, gasping, "I will." His body swelled abnormally as a barbaric scream echoed, "Sacrifice!" Lorena's eyes widened, unable to believe the horrifying scene unfolding. A deafening explosion rang out, and the trainee burst into a ball of black blood. "Is it an ambush?" A recruit panicked, but Karsa pointed to the sky. "No, look." The blood of the sacrifice did not fall but swirled in mid-air, drawing ancient symbols on its own. A blazing red magic circle completed, and an ancient, evil voice echoed from the void. "I have found." The spreading dark energy made the other recruits clutch their heads, writhing in pain. Karsa drew her sword, bravely facing the invisible threat, and shouted, "Everyone, be careful." Lorena shivered, feeling a terrifying magical pressure so immense that it made her grit her teeth to endure. From the darkness, a skeletal hand reached out, and the voice echoed again, "It is you, isn't it? Those who awakened me from my slumber." That hand clung tightly to the edge of space, as if tearing open an invisible gate. A skeletal creature gradually emerged from behind the magic circle, declaring, "I have awakened thanks to you. Therefore I must show my gratitude." The creature continued to rise, revealing its deformed arms. The full form of the Ancient Lich finally appeared. An entity of death and dark power, its eyes flashed with deadly light, ending its welcome with a curse. "By granting you death, mages grieved, for human life is finite, while magic is infinite." With greed clouding their reason, they researched how to pursue eternal magic, offering their souls to darkness in exchange for immortality. Thus, they transformed into undead, monsters that loathed all living beings, and finally, became a lich. Urgh. My head. The trainees clutched their heads, writhing in agony, while Lorena Beowulf realized, that's no ordinary lich. It's a monster that has absorbed countless lives, an existence that has lived almost eternally. Lorena asked herself in horror, what is a monster like that doing here? Amidst the chaos, a panicked trainee screamed, Captain! Meanwhile, Roman and his teammates were fleeing. One person asked, why are we suddenly running away? Roman snapped, shut up and look. A horrifying sight appeared. The corpses of the red-clad instructors lay scattered on the ground. Roman's eyes turned cold. The only name that came to his mind was Jan. Memories flooded back, returning to the moment just before everyone was teleported. Roman slung an arm around Jan's shoulder, scoffing. Jan, did you fail to escape too? You look better than I thought. Jan merely replied coldly, shut up. Want to team up in the Blade Mountains? Going alone is very dangerous. Forget it. I plan to go alone. Anyway, since we escaped together, I'll tell you something. What? If you feel something terrible is happening, run straight for the gate. Completely forget about the test. Back in the present, Roman roared in fury as he realized the truth. Jan, are you behind this too? What the hell are you doing? His scream echoed amidst the chaotic scene. Meanwhile, a bony hand gripped the edge of the magic circle, slowly emerging. The Ancient Lich stood tall before Lorena's group. Its ancient voice resonated. You lowly mortals, was it you who awakened me? We abandon this gate. The destination will be Gate 3, the closest one. Amidst the chaos, Lorena Beowulf commanded, all of you, run. But Kasha Everain frantically interjected, Lorena, you have to go too. The white-haired girl asserted. No, I will stay here. I will buy time for all of you to escape, she declared, her aura exploding as she entered a combat stance. Lorena entrusted, Kasha, I want you to evacuate the trainees while I'm here. Kasha desperately replied, you can't do this alone. You too. Kasha, you must survive to help your family, Lorena reminded, making Kasha click her tongue in reluctant acceptance. All right, I'm leaving it to you, Kasha yelled, then turned and led the team away. The purple-haired girl thought to herself as she ran, sorry, Lorena. I can't die here. From the opposite side, the Ancient Lich scoffed. What a fool. It looked directly at Lorena and asked, do you intend to face me alone, mortal? Lorena didn't flinch, her eyes sharpened. I still have a chance to win. She analyzed the situation. Currently, I only have two advantages. First, the blessed mithril sword, the bane of the undead. And, her train of thought was cut short as the Lich began chanting in an ancient language. A colossal dark magic circle named Skull Magic Missile formed above it. It growled a single word as a magic orb formed in its hand. Die. A barrage of skull-shaped dark energy orbs screamed as they shot towards Lorena. The white-haired girl immediately dashed forward, dodging the deadly magical barrage. Using Dark Soul mobility and winged swallow wind, she glided through the hail of bullets like a ghost. Seizing the opportunity, Lorena swung her sword, slicing through the incoming missiles. After the explosion, the Ancient Lich still stood tall, completely unaffected by the counterattack. Lorena confidently declared, this is my second advantage. She used her sword to block the Ancient Lich's magical attack. She calculated in her mind. A mage cannot attack and defend at the same time. If I can utilize these two advantages, I'll gain the upper hand. Huh? But the Lich broke all rules. It simultaneously attacked and erected a defensive magic circle. Lorena was horrified. Is that skull chanting the spell? Does that mean he can cast as many spells as he has skulls? In a flash, an invisible attack struck Lorena, making her cough up blood. Her weapon was knocked from her hand, falling to the ground in helplessness. Immediately, dark chains from the skulls shot out, binding her tightly. Captured, Lorena could only struggle in vain. She roared in indignation. You disgusting bug, release me at once. The Lich looked at the defeated opponent with amusement. How desirable. An embodiment of arrogance daring to face me alone. I will destroy that proud soul, and turn you into a corpse that only knows how to obey me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Ancient Lich's lair appeared. A lone figure silently walked through the dark hall. That figure gradually advanced through the vast, silent space. The intruder revealed themselves, a tall entity clad in a fur cloak, wearing a skull mask with antlers. The glowing eyes behind the mask observed the surroundings, assessing, this place is undefended. The stranger advanced towards the main staircase, seemingly having discovered something. This is? Jan exclaimed in surprise, realizing he had stepped into a magic trap. Immediately, the advanced fire magic firestorm activated, unleashing a colossal fireball. The intruder was completely engulfed in a raging sea of fire, However, amidst the embers, Jan remained unharmed, raising a hand to touch his mask. I thought I could raid an empty lair, but instead received a warm welcome right at the entrance. Jan removed his mask, revealing his true identity and a confident smile. He discarded his scorched cloak, explaining that he survived thanks to the volcanic pangolin skin with its extremely high fire resistance. Jan silently calculated that this lair had a total of 492 magic traps, about 30 of which were mobile. He confidently descended the stairs, monologuing about his plan to use goblins to lure the lich out of its nest, seizing the opportunity to claim the treasure. A memory flashed back. Jan recalled learning these secrets when he was a captain. In the past, after an assassination mission, he had received a fateful report. The case file documented the tragedy of the Ancient Lich that had decimated 900 trainees in the Blade Mountains. The supplementary report stated that the Lich had awakened from its long slumber to drain the trainees' blood. After that incident, the investigation team had located its ancient lair, a place filled with mysterious treasures. Inside were countless precious grimoires and chests of jewels that could make one rich for a lifetime. Returning to the present, Jan asserted that the most important item back then was missing. It was the life core, the mana egg, containing the Lich's life and power. The memory of the second report resurfaced. In his previous life, they had only found the remnants of the life core. The secret art the Emperor had bestowed upon Jan back then was incomplete. It could only absorb mana, not compress it. But now, with the life core, the ultimate form of mana still intact, Jan could use it to complete the Dragon's Breath, the ultimate, unfinished secret art. Jan smirked maliciously, thinking, if I can leverage these unimaginable opportunities, I can surpass even my power from my previous life. He stepped onto the red carpet leading into the main hall, declaring, this is it. Standing before the colossal door, Jan identified his target, the Ancient Lich's altar, located at the bottom level of the lair. The heavy metal door, carved with bizarre patterns, silently blocked the way. Looking down from above, Jan recalled the information from the report he had once read. Let's see, he said, channeling his power, and a glowing golden blade of light formed on his arm. The blade struck the door, but instead of breaking it, it activated a red defensive magic. Suddenly, a colossal guardian spirit burst from the door, flinging Jan backward. After landing, Jan dusted himself off and muttered, I heard there was a gatekeeper. So it's this. He analyzed, it reacted to me, even though I entered the passcode into the door. A non-corporeal evil spirit? Quite tricky. A magic skull appeared, announcing, face recognition seal lock. Face recognition failed. Please authenticate with the correct face. But there's still a way, Jan said confidently, placing his hand on the adjacent wall. He followed his memory. There's a place mentioned in the report. It must be around here. Oh, found it, Jan exclaimed as his hand touched a recessed stone block. A section of the wall silently slid aside, revealing a dark passageway. It was a deep, winding staircase, a secret passage for slaves to enter and exit. This path led to a labyrinth full of crude traps, which would take a considerable amount of time to navigate. Jan smiled confidently. But there's nothing a special forces captain like me can't overcome, and now I have plenty of time. At the same time, elsewhere, the Ancient Lich was confronting Lorena Beowulf, holding a dark magic shield. Lorena looked directly at the monster, her voice full of disdain. The way you act, and the way you smell, exactly like an old man. The Ancient Lich sneered. I eagerly await seeing your soul writhe. It continued with cruel threats. Shall I tear off your head to make a pet, or dismember you and graft your body onto an orc? Despite the curses, Lorena Beowulf maintained a resolute expression, thinking, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. The Lich lost patience. Enough talk, let's begin. It's over for you. Dark tentacles shot swiftly towards Lorena. Her shadow was tightly bound by those gruesome tentacles. The Lich hovered in the air, continuing to spew threats about turning her into a zombie. Lorena strained against the tentacles as they tightened their grip on her. It's over for you, the Lich declared once more, certain of victory. The tentacles attacked fiercely once again. They pierced through Lorena in a flash. The Lich cackled gleefully, but then suddenly froze. Lorena spat out a piece of tentacle, her eyes blazing. You act all high and mighty, but you taste like shit. You arrogant bitch, the Lich roared furiously. How dare you step all over me? It concentrated dark magic, yelling, I'll turn you to dust right here. Dark annihilation magic, dark rupture. The destructive attack was about to be unleashed, but the Lich suddenly stopped, its eyes wide with astonishment. Lorena was also bewildered by this sudden change. She confusedly watched the monster turn away, wondering, why did it stop its attack? The Lich trembled, muttering in panic. This feeling, it can't be. It realized a horrifying truth upon seeing the shattered altar door. The barrier I erected on the altar has been broken. The altar door was shattered. The Lich roared from the battlefield. Has someone broken in? It turned to Lorena Beowulf, realizing it had fallen for a trick. You're just a decoy. The plan was for you to hold me off while that rat snuck in, wasn't it? It snarled, while Lorena responded in shock. A decoy? What are you talking about? Silence, cunning spirit, the Lich roared, unleashing a gravity wave that shattered the ground beneath Lorena's feet. Leaving the injured Lorena behind, it declared, I'm returning to my lair. Open the gate. A blazing red magic circle appeared, and it commanded, Coordinates will be gate 127 to 5. The Lich stepped into the teleportation gate, its only goal in mind. To the altar. Left behind, Lorena painfully braced herself on the ground. She looked around in confusion. Where did he suddenly disappear to? Meanwhile, a surge of dark energy enveloped the space. The scene shifted to the Lich's altar, now eerily silent. Its voice echoed through the empty hall. Who is it? The Lich appeared in the middle of the altar, its body trembling with rage. Who dares defile my altar? It couldn't believe it. That person bypassed my millennia, old defenses and traps, and even knew the exact location of the altar. Suddenly, it froze upon seeing empty elixir bottles scattered on the floor. My elixirs, it shrieked in despair. Who drank all of them? Those were the finest secret elixirs, refined for a millennium to regenerate mana and a physical body. I prepared them for 1,000 years to be reborn as a human. All my efforts have gone up in smoke, it wailed in agony. A voice rang out from the throne. Premium elixirs. No wonder they taste so good. The Lich spun around, recognizing the intruder. It's you. The one who breached my barrier. Jan lightly shook an elixir bottle, teasing, calm down, chill. Perched on the altar, he held out the bottle. Let's have a drink together. What's the point of hoarding these things? Then he chugged it down, praising its taste and sarcastically remarking, Don't you know that not saving is the same as wasting? The ancient Lich growled, unable to believe the intruder was a drunken brat instead of some powerful enemy. Facing the threat from below the stairs, Jan merely shrugged. Coming in through the main gate was worth it, wasn't it? He smirked. You didn't even know your own lair was being raided. To the question of why he broke the main gate, Jan replied with another question, exposing his opponent's ignorance. He feigned hesitation. Oh, that. A fleeting image flashed in Jan's mind. The silhouette of Lorena Beowulf appeared, a memory of a dazzling flash of light. The moment the barrier was broken, returning to that moment, Jan plunged down from above, declaring, Because I suddenly felt like it. A blazing red explosion engulfed everything, and the memory ended. Back in the present, Jan continued to fan the flames. Did you collect all those things like a recluse for 1,000 years? The Lich sneered in fury, but Jan merely asked coldly, Do you know how I collected them? My name is Momon, the Lich roared. The one who is prepared for 1,000 years for revenge. Its eyes blazed with hatred. A mere rat like you dares to ruin my plans. In a fit of rage, it screamed its past pain. I even swallowed the humiliation of becoming an undead. My grand plan has now gone up in smoke because of you, Momon shrieked. But Jan casually replied, All right, my apologies. He continued to drink the last drops of elixir, muttering, Wow, I'm really drunk. Losing all patience, Momon raised its hand, and the magic circle blazed. You damn brat! Your arrogance knows no bounds. Momon roared, unleashing grand fire magic. I will burn away your arrogant bloodline. Jan merely bowed his head silently, seemingly unfazed by the destructive attack. But then, his furious purple eyes looked up, issuing a single command. Stop! The ferocious magic flames instantly vanished before they could even touch him. Stunned, Momon brought its skeletal hand to Jan's forehead, trying to understand what had just happened. Impossible. This mana energy, Momon exclaimed in horror, while Jan merely smirked. You're quite perceptive. Shock turned into fury as Momon realized the horrifying truth. You bastard. My life core? Jan calmly pulled open his shirt, revealing a blazing magic sigil on his chest. You absorbed it? Momon shrieked, unable to believe its eyes. It grabbed Jan, still unable to accept this deadly familiar energy source. Jan maintained his smug smile, further infuriating Momon. You little brat. You absorbed my life core? The old Lich wailed in despair. Suddenly, Momon recognized the shape of the sigil. That's a mana heart? You used my life core to create a mana heart. The final question burst out in utter bewilderment. How do you know how to use a mana heart? In the vast sanctuary, on the bridge spanning the blazing red abyss, the situation had completely reversed. Having achieved his goal, Jan immediately turned and fled with astonishing speed. He shot across the bridge, leaving only a blur behind him. A fierce rain of fire poured down on the bridge, but it was too late. Momon chased after him, its voice full of sarcasm. A weakling like you runs quite fast, doesn't he? As he fled, Jan shouted, If it were you, would you stand still and die? I'm holding your life core right now. Kill me, and you'll be finished too. Momon roared from behind. No! I won't kill you. I will use your body to revive. The Lich's declaration stunned Yan. You destroyed my millennium-long work, so I'll take your body as a replacement. Isn't that a fair trade? That body which has absorbed my life core and elixirs. I will use it for myself. Yan screamed back in horror. You want to use my body? The young man replied sarcastically. Sorry, but that's not my taste. Which infuriated Momon. What the hell are you talking about? Give up, Momon roared, beginning to chant. I will use your body carefully. Yan was astonished as countless magic circles of the hexagonal storm simultaneously appeared. Cornered, he decided. Then you leave me no other choice. Dragon's breath. Blazing golden energy streams shot out from Yan's magic circles to meet the attack. He poured all his strength, activating his mana heart. The two colossal magical energies collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire bridge shook violently, the ground shattering under the destructive power. Momon looked at the rubble, muttering, It's been a long time since I used this move. I must have lost control of my power. He's not dead, is he? Are you worried about me? How touching, a voice echoed, and Yan was already standing right behind the Lich. You rat! Momon roared in fury, swinging her hand to unleash a deadly magic ray. But Yan vanished in a flash of light, leaving Momon stunned. What kind of speed is this? How can that puny rat be so fast? Yan successfully escaped through the gate, leaving behind a seething enemy and a devastated battlefield. A streak of white light shot through the ruined gate, marking a spectacular escape. As he sped away, Yan marveled inwardly. I never thought it would be this good. The mana heart is circulating an endless supply of energy. He felt the surging power within, wondering, is this the true power of the dragon's breath? Memories flooded back of the things he had absorbed. Monster hearts, mana crystals, and countless elixirs. In his past life, Yan stood before the altar, aiming for the ultimate goal, and even the Lich's life core. I devoured everything to become stronger. His hand clenched the blazing red life orb, beginning the ambitious assimilation process. Magical energy erupted as he absorbed its power, thinking, at this rate, I won't just return to my peak, but I can climb even higher. The past Yan stood at the pinnacle of glory, amidst countless defeated foes. Back in reality, his train of thought was cut short as Yan suddenly stopped. He realized in horror that the exit had vanished, leaving only a bare wall. A dead end? Where's the gate? A chilling laugh echoed from behind. Momon triumphantly declared, Ha ha ha, you're just a trapped rat. I've closed the gate. Facing the enemy, Yan realized the perilous situation. If that's the case, I have to kill this Lich. But then he quickly dismissed the thought. No, I can't. I've used up all my weapons. There's no way to fight her. Momon began to chant, a blazing red magic circle lighting up beneath her feet. Just its body. Summoning spell. She unleashed an undead summoning spell, and a colossal energy dragon skull roared and lunged towards Yan. Yan thought desperately, I have no way to fight her. But, nevertheless, he stood firm, his gaze resolute as he faced the fatal attack. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, and a deep voice echoed, Are you all right? Leon Cavalon appeared like a god, drawing his sword and shielding Yan. You've done very well. Leave the rest to me. He cast a sharp glance at Momon. I came because I heard there was an incident during training. I didn't expect to encounter a monster like this. Leon Cavalon stood in front of Yan, his voice hardening. Hundreds of trainees have gone missing or died because of you. They were also my subjects. Flowers that withered before they could bloom. His eyes blazed with indignation. I will never forgive you. Momon remained silent, observing the newcomer with extraordinary presence. Then, Leon turned to Yan, who had just bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. You look like a trainee. Why are you here? I was hunting the Lich and got separated from the others, Yan replied, making Leon nod. You must be the one who reported this location to us. Well done. Now, go. Yan thought to himself, a subtle smile appearing. The Crown Prince arrived just in time. Well done, Roman. Memories flooded back. Before the first test, Yan had instructed Roman. When you reach the gate, report these coordinates to the drill instructor. Try to make sure the Crown Prince also hears it. The coordinates are 224, 7. Back in the present, Momon looked at Leon in astonishment. This body and energy. It can't be, she growled, asking, while Leon merely replied, bewildered. You, what is your relation to Bahamut? Bahamut? How do you know the name of our founding emperor? Leon's reply stunned Momon. Founding emperor? I can't believe you're a descendant of Bahamut. What a cruel twist of fate, Momon roared. while Leon remained silent. A dark memory resurfaced in Momon's mind, an image of Bahamut sneering. How ridiculous! Momon, I can't believe you created the dragon's breath. Truly astonishing. Then his voice turned chilling. Today is a special day, just like that day. You have fulfilled your role. Now, die for me. The dragon's breath belongs to me, Bahamut. Fury erupted. Momon gritted her teeth. I can't believe the descendant of my sworn enemy would appear before me like this. Her entire body trembled with hatred. Bahamut is the founding emperor. I can't believe you're his descendant. Leon merely watched coldly as Momon burst into maniacal laughter. How ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Momon's laughter twisted into a gruesome sneer. Today is a special day, exactly like that day. The ghost of Bahamut's past seemed to reappear, repeating Momon's curse. I can't believe the descendant of my sworn enemy would appear before me like this. History forgotten. Secrets buried in ancient archives of knowledge. A colossal magic circle blazed beneath Momon's feet, signaling a terrible wrath about to be unleashed. In a fit of rage, an ancient memory resurfaced in Momon's mind. The story began long ago, when he was a mage amidst a library of endless knowledge. I've always wondered, Momon's voice echoed through the ages, about the stable energy flow of a power core and the explosive amplification capability of a magic circle. If those two were to merge, how great a power would be born. To satisfy his curiosity, Momon used his close friend Bahamut's body as an experiment, and a new type of magic power was born. That was the birth of demonic heart power. As Bahamut smugly flexed his muscles, Momon merely grumbled, "Put some clothes on. I feel power surging," Bahamut exclaimed excitedly. With this, I can create an entirely new martial art. Together, they created a supreme technique based on demonic heart power. They proudly named it Dragon's Breath. Bahamut asserted, its potential doesn't stop here. But then, a cold voice rang out. I'm sorry, Momon. Bahamut? What are you doing? Momon cried in horror as he saw his hand being corroded by a dark poison. Your role ends here, Bahamut declared, leaving Momon to collapse in pain and despair. Amidst the defiled library, Bahamut offered false praise. Momon, my friend, you truly are extraordinary. Without you, Dragon's Breath would not exist. Then, the traitor's true face was revealed. Therefore, I need you to die. You know too much. All of this must belong to me alone. Bahamut coldly turned his back, leaving his close friend to vanish into darkness. Momon monologued about the pain of betrayal, his withered hand hanging limply on the cold ground. Following the stream of memories, his body disintegrated into dry bones, only his soul held by the last vestiges of magic power. With a single thought, he cast a spell upon his decaying body. From the shadows, a lich arose, its face a grotesque skull, and that thought blazed into a fire in its eye sockets. Revenge. He would punish the one who stole everything, making the traitor pay for his sins. Returning to the present, in the royal hall, an earth-shattering battle was unfolding. After 1,000 years of preparation, Momon launched the first attack, but he was immediately repelled by an invisible force, his cloak flapping wildly in the wind. Momon looked up in astonishment, unable to believe what was happening. Leon Cavalin descended like an enraged angel, shattering the stone slab blocking his path, causing Momon to roar. Your insolence knows no bounds. The collision created a terrifying energy explosion. Undeterred, Momon unleashed parallel calculation magic, roaring, I will turn you to dust, hexagonal storm. But in response came a blinding flash of light. Secret art. Dragon's Breath. Momon's magic circles shattered before that overwhelming power, leaving him stunned. Leon Cavalin descended with the supreme technique Golden Dragon Descent, light dragons roaring around him. Recognizing the familiar power, Momon screamed in despair. Bahamut, even after death, you still find ways to torment me, Leon retorted, his eyes blazing. Lich, you are not permitted to utter the name of our great founding emperor. Two streams of energy, one of light and one of darkness, collided fiercely. Leon's supreme technique, Golden Dragon Descent, completely overwhelmed, tearing through Momon's magic and engulfing him in destructive light. Momon's defensive magic shattered before Leon Cavalin's brilliant sword aura. Completely overwhelmed, Momon roared. Unbelievable. I didn't even have time to activate the magic circle. If that's the case then, my slaves, seize that bastard. He summoned countless vengeful spirits from the crimson magic circles. Leon scoffed. Do you think this petty magic can stop me? This situation only benefits me more, because everyone is gathered in one place. Golden Dragon Summon, Third Form, Starving Dragon. A colossal light dragon materialized. All of Momon's dark magic was incinerated by the pure energy in an instant. Both unleashed stronger moves, Momon screaming, You brat, how dare you? Die! while Leon coldly retorted, "Begone, you relic of the past." Both sides poured all their power into the final blow, one with destructive magic, the other with royal sword secret arts. Light and darkness collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire hall shook violently under the terrifying power of the two energy streams. Standing on the balcony, Jan could only utter one word: unbelievable. He couldn't believe the prince could be on par with the Ancient Lich, wondering who the real monster was here. Jan muttered, "A materialized sword aura, truly worthy of the dragon's name. Is it due to the influence of dragon's breath? This is a good opportunity," he thought, to see the prince's true strength. He realized that sooner or later, he would have to confront this man, but Jan quickly dismissed it. "Well, at least not now. The top priority is finding my family. Or perhaps, while they're busy, I should slip away." Just as he turned to leave, a deep voice resonated. "Where do you think you're going?" Rodrigo Meyer, captain of the Special Forces, had appeared behind Jan at some point, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Things are just starting to get interesting." Jan froze, a sudden realization dawning on him. Rodrigo Meyer. I had forgotten about him. Jan thought to himself, "This is truly strange." Rodrigo Meyer's eyes sharpened, and he muttered, "The trainee's escape and the Lich's appearance." Placing a hand on the young man's shoulder, Rodrigo smiled meaningfully. "Things are just starting to get interesting." He continued his thoughts. "Number 974, it seems you've always been at the center of both incidents." In the distance, Damien nervously exclaimed, "Captain Rodrigo." Rodrigo coldly corrected Jan. "Call me sir instead." "Training standards must have gone to hell," Rodrigo grumbled, making Jan secretly conclude that he was a chatterbox. Rodrigo began to recount. Although the training commander tried to cover up the escape, but that was after the incident had been reported upstairs. In the flashback, Rodrigo received a report from his subordinate. He was stunned. 4 trainees escaped? The report showed a total of 4 escapees, with numbers ranging from tens to over 900. 3 of the high-ranking trainees were captured in a nearby forest. Pursuit Squad 3 was dispatched to hunt down the last one, but the entire squad was found dead, and the escapee vanished without a trace. Returning to the present, Rodrigo looked directly at Jan, his voice sharp. "You are the last trainee from that escape." Jan remained silent, his purple eyes reflecting a complex expression. Standing on the steps, Rodrigo listed, "Surviving an encounter with the pursuit squad and the commander, then escaping death from the Ancient Lich. Was it all just luck? I doubt that," he concluded. "This isn't merely luck." Jan nonchalantly replied to Rodrigo Meyer, "It's super luck indeed. I must have done a lot of good deeds in my past life," leaving the captain speechless as he thought. He's so young, yet he's already making old man jokes. He continued to fabricate a story. "I was threatened by the rest of the escape group to be their porter. When I was about to be sacrificed by the Lich, the Crown Prince appeared and saved me. It was all thanks to luck?" Rodrigo growled, disbelieving, but Jan merely confirmed casually, "Yes, I'm truly lucky." With a challenging gaze, Jan retorted, "Are you going to punish me for being lucky?" Leaving Rodrigo stunned. The captain gritted his teeth, anger flaring within him. That insolent brat. I can't believe he dares to speak to me like that. He secretly assessed, a mere trainee number 974 with such audacity. Or was he the illegitimate child of some noble family? Meanwhile, the battle below continued, so Jan asked, "Sir, aren't you going to help the Crown Prince?" But Rodrigo coldly dismissed him. "Don't be foolish. If I tried to help, I'd only get in his way," Rodrigo explained, and Jan had to admit that there was no opening for a third person to intervene. But in Jan's mind, there was another thought. The Lich. His life core is gone, but he's still alive. At the same time, Momon also noticed something unusual, wondering if she couldn't absorb it completely. Jan decided, if I activate my mana heart to absorb it completely. Just then, Leon Cavalin unleashed a finishing blow, shouting, "It's over!" A dazzling beam of holy light descended, but Momon narrowly dodged it in the nick of time. Forced onto the defensive, Momon could only flee before Leon's relentless attacks, the mad Lich furiously screaming, "Shut up!" Suddenly, he felt his mana output plummeting rapidly, as if something was draining his mana. In a panic, Momon suddenly realized. He looked up at the balcony and exclaimed, "No way?" From above, Jan gave a thumbs up with a provocative smile, making Momon realize it was all his doing. "You damn brat, how dare you mock me like this?" Momon roared in fury, ignoring the stunned Leon. "I won't hold back anymore." He tore off his cloak, revealing his true intentions in his frenzy. "I wanted to seize that body." "That? I don't care about any of that anymore." Leon cast aside all hesitation, his eyes gleaming with steely resolve. "Right here, right now," Momon roared, activating the life core. "I'll kill all of you." The Ancient Lich unleashed its ultimate magic. "This is domain expansion," Leon recognized the legendary skill in horror. That's. From a distance, Jan and Rodrigo Meyer were frozen in horror at the terrifying sight. Momon directed all his power towards Leon, roaring, "Die!" Descendant of Bahamut, Leon wondered in horror. Is he trying to kill everyone, including himself? "I won't let that happen," Jan whispered, his eyes flashing with determination to intervene. He placed his hand on his chest, channeling all his power. Mana Heart, full power, a colossal magic circle activated, aiming directly to absorb all the mana from the life core. The Ancient Lich suddenly froze, feeling its energy plummeting uncontrollably. "Ugh, my mana." Momon staggered, and Leon seized the golden opportunity. "An opening. I'll finish you with this." He unleashed the Golden Dragon's Advent ultimate skill, but the immense power shattered even Leon's sword tip. The fragments were easily blocked by Momon's defensive magic circles. "It's useless," Momon scoffed. Within domain expansion, such an attack can't have any effect. Despite the taunt, Leon focused energy into the broken hilt, roaring, "Appear." Dragon Sword, a sword of pure light formed, piercing through all defenses and shattering Momon's body. The Lich collapsed in pain, and Leon was also exhausted after delivering the finishing blow. Blood splattered, signaling the battle's end. Leon declared, "It's over," but the fallen Momon still whispered, "Not yet." In his dying throes, Momon bitterly said, "Everything has gone downhill. You were right before my eyes. 1,000 years of preparation, 1,000 years of hatred, all turned to dust because of one brat." Looking at Leon, Momon only saw the shadow of an old enemy. Bahamut. Why? The pain of betrayal surged. "I was willing to sacrifice my very life for you." In his final scream, he questioned, "Why? Why did you betray me?" Leon quietly closed his eyes as the Lich's body shattered into pieces. Momon's last fragments vanished into nothingness. Opening his eyes, Leon sighed. "It's over. Truly a formidable opponent." He shivered, recalling the domain expansion. If it had been perfect, all would have been annihilated. Leon bitterly admitted, "I'm still too weak." Rodrigo Meyer and Jan approached, the captain grumbling, "Your Highness, you are gravely injured." But Leon waved him off. The Crown Prince turned to ask Jan if he was all right, and he replied that he survived thanks to His Highness's grace. Leon ordered Rodrigo Meyer, "Captain, take the recruit to the medical team." Jan thought to himself, after this incident, all training sessions at the Blade Mountains were cancelled, the outcome far exceeding his imagination. He had successfully created his mana heart from the life vessel, and at the same time, witnessed the Crown Prince's capabilities. With a subtle smile, Jan murmured to himself, "Thank you, Momon. It's all thanks to you." The great hall returned to its inherent silence. The terrifying battle had truly ended. Momon's tattered cloak fragment fell onto the cold stone floor. From the darkness, the Ancient Lich's last eye gleamed, then faded. The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion, splendid under magnificent chandeliers. Beside a glass of wine, a voice echoed, "It's been a long time since I've had this. In my previous life, I drank it often." Jan relaxed on the sofa, finally having a moment of peace after a long series of days. He closed his eyes, and the image of the mighty Lich reappeared. Resting like this, it feels like the events in the mountains are already a distant past. Jan looked around the splendid room, sighing in awe. "I can't believe a mansion like this is for recruits. Do all nobles live in places like this? It's a world apart from the hell I used to be in." On one side was a cramped cave. On the other, a 1,000-square-meter mansion with every amenity. "It seems doing well on the test has its advantages," Jan mused, recalling the results he had just received. Memories flooded back, an officer's voice echoing through the great hall. "Well done, everyone. Although the first test had to be suspended due to an unexpected incident, thanks to the Crown Prince's swift response, we were able to end the disaster and safely halt the test. Those who survived, be proud of it. Now, we will announce the results. Ranks 1 to 10 are top, ranks 11 to 100 are average. The rest will be bottom." It seems the training commander isn't here. A red-clad guard stepped out to announce, "Your accommodations will be divided according to your results. Those who performed well will be granted access to the royal treasury." The announcement caused a stir among the recruits. "We'll get to enter the royal treasury?" The royal treasury, where countless weapons, treasures, and secret techniques from the founding of the empire were kept. Among them were hundreds of holy swords and bookshelves filled with technical manuals as vast as a fortress. Access was strictly divided. The top 10 could go to the 3rd floor, the top 100 to the 2nd floor, and the rest could only enter the 1st floor. The announcer declared loudly, "All right, now we will reveal the rankings." "Rank 5, Roman muttered. Only 5th place?" "Rank 4, Cruel, Dwight sneered. They don't even let us go to the 4th and 5th floors, where the real treasures are, yet they act like it's a big deal. Rank 3. Kasha Everain smiled contentedly. I managed to get 3rd place without much loss. And in 2nd place was Lorena Beowulf, who quietly accepted the results with a pensive expression. The crowd buzzed. Lorena isn't 1st place? Then who is 1st place? No one could have done better than her. But in Lorena's mind, those numbers held no meaning. Facing the true monster, she realized how weak she was, and the 1st place ranking was just an empty facade. I need to become stronger. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out. How pathetic. Lady Lorena. Cruel smirked. You always act as if you can protect everything. But in the end, you couldn't even hold on to your own 1st place. Kasha quickly interjected. Ignore him, Lorena. Cruel. But Cruel brushed aside her words, continuing to taunt. I heard you tried to stop the Lich alone. How astonishing. Truly a role model for the nobility, then yelled. Kasha, shut up. He stepped closer, his smile turning venomous. Oh, there's a strange rumor going around. That you, Lorena, didn't fight the Lich at all. You only survived by begging for your life. Lorena unexpectedly replied, her voice calm. That's not wrong. Because the Lich is not someone I can defeat with my own strength. She looked him coldly in the eye. Thank you for caring about rumors about me. Why don't you focus that attention on your own results? Cruel froze, then roared. What did you say? But then he burst out laughing, a malicious grin. Lorena, you're too kind. Living like this. Cruel mocked Kasha. Do you think you can fill the position of the deceased Duke Beowulf? Kasha turned back coldly, calling his name. Cruel. He continued to ramble about the position of heir to the Beowulf family, which was now masterless, too perfect for your current situation. Oh, wait, did you perhaps create that opportunity for yourself? Cruel sneered, stepping closer. If that's true, it would be shocking news. Let me ask you this. He uttered a blatant threat. Try to guess if you'll die here. A simple question, isn't it? Suddenly, Cruel roared, turning his attention to Lorena. Yes, Lorena. That's the look I want to see. You and I are the same. That mask of yours, I'll tear it off for you to see. He reached out and grabbed Kasha's hair. I'll put your mask on for you. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out as a hand stopped Cruel. Is it that hard to stay put? Cruel cried out in pain as the unknown hand twisted his wrist and pulled his ear. It's going to tear. Stop. My ear. Who the hell are you? Meanwhile, downstairs, the examiner began to announce. Now I will announce the 1st place. The top student is number 974, Jan. Jan revealed himself, gripping the stunned Cruel's ear tightly. The entire audience buzzed at the unbelievable result. A low-ranking recruit had managed to take 1st place. Other recruits began to chatter. Number 974's 1st place? Jan? I've heard of him before. Lorena couldn't hide her astonishment either. Jan. Your 1st place? Cruel, despite the pain, growled. How could trash like you? Let go of me immediately, or… Jan replied with a single word, his gaze sharp as a knife. Or? Cruel's arrogance vanished, replaced by a pathetic whimper. I just wanted to say, it hurts too much. Jan, recruit 974, started a conversation with Kasha Everain, accidentally calling out Lorena's name, but the purple-haired girl just smiled it off. Kasha Everain was curious about the relationship between Jan, recruit 974, and Cruel Dwight, and also glad that Lorena Beowulf was safe and sound. Inwardly, Kasha Everain admitted, Jan. I knew he wasn't ordinary, but I never expected him to scare an arrogant person like Cruel Dwight to that extent. She sensed a terrifying surge of power, poised to erupt from the 1st place recruit. Pushing aside all her questions, Kasha Everain decided to speak first. Jan, she mischievously tattled, Cruel Dwight has been muttering curses about you this whole time, making the silver-haired man frantically deny it. A series of pained screams rang out, and Cruel Dwight once again tasted suffering. The scene shifted. Jan was now in the luxurious mansion reserved for the top student, pondering, being in a place like this is harder than I thought. He had also received a book from the royal treasury. Lost in silence, Jan turned his gaze towards the door. He spoke, breaking the stillness. Come in. The recruit exhaled, calmly awaiting the uninvited guest. The door creaked open, and a voice from outside rang out, both surprised and impressed. How did you know I was out here? Not bad. I even concealed my presence. Damien entered, a meaningful smile on his face. You haven't forgotten, have you? There are still a few things we need to settle between us. The door behind the red-haired officer slowly closed. You haven't forgotten, have you? Damien's voice echoed as Jan remained silent. The officer stood there, his gaze sharp, reiterating his purpose. Seated on the sofa, Damien took a sip of wine and asked, To your taste? I prepared it knowing you would come, Damien explained. And Jan merely replied coldly. Quite good. Damien scoffed. More blatant lies. Even if you try to erase your presence, that aura cannot disappear. Damien recalled the Crown Prince's words. What did you do to the Crown Prince? He seemed very worried about you, even ordering that recruit number 974's treatment be monitored. Jan calmly replied. Perhaps it was just his momentary curiosity, causing Damien to ask again. Momentary curiosity? But it's a shame, Damien said, raising his wineglass. Even though I feel bad for the Crown Prince, I'm wondering if I should kill you. Damien smirked. I just received a report. He revealed the address, Simon's District, Unit 52, causing Jan's eyes to subtly twitch. There's no one there, Damien continued. Though that's not surprising. We were told no one had lived there for years. Jan offered a theory. I guess the old fox, the Special Forces captain, has already acted. He wiped everything clean after realizing he was being watched. Damien dismissed it. No, I'm not blaming you for that. Because whether you're lying or not no longer matters. What I mean is, Damien stomped his foot, and a dark magic circle rose. You are no longer useful. Shadowblade. Dark blades pierced Jan's body. Amidst the rubble, a voice rang out. If that's the case, Damien was astonished when the smoke cleared, and Jan was nowhere to be seen. Jan appeared in another corner, holding a book. I don't think you should kill me. Damien was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He dodged that attack? Because I've discovered a crucial piece of the puzzle, Jan said, his gaze sharp. Damien stared in shock at the book in Jan's hand, titled Research Log of Blocked Meridians. Jan began to reminisce. This is a book I took from the Royal Treasury. Although I could have gone to the 3rd floor, I chose the Special Forces Library on the 1st floor, where every captain's log is kept. Most of the records were about training methods or monsters. Jan searched through his memories. Not this book. Not this one either. Suddenly, a discovery flashed in his mind. It's this one. I found Captain Rodrigo's research log on blocked meridians, Jan explained. Blocked meridians are a physical condition that prevents energy from flowing through the body. If prolonged, the energy will gradually weaken, eventually leading to death. Returning to reality, Damien skeptically asked, So what? Is there a problem with this? Isn't it strange for a captain to research it? The Special Forces cannot have anyone with this condition, and the interesting thing is, he himself researched it. He certainly doesn't have blocked meridians. But, what if it's his daughter? The weakness, always staying indoors. The symptoms all match. The captain researched all of this just to save his daughter. I thought he hit her because she was his weakness, but that's not it. He was simply looking for a good doctor. My approach was wrong from the start. Damien lost his patience. His daughter isn't a weakness. What exactly are you trying to say? Jan smirked meaningfully. With just this, we can't bind him, but instead of a chain, we can take his life. Jan began to argue. The blocked meridian disease is still incurable. It can only be maintained with a massive amount of medicine. With that exorbitant cost, he continued, I believe he's forced to seek illegal sources of money, and the easiest place to do that is to embezzle the Special Forces' public funds. Jan envisioned the scene. Just find proof that he's hiding money. We can easily take down that old fox. Damien was skeptical. However, everything you've said is just a hypothesis, Jan calmly replied. That's right. But if it's true, we can bury him completely. With sharp eyes, he emphasized. More importantly, you have no risk at all, because you always have a legitimate reason to pursue an embezzler. Damien pondered the irresistible offer. Legitimate, huh? A glint flashed in his eyes, and he decided, not bad. Damien tossed the research log back to Jan, officially approving the plan. I have people in the investigation team, he said. Everything will go smoothly. Now go and learn more about blocked meridians. Jan smirked inwardly. He took the bait. The plan will definitely succeed, because everything I said is true. He recalled from his past life. The captain used public funds for his daughter, a case that caused a huge stir. Suddenly, Damien remembered something. Now that I think about it, you gave up all those valuable weapons on the 3rd floor just to find this book on the 1st floor? Jan skillfully replied, Those things are meaningless if I can be of use to you. Damien could only sigh in acceptance. Damien turned and walked away, declaring, All right, I'll give you that reward, and from now on, you're excused from basic training. Jan was completely surprised by Damien's decision. What do you mean? Damien glanced over. A decision already made. Number 974, I will take you as my disciple, Damien declared, leaving Jan stunned by the title disciple of the drill instructor. But behind that expression, a subtle smile secretly bloomed on Jan's lips. The offer was emphasized once more. I will take you as my student, recruit 974. Damien turned on his heel, admitting, "Honestly, I quite like you. You're on a completely different level from my previous plaything. This is the best chance to get close to him," Jan thought to himself, a triumphant smile evident. He immediately put on an act, feigning confusion. "Me, sir? I'm not good enough," which stunned Damien. Damien recalled the moment during the test. "You were quite excellent, even ambushing me successfully." Jan continued his role as the underdog. "But in the end, you caught me. I'm worried I'll damage your reputation." Losing all patience, Damien roared, "Shut up. I've chosen you as my new plaything. I mean, student. So just accept it and get ready." His shout echoed just before the door slammed shut. The room fell silent. Jan calmly thought, "Good. He's lost his patience." He raised his pocket watch, the target now within reach. "Finally, I have a chance to get close to him." The watch's surface reflected Damien's tattoo, a symbol of the secret Jan was hunting. His gaze sharpened, full of determination. "Now I have a chance to learn more about them." The scene shifted to the third arena, a majestic and secluded place. This was a private training center reserved for high-ranking individuals, a place ordinary recruits would never set foot in. Inside the vast space, a steady count echoed. 192. 195. 199. Jan was taking advantage of his new privilege, beginning his own rigorous training. Jan was pushing himself to the limit, muttering 200, as he performed one-handed push-ups. The solemn banners of the third arena silently witnessed his solitary effort. After finishing his workout, Jan decided to rest, thinking to himself, "It feels a bit awkward being here alone." He felt the pulse of his mana heart, realizing, "I can feel my body changing," but the transformation was too slow, leading him to decide he would continue physical training for a while. His thoughts drifted to the reason he had this privilege. "I'm allowed to use this place thanks to the head drill sergeant, a special favor that allowed him to monopolize this luxurious training space." He recalled the contrasting reactions, Cruel Dwight's anger and Kasha Everain's goodwill. "And now Lorena Beowulf is paying even more attention to me," Jan muttered, recalling her observant gaze. He reminisced about his plan, that the book he feigned interest in was just a decoy, while his true goal was something else. "The book I really want is this one," he thought, holding another book with a triumphant smile. It was The Birth of the Empire, a historical text supposedly penned by the Empire's founding father himself. "Now I have a mana heart, but I still can't perfectly use the dragon's breath." That ultimate skill was the result of a collaboration between the founding father, Bahamut, and Momon. "Right now, I need the founding father's knowledge," Jan mused, determined to seek the secret within the book. He briefly thought of Momon's tragic fate, understanding the hatred of one who was betrayed, and had everything stolen. Shaking off those thoughts, Jan opened the ancient book. "Let's see. I wonder if he left any clues." His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the pages. "There's nothing written here." The book was completely blank. Jan flipped through the pages, exclaiming in frustration, "What? The other pages are also blank. Could the rumor that the founding father wrote this book be false?" He pondered. "Bahamut even killed Momon to monopolize the dragon's breath, so I doubt he would leave any easy clues. Or perhaps," another thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, as if a dark hand was reaching out. Jan spun around, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. But the arena was completely empty, not a soul in sight. "Was I just imagining things?" he wondered. "I just felt someone's presence." Jan's purple eyes narrowed as he looked at the pages once more. "Huh? There's nothing. Wait." He realized something was amiss. A surge of dark energy erupted from Jan's hand as he unleashed his Shadow Slash skill, attacking a nearby stone pillar. The entire arena shook slightly, but the pillar only suffered a few scratches, and a faint red smoke dissipated. "I tried to cut it into pieces, but it seems I'm not strong enough yet." His hand cracked from the recoil. He recalled the image of the drill instructor. "I can't do it like him with the shadow blade." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows. "Ha ha ha ha, you fool," startling Jan. "You will never discover the secret of that book." The voice continued to echo from the pillar. From the cracks in the stone pillar, a dark figure slowly slithered out. Jan exclaimed in horror, You are!" A cloaked figure emerged, a familiar voice ringing out. "Long time no see, foolish child." Jan shouted, "Momon? How could you? You survived all that damage." Jan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Momon still alive. Momon sneered from beneath the hood. "I've learned from our last encounter." Momon slowly advanced into the arena, scoffing at Jan, "that underestimating a tiny insect can still cause me trouble." From the shadows of the hood, her voice echoed, "I've learned that." Jan gritted his teeth, his cold gaze fixed on the uninvited enemy. In a flash, a dark blur shot across the arena floor. "I should eliminate pests like you the moment I get the chance." Momon swung a scythe of crimson energy towards Yan. Damn it, Yan roared, preparing to face the attack. The cloaked shadow shrieked, I'll kill you now. As the hood fell back, Yan gasped in shock. Momon. You? A completely different face was revealed, grinning maliciously. And steal your body. Momon, in her new form, continued to charge with overwhelming killing intent. Yan faced the transformed enemy, his anger overriding his surprise. You! Yan couldn't believe Momon's transformation, who now took the form of a ghostly girl, but he quickly composed himself. No, I can't be fooled by appearances. No matter what it looks like, it's still a lich. Die. Yan launched his attack, but it only passed harmlessly through Momon's body. Ha 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 ha! Momon laughed gleefully as Yan realized in astonishment that his attack had missed. A ghost? No, an elemental? Yan began to analyze the situation. A magic circle appeared in his mind as he realized the truth. Could Momon have become an elemental during the process of transforming the life vessel into a mana heart? Since an elemental has no physical form, it poses no threat. But it's starting to annoy me, Yan muttered, annoyed by the illusions of Momon chattering in his ear. He spoke into the empty arena. Listen, Momon, rest in peace. Why are you still lingering among the living? And what's with that appearance? Momon let out a triumphant laugh in her new form. Wonderful, she exclaimed, pleased with her newly reborn body. It's great to be a mage again. After all this time in the form of a dried corpse, hovering in the middle of the arena, Momon roared. Do you think I'll disappear so easily? I've returned to destroy everything, not just you, but Bahamut's lineage and this entire nation. Her eyes glowed with malevolence as she gritted her teeth. Until those traitors beg me to kill them. Yan calmly observed, then spoke. Momon. You're shrinking. Immediately, Momon shrank into a chibi form, replying irritably, Can't be helped. This form conserves more mana, Yan teased. Are you sure you can get your revenge in this form? You look like a before and after ad. Momon snapped. What do you expect? And it's all your fault. I'm maintaining this form with mana from your heart. But your mana is so weak that I can't even create a proper elemental form. Momon fumed. You drank all those potions and only have this much mana. A stray dog would have more. Yan merely muttered, That's a bit much. Yan thought to himself, Currently, she's not a direct threat, but even now, I can feel mana slowly flowing towards Momon. Having an open pathway between us means Momon can also interfere with me. She's the strongest mage. Once she uses mana to interfere, I won't be able to do anything. His train of thought ended with a mini Momon brandishing a hammer. Whatever, Yan said indifferently, picking up a book. It's good to see you again, Momon. Take a good look around before you disappear. Momon scoffed. Don't threaten me. Someone like you. How could you destroy an elemental like me? Yan replied. The same way you eliminate a human, by cutting off their food source. Yan's cold declaration stunned Momon. Yan explained. You are living off my mana heart. If I reduce its mana supply, would you still be able to maintain your elemental form? Yan coldly declared. Begone, Momon. Your time is over. Facing its survival, Momon panicked. No, I can't have survived all that just to end up like this. Its body began to disintegrate into shadows, a desperate scream echoing. I can't disappear like this. In its final moments, it played its trump card. Wait. You'll regret it when I'm gone. Bahamut's book. Don't you want to know its secrets? Momon offered an irresistible deal. Yan paused, his curiosity piqued. Without a word, he decisively cut his own hand with a knife. Drops of blood imbued with the dragon's breath dripped onto the blank page of the book. Momon instructed. Drip blood imbued with the dragon's breath. Then what? If you channel a bit of mana into it, Momon continued, using its remaining strength. Immediately, the drops of blood on the page began to squirm, crawl, and then transform into characters. Yan was stunned by the strange sight. This is... An ancient text appeared, carrying a mysterious message. Light and shadow are one yet also two. What does this mean? Yan turned to ask, but Momon could only shake its head. I don't know what Bahamut scribbled here either. Yan mused. I doubt the founding father would write such nonsense. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a glint of realization. The characters suddenly glowed and floated up from the page. Yan watched in astonishment as the ancient characters flew around, combining into entirely new sentences. The magic didn't stop there. The glowing sentences shot straight into Yan, permeating his flesh. Yan realized with horror that the ancient characters were heading straight for his mana heart. They didn't just stop but went beyond it, beginning to construct an entirely new heart. Amidst this, Momon's call pulled him out of his internal shock. The book Birth of the Empire slipped from Yan's hand, falling to the floor. Why are you spacing out? Momon asked, while Yan wondered if the recent experience was just an illusion. Feeling a vibrant pulse in his chest, he affirmed, The combining characters and a new mana heart, all were real. Jan looked at the book, thinking, Bahamut, just how big of a secret are you hiding? It's risky, but I have to use her to solve this puzzle. He decisively turned around and called Momon's name. Follow me. I'll find a way out, Jan said as he descended the stairs, leaving Momon bewildered. He looked back and declared, a way out for you to find a new body. You can't keep clinging to me forever. Momon was surprised, but then agreed. Let's find a way together. She couldn't hide her confusion at Jan's surprisingly reasonable offer. I didn't expect you to be so understanding. Are you possessed? Momon flew after him, but Jan warned, don't celebrate too soon. You know I'm not doing this for free, right? Of course, Momon replied with an innocent expression, hiding its true intentions. But deep down, it wore a sinister smile, thinking, fool, do you think I'll help you? It told itself that this was merely a temporary necessity. But once it accumulated enough mana, Jan would be the first one it eliminated. In its mind, Momon watched Jan's back with a wicked smile. Suddenly, Jan subtly turned his head, as if sensing the killing intent from it. Sharing a boat? This is my boat, not yours, Jan coldly asserted, quelling the unease in his heart. Inside the dense forest, the third arena majestically appeared under the dawn light. This was a privileged place reserved for the strong, a stage bathed in the brilliant hues of sunset. Amidst the silent space, a leaf gently fell. Before it touched the ground, a hand swiftly snatched it. Jan, the #1 recruit, began his solitary training session with sharp eyes. A blinding flash of light erupted, signaling the activation of a terrifying skill. The young man's muscles rippled, compressing an enormous source of energy. He used his bare arms to directly confront the surge of magical power. Jan's body moved like a phantom, narrowly dodging the attack. His speed increased, drawing intricate streaks of light in the air. The berserk energy surge almost swallowed him whole. The entire arena was engulfed in a blinding white. But from the epicenter of the explosion, Jan emerged, his eyes glowing terrifyingly. He spun around, his movements decisive and without hesitation. All his strength was concentrated in his arm, ready for the finishing blow. Once again, light erupted from his body, stronger than ever. After the attack, his hand trembled slightly from the overload. Jan panted, standing under the dome, his eyes glowing red with exhaustion and will. Suddenly, he sensed another presence and immediately took a defensive stance. Damien had been standing there for some time, silently witnessing the entire display. Jan's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the person opposite him. He and Damien stood facing each other on the stone bridge, the air thick with tension. Damien's shadow spread menacingly across the ground. Jan didn't flinch, his steady gaze locked onto his opponent. From thin air, Damien summoned a demonic sword, dark energy swirling around his hand. He gripped the deadly weapon, ready for a true sparring match. The jagged blade glowed with the red light of destruction. The killing intent emanating from the sword merged with Damien's red hair. Jan's purple eyes remained unusually calm, awaiting the attack. Damien unleashed a heaven-rending slash, tearing through space. Jan immediately took a defensive stance, crossing his arms over his chest. He braced himself against the surging dark energy. The attack swept past, shattering the stone archway behind him. The destructive power continued to rampage, leaving nothing but ruin. Jan's entire body was engulfed in a blinding explosion of light. When the light faded, only a hazy cloud of dust remained. The entire forest within the arena had been leveled, leaving only tree stumps. Damien laughed delightedly. Excellent. Even though I held back, I truly intended to kill you. I didn't expect you to survive. A voice echoed from atop a tree stump. Master, Jan hung upside down, complaining. I told you not to try and kill me during sparring. At least teach me how to block that attack? Damien analyzed. You concentrated defensive energy into your arms, and used centrifugal force to deflect the attack. Jan thought to himself. It was thanks to the details he read in the Founding Emperor's book that he survived. Damien remarked. He knows how to control the Black Dragon quite well, making Jan wonder. Black Dragon? Momon hovered in the air, asking, Jan, who is that guy? And scoffed. He's different from a fool like you. Upon learning that the red-haired guy was the training commander and a descendant of Bahamut, Momon was stunned, then roared. I won't forgive him. In a humorous vision, Momon furiously attacked Damien, who only felt a slight itch on his shoulder. Damien smiled, calling the recent deadly attack a light warm-up for his disciple. He explained. That sword technique was the first form of the Black Shadow art, terrifying ultimate skill. And the reason no recruit has seen the second form, he said against a bloody backdrop, is because they all died after seeing the first. Damien looked directly at Jan, now his disciple, and wondered how many techniques he could withstand. Withstand? Huh. Jan mumbled, his eyes thoughtful. Then a confident smile subtly appeared on his lips. Jan replied proudly, I hope there are many techniques, making Damien laugh at his confidence. You don't need to worry about the number of techniques you have to show, Jan stated firmly. He raised his hand, his eyes sharp. From now on, you only need to worry about what happens after you've shown me everything. The atmosphere became silent under the clear sky. Jan stood alone, his hair blowing in the wind. Damien turned his back and began to leave. Raindrops, or snow, began to fall. Damien's heels stepped on the ground, walking away from the arena. In secret training, Jan focused dark energy into his hands, fragments of power shattering. He brandished a jagged, demonic sword, his eyes burning with a fiery gaze and an arrogant smile. I've trained under the drill instructor every day. And then, 2 long years passed just like that. In the magnificent hall, a red-robed supervisor stepped out. This person announced the overall rankings, causing the trainees below to buzz with discussion. On the parchment scroll, the name Jan once again sat proudly in first place, pushing Lorena Beowulf and Cruel Dwight down. Kasia Everain couldn't believe her eyes, growling. I can't accept this. He disappeared, didn't train with us, yet still consistently ranks first. Standing in the crowd, Marvin silently wondered, Jan, what exactly have you been training on your own? In another corner, a hand in a white uniform clenched tightly, its owner thinking, where are you, after all? Meanwhile, in another training ground, shadow monsters were torn to shreds. Kasia stood amidst the battlefield, resolving, when we meet again in the next exam. Memories of the old rankings resurfaced, where Roman once stood third. The young girl continued to unleash light power, sweeping away all enemies. With a burning gaze, Kasia swore, I will definitely win. The shadow of a hand covered the current rankings, symbolizing the desire to overthrow the top position. Suddenly, a tiny, pure white creature appeared with a cute cry. It looked up with its big, round eyes at Cruel Dwight. Immediately, the cat transformed into a gigantic, hideous A-rank worm dragon. The long cat monster let out a terrifying roar, plunging into a life-or-death battle. In Kasia Everain's memory, light sword slashes flashed like a deadly net. She recalled the moment she was overwhelmed by a gigantic white wolf monster. Nevertheless, that creature eventually shattered into pieces before her power. With a burning gaze, Kasia whispered, just you wait, Jan. Next time we meet, I'll settle this battle with you. 2 years later, at a majestic military academy, a new chapter began. In the third arena, the final exam was underway intensely. This was a crucial test, fighting an examiner to decide who would join the special forces. From the stands, Cruel Dwight and Marvin looked bored, while the red-robed examiner whispered, how boring. Their eyes shifted to the pristine white uniform of a high-ranking trainee. It was Lorena Beowulf, second in the entire class, who thought this test was merely a formality because most high-ranking trainees had already easily defeated the examiners a year ago. But since this was a mandatory test, everyone had to participate. Lorena thought to herself, Jan, perhaps you'll have to show up too. I'll see how strong you are. Come out, Jan. Suddenly, she yelled. Stop, Lorena declared. The test will stop here. The red-robed examiner panted, telling the female trainee, Soldier, your evaluation is over. Return to your position, but then was hit by a surprise attack. A hand glowed with crimson energy, and maniacal laughter rang out. Ha ha, isn't this a battle? Cruel Dwight, the third-ranked trainee, landed in the arena, roaring. A true battle only ends when one side dies. He stared at the examiner with a contemptuous gaze. Just because you wear an examiner's uniform, you dare to disrespect a noble like me. Cruel's hand transformed, growing sharp claws. Hit by a surprise attack, the red-robed examiner only managed to cry before collapsing. From the stands, Kasia Everain frowned. He's deliberately humiliating others. How disgusting. Marvin also made a scathing remark. What a complete bastard. Roman, the fourth-ranked trainee, commented with his arms crossed. Cruel started acting as if he owned the world ever since he surpassed the examiners. Kasia turned and urged, poor examiner. Roman, go help him. Roman brushed it off. Poor thing? They've killed quite a few low-ranking trainees too. Kasia pouted. Lorena, I think Roman's scared. Lorena silently pondered, recalling a Cruel who, though unpleasant, wasn't as insane as he was now. She thought to herself, he even killed one of our training examiners recently. Perhaps he lost control 2 years ago. The argument continued, Kasia taunting. You're avoiding him too, Roman. Roman quickly denied. I just don't want to get my hands dirty. Kasia secretly sighed, realizing the real problem. Graduation is near. No one wants trouble with the Dwight family. Below the arena, a clank rang out as the examiner's sword was broken. Disarmed, the examiner fell sprawling on the ground. Cruel advanced, his hand transformed into sharp claws, growling. Examiner, you're no match for me, even when I'm unarmed. Are you? Unable to watch any longer, Kasia closed her eyes, seemingly having made up her mind. But another voice rang out, chilling and powerful. Ice. Cruel was startled, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sudden surge of magic. The female trainee fighting nearby also quickly jumped back to dodge. From the ground, gigantic purple ice spikes erupted, separating Cruel and the examiner. These are ice spikes? Cruel stared in shock at the sharp ice blocks. That means Lorena Beowulf had appeared there, her sword drawn, coldly declaring, "I didn't want trouble, but your behavior cannot be overlooked." Lorena summoned the Beowulf family's ultimate technique, the ice sword, declaring, "I will ensure there are no scandals related to the Dwight family by not allowing you to utter a single sound." In response, Cruel Dwight only let out a ghoulish cackle. Killing intent flared. Lorena thought to herself, "Damn it, I wanted to teach him a lesson before graduation. Who knew the opportunity would come like this?" Cruel clutched his head, his eyes burning with madness. "Lorena, you will be the final test of my life." A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire academy arena. Lorena provoked, "You always only choose weak targets. Why don't you try fighting someone stronger than yourself for once?" Cruel let out another horrifying laugh. He sneered, "You're as condescending as ever, aren't you?" Lorena felt the death chi from her opponent growing stronger by the moment. Cruel growled, repeating his challenge. "Lorena, I will wipe that arrogant look off your face with the humiliation I'm about to bestow upon you. I will become the final test of your life." He began to unleash all of his dark energy. The explosive power caused the space around him to tremble. A flash of purple light signaled the official start of the confrontation. Lorena gripped her sword hilt tightly, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Cruel's hands mutated, his fingernails lengthening into sharp claws. He lunged forward like a wild beast, swinging his deadly claws. Lorena didn't flinch either. She charged straight at her opponent, her sword tip flashing. "If you need a sword, it's still not too late to say so," she taunted. Cruel roared confidently. "To defeat someone like you, these hands alone are enough." Lorena's luminous sword strikes and Cruel's dark claws clashed fiercely. From afar, Roman calmly remarked, "It seems the match is decided," even though Kasia still saw them as evenly matched. The silver-haired young man analyzed, "Even if only slightly, Lorena has the upper hand. In another 30 moves, Cruel will struggle to keep up." Kasia worriedly hoped it was true. She couldn't help but feel uneasy about the strange energy Cruel was emitting, a power unlike any discipline she had ever known. Roman added, "And unlike Lorena, Cruel genuinely wants to kill his opponent, Kasia." "What would someone who barely ranked 5 know?" Roman said, playfully ruffling her hair. Provoked, Kasia retorted, "You only got rank 3 yourself." But Roman merely shrugged, saying he had other priorities. "I know what your priorities are," Kasia replied with a sharp gaze. She exposed Roman for secretly gathering a group of 80 commoners and fallen noble. Roman was equally sharp, retorting, "Aren't you busy yourself?" He revealed that Kasia had also recruited an army of 56 from slaves and foreigners, ready for an escape. "Kasia, you're too concerned with other people's business," Roman growled. But she only smiled back. "Aren't you too concerned with me?" Their confrontation was interrupted by a desperate scream echoing from the arena. Roman breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lorena's sword tip pressed against Cruel's neck. "I knew it. The battle is over." Lorena looked down at the defeated opponent from above, coldly asking, "I think this battle is over. Do you wish to continue?" She lectured, "If you always act thinking you're strong, you'll eventually end up in this state." Humiliated, Cruel could only grind his teeth in resentment. Suddenly, a shadow with a gruesome smile appeared behind him, whispering, "Are you going to let yourself lose again?" The dark entity continued to gnaw at his mind. "Poor Cruel. You will forever lose and be stripped of everything." The inner demon whispered, "If you fight and kill everyone, nothing will be taken. Remember, everything was once yours." Memories of the mansion, of his position as heir in the family, flooded Cruel's mind. The shadow of his father and lost affection, the demon scorned. "You are truly pathetic, Cruel." Manipulated, Cruel muttered, "That's right. If I fight and kill, everything will be." His eyes glowed with mad red light. "Mine." Back in reality, Lorena questioned, "I wonder if you have enough resolve." Cruel looked bewildered. "What are you talking about?" With a sinister smile, Cruel replied, "Resolve to kill me." He suddenly lunged forward, impaling himself on Lorena's sword. Lorena screamed in horror. "Cruel, what are you doing?" Cruel laughed maniacally, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "There are some who would rather die than lose." "Are you insane? Are you trying to kill yourself? Why go to such lengths?" Lorena roared, utterly confused. The demon's shadow appeared behind her. Cruel whispered, "I knew you would." "You don't have enough resolve," he roared, lunging past Lorena in a reckless attack. Lorena couldn't react in time, taking the full force of the sudden and painful attack. With his hands transformed into claws, Cruel lunged for the kill. Die, Lorena. His attack was suddenly blocked by an invisible force. A surge of dark energy swelled, pushing Cruel back. He angrily yelled, "Who is it? Who dares to block my path?" A giant black wolf made of shadows appeared, stunning Cruel. A wolf? Why is there a wolf blocking my way? What the hell? A calm voice echoed from afar, commanding, "Black Wolf, return here." A familiar voice rang out, making Cruel and Kasha Everain turn back in surprise. This voice, Cruel couldn't believe his ears, his eyes wide with horror. Could it be? From the shadows, a young man stepped out, accompanied by the giant black wolf that had just appeared. In the young man's arms was an injured Lorena Beowulf, making Cruel gasp in shock. "You are!" Cruel roared the name that haunted him. Jan. Both Cruel and Kasha Everain were stunned by this unexpected appearance. Cruel was still in shock, his face showing extreme bewilderment. The black wolf stood beside its master, its crimson eyes glowing ferociously. In Jan's arms, Lorena let out a soft groan of pain as she slowly regained consciousness. Cruel still couldn't believe his eyes, repeating his question in astonishment. Jan simply gazed silently at his old enemy, his face devoid of any expression. Cruel burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha, today truly is my lucky day. Not only do I get to deal with Lorena, but I also get a chance to settle old scores with you. Lorena, rest here for a bit." Jan gently placed her against the black wolf. Cruel bared his fangs in a sneer. "So you're friends with dogs now? I guess you've been at some circus for the past 2 years. Jan coldly retorted. "You haven't changed at all in 2 years, Cruel." Suddenly, a horned woman appeared beside Jan like a phantom. She spoke, her voice full of understanding. "Jan, he's lost himself to the demonic path. I knew it." Her purple eyes glowed as she looked at Jan. "You can see it too, can't you?" She continued to analyze, while shadows and dark aura enveloped Cruel. "It seems to have progressed quite a bit. It's better if we deal with him now." A grotesque, wide grin appeared from the shadows, signaling that the demon within Cruel had fully awakened. Cruel Dwight charged forward, roaring. "What are you muttering about when your opponent is me?" Jan replied, "Oh, I'm just worried about your future." With a sharp, cold gaze, Jan issued a warning. "You will regret this." "Too noisy," Jan said indifferently, then turned and walked away, leaving Cruel Dwight stunned. He calmly walked towards the main building, remarking, "Only 2 years gone, and everyone's gotten so arrogant," leaving Cruel astonished by his overwhelming aura. Suddenly, an authoritative voice rang out from the doorway. "I will make the final announcement. Stop chattering and get in line now." The trainees realized with dread that it was the drill instructor. Damien smirked. "Move quickly. It would be a waste to die on your last day here, wouldn't it?" His voice echoed throughout the grounds. "You have all done very well training over the past years." Looking down from above, Damien announced, "We started with 1,000 trainees, but now only 200 remain. Not a bad result at all. Half of the final assessment is based on your strength and combat skills. The other half is based on the amount of mana you possess," Damien declared. "Since you are no longer trainees, you will be issued new licenses instead of your numbers." Royal Knight License. The crowd buzzed with excitement and admiration. Royal Knights are divided into 10 ranks, based on their mana manipulation ability, from rank 10 up to rank 4, with the ability to generate an aura blade. "Now, let's conclude," Damien said. "I will begin by announcing the rank of the highest scoring individual in the exam. Overall first place, Jan. Jan's Royal Knight license rank is." The atmosphere in the Great Hall became utterly silent, all eyes fixed forward. The scene shifted to a wide and deserted corridor, the high-rank dormitory, special task force. Jan walked across the polished floor, thinking to himself, "It's been 2 years since I had a decent room." The horned woman appeared beside him. Jan asked, "What's with this knight license and ranks thing?" She was surprised. "You don't know? Ah, I guess it didn't exist a millennium ago," she explained concisely. "Simply put, it's a ranking system for knights, like magic circles. Most trainees only reached rank 7 or 8, enough to hunt humanoid monsters alone. The 4 most elite ones reached rank 6, outstanding talents of their generation." Meeting again after 2 years, Lorena Beowulf remarked, "You've changed so much." Jan replied to her greeting, "Long time no see, Jan. Your hair has grown too." "Lorena," he teased. "Lorena, it seems over the years you've gotten shorter." Brushing aside the old topic, Jan kindly inquired, "Never mind that. How are your injuries?" The horned woman suddenly questioned, "Why did you interfere? Did you think I would lose?" "What?" Jan looked bewildered. Lorena angrily shouted, "And don't think you're better than me just because you got rank 5. It's just one rank. Royal Knight rank 5. The rank knights pursue their entire lives, the threshold for manifesting an aura blade. In the entire empire, only Crown Prince Leon Cavallon achieved this rank at 17 years old." Leaving a disparaging remark, "That hairstyle looks terrible," Lorena turned and walked away, making the horned woman exclaim, "She's too much." Lorena suddenly paused, realizing her recent action was ungrateful, but a voice from the past echoed in her mind. "Haha, Lorena, look." Memories flooded back. The young Lorena smiled bitterly. "I guess I'm rank 5 now too. Too bad I'm not the youngest to achieve it." Returning to reality, she chastised her childishness. "I didn't want to admit that he had surpassed my brother." Meanwhile, Jan indifferently ran a hand through his hair. "I didn't know rank 5 was such a big deal. My hair really has gotten long." The horned woman spoke, her tone becoming serious. "But listen, kid, why do you hide your true power? Otherwise, you would have far surpassed rank 5. She answered herself with an understanding expression. "This much is enough for now." Jan smirked, revealing a sinister smile. "Enough to attract the reckless ones." In the grand hall, Damien burst out laughing. "Ha ha, Jan must be making everyone else look bad. I didn't expect him to be so outstanding." He was particularly intrigued. Especially his black wolf. I never taught him that. Did he use the black sword to do it? Zach, a high-ranking instructor, approached with a serious expression. "Sir," he questioned, "with all due respect, aren't you being too biased? Letting him act like this will affect the center's discipline." Damien coldly called his subordinate's name. "High-ranking instructor, Zach." Zach immediately bowed his head. "Yes, chief instructor." With eyes as sharp as knives, Damien growled. "You've grown bolder. Since when did you have the right to tell me your personal opinions?" After Zach mumbled an apology, Damien turned and walked away, ordering, "I'm going back to my room. Clean up this mess." When alone, Zach muttered in the shadows, "Sigh. Just as we thought." Similar figures appeared behind him, saying in unison, "We can no longer trust the chief instructor's judgment." One of the group suggested with a sinister tone, "Perhaps it's time to eliminate Jan." Meanwhile, behind the door of a luxurious room, Jan was fast asleep on the sofa, completely unaware of the schemes targeting him. He lay there, his jacket wide open, a perfect target in an unguarded state. Jan stirred slightly, sinking deeper into peaceful sleep. Suddenly, a dark shadow with glowing eyes appeared in the room, whispering a ghostly laugh. The shadow revealed itself as a horned woman, who sat on Jan and declared, "This body is mine now." She mused, "I've waited for 2 years, silently accumulating power. He must have thought I gave up." With a sinister smile, she began to cast a spell. "I will place a charm upon you." A complex magic circle appeared on her hand, aimed directly at Jan's mind with the Mind Breaker spell. "I won't rush," she mused, "but little by little, I will take over your body." Her eyes glowing, she whispered. And finally, suddenly, Jan's purple eyes snapped open, interrupting the spell. A dark wolf appeared from thin air, growling menacingly, as Jan coldly ordered, "Get out." "Haha, you're awake? I was just testing if the magic was flowing." She quickly covered up. Jan snapped, "Shut up. Didn't I say I'd turn you to dust if you pulled this stunt again?" She retorted, "It's because you keep delaying your promise to find me a body." Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, interrupting the argument as Jan grabbed the horned girl's tiny form. "Jan, are you there? Who would come at this hour?" Jan wondered as he headed for the door. The heavy door slowly creaked open. A figure in a white cloak stood at the threshold, announcing, "The chief training sergeant is looking for you." Beneath the hood, the masked man ordered, "Follow me." The two proceeded into a deserted alley in the Special Forces free zone. Night enveloped the silent rows of houses, signaling a far from simple encounter. As he walked, Jan muttered, "Why would the chief training sergeant call for me? I mean, is it reasonable to call someone at this hour? The exam is over." A flicker of doubt sparked in Jan's mind. Why would he call me here? Or rather, he never called for me at all? Hearing this, the cloaked man suddenly froze. Revealing his intentions, the assassin drew a sharp dagger from his sleeve. "You're sharp, I'll give you that," he growled, swinging his dagger to attack. But the dagger only cut through the air. "He's gone?" he realized in horror. "I'm not just sharp." A cold voice echoed as Jan appeared right behind the enemy. A blinding flash of light erupted in the dark alley. Shadowheart, 7th form, Inch Force. Zach slid across the stone ground, clicking his tongue in annoyance at the sudden attack. "So you realized?" Zach growled, his identity confirmed. "High-ranking instructor Zach," Jan scoffed. "It would be strange not to notice such a strong killing intent. Perhaps you need more secret training." He narrowed his eyes, recalling the strange aura from his opponent's weapon. A crimson sword aura appeared in Jan's mind. Only one person possessed it. "You're a high-ranking instructor, so does the chief instructor also know about this?" Jan questioned. He continued to provoke, "This action is completely unfitting for your rank. How do you plan to bear the consequences? Zack gnashed his teeth, silently thinking about arrogant recruits who only passed one test. Let's see how long you last, Zack roared, and 3 other assassins simultaneously lunged at Yan. However, facing the encirclement, Yan merely smirked. You think you can take me down with just a few small fry? A blinding white light enveloped everyone. The scene returned to the quiet alley, but something was wrong. It turned out Yan had been bound at some point, bewilderedly asking, "Huh? I've been caught." The horned girl appeared beside him, grumbling. "What are you doing?" Yan snapped. "Shut up." Back in reality, Yan knelt, surrounded by Zack and his accomplices, desperately asking for a reason. "If you want me to repent, at least tell me why I'm being killed," he said. But Zack remained silent. Finally, Zack spoke. "Do you remember what happened 2 years ago?" A memory flooded back. An image of Yan leading a group of recruits escaping the special forces in a torrential rain. "Many instructors were sent to capture you," Zack accused, "and all of them died by your hand." In Zack's hazy memory, the chaotic scene of the escape reappeared. "Among them was my sister," he growled, Yan's gaze unwavering. A black and white flashback appeared, Zack recalling his brave sister. "You probably don't even remember. She was the captain of Pursuit Team 3. The pain lingered. I'll never forget that she was killed by scum like you. I still vividly remember her cold body and pained face." Back in reality, Zack roared with eyes burning with hatred. "I've waited for this day. Today, I will kill you to appease my sister's poor soul." He drew a dagger radiating killing intent. "Now die." But Yan calmly spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Manifest. And atone for what you did to my sister." Zack lunged, determined to finish off his enemy. Yan coldly completed the command. Black Wolf. A gigantic shadow wolf suddenly appeared, easily blocking Zack's attack amidst his horrified scream. Yan placed a hand on the defeated man's shoulder, his voice devoid of triumph. "I'm sorry about your sister, but it was a deathmatch and I won," he said, the black wolf growling behind him. "There's no place for hatred here. After all, you were the ones who forced our hand." Yan looked at Zack's hesitant subordinates. "It's hard to believe all of you want to kill me just for a personal vendetta." Zack stammered. "What are you talking about?" Yan's gaze sharpened. "All of you. Or rather, you rebels?" The narrative shifted to an old page of history. The Harmenia Rebellion, a failed attempt that shook the entire continent, led by a group of rebels. They united the rebellious factions and called themselves the Revolutionary Army. Their identity was revealed. The Red Revolutionaries, a name derived from their own red sword energy. Their swords were always stained with fresh blood, because they used their own blood to create crimson sword energy, turning every battlefield into a sea of blood. It was said that the blood-colored revolution was an aura created by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, possessing superior destructive power. Its fatal weakness was that the user had to burn their own blood. To overcome this, the Red Revolutionaries had fallen into the path of vampires. Back in the present, Yan faced the rebels. "It's about time you rebels made your move. I was planning to find you, but you came to me instead." He questioned with a sharp gaze. "Who are you taking orders from? The head instructor, or someone else at the training center?" Zack gritted his teeth in hatred at Yan's words. "I don't know how you found out, but now that you've mentioned the Revolutionary Army," Zack growled, one eye burning red, "don't expect a peaceful death." He ordered his subordinates, "Unleash the blood-colored revolution." Immediately, the group obeyed. Yan merely smirked. "Of course," as the enemy's blades began to bleed. One rebel charged forward with terrifying speed. All 3 attacked simultaneously, screaming, "Die, 974, Yan calmly thought. "The blood-colored revolution is unleashed by 3 level 5 knights. Then I should release some of my own power." He raised his hand, summoning dark power. Manifest, Black Wolf. Swirling dark energy condensed in his hand. A gigantic, grotesque black sword formed, radiating an ultimate dread. Zack froze, exclaiming in horror, "Impossible." A subordinate trembled, realizing, that's the head instructor's fear. How can he reach that level at this age? Yan stood there, his eyes glowing in the darkness, completely enveloped by the power of the demonic sword. In the darkness, Yan's eyes glowed, dark energy swirling like a waking beast. With a single swing, the gigantic black sword tore through space, hurtling straight towards the rebels. A sky-shattering explosion ripped through the silence, absolute power crushing everything in its path. Their formation shattered into fragments like glass. In the sky, a gigantic, pitch-black rift was created, a testament to the terrifying power. The pillar of dark energy stood tall, a deadly warning to those who dared to challenge. On the ground, Zack sat down in a daze. What just happened?" A subordinate trembled, looking down. "Just one slash." "But how?" Another desperately cried out. How were we wiped out like this? Before them, Jan stood, the black wolf growling behind him, and all they could utter was, "Monster." Zack looked up, his voice filled with rage and fear. "Who exactly are you? Are you an Imperial spy?" He frantically speculated. "How do you know about us? Is it the head instructor?" Jan coldly suppressed the resistance with a powerful kick to Zack's chest. He leaned down, his voice a menacing whisper. "Don't worry. I can spare your life, depending on your answer." Jan held out a medallion. "Look closely. Have you ever seen this emblem?" Zack's eyes widened, his pupils contracting in extreme astonishment. He stammered upon seeing the red emblem inside. Why is that emblem on this pendant?" Jan grabbed Zack's collar, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Finally, a clue," he growled, pressing his questions. "What does this emblem mean? How is it related to the head instructor? Does anyone else possess it?" Zack stammered, his face beginning to swell. "How can someone like you have that emblem? That is." Jan gritted his teeth as he noticed the horrifying transformation on his opponent's face. In a convulsion, Zack could only utter his last words. "The emblem. That emblem is." A loud explosion rang out, black blood splattering all over the door. Jan stood silently, looking at the headless corpse, wondering, did he take his own life? "No," a female voice rang out as the horned woman appeared. "He was hit by a forbidden speech spell." She explained it was a type of spell that would detonate the energy meridians when a forbidden word or action was performed. "By the way," the mischievous woman added, "this is also the kind of spell I intended to use on you." Jan was speechless. Shaking off his annoyance, Jan muttered, "Not much, but I finally have a clue." He mused, "The head instructor, the rebels, and even my parents. All are connected to this emblem. It feels ominous." Jan decided, "I'd better go report to the head instructor." His horned companion was surprised. "Right now? Are you going to see him after dealing with all his subordinates?" she asked. Jan replied, "Perhaps they were sent by him." His gaze sharpened, "But perhaps I'm not the one he wants to kill." Jan confronted Damien. "You sent them for me to kill, didn't you, Master?" Damien merely gave a slight, meaningful smirk. "No way," Damien casually replied. "What master would want his disciple to kill his own subordinates?" Then his gaze turned cold. "Zack has been defying me lately, so he needs to be taught a lesson." Damien turned and walked away. "Forget about reporting. Just go home. Your official mission begins tomorrow. Get some good rest." Damien's final instruction echoed as Jan stood there, lost in thought. Damien warned, "With your current level, future missions will be quite challenging." A new day began. The first official mission was deployed. A steam train traversed the vast, white, snowy landscape. The transcontinental train was heading towards the Beowulf Dominion in the north. The steady clatter of wheels echoed as the train sped on. Inside, luggage was neatly stacked, signaling a long journey. A train conductor walked down the aisle, requesting to check passengers' tickets. "Excuse me, sir. May I see your ticket?" Jan, a level 5 knight of the Special Forces, responded languidly. He handed the ticket to the conductor, who politely wished him a good journey. Jan mused to himself, "Now that the exam is over, and I'm on a leisurely train ride." He clicked his tongue, dismissing the thought as he was en route to a mission in the north. The trainees who survived the exam had become official members of the Special Forces, and were immediately deployed to their first missions across the Empire's 4 fronts. In the Eastern Dead Zone, Kasha Everain and 80 subordinates were sent. Meanwhile, Roman and 50 agents under his command were dispatched to the strange western lands, where monsters lurked. 60 top agents volunteered for the stormy southern region, where pirates ran rampant. And in the icy north, bordering the barbarians' territory, Jan and 3 other agents were sent. Very few volunteered for the north, perhaps because its notorious cold was said to be enough to freeze even a dragon. Jan sighed, thinking to himself, "I thought this would be a quiet trip since so few volunteered to come here, but how the hell did I end up traveling with this bunch?" On this fated train, the 4 most notorious troublemakers were gathered. Cruel, Lorena, Jan, and Charles. Cruel, Dwight provoked. "You followed me all the way here? You must want revenge after I handed you your ass." Lorena Beowulf simply ignored him, making Cruel even more furious. "This girl, how dare you ignore me?" A little girl suddenly interjected. "Shut your stinking mouth. That's definitely what Lady Lorena is thinking right now." Cruel snapped back. "Who are you? Her maid?" The little girl immediately retorted. "Maid? My foot?" The little girl proudly declared. "My name is Charles. I've been with Lady Lorena since the incident at Sword Mountain." A memory flashed. Charles recalled the moment Lorena saved her life and swore to follow her to the ends of the earth. Back in reality, Charles continued to translate Lorena's thoughts. "I bet Lady is thinking, shut your loud and stinking mouth right now." Cruel furiously yelled, "You just made that up." Woken by the argument, Jan muttered, "Ah, Looks like this trip won't be quiet after all. Cruel turned away indifferently. Humph. Actually, I don't care about Lorena. I came to the north for only one reason. He glared at the dozing Jan. Jan, it's you. I came to the north to kill you. Memories of their first encounter resurfaced, when Cruel was completely overwhelmed by Jan's power. He gritted his teeth, recalling the times Jan had thwarted and humiliated him. Back in the present, Cruel's eyes burned with hatred. If we were outside the training center, suddenly, a hand gently brushed his shoulder. Cruel flinched as Jan's cold voice came from behind him. How many times should I punch you? Jan opened his eyes, radiating chilling, killing intent. Answer me now. Cruel, how many punches do you want? Cornered, Cruel Dwight stammered. One? Jan coldly replied with a devastating punch. Wrong. The sound of impact echoed throughout the rapidly moving train car. Amidst the chaos, Lorena Beowulf silently gazed out the window. A memory suddenly resurfaced, as she whispered about her intention to return home, only to be cut off by an angry voice. Shut up, Lorena. I don't want to hear it. The voice continued to threaten. If you mention that name again, I will expel you from this family. After that day, the young girl left without looking back. Back in reality, Lorena resolved. I still haven't found anything about my brother. I can't return empty-handed like this. From behind, Jan observed her, thinking to himself, she's unusually quiet. She probably doesn't want to go home. He smirked mysteriously. You'll hear some shocking news soon. I bet you'll be quite surprised, Lorena. A voice announced over the loudspeaker. We are approaching Avalon. Avalon? Suddenly, a royal attendant timidly approached another passenger. Sir, are you sure about this? The attendant pleaded with an old man in a dark robe. We're so close to Avalon. Why don't you visit? His Highness will be very disappointed, sir. The old man firmly replied. No. I've said His Highness's studies are complete. I have nothing left to teach. Why keep bothering me? Jan's gaze was fixed on the old man, he thought to himself. He's the reason I chose to come north. He just looks like a grumpy old man. But in reality, he is Wigger, the imperial tutor, the teacher of both the emperor and the crown prince, known as the wisdom of the empire. Jan recalled his goal. My goal is to meet him, a commoner by birth, yet respected by the entire empire for his knowledge and philosophy. Even the emperor acknowledged his status, and bestowed upon him the title of count despite his common blood. In my previous life, his end was truly fitting for his stature, Jan thought, recalling a desperate cry. Your Majesty, in Jan's memory, imperial tutor Wigger had knelt and pleaded with the emperor for 3 days and 3 nights, begging him to see the suffering of the people. The only response to that loyalty was death, his blood splattering across the study. Returning to the present, Jan thought to himself that such a tragic end wouldn't happen now, as the conductor politely apologized to Wigger for the inconvenience. The conductor invited Wigger to a private room, and he agreed. Jan silently observed everything, his sharp purple eyes missing no detail. He and his horned companion were led by the conductor through the train car corridor. As he walked ahead, the conductor discreetly made a hand signal behind his back. His hand continuously made strange gestures. That suspicious action did not escape Jan's notice. A hand signal, Jan realized. Is he signaling someone? His thoughts continued. The train was about to enter a tunnel. That would be the perfect moment. Memories of the imperial tutor's assassination in the past flooded his mind again. Jan subtly smirked. I've been waiting for this. He recalled that Wigger was loyal to the empire, not the emperor, ready to sacrifice for the people. That's why the revolutionary army saw him as an obstacle and tried to abduct him. Those hand signals are their hallmark. Jan confirmed the conductor's identity. An announcement stated the train would stop in the tunnel, but Jan knew the truth. An ambush was about to happen. I've been waiting for this, Jan resolved. Now I will rescue the imperial tutor and establish a connection with him. Immediately, Jan turned to his group. Everyone, pay attention. From now on, I will communicate secretly. Listen quietly. Jan began to outline the plan. The enemy has taken control of the train. They intend to abduct the VIP when the train enters the tunnel. They have all disguised themselves as train staff, and it's not impossible that they've blended in with the passengers. Cruel Dwight growled in protest. Ha! We haven't even received our mission yet. Why should I take orders from you? Just a moment later, Cruel fell silent with a nosebleed. Jan coldly asked, Any other questions? Lorena Beowulf spoke up, breaking the tense silence. Wait, this information is too sudden. How do you know? Jan looked out the window, revealing. I received secret orders from the drill sergeant, which is also why I chose to go north. With a serious expression, Lorena pressed. I understand. So, who exactly is the enemy? Jan narrowed his eyes, his voice resolute. I don't know their numbers, but I know who they are. He concluded with a name that stunned Lorena. The Revolutionary Army. Outside, heavy snow began to fall. White snowflakes covered the entire space. The train continued its steady journey, plunging into the cold night. In another car, the disguised revolutionaries confirmed. The passengers are fast asleep due to the sleeping candles. Begin locking them in the cargo hold. One of them expressed concern. But there are special agents on the train. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. What kind of train staff carries weapons? A guard screamed in terror. Who are you? As Lorena Beowulf descended from above, a sword flashed, and a cry of pain echoed through the train car. The revolutionary soldier stared in horror at his comrade's wound, where frost was spreading. The wound, it's freezing. An icy blade. She must be. A Beowulf. Lorena Beowulf revealed herself, her eyes sharp. The train car began to shake, the windows covered in a layer of cold mist. The leading revolutionary realized, judging by your reaction, Jan was right. Well, I knew there were special forces recruits on the train, but I didn't expect the little lion of the Beowulf family to be here too. His accomplice chuckled sinisterly. Unbelievable luck. For the little lion to fall into the hands of nobodies like us. We might even get promoted. Or just take the ransom. Ha ha ha, Lorena spoke coldly. Do you know what your revolutionary army did? To the Beowulf family? Her family's banner appeared in her mind. A painful memory flooded back. You are the reason my brother went missing. I left home and joined the special forces. To find you. Returning to reality, a chilling killing intent emanated from Lorena. And yet you reveal yourself so easily. I can't help but thank the heavens. The leader sneered. Ha ha ha. You're quite funny, little girl. His sword glowed with a red, sinister aura. He growled, asking Lorena again. But do you know what your family has done? While you enjoyed a life of luxury, my family had to live off rotten garbage. Who do you think is to blame for that? Lorena gripped her sword hilt, boldly declaring, the Beowulf family walks the path of tyrants to protect the Empire and the North. If you have incurred the wrath of Beowulf, then it can only be because you are evil itself, threatening this Empire and the North. She unleashed a full force slash. The force of the attack shattered all the windows of the train car. In another car, the conductor panicked. What's happening in the front car? I suddenly lost contact with them. You, Cruel Dwight laughed gleefully. Haha, I needed a way to blow off some steam. This is perfect. On the speeding express train, a bloodbath had just concluded. He gazed at the blood-stained sword. The sword I took from the royal armory isn't bad at all. Letting out a sigh, Cruel savored the familiar sensation. It's great to see blood again. His gaze turned sharp and cold, directed at a distant target. Yan, just you wait. You'll be next. Meanwhile, on the roof of the train speeding through the white snow, a voice rang out. I sense mana in the front car, kid. The horned woman looked annoyed. Don't summon me for such trivial matters. Jan replied calmly. Well, you'd better make it worth my while. He declared their objective. Shall we go? Let's rescue the Imperial Master. Jan outlined the plan. While Lorena blocks their forces at the front of the train, and Cruel at the rear. I'll infiltrate from above and rescue the Imperial Master. The horned woman merely commented, Oh, sneaky. Jan mused. On a side note, Lorena, it seems that little devil is quite talented. Keeping him around is a good thing, isn't it? Even though he's like a ticking time bomb. The horned woman wondered, do you really need that Imperial Master for your plan? Jan affirmed. Of course, Jan explained. In the future, I will delve deeper into the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. The Imperial Master will be very useful for that. If he owes me a favor, my plan will proceed smoothly. Both rushed forward, Jan exclaiming, Let's go. It seems this world is full of schemers. At the same time, in a luxurious train car, a female voice rang out, Haha, I still can't believe you. Look here. Before her, Wigger was tightly bound, kneeling on the floor. The red-haired knight coldly asked, I'll ask you one more time. Her gloved hand clenched, signaling that a brutal interrogation was about to begin. Hela, commander of the 7th Legion of the Revolutionary Army, arrogantly questioned her prisoner. Are you truly the Emperor's master? Inside the luxurious VIP car, the intense interrogation began. Tightly bound, Wigger responded to the challenge regarding his profound knowledge. To some extent, yes, Hela sneered, making a humiliating demand. Then can you bark like a dog? After all, that's the language of dogs. At the insult, Wigger gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with indignation. You bastard. However, he suddenly barked loudly, making Hela burst into laughter before he explained. I just said that the young lady is very beautiful. Meanwhile, on the train roof, Jan pinpointed their location. I only sense the mana of 2 people. This must be the room. His horned companion expressed doubt. Are you sure he'll be useful for your plan? Jan simply replied calmly. Yes. He always is. That was the terrifying quality of an imperial master. Willing to cast aside pride for the Empire's ultimate benefit. Hela seemed amused. How fun. You're amazing, old man. Wigger humbly thanked her. But then, Hela's smile vanished as she gripped her sword hilt. However, business is business. It was fun, old man, she said her farewell, leaving Wigger stunned in fear. Young lady? Now then, Hela growled, tearing off the bandages wrapped around her muscular arm. A blinding flash of light erupted as she roared. Time to catch some rats. Hela lunged forward, unleashing a destructive attack. Jan turned back in surprise, sensing the terrifying surge of energy erupting from directly below. A blinding white light engulfed the entire interior of the train car. A horrific explosion ripped through the train's roof, blowing everything away. Amidst the smoke and dust, an excited voice rang out, "Ha ha ha, that's it," signaling that a battle was about to begin. Amidst the wreckage, Hela scoffed. So many pests. This train must be old. Suddenly, a strange sound made her turn around with an annoyed expression. A flash of light erupted as two swords clashed fiercely. Jan lunged, pushing Hela back with a powerful attack. He turned to Wigger, reassuring him. "Are you all right, sir? I've come to save you." Wigger, in a comically chibi form, exclaimed, "You infiltrated while I distracted the enemy. Well done." Hela growled Jan's name, the sword in her hand emanating a formidable aura. She provoked, "What animal sounds can you make, or should I make you squeal like a pig?" Jan retorted sarcastically, "Oh, my apologies, I thought you were imitating a pig." Meanwhile, Jan's horned companion analyzed. "I've read her mana capacity. At most, she's level 5. However, her weapon has a strange aura. That white aura was characteristic of Ericthus, the Berserk Blade, a renowned swordsman credited with training the next generation." Suddenly, a shadow with glowing eyes whispered from behind, "End it quickly." Jan was startled when the stranger approached him and ordered, "Don't move." The attacker revealed himself to be Barus, the 4th disciple of the Berserk sword. He held a knife to Wigger's throat and shouted, "Drop your sword, or I'll take the old man's life." Jan angrily turned to his companion. "Mamone, didn't you say there were only 2 people here?" She explained in confusion that because the Imperial Master had no mana, she hadn't detected the enemy hiding right next to them. Following the demand, Jan's sword fell to the floor with a cold clink. Jan raised his hands in surrender, but didn't forget to taunt. "What's wrong? The lady doesn't want to hear the pig squeal anymore?" But hidden behind that submissive facade, his hands were clenched into fists, ready for a comeback. Hela roared, swinging her sword with the intention of crushing her opponent. At the same time, in another car, a squad of unfamiliar soldiers rushed in to attack. Lorena Beowulf's sword flashed with icy light. "Beowulf family's secret technique," she sneered, unleashing her full power. The train car windows shattered into pieces. A chilling, icy mist enveloped the entire space. The attackers were frozen solid within sharp ice spikes. With ice wings on her back, Lorena stood there like a goddess of winter dawn. But the price was too high. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. "Blood. I increased the cold energy too quickly. My body can't handle it." Lorena thought to herself, "I won't be able to use the snow spirit for a while." Suddenly, a tall, dark figure appeared, its voice full of mockery. "You've made quite a mess." The strange man stepped out of the shadows, remarking, "Crude and clumsy. Far from the Beowulf secret technique I've heard of." Lorena realized in horror that his dark energy was overpowering the cold energy. He came from the car behind. Could Cruel have? The man narrowed his eyes, uttering a provocation. "Are you sure you're truly a Beowulf? How dare you speak such nonsense?" Lorena roared, her fury overriding her pain. Scene shifts to the last car of the train, where black blood was splattered everywhere, and a desperate voice echoed, "Jan, why is it you?" Cruel Dwight collapsed, utterly defeated, gasping. How was I supposed to stop a monster like that? Cruel Dwight, covered in black blood, thought to himself, "He's on a completely different level than anyone I've ever seen." Facing the new enemy, Lorena Beowulf gripped her weapon tightly, asserting, "I'm 100% sure." Her hand gripped the hilt of her sword, preparing for the inevitable battle. "He's even stronger than the chief training officer," she exclaimed in horror as the stranger blocked her blade with just 2 fingers. He calmly said, "My apologies if I offended you." The muscular man spoke in a threatening tone. "What a pity. If we hadn't met today." In the darkness, his eyes flashed with a deadly crimson light. "Then I wouldn't have had to kill you." A streak of black blood spurted onto the train car window, ending Cruel's life. At the same time, in another car, Barus held a knife to Wigger's throat, mocking Yan. "Hey, don't you want to hear the pig squeal, my lady?" Hela smirked, growling. "Too late. Now, what I want to hear is..." Yan clicked his tongue, his eyes gleaming with disdain. "The sound of your skull being crushed," Hela roared. swinging her sword and lunging forward. Facing the furious attack, Jan merely bowed his head slightly, flashing a confident smile. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the train, amidst piles of luggage, Charl muttered to herself while hiding, "I can fight too, but I was ordered to stay put. Even if I'm only an 8th rank knight, I'm still a royal knight." The girl looked into the distance, her heart full of worry. I wonder if Lady Lorena is all right. Returning to where the battle had just ended, Cruel's black blood stained the floor. Amidst the blood, Lorena Beowulf lay motionless, Charles' last thought echoing, "I must protect her." Outside, the train continued its cold journey, cutting through the white snow. The cold sound of bare footsteps echoed in the train car. The muscular intruder, with his torn coat draped loosely, slowly advanced. With sharp, cold eyes he uttered, "Unfortunate." He looked down at the fallen figure. "If you don't get up, at least you would have kept your life." Despite the threat, Lorena Beowulf staggered to her feet, whispering, "Stop right there." The stranger scoffed. "What audacity. Surely you're not naive enough to think you'll win in this state." Lorena gritted her teeth, blood still oozing from the wound on her face. She bitterly admitted, "You're right. I don't quite resemble a Beowulf. My swordsmanship is still immature, easily swayed by emotions, and I can't even properly use my family's secret techniques. But at least..." An ice sword began to form from the air. The icy sword gleamed, ready for the final battle. Lorena's eyes blazed with a will to fight to the death. "I can die like a Beowulf. I may not win, but I will still fight to the death." The stranger closed his eyes, a fleeting smile as if acknowledging her courage. He opened his eyes, his expression becoming unusually serious. "A warrior's fate is to kill and be killed," he said. "Forgive me, it seems I had forgotten this truth." He tore off the bandages on his hands, solemnly declaring, "I am Amur, the Black Tiger." A surge of dark energy billowed from Amur, the Black Tiger's fist. Amur growled, preparing to unleash his finishing blow. "Tiger King Mountain Strike. I will show you my full power." The energy exploded, blowing the train car's roof into smithereens amidst the snowy night. Barus exclaimed in shock, "No way." He knelt, muttering in despair, "We shouldn't have lost." He was outnumbered, disarmed, and there was a hostage. But why? In a pool of blood, Hela had fallen, her sword lying beside her. Barus cried out, "How could this have happened?" He yelled in panic, "Lady Hela, what in the world happened?" A cold voice echoed from the enveloping shadow of the Black Wolf. "Do you truly not know? That's because you are too weak," Jan declared, clutching the monstrous black sword named Black Wolf, cross sword. Wigger tremblingly asked, "Is it over?" Jan replied, "Yes, you can rest assured. But to be safe, please evacuate to the next car." Barus furiously roared, "Bastard, how did you dodge all our attacks?" Jan smirked, "What do you think? In my previous life, I already defeated your master, the Mad Blade Erechthus." Jan continued his internal monologue as the image of an overwhelmed Hela appeared. "There's no way I would lose to a technique I've already mastered, especially when my opponent isn't even Erechthus, but merely his disciple." Jan approached the dazed Barus. "Do you not want to live?" Barus looked bewildered. "What?" "I won't kill you if you answer my questions well," Jan said, holding up a pendant. "Look closely at this." Zooming in on the red swirling emblem, Jan asked, "Have you ever seen this emblem?" Barus's eyes widened in horror. "That's," he screamed, "the emblem of Genesis?" Jan also thought in surprise. "The emblem of Genesis?" Barus suddenly panicked, clutching his face. "Ah, wait, I didn't say anything," he tried to deny, but his face had already begun to blister and horribly deform. Jan observed coldly, "Another taboo. Even the Mad Blade's disciple is forbidden to speak of it? Is it that important?" Black blood splattered across the wooden floor after the self-destructing curse was activated. Jan stood between the two fallen enemies, thinking, "I can't get another word out of them." Nevertheless, he had gained an important clue, the emblem of Genesis. Believing everything was over, Jan prepared to leave. "Now that the Imperial Master is safe, we just need to leave." Suddenly, a terrifying explosion rocked the entire train. Jan turned back in astonishment, looking towards the front of the train. An explosion? What caused it? From behind, Hela's hacking cough echoed. She wasn't dead yet. With a savage smile, Hela revealed, "We blew up the engine room. This train won't be stopping anymore. At this rate, the train's overheated mana stones will continue to speed past Avalon Station until it crashes into something." She burst into dying laughter. "That'll be a magnificent sight to behold. I'm just sad that I won't be able to see it." Hela took her last breath. Jan was stunned, realizing this was a deadly variable. "This didn't happen in my previous life. Why is this happening?" The horned woman frantically shook his shoulder. "An explosion? At the very least, we need to save ourselves." She screamed in desperation, but Jan merely replied coldly, Don't make a fuss. The horned woman left, secretly trusting. It's unexpected, but I'm sure that monster can handle it. Amidst the blanket of white snow, a lone figure stood tall on the tracks, blocking the death train. It was a royal knight, the seventh knight. He opened his sharp eyes. The name of this savior was Kyle. Amidst the snowy night, a train car was engulfed in flames. The death train sped along the tracks, but ahead, a lone figure stood waiting. Kyle thought to himself, although the Emperor ordered me to rescue the Imperial Advisor, I cannot simply ignore an out-of-control train. It was the seventh Royal Knight, Kyle, facing a difficult situation. The Royal Knights, the most elite force, the ultimate protectors of the Emperor and the capital. To join their ranks, one must be a superhuman of rank 3 or higher, and the power of each of them was likened to a living natural disaster. Then there's no other way, Kyle decided, gripping his sword hilt tightly. As the train roared towards him, he whispered a name. Huger. Please forgive me. Kyle's eyes flashed with divine light, power about to erupt. He unleashed his ultimate technique, Emperor's Sword. A small individual stood blocking an enormous train, the tracks beneath his feet glowing brightly. Kyle's sword plunged straight into the ground, unleashing an unimaginable surge of energy. Purple light completely engulfed the front of the train in an instant. Inside another car, Jan was stunned by the terrifying power engulfing them. Wait a minute! Jan cried out in panic. This is too much. The entire train was submerged in a sea of blinding white light, tearing through the night. The knight's cloak flapped, revealing the powerful Roman numeral 7. Amidst the fiery wreckage, Kyle coldly surveyed his handiwork, muttering a curse. Those bastards, those Revolutionary Army bastards. I can't believe they would do something so cruel and disgusting. Kyle sarcastically questioned the Imperial Advisor. What the hell are you talking about? This was your fault. The old advisor cleverly replied. Is that so? Haha, sir, I'm glad you're safe. It's a miracle I survived what you did. Kyle hastily clarified, sweat pouring down. I almost evaporated with the train. This is a misunderstanding, he explained. That's because I knew I could trust the girl from Beowulf on the train. I knew she could keep you safe. And just as I predicted, Kyle continued as an image of the destroyed train appeared. She changed the train's trajectory, only damaging the first few cars, ensuring your and the hostages' safety. Truly worthy of being the training center's best rookie. However, the Beowulf girl quickly denied. Sir Kyle, that's not it. I wasn't the one who derailed the train. A hand unexpectedly rested on her shoulder, a voice chiming in. It's nothing major, the white-haired man interrupted. A member of the Special Forces should know how to handle such a situation with ease. Kyle was surprised. Oh, so there are other gems in the Special Forces besides Lady Beowulf? The white-haired man smugly replied. Haha, actually, I'm more like number 1. The girl with the yellow ribbon exclaimed. Huh? Causing the white-haired man to turn back annoyed. What? What do you want to say? The Beowulf girl seriously interjected. Sir Kyle. There was a special individual among those who ambushed the Imperial Advisor. She revealed the name that stunned Kyle. Amur, the Black Tiger, Kyle muttered, recalling information about the notorious assassin. Special grade assassin, Amur, the Black Tiger. Did the Revolutionary Army hire him? The Beowulf girl recounted. I fought him, but I was too weak. After the train overturned, he disappeared when you arrived. In her memory, Amur left an enigmatic message. We will meet again, daughter of Beowulf. Kyle clenched his fist, his face hardening at the shocking news. The Black Tiger is siding with the Revolutionary Army, despite someone praising her. I can't believe you fought him. That's incredible. The Beowulf girl merely bowed her head. No, Amidst the tense conversation, the Imperial Advisor merely observed in silence. A question rang out, directed at the advisor. Are you injured? Momon clung tightly to Jan, complaining. Oh my poor old body, stop clinging to me. Jan snapped. Momon, stop saying weird things. Jan mused, realizing a worrying truth. This isn't right. Things that never happened in my previous life keep appearing. He recalled the chain of unexpected events, the Black Tiger's ambush, Kyle's attack, and the train explosion. His thoughts continued. Why are there so many incidents that weren't in my previous life? Is it because I chose to go north that the Black Tiger appeared there? My actions are creating a chain reaction like a domino effect. I can't know how far it will affect the future. I must be very careful. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, a voice ringing out. There you are. The Imperial Advisor approached, his gaze stern. I've been looking for you. Let's talk for a bit. Jan sighed, his voice full of self-reproach. I should have stayed in the capital. I feel terrible. It seems so much harm was caused by me. He looked at his bandaged hand. You injured your hand to derail the train, didn't you? That was also because of me, the advisor bluntly replied. Yes, it was all because of you. Jan was stunned by the frankness. But then, the advisor said with genuine gratitude, I owe you a favor. He held out an object. Take this. Jan looked at the item in the advisor's hand in surprise. This is my token, the advisor explained. With it, you are my representative. It will be very useful. Jan subtly smirked, seemingly understanding the item's value. He teased, You want me to take this and forget how panicked you were? The advisor broke out in a cold sweat again. Anyway, I'm leaving now, the advisor said his farewells. If fate allows, we will meet again. Jan breathed a sigh of relief, and Momon immediately appeared on his shoulder, asking, Is that token really that useful? Yes, Jan replied concisely. He gazed into the distance, his face filled with determination and calculation. Amidst the falling snow, Jan silently pressed forward. A decision was made. It's time to head to our next destination. Their journey would lead to the land of cruel frost. The two entered a secluded alley in the city to find a repair shop. The black sword was decisively plunged into the wooden table. A muscular blacksmith picked up the sword, sneering, This sword? I'll fix it if you pay a repair fee of 500 gil, the blacksmith quoted, making Yan inwardly grumble about the exorbitant price. Expensive? This sword is made of black iron. How did you use it to damage it so badly? Yan reluctantly replied, Probably, quite recklessly. Yan pondered the black sword his commander had given him, which was originally meant to be used as a normal sword, but it couldn't withstand his continuous use of Black Wolf. Do you need anything else? The blacksmith asked, but Yan replied, No, I don't. The blacksmith casually slung an arm around Yan's shoulder. Come again next time. I'll make sure to serve you best. Yan only felt annoyed by his expression. They had arrived in Villian, a city near Beowulf. The explanation echoed. Due to bad weather and inoperable trains, we decided to use the teleportation gate in Villian to reach Beowulf, but, an official announced, if we include the time needed to charge mana into the magic circle, we probably won't be able to use the gate until around noon tomorrow. Villian was a large metropolis, and gathering mana would take quite some time. Moreover, this was also an opportunity for them to restock necessary items. Jan walked amidst the bustling crowd, thinking to himself that this was the first time he had been to a place with so many commoners since his regression. Something feels strange. Jan muttered, and Momon, perched on his head, agreed. It really is strange. Jan then asked, Why do you keep muttering? Momon narrowed her eyes and said, That royal knight. Didn't you detect the golden dragon's energy from him? Momon questioned, recalling Kyle's image. Jan, bewildered, asked about the golden dragon, prompting Momon to irritably question his lack of knowledge. Momon explained that the mana heart had 6 elements, and the golden dragon was the strongest in the metal element. Faced with Jan's naive question, Momon could only fall silent, inwardly cursing the boy. She snapped that dragon energy could only be manifested through divine breath and the mana heart. Perched on Jan's shoulder, Momon continued her scolding, while he merely quietly acknowledged, That's right. She recalled only ever sensing this energy from the commander and the crown prince, those who carried the bloodline of Bahamut. Jan frowned, determined to uncover the mysterious connection of the royal knights. Lost in thought, he was startled when someone called out his old name and number on the street. It turned out to be Lorena and Cheryl, the girl happily exclaiming at the chance encounter. Jan said he had just gotten his sword repaired and was preparing for a mission, and Cheryl excitedly said they were too. Looking at the bags in their hands, Jan skeptically asked, For a mission? It feels like you two just went on a massive shopping spree, didn't you? Cheryl merely giggled mysteriously. Lorena hastily clarified that she only bought necessities, but Cheryl immediately exposed her. These are all snacks. When Jan asked if they would eat it all in one day, Cheryl stammered, unsure how to answer. But immediately after, the girl flashed a knowing smile. Cheryl invited Jan to shop with them because his clothes weren't suitable, but he refused. Instantly, Cheryl's demeanor changed, her eyes sharp as she commanded, Come with us. Faced with the girl's insistence, Jan reluctantly agreed to calm her down. From behind a corner, the white-haired man silently observed the group. Their mission preparations seemed about to begin at a clothing store. Inside a high-end fashion store, the shopping spree was about to begin. Jan took off his gloves, seemingly having made up his mind. I'll just decide on this, he told himself. It would be very inconvenient if I carried anything else. Momon hovered beside him, taunting. You always look so gloomy, making Jan inwardly think. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Suddenly, Cheryl poked her head out from the fitting room. Can you also look at what Lorena is wearing? The mischievous girl declared. Let the fashion show begin. Lorena appeared first in a tight dress, then a maid outfit, inwardly thinking how restrictive the clothes were. When it came to the revealing light armor, she irritably wondered who would wear such a thing to a frozen land. As Cheryl was about to bring out the next outfit, Lorena yelled from behind the curtain. "Stop!" She stepped out, asserting, "I've had enough. These outfits don't suit me." Despite Cheryl's pleas that everyone was cute, Cheryl turned to find an ally. "Jan, aren't I right?" "That's right. You look beautiful in any outfit," Jan answered frankly, leaving Lorena momentarily stunned. He further explained, "It's just that I feel a bit embarrassed because they're different from what you usually wear." Cheryl seized the opportunity. "So, which outfit do you think suits her best?" Jan was momentarily flustered. "The Imperial uniform she's wearing right now is the best," Jan stated firmly. In his mind, the image of a strong Lorena on the battlefield appeared, intrinsically linked to her swordsmanship and power. "I think this outfit best showcases those qualities of hers," he concluded, leaving Lorena dumbfounded. The unexpected compliment struck right at the core of her being, leaving Lorena utterly speechless. Too flustered, she only managed to say, "I'm going back to my previous lodging," before hastily leaving, despite Cheryl calling after her. Cheryl spun around, her eyes wide with horror as she questioned Yan. "Number 974, Yan. What the hell did you just say?" Cheryl rushed after her. "Lady Lorena, wait for me." Meanwhile, Jan stood dumbfounded, wondering, "I don't know what just happened. Did I do something wrong?" Catching up to Lorena, Cheryl profusely apologized, but Lorena simply thanked her for the shopping trip. Cheryl tried to comfort her. "Don't mind that idiot," Lorena replied. "I don't care about him." But her heart pounded wildly, her face flushing as she told herself those were just meaningless words. Suddenly, Jan's loud voice called from behind. "Lorena, he arranged to meet the whole group tomorrow at noon," making Cheryl happily reply, "See you tomorrow." The vague invitation confused Lorena. "Meet me? Don't say such misleading things." Witnessing that, Jan became even more bewildered, while Momon quipped, "If I were her, I'd pretend not to hear it too." After everyone had left, Jan mused, "The uniforms are bought. Shall we go meet him?" The scene shifted to the bustling Shining Moon Bar in the commercial district. This was a familiar gathering place for both locals and mercenaries. A curse echoed from the corner of the bar. "Damn it!" Cruel Dwight slumped on the table, haunted by the question. "What do I have to do to defeat Jan? That monster has no openings." His eyes turned sharp. "And I can feel that Jan still hasn't shown his true abilities. Why hide his strength so much?" His train of thought was interrupted by a debt collector, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Ha ha, I told you, I'll pay next time." Called a liar, he flew into a rage. "Do you want to die?" But then bowed his head and muttered, "Bastard." Suddenly, an arrogant shout echoed throughout the bar. "Silence, you low-class bugs." Cruel Dwight shot up from his seat, yelling, "I, Cruel Dwight of the Dwight family, am eating. Don't any of you dare make a sound until I'm done with my meal." A burly, bearded mercenary growled, "If you keep making noise, I'll show you the class difference between nobles and commoners." From another corner, Cruel Dwight sneered back, "I want to see that class difference." "What? Who doesn't know fear?" Unexpectedly, Jan appeared, placing a hand on his shoulder, startling Dwight. "Ah, Jan, when did you get in here?" Jan coldly explained, "Those bastards are making noise without the slightest courtesy. You shouldn't act like that." Dwight, still surprised, turned to look at Jan. "What?" Jan continued, his gaze distant as he looked at his beer mug. "You've suffered through that before too." He recalled their past. "Because you got here also due to being oppressed by the so-called class difference." Jan took a sip of beer, saying something cryptic. "If you break free from class, perhaps you'll be much stronger." Dwight's internal thought divided by question. "Can I be much stronger? What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a powerful hand landed on Dwight's shoulder, and a voice boomed. "Hey, skinny kid, are you from out of town?" The burly man introduced himself as Captain Billy of the Thunderhorn Mercenaries. "I overheard your conversation. Sounds like you want to get stronger. Want me to teach you the secret?" Dwight growled. "Get your hand off me." Billy enthusiastically preached. "Lifting weights 8 hours a day will make a man strong. Join our mercenary squad now. We even provide protein supplements." Dwight's rage exploded, and he roared, "Protein my ass." A flash of white light streaked through the air. Dwight delivered a thunderous punch to Billy's stomach. "Go eat that garbage yourself." The mercenary captain only managed a choked "ugh" before being sent flying. In the middle of the tavern floor, Dwight dusted off his hands, looking at the defeated man. Thought he was all muscle. Turns out he's just an inflatable ball." Everyone around was stunned. Billy's comrades appeared, astonished by the scene. Dwight scoffed. "A bunch of muscle heads? I can smell your sweat from all the way over here." His eyes sharpened, full of challenge. "This is better. All of you, come at me." Contrary to expectations, the mercenaries cheered excitedly. "Skinny kid, you're amazing. You have a natural talent for muscles. Dwight was completely dumbfounded by their reaction and the chatter around him. Nobles really are different. He's handsome too. Cruel Dwight was utterly confused, thinking to himself, I don't understand why they're acting like this. But, suddenly, a wide grin appeared on his face. This feels great. In the bar, challenges rang out. Do nobles have good alcohol tolerance? Bring more booze. The whole mercenary group cheered, forcing Cruel Dwight into the fun. Cruel's cup is empty. Surrounded by the crowd, Dwight, red-faced, yelled, You vulgar lot. Today I'll show you the class difference. His only reply was excited cheers. To Cruel, raise your glasses. That night, outside the tavern, a voice spoke. Cruel, wake up. Jan carried a drunken Cruel Dwight on his shoulder, coldly warning, Don't you dare puke. I'll kill you right now. In his drunken stupor, Dwight mumbled, Where's my brother Billy? Making Jan scoff about class difference. He hiccuped, trying to sound nonchalant. They're just a bunch of idiots, cheering me on just because I'm sitting with them. Jan silently listened to Dwight's confession. It's strange how warmly they welcomed a stranger like me. Jan, don't you think it's really strange? Dwight's voice trailed off as 2 tears began to roll down his face. He burst into sobs. Why do people I've just met treat me so kindly, when my own family has never said a single word of praise? Jan remained silent, letting Dwight pour out his heart. Even just one sentence. You did well. Dwight hung his head, his voice breaking. Or, I believe in you. If only they'd said it just once. Momon suddenly appeared, questioning, Jan, what did you just put in his drink? Jan casually admitted after Momon pointed out his actions in the bar. Oh, you saw that, huh? I put in crystal powder used for purifying demonic energy, Jan explained. Thanks to it, Cruel is much less aggressive. Before Momon's suspicion, Jan denied. Who said I helped him? I simply recalled a moment from the past. A dark memory flooded back as he spoke. Every time I see a person lose their will and commit evil, it gnaws at me. Jan explained to Momon. That's why I did it. Let's go quickly. I think he's really about to throw up. Snow began to fall, signaling a scene transition to the cold northern lands. Amidst the vast white snow, Duke Beowulf's castle appeared, towering and majestic. The castle's soaring spires reached for the sky, covered in a white blanket of ice and snow. Inside the main hall, a colossal teleportation gate glowed brightly, its magical energy surging violently. 2 Beowulf guards stood solemnly, awaiting guests from afar. The Beowulf heavy cavalry, legendary northern warriors, were lined up and ready to receive them. The light from the teleportation gate reached its peak, signaling the imminent arrival. A figure stepped out of the dazzling light. Jan spoke. Finally arrived. The entire group appeared. Jan finished his sentence. Beowulf Castle. The purple-haired woman accompanying them thought to herself, So this is Beowulf's territory. Cruel Dwight shivered from the cold, grumbling. It's freezing. Is your homeland always this cold? Ignoring the complaints, Jan began to brief them on the mission with a serious expression. Our mission here is to cooperate with the Beowulf family to conquer the barbarians. He explained their brutal struggle for survival in this harsh land. But the bigger problem here is, Jan hesitated, his eyes narrowing. The Northern Knights are very proud. Will they accept help from outsiders? Suddenly, the purple-haired woman spoke up. Wait, I have something to tell everyone. She looked directly at the group, warning. Prepare yourselves, because you're about to witness many unbelievable things. A white-haired man with a ponytail approached, asking directly, Are all of you from the Special Forces? A man in a formal butler's uniform spoke up. Greetings, I am the head butler of the Beowulf family, and I wish to politely request something of you. With an icy expression, Butler Hans Maringer ordered, Please turn back, uninvited guest. He questioned sharply. The North has never requested reinforcements or agreed to receive guests. Are you aware of that? The butler's identity was revealed. Count Hans Maringer, a former knight captain with formidable strength. Jan thought to himself, it was ridiculous that such a prominent figure would only serve as a butler. Suddenly, Lorena stepped forward, breaking the tense atmosphere. Hans, long time no see. She looked directly at the butler, defending her comrades. They are with me on a special forces mission. I think you've said too much. Please show them some respect. Hans's stern expression crumbled as he was stunned to recognize her. Young lady, it's been many years since you left on your own. Immediately, the venerable butler burst into tears, scolding Lorena for joining the special forces without a word. Jan, Cheryl, and Cruel Dwight were speechless at the unbelievable scene. Jan muttered, This is something I truly didn't expect. Hans continued to lament upon seeing the scar on her cheek, making Lorena exclaim in embarrassment. This is exactly why I didn't want to come back here. 2 Beowulf knights suddenly raised a flag bearing Lorena's image, making her even more flustered as she shouted, You guys, stop it right now. Hans tried to regain his composure, admitting, "All right, I might have spoken too harshly." Lorena gently inquired, noticing his white hair. "Hans, are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Just one word of concern from her brought tears to Hans's eyes again. "You are worried about me." The butler once again burst into emotion, crying like a child. Amidst the chaos, Hans invited the group into the castle to escape the cold, promising a lavish meal. As he led the way, he informed Lorena. "And, young lady, the master will soon return from his hunting trip." Hans suggested she dine with the master upon his return, but Lorena remained silent. She softly called his name, Hans, and the butler immediately turned back, awaiting her words. "Young lady." With a cold expression, Lorena requested that no one mention her father. Hans Maringer looked at her worriedly, about to say something when she declared she would leave immediately after the mission. "Has the young lady's misunderstanding still not been resolved?" he gently asked. The scene shifted to a snow-covered castle, signaling a chilling atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the opulent dining room, a shout rang out. "Are you kidding me?" Cruel Dwight and Cheryl sat before a lavish banquet, annoyed at having to wait for Lorena. "I can't believe we have to sit and wait when the food is right in front of us," Dwight grumbled. He irritably wondered if this was how the Beowulf family operated. "Or do they think we're dogs being trained?" Cruel Dwight snarled. "And where is that damn Lorena?" Cheryl tried to defuse the situation, but Dwight snapped at her. A stern maid stepped forward, coldly reminding him, "Please mind your manners. You're worse than a stray dog." "So what? I am a maid of the Beowulf family," she retorted, unfazed by his noble status. Amidst the tension, someone suddenly realized Jan was also absent, and wondered where he had gone. Meanwhile, Jan had ventured alone into another area, recalling his instructions to search for something specific. He had arrived at Beowulf Castle's forgotten armory. Countless old weapons, from battle axes to longswords, were neatly arranged on racks. Jan reminisced about his past life, recalling the Emperor's search for a unique sword. It was one of 2 holy swords forged by the Dragon Slayer, capable of tearing through dragon corpses. After Bahamut acquired one, the Emperor poured all his efforts into finding the other. A colossal reward had been offered to anyone who found it. Even after special forces scoured the entire continent, the sword remained untraceable until people almost gave up. Jan thought to himself, "The sword that even the founding Emperor couldn't find lies silently in a corner of this northern warehouse." The dragon sword Astalon. A memory suddenly flooded back. He recalled that Astalon was the twin sword of Nagling, the one that had pierced him. The image of the glowing red Nagling, the weapon that ended his previous life, appeared vividly. Back in the present, Jan smiled confidently. "I'm sure of it." With this sword, with burning determination, he reached for the sword's hilt. "I won't lose, even if my opponent is the Emperor." A completely forgotten sword, lying dusty in a dark corner of the warehouse. Jan stared at it, his gaze complex. Who would have thought that it would be one of the 2 swords left by the Dragon Slayer, the dragon sword Astalon? His conviction grew stronger. "With this sword, I'm certain." His hand moved closer, his will surging. "I won't lose, even if my opponent is the Emperor." Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from the sword, sounding like a wave of energy. "You are." Jan flinched in alarm, sensing the strange aura. "What?" He realized in astonishment as his hand gripped the hilt. "A voice is coming from the sword?" Immediately, a pillar of crimson light shot up from the sword, flinging Jan far away. The mysterious voice roared its final judgment. "Unworthy." The aftershock of the blast caused all the weapons in the warehouse to shake violently as Jan fell. Jan's hand still tingled with residual energy, and he uttered the sword's name, Astalon. He stared at his empty hand, unable to believe it. "It rejected me?" Jan muttered in anger. "This damn antique dares to reject me." He gritted his teeth and recounted. "When I held Astalon, I definitely heard a voice. It told me I was unworthy." Momon appeared, looking interested. "How fascinating." Jan immediately turned to ask, "Momon, do you know what's happening?" She analyzed. "It's not like a sword with its own ego, but a weapon that chooses its master." Momon further explained that when a weapon possesses divinity, it has every right to choose a worthy wielder. With a mischievous smile, she looked at Jan, ready to deliver a final blow. "Kid, the sword rejected you because your level is too low." Jan snapped. "What did you say?" "Momon, get out of the way!" Jan roared, his anger exploding. "Calling me low level? I'll kill you today!" He roared Black Wolf, summoning dark power that transformed his hand into monstrous claws. Without hesitation, Jan's dark hand reached out, gripping the hilt of Astalon, but the sword retaliated with a resounding, majestic voice. "You are unworthy," and flung him away. "Astalon!" Jan screamed in despair as he was engulfed by the powerful energy. He struggled, yelling in indignation. A person like me. I'm a pretty decent guy. Stop messing around and accept me, Jan shouted, refusing to accept defeat. Meanwhile, at the majestic Beowulf castle, another story was beginning. The flag bearing the proud Beowulf family crest fluttered in the wind. On the training grounds, heavy knights in gleaming armor stood solemnly in formation. Lorena coldly took the sword, despite the butler's pleading. "Milady, please reconsider," a commander declared loudly. "Today's operation must not have any errors. Because, today, Lady Lorena will be with us." Lorena strode forward with great spirit, causing the knights to cheer wildly. Hans Maringer tried to dissuade her. "We should wait until the patriarch returns." But Lorena sharply interrupted. "I've already said, I don't want to hear anything about him." With resolute eyes, she threatened. "Do you think I'm an idiot who can't complete a mission? Hans, if so, then I'll never see you again." Meanwhile, Jan's group discussed the mission. Just need to get 10 barbarian flags, right? Easier than fighting an Ancient Lich, but a cautious voice chimed in. "Don't underestimate them, because for the barbarians, those flags contain the souls of their ancestors, and they would rather die than lose them." Helpless against his lady's determination, Hans Maringer could only sigh. Sigh. "Since you won't listen to anything I say," he turned to instruct the group. "Everyone, you must take care of Lady Lorena." Cheryl happily accepted while cruel Dwight scoffed. We're not Beowulf's bodyguards." The group thanked Hans for the warm cloaks, and Lorena also praised his thoughtfulness, making the old butler flustered. Seeing Lorena in uniform, someone in the group commented, and she explained, "After all, this is my first mission as a member of the Special Forces." Suddenly, Lorena and Cheryl turned around in surprise. "But, that guy." A puff of black smoke appeared along with an apology. "Sorry, I'm late." Jan appeared in a disheveled state, explaining that he had an urgent matter, which surprised everyone, asking why he looked so miserable. Cruel Dwight burst out laughing mockingly. "Bah-ha-ha-ha, Jan, you look truly pathetic," but immediately froze with a nosebleed. Chibi Momon floated beside him, taunting, "Serves you right for your arrogance," making Jan angrily snap. "Shut up!" Despite the advice to give up on the sword, Jan replied with a resolute expression, "I have plenty of time anyway." He secretly thought about Astalon, Nagling's twin sword, and was determined to find a way to possess it. Just then, Lorena approached. "Jan, you might misunderstand. So let me say this first." She hastily explained at length why she was wearing a uniform, that this was her first mission, and it was very convenient for combat. Jan completely failed to understand what was happening, responding confusedly, "I don't know what you're talking about, but," he continued as Lorena looked up, "it looks very suitable for combat." Jan finished his sentence, leaving Lorena stunned and blushing at the unexpected compliment. Lorena boldly ordered the heavy knights to prepare, while Jan stood beside her, looking bewildered. "Open the city gates, we depart." Her command echoed before the massive gate. Lorena's presence fired up the Beowulf knights, their cheers echoing across the bridge. Cruel Dwight sneered contemptuously. "Bunch of bumpkins. Too noisy just for a few barbarians." Jan thought to himself, the central nobles probably had no idea how truly terrifying the barbarians were, because all this time, House Beowulf, under the banner of the two-headed eagle, had maintained excellent defenses. But Jan knew that this was the era when the barbarian tribes were unifying, becoming a threat to the entire empire. Amidst that chaotic scene, an extraordinary figure appeared. It was the king of the barbarians, the one dubbed the strongest living creature on earth. His blazing eyes gleamed in the darkness, the name Vilai like a curse. From a warrior alliance, they had become a powerful kingdom challenging the entire Kavlan Empire. Vilai, king of that kingdom, was one of the 5 most formidable foes the empire had ever faced. He was a warrior possessing a superhuman physique and unprecedented combat techniques. But what was even more terrifying about Vilai was his ability to replicate every technique of his opponents, turning him into the embodiment of terror. Jan recalled that to defeat that monster, in the past, he had to employ every cruel trick, but all had failed, and now, information about Vilai in this era was virtually zero. "I don't know where he is," Jan thought to himself, "but I hope I'm not unlucky enough to run into him." Ahead, the banner of House Beowulf still fluttered, leading the army into perilous lands. In Beowulf's northwest forest, the 3rd Heavy Knight Squad trudged silently through the pristine white snow. The Beowulf soldiers, in their fully enclosed armor, maintained their disciplined ranks. Cruel Dwight growled irritably, "Damn it, how much longer do we have to walk?" He continued to grumble about the endless snowy path and how absurd it was for knights to be slogging through on foot. Jan coldly retorted, "Stop complaining. This weather makes it difficult to use horses, and this white snowscape easily causes disorientation." The purple-haired girl mused, "Outsiders must think this place is bleak, right? After all, 200 out of 365 days here are winter. She explained that the only thing one could see in Beowulf was snow, a desolate and unforgiving land. But people still live here, she said with admiration. They are braver and stronger than anyone, Jan scoffed. That must be the pride of a local lord. Cheryl immediately chimed in. You're right, this place and Lady Lorena are both very beautiful. Cheryl's words were like kindling, and the Beowulf knights immediately raised banners emblazoned with Lorena's image and roared, Lady Lorena is the best. Amidst the fervent cheers, a voice rang out from the family's standard-bearer, ordering everyone to stop. A knight pointed to the sky, where a red signal flared, then asked, Lady Lorena, do you see it? It was the scout team's signal flare, signaling they had located the barbarians. Cruel Dwight flashed a bloodthirsty smile. Finally, something fun. A knight immediately cautioned him. You're too confident. A soldier in spiky armor stepped forward, introduced himself as Captain Savo, and warned, But you'd better prepare yourself, because you're about to witness a brutal sight. Dwight scoffed. Brutal? What's so scary about barbarians? We fought goblins and cockatrices, he boasted further, and even an ancient lich. Barbarians are just a joke compared to them. Savo merely replied calmly. I see. Then let's go, he ordered, while the text recounted the Special Forces' seasoned battle experience. They were confident that they could withstand any horrific scene or monster that stood in their path. But what they saw was a solitary footprint on the white snow. Immediately after, dark blood splattered, shattering the stillness. It was a massacre, where the Beowulf Knights were brutally slaughtering the tribe's people. An entirely new kind of atrocity unfolded at a small tribe. Inside the wooden fence, terrified screams rang out ceaselessly. The knights ruthlessly speared the defenseless people. A one-sided purge was underway. Amidst the battlefield, a desperate woman pleaded for the children's lives, while a dying man cried for help. Cheryl witnessed it all in horror, trembling as she asked, What is this? The innocent girl questioned. Aren't knights supposed to uphold chivalry and protect the weak? But they look no different from devils. As if they are the true barbarians. Cruel Dwight quickly covered Cheryl's eyes, growling, Damn it, don't look. That's not something you should see, he said with a stern expression. From afar, Jan observed and thought to himself, Cruel. He still kept his composure. Not bad. Perhaps he has gained some control over his mana now. He continued his thoughts. Everyone must be surprised. But this is the true nature of racial wars. This kind of war isn't about territorial disputes. This is the kind of war that only stops when one side is completely annihilated, sparing neither adults nor children. Jan looked towards Lorena's back, musing, as a lady of Beowulf, Lorena must have known this. But there's a difference between hearing about it and witnessing it. Can she bear this burden? Suddenly, a barbaric roar echoed from afar, cutting short Jan's thoughts. Amidst the blood-stained snow, a mother had fallen, but the wailing cries for milk from her infant still echoed mournfully. From afar, a companion urged Cruel Dwight, Cruel, what should we do? We have to save them. But he only replied hesitantly, Damn it! If we get involved in something pointless. Despite the tragedy, the miraculously surviving infant suddenly smiled innocently. A Beowulf knight coldly raised his poleaxe, declaring, It doesn't need to live as a filthy barbarian. The sharp axe blade swung down, aimed directly at the tiny life. No! Cheryl screamed in horror, desperately reaching out as if to stop it. At that fateful moment, a flash of light appeared, blocking the execution blow. Cruel Dwight gnashed his teeth in anger, while Cheryl was stunned by the sudden intervention. Jan silently observed everything, his sharp gaze missing no detail. Lorena's rapier had appeared, blocking the axe blade of her own subordinate. The knight was stunned, disbelieving his eyes. Lady Lorena, stop, she commanded, her voice unwavering. That's enough. We've killed everyone who could wield a weapon. We only need to take their tribe's flag. With a resolute gaze, Lorena declared, We will not kill a child like this. That is my decision. Jan thought to himself, That's your decision? But all the knights who heard that, two other knights whispered to each other, one scoffing. She said not to kill a barbarian? Lady Lorena said that. Ha. But then, their tone became threatening, killing intent beginning to spread. Lady Lorena, you must be joking, right? Despite the opposition, Lorena stood firm amidst the snow, her resolve unshaken. Having grown up with swords and blades in Beowulf, she understood the brutality of this war, and was determined to bear its burden. But, facing the image of the deceased mother and the surviving child, would that resolve be enough? Lorena's eyes hardened as she witnessed the tragic scene. The barbarian woman was dead, her clothes too thin for the northern cold, yet her child was wrapped in high-quality fur. The image of the sacrificing mother prompted Lorena to act, using her sword to block her subordinate's axe. The knight exclaimed in shock, Lady Lorena, why? With iron resolve, Lorena commanded, "Let the child go. I will take responsibility." The innocent baby yawned, unaware that another knight was questioning. "What are you doing, Lady Lorena?" Another knight growled in protest. "If a barbarian is allowed to live, they will cause great trouble. Even you don't have the right to do that." Lorena, now holding the child, retorted, "No. That way of thinking is too extreme. This baby has committed no crime." The knight turned to the group of strangers. "You are merely guests. Do not interfere. Do you intend to obstruct the Beowulf Knights in their own territory?" Cheryl spoke with disdain. "I can't believe a knight's duty is to kill a child. Aren't you ashamed?" Cruel Dwight growled. "If a child dies, I'll have nightmares and my reputation will be tarnished." Knight Voss dismissed her. "Lady Lorena, stop joking. I can't believe you're protecting barbarians." He clenched his fist, his eyes blazing. "Do you know what that means?" From afar, Jan silently observed and analyzed. As expected, conflict is everywhere. The Beowulf Knights will never be convinced. He understood that they weren't acting out of emotion, but due to a deep-seated grudge after so many losses. Suddenly, Jan sensed an unusual surge of energy. This energy? An invisible pressure erupted, astonishing both Lorena and Voss. "What is that?" Amidst the chaotic energy, the knights looked up in horror at a figure plummeting from the sky. "It's the chieftain. The chieftain has appeared. Everyone, prepare for battle." A terrifying impact as the stranger landed, cracking the ground. A wave of energy erupted from the impact point, sending the Beowulf Knights flying. Screams echoed as soldiers were engulfed in a sea of fire. Witnessing the scene, Lorena gasped in shock. What a terrifying source of energy. The camp's defensive barrier violently shook from the aftershocks. As the snow dust cleared, a desolate scene emerged. A surviving knight muttered, "Damn it. I can't believe the chieftain attacked. What the hell is the scout team doing?" Suddenly, a giant hand clamped onto the knight's helmet. The barbarian chieftain easily lifted the soldier, growling, "Did you kill them?" Chieftain Caber snarled, his eyes burning with hatred. "You killed my family and my tribe, didn't you? Now." Caber began to clench his hand, deforming the helmet. "It's time for you to D2. He crushed the knight's head amidst screams, slowly and painfully. "Stop right now!" Lorena darted forward, her sword pointed directly at Caber. A flash of light appeared as her attack was about to hit its target. Lorena's eyes shone with steely determination, but she could only realize in horror. Impossible. He blocked my sword with his head? Lorena's sword tip touched Caber's forehead, but only the magic circle flashed in response. The chieftain's terrifying power had shattered all obstacles. Lorena's speed was astonishing, but would it be enough to face this monster? The giant reached out, intending to snatch her up like a toy. Immediately, spears from the Beowulf Knights flew in to provide cover. "Lady Lorena, run now!" Voss roared, leading the suicide squad. "Voss!" Lorena screamed, but her only reply was a quiet apology. "I'm sorry, Lady Lorena." The loyal knight bid farewell. "It seems our journey ends here." Lorena choked out. "I'm sorry for raising my voice at you earlier." Voss smiled behind his armor. "I hope you will always be well, lady." Lorena's eyes widened in horror as she could only utter, "Va." A blurry swing of the arm, and Caber's fist had pierced the knight's chest. Vass's hand went limp, falling aimlessly. Fresh blood stained the shattered helmet red. Caber roared a single word as he delivered the finishing blow to Lorena. "Die." But from the shadows, a voice echoed, "Black Wolf." The chieftain's devastating punch was blocked, dark blood gushing from his wrist. Caber stared in shock at the wound on his body. "A wound? On me?" Caber scoffed, making a fuss over a mere scratch. Soon, Jan appeared, his arm transformed into a dark weapon, threatening. "I will tear you in half." Jan's thoughts began. Barbarian chieftains possess markings known as mystic tattoos. These tattoos were created to help them use mana, replacing a conventional energy core. The tattoos on their bodies allow them to draw mana directly from their skin and muscle. Jan was stunned to realize the enemy's power mechanism. Not only that, but it also incredibly enhanced their bodies. Combined with honed skills, their attacks possessed unimaginable destructive power. Jan admitted, "Your body is tougher than I thought," but Caber only roared, "I will kill you." Suddenly, Lorena charged in from one side, declaring, "We're joining in too." Cruel Dwight and Lorena simultaneously attacked Caber from both flanks, but their swords were blocked. Dwight grumbled, "Damn it, my sword is stuck. I told the princess not to interfere." Caber looked down with disdain, uttering contemptuous words. "All of you are too green." "Pathetic," he roared, unleashing a surge of energy that sent them all flying. Both were pushed back helplessly. Dwight exclaimed, "Our swords didn't even leave a scratch. Is he even human?" Lorena replied, "The knights are in disarray. We must be the ones to deal with him." Cheryl ran over to report, "Lady Lorena, I've taken the baby to a safer place. Meanwhile, Lorena smugly told Yan, if you hadn't interfered, I would have defeated him in one blow. Yan coldly asked back, what did you say? Cruel Dwight smiled, taking command. I'll be the one attacking. Lorena, you provide support. Lorena coldly retorted to Cruel Dwight. No, you should be the one providing support. Cruel Dwight growled. Don't you remember how miserably you lost in the last training session? Do you want me to see how miserably you lose in a real battle? Yan interjected, trying to mediate. Both of you, calm down. This won't help at all when the enemy is right in front of us. The argument quickly shifted to Yan as Lorena provoked him, and he was no less subtle in his retort. Amidst the tension, Cheryl desperately warned. This is no time to argue, the chieftain could attack at any moment. Too late, Caber unleashed a destructive attack, surges of energy tearing through the ground and sending all three flying. He roared furiously. You're all dead! I'll kill every last one of you. Cruel Dwight and Lorena charged forward simultaneously, but still didn't forget to warn each other. He's coming, don't get in my way this time. Their attacks, though powerful, were completely disjointed and inflicted no damage on the chieftain. Standing afar, Yan muttered, at this rate, we can't defeat him. He analyzed, both Lorena and Cruel are very strong, but because they are trying to attack in their own ways, they've created disharmony. Seeing this, Cheryl declared, I'll help too, but Yan quickly stopped her. Wait, it's useless for you to join now. Yan suddenly paused, seemingly realizing something as Cheryl still rushed forward. Cheryl shouted to Lorena, Lady Lorena, I'll support you, just attack as much as you want, and received immediate agreement. Cheryl's involvement drew Caber's attention. He growled, weak humans. Cheryl's attacks were nothing special, just simple dagger and projectile techniques. But those small attacks could weave into the chaotic symphony that Lorena and Dwight were creating. They were like connecting notes, mending the disharmony in the team's fighting style. Witnessing this, Yan couldn't help but smile in admiration. Not bad. No, it's astonishing. I didn't expect her to have such talent. Yan thought to himself, Cheryl, I never heard of her in my previous life. Why is that? Cheryl unexpectedly took command. Lady Lorena, and you ruffian too, go all out. Immediately, all three charged at Cabor from all sides in a storm of blows. Cabor's body endured countless impacts, creating small energy explosions. The continuous attacks caused his skin to begin cracking. The chieftain saw Lorena and Cruel Dwight rushing forward like two sharp arrows. He roared, crossing his arms to block their furious sword strikes. The immense impact force shattered Caber's arm guards. Seizing the golden opportunity, a dark figure lunged forward with terrifying speed. It was Yan. Dark Soul style, 15th form, Yan delivered a devastating punch to Caber's chest. The dark uppercut named Stardust Annihilation sent the chieftain flying into the air. Yan clicked his tongue, looking displeased. Too weak. Caber was utterly stunned by the unimaginable power of the attack. Dark Soul style, 15th form, reversal, Yan growled, his right arm erupting with dark energy. A slash named Defier of Fate tore through Caber's body. The barbarian chieftain screamed in extreme agony as he was engulfed by darkness. His body was flung backward like a broken puppet. Lorena asked in astonishment, he's defeated? But Yan immediately warned, don't let your guard down. From within the dust cloud, Caber struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with resentment. I won't. Cruel, Dwight and Lorena looked at the scene before them, unable to believe it. What? He still has strength. From within the smoke, Caber roared, I won't let it end like this. A massive surge of energy suddenly shot up from the chieftain's position. Two streaks of light shot across the sky, making Cruel Dwight exclaim, he ran away? What shameless barbarians. Lorena turned around, sighing in relief. It's a shame we lost him, but at least we're all safe. Let's go report to the captain. Cruel Dwight suddenly stopped, realizing something was amiss. Wait. Yan's nowhere to be seen. Elsewhere, on top of a perilous cliff, thick drops of black blood dripped, splattering on the ground. Caber staggered forward, clutching the severe wound on his chest, coughing violently. He gritted his teeth, enduring, telling himself this pain was nothing compared to losing his people. Memories of the massacre flooded back, strengthening his resolve. I must live to avenge my tribe. Suddenly, a voice rang out in praise. That's a truly cold decision. Caber snapped his head up, astonished to see Yan already sitting on the cliff, calmly saying, those who speak of shame are fools. Victory is survival. When did you start following me? Caber growled, but Yan merely replied, calm down. I have no intention of killing you. The young man made an unexpected offer. I'll let you go if you tell me a few things. The barbarian chieftain narrowed his eyes, listening with deep suspicion. Yan looked directly at his opponent. Have you ever heard this name? Do you know anything about Vili? His question echoed in the silent space. Caber's face darkened. He let out a single roar. "Shut up," Jan coldly commanded. "Silence," Kaber roared in fury, his fists blazing. "Someone like you isn't allowed to utter his name." His punch made the ground tremble, and the cliff began to crack. Immediately, an entire section of the cliff shattered into 100 pieces. "Kabor, are you determined to die?" Jan's voice rang out as the chieftain swung his arm. Jan retaliated by unleashing dark power. "Appear, Dark Wolf," Kaber scoffed. "You're not going to kill me? How arrogant. Even fighting me with 4 others, you couldn't even injure me." His eyes were bloodshot, hatred surging within him. He declared decisively, "Anyone who hunts Vilai must be killed." A memory suddenly flooded Kaber's mind. Vilai's figure appearing. "Kaber, let us create a better world together." The barbarian king's words still echoed. "If I had you by my side, perhaps this world." "Back in reality," Jan muttered, looking enlightened. "I understand." His dark arm drew a complex magic circle in the air. Kaber was stunned by the unbelievable sight. "That is, rise, wall of the great earth," Jan shouted, making Kaber gasp in horror. "Magic?" Sharpstone spears immediately shot up, piercing the chieftain's body. Amidst a roar of petty tricks, Jan bit his finger, his expression unchanged. Kaber used his brute strength to shatter the stone prison, roaring, "Is your trump card just playing with dirt?" Jan let out a soft groan, clutching his bleeding right arm, the price for using magic. Jan's injured arm hung limply. "Die!" Kaber roared, tightening his grip on Jan, preparing to crush him. But suddenly, a voice rang out. "The trump card has arrived, Tilda." A destructive bolt of lightning struck Kaber directly from the sky. The terrifying power of the attack sent the gigantic chieftain flying. His entire body was engulfed in a blinding explosion of light. Kaber was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. "No. Impossible," he uttered in despair as his body began to disintegrate. Momon spoke from within the magic circle. "Jan, do you understand now? That you absolutely need me? What's with that pathetic magic? Are you seriously my disciple?" She chided, but Jan coldly replied, "Shut up, Momon." Momon sighed contentedly. "It's been a long time since I've fought. This feeling is truly wonderful." In his final moments, Kaber whispered, "Forgive me, Commander. I could not keep my oath under the sunset. Please, create a better world." Those were his final words as he turned to dust. The sky grew silent. The battle was over. "Are you seriously struggling against this measly barbarian?" Momon grumbled. But Jan cut him off. "He's not measly at all." Standing over his opponent's body, Jan firmly declared, "He was very strong." Snow began to fall, and a question suddenly arose in his mind. "Why? Did you all go so far to kill our tribe?" Jan looked down at the fallen, his heart heavy with questions. Kaber's dying words echoed across the white snow. A heartbreaking question about the tribe's survival. Jan fell silent, uttering his family's name. "Beowulf is also struggling to survive against a strong foe like you." Kaber sneered in his dying throes. "You praise my strength even though you won. Are you mocking me?" "No, I'm serious," Jan replied gravely. "You were a powerful and proud warrior." Hearing this, the chieftain gasped a final request. "Then, can you do me one favor?" He recalled the image of the last child of his tribe being taken away, and begged Jan for mercy. Jan turned away, his voice dropping, on the verge of death and still worrying about them. Then he reassured him, "Don't worry. The person who took the child is very kind. She won't let it live as a slave." Kaber used his last bit of strength, pulling an object from his chest. "Take this." It was the symbol of a chieftain, a token of trust given in the cold snow. The bone necklace appeared, a testament to a will about to be inherited. Yen hesitated, weighing the gravity of a promise to a dying man. Finally, he decided, "All right, I don't want to ignore this promise," and accepted the token. Kaber unburdened himself, his eyes pleading, "Please, create a better world." His dying words dissolved into the air. Standing on the cliff, Jan bid farewell to his enemy. "I hope, in your next life, you'll be reborn in a better place." At the same time, at Beowulf Castle, the atmosphere was completely different. In the courtyard, a commander loudly declared victory, and soldiers cheered boisterously around the celebratory bonfire. A commander boldly proclaimed, "This is not one person's victory. It belongs to all of us who shed blood. Raise your cups, heavy-armored knight," Captain William roared. "Tonight, whoever wants to leave here sober, beware. You'll crawl out for me." For Beowulf, all the soldiers cheered in unison, raising their wooden beer mugs high in the fervent air. Amidst the crowd, cruel Dwight smirked, reveling in the intoxication of victory. Meanwhile, Jan quietly drank, his gaze distant and contemplative. Separated from the revelry, Lorena peeked out from behind a large wooden barrel. She stood alone in the dark corner, arms crossed with a gloomy expression, immersed in silence. William approached. Lady Lorena, are you all right? Uncle William. I mean, Knight Captain. Glad you're safe. I can't believe you took down the chieftain. I didn't do that. William enthusiastically. Just give the order. I'll bring back all the tribal flags for you. No. Noticing her sadness, he asked in a low voice. Is it because of those who sacrifice themselves? It seems you're still not used to these kinds of parties, William consoled. Please don't be sad. They are northern knights, knights of the Beowulf family. Amidst the image of blood-stained swords, his words echoed. Those who became knights to fight to the death have met a glorious end on the battlefield. He mentioned Voss. I'm sure he was content. He was able to protect you and depart gloriously. William boasted again. I'd also love to die for you. But I can't because I'm too strong. I truly envy him. Please don't say that, Uncle. He abruptly changed the subject. As for the child we brought back. Captain, that child, William smiled. Since you were the one who broke the rules to bring it back, I'll turn a blind eye. Really? William continued. But, you must not consider it human. It is merely a beast, do you understand? The scene shifted to the majestic Beowulf castle under the night sky. A soldier who overheard the conversation reacted. A beast? You're going too far, sir. William maintained his stance. No, Lady Lorena. That child is no different from a beast, even more dangerous. Lorena firmly retorted. Internal instability is always more terrifying than external enemies. William warned. If you don't do something about it, this could become a threat to the Beowulf family in the future. Why can't you see that? I will take responsibility, Lorena asserted. Don't worry. She looked him straight in the eye. The Beowulf family is very strong, not so weak as to collapse just because of one person. William thoughtfully repeated. Responsibility. Lorena tried to add. Will, I. He closed his eyes, seemingly too tired of the argument. Lady Lorena. Don't think that responsibility is something you can easily speak of. He questioned her about the cost of life. Will you also bear responsibility for the sorrow of the bereaved families left behind? With that, William turned his back and left. This is my advice. I hope you will reconsider your decision, Lorena shouted from behind. Why are you acting so cruelly just because it's the child of a barbarian? Why? She could only bite her lip in silence, watching his retreating figure disappear. Hans Maringer approached. Was that William? It seems there was shouting. Lorena replied. It seems he's really angry that I brought that child back. In a fit of anger, Hans Maringer muttered, How dare he get angry with you? Just because he's a captain, he thinks he's so great? After regaining his composure, he said, Lady Lorena, please be generous and understanding towards William. He acts this way for a reason. The story began about 30 years ago, at a time when the all-out war with the barbarian tribes was even fiercer than it is now. At that time, a young knight confronted a barbarian child in a conquered village engulfed in flames. The child had no weapons, only its bare body to withstand the biting cold. The young knight extended his hand. Despite the dissuasion of those around him, he still decided to take in the child. The child's eyes suddenly gleamed with a strange light. Hans continued, I myself opposed the idea, but in the end, the child was still brought into a mansion within the territory. Because the knight often had to go on conquest missions, his fiancée was the one who took care of the child. The child's dark form was enveloped in warmth and love, but an evil red light flared in its eyes. Outside, the mansion still stood, deceptively peaceful. They had believed their love could tame the child, until deadly dark streaks began to appear, and the knight's fiancée collapsed in a pool of blood. Finally, the child killed her and fled, leaving the young knight to find his dead fiancée much later. Young William embraced his beloved, sobbing in despair. I'm sorry, if I had been home. Back in the present, Lorena exclaimed in horror, while Hans concluded. After that, he became a knight captain, and never showed mercy to any barbarian, even if it was a child. Lorena was stunned, seemingly realizing, Wait, are you talking about? Hans Maringer confirmed. That's right. In his memory, a young William screamed in regret. I should have killed that brat right then and there. Lorena was speechless, whispering with regret. And yet I said those things to him without knowing anything about his past. Hans added that not only William, but many other knights also lost loved ones at the hands of the barbarians. Faced with the harsh truth, Lorena could only bite her lip, speechless. Don't blame yourself too much, a voice echoed from the shadows, as Jan decided to speak up. He thought to himself, the knight captain would never back down, so how could he keep his promise to Kaber? But Hans interrupted, his eyes sharp. The story isn't over yet. He revealed that someone was trying to unite the barbarian tribes right now. That person was their leader, Vilai. The most horrifying truth was revealed. Vilai was the barbarian child William had taken in, leaving Jan stunned. He recalled that all his past efforts to find information about Vili had led to dead ends. Now everything was clear. The Beowulf territory had certainly done everything to cover up this shocking secret. Though unexpected, this was an extremely valuable clue to help him track down Vili. Hans turned back to Lorena, his voice sympathetic. Lady Lorena, I understand how you feel, but this will be very difficult. He advised her to rest, but Lorena firmly refused. She could not accept William's path. When asked about other options, Lorena faltered, unable to find an answer. There is a way. Jan stepped out. You're just overcomplicating a simple matter. Hans immediately blocked Jan's path, coldly warning. You are an outsider. Please do not interfere in the affairs of our territory. Jan proposed an unexpectedly simple solution. We just need to convince Count Beowulf and ask for his permission, he explained. He is the absolute ruler of the North. As long as he permits it, no one will dare to object. Hans Maringer immediately dismissed it. Absurd. He would never allow it. And who would dare bring this matter to the Count? Lorena stood silently, lost in thought at the bold proposal. Suddenly, she spoke up. I will do it, making Hans turn back in surprise. With resolute eyes, Lorena declared. I will speak with the head of the family. No, I will convince my father. And I will accept any decision he makes. Hearing that, William quietly turned and walked away. His retreating figure disappeared into the night, his heart heavy with thoughts. He softly called her name with anguish. Lady Lorena. William's thoughts were in turmoil. Was I too harsh on her? She must hate me now. She won't agree. But then, his eyes turned sharp. The painful memory of his deceased fiancée flooded back, urging him, I must stop her before she gets hurt even more. Suddenly, William stopped short when he saw a flag being raised on the castle wall. He realized in surprise, that's the flag of the Frost Knights. But they were on a mission with the Lord. Could it be that they've returned? A familiar voice echoed from behind, startling William. William, you don't look so good. Is something troubling you? He turned around, overjoyed. Captain Keon, you've finally returned. The other man calmly returned the greeting. William suddenly froze as he realized the implication behind this. If the Frost Knights have returned, then could it be that Count Beowulf has also returned? Outside Beowulf Castle, a voice echoed in the night. Has the Duke not returned yet? Keon explained that his grace had private matters and sent the knights back ahead, but he couldn't help but worry about his master being alone in the North Sea. William asserted, There's no need to worry. The North Sea is merely the Duke's playground. The ones to worry about are the monsters who have to face him. William changed the subject. I heard Lady Lorena brought back a barbarian. That must have been quite a hassle. Ah, no, I'm perfectly fine, Keon replied, his face full of concern. I wasn't talking about you. I'm worried about Lady Lorena. She's always been soft-hearted. Seeing a pitiful animal is enough to make her sad for days. Keon continued to question. What about the Special Forces members who accompanied her? Can the lady's safety be entrusted to them? William confidently affirmed. Among them is someone named Jan. He seems extraordinary. As long as he's there, I don't think we need to worry. Keon sighed, accepting William's words. Is that so? Perhaps I'm just getting old. But then, an ominous premonition struck Keon. Even though Lady Lorena has returned, I still feel something bad is about to happen. It feels like a storm is brewing, Keon whispered, and the night sky above the castle seemed to agree. Meanwhile, in an annex of Beowulf Castle, a completely different atmosphere was unfolding. A glass of orange juice floated into the room. Momon calmly took the glass of water. Free stuff, huh? She muttered to herself. They've been arguing for days over a child, but recently, they've gone silent, no longer mentioning it. Jan said the barbarian conquest would be temporarily halted. They've only collected 3 flags so far. Who knows when they'll have enough. And it's thanks to my help that they got those 3 flags, Momon boasted, then turned to Jan. Jan, look closely. Instead of recklessly swinging your sword, learn magic from me. Momon whined for praise, and Jan merely replied indifferently. Well, that's certainly impressive. Jan had a mischievous idea, his eyes gleaming with a sinister smile. Momon shrieked furiously. Jan, you bastard, you tricked me. How dare you steal a lich's mana? Give it back to me. In a grand hall, a wooden sword and a steel sword clashed, sending sparks flying. William easily parried, pointing out, Your right side is open. Move more boldly, the captain growled, ordering his opponent. You're too stiff. Get in closer. The white-haired young man gritted his teeth, letting out a frustrated, damn it. He complained, Come to think of it, isn't this too unfair? How can I win with a wooden sword? But then he yelled aggressively. Only with this handicap can it be somewhat balanced. It seems you really want to win. From a distance, Yan quietly watched the entire match with his arms crossed. Momon floated beside him, curiously asking, Why the sudden fight? Are you perhaps too idle? Jan admitted. That's part of it. And after the battle with Kaber, I realized we're still too weak. Furthermore, he continued, I've gained more information about the Astalon sword. He recalled the moment the sword rejected him. Every time I touched it, it reacted and resisted. But the Northern Knights felt nothing. It was just heavy. Jan deduced, perhaps it's due to the Beowulf family's unique mana usage method. They use Snow Soul to amplify power. The logic of Snow Soul is similar to a mana heart, so I'm trying to learn more from their battles. Momon wondered. But why is Cruel the one fighting? Jan casually replied. I'm tired of hitting others, so I want to watch others get hit. A man with a bandaged head spoke from behind. You must be Jan. He stepped forward, formally introducing himself. Pleased to meet you. I am Kian. Jan politely greeted. Greetings, sir. I am Jan from the Special Forces. My apologies for only introducing myself now. Kian praised the young man's achievements, mentioning that he had defeated Chieftain Kabor. Jan humbly replied that it was just luck, and he was merely the one who delivered the finishing blow. Kian began to inquire about Jan's relationship with Lorena, making Jan secretly think, all these old men here are abnormal. Jan quickly denied. That's a misunderstanding. I'm not close with Lady Lorena. But Kian became angry for a different reason. Why don't you like her? Did you do something to her? After the strange interrogation, Kian suddenly changed his attitude. Jan, now I understand why William praised you. He realized that even though Jan looked like a 5th-ranked knight, his inner potential was immense. A giant phantom with blazing eyes appeared behind Jan, symbolizing his hidden power. Immediately after, a wooden sword was thrown towards Jan. He easily caught it, while Kian asked, Jan, what do you think? Kian proposed a match, introducing his youngest knight. A knight stepped out, removing his hood. I am Knight Mir, from the Frost Knights. Jan smiled, secretly thinking this opportunity came at just the right time. Kian agreed to the match, but Jan unexpectedly spoke up. If you want to use a real sword, you can use it too, Jan provoked, stunning Mir. The other knights whispered in astonishment. That kid. What the hell did he just say? Kian laughed with amusement. Ho ho ho, full of confidence, just like the youngsters nowadays. Then he sternly commanded, Mir, no need to hold back. Use your full power, Kian stated decisively, and Mir obeyed. Jan provoked, I think you're the one who needs to use a real sword. He faced his opponent, eyes sharp, gripping the wooden sword tightly. In an instant, Jan lunged with astonishing speed, creating a white streak of light. He threw the wooden sword, and it spun rapidly in the air like a drill. A fragment of the sword fell onto the cold arena floor. Kian was stunned, eyes wide. That's. The hooded knights also couldn't believe it. No way. The remaining piece of the wooden sword was pressed against Mir's throat by Jan. A murmur arose. He defeated a frost knight with just one blow. Jan looked down at his defeated opponent, eyes glowing, and asked, Are you all right? At the same time, in the distant northern Thornwood forest, an elderly chieftain asked, Is he still in the North Sea? Yes, the Beowulf family members haven't left yet. The elderly chieftain pondered, stroking his white beard. Then he decisively ordered, Gather the chieftain. Chieftain Villa stood tall, declaring with authority, I command in the name of Chieftain Villa. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the training match had also just concluded. Cruel panted, kneeling and propping himself with his sword, admitting, I lost. William laughed heartily in praise, but Cruel humbly replied that his attack couldn't even scratch. No, it was very close. You were only about 600 sheets of paper away from me, William teased, then burst into laughter at Cruel's bewildered expression. William smiled and commented, The Dwight family has a bright future. Cruel could only awkwardly reply, Thank you, sir. Suddenly, William turned as a group of people appeared. The Frost Knights are here. What's wrong? The scene in the arena was revealed. Mir had a piece of wooden sword pressed against his throat, completely helpless. He couldn't believe it. No way. That kid. Jan, who was restraining Mir, coldly finished the sentence. Defeated Mir? He thought to himself as he glanced at the knights. I can't believe he humiliated a Frost Knight. Did I hurt their pride? However, contrary to Jan's expectations, the knights exclaimed in unison with admiration, What an incredible young man. Mir stood up and politely said, Thanks for the match. Jan humbly replied, Not at all. I should be the one thanking you. Mir frankly admitted, I lost. To have such skill at your age is truly remarkable. Immediately, the other knights whispered teasingly, He's trying to act cool, leaving Mir speechless. Jan observed them with interest. How interesting. I didn't expect them not to mind at all. He pondered the image of the knights, who always valued honor and pride. For them, taking risks in battles is commonplace. Such an attitude might be the secret to becoming strong. A voice rang out, interrupting Jan's thoughts. "I'll be next." A seasoned knight stepped forward, introducing himself. "I am the 99th Knight of the Frost Knights. My name is Lauren." Yan smiled in response. "I am Yan. I'm looking forward to a good match, as I still don't understand how Northerners use mana." The two wooden swords were immediately pointed at each other, signaling the start of the new match. Laurent charged into the attack, shouting, "I will apologize on Mir's behalf for his attitude. He didn't show you respect." He roared with extreme determination. "That's why I'll go all out from the very beginning." With sharp eyes, Yan thought to himself, "I see it now. The sword's trajectory." Laurent unleashed his technique, Frost Knight, Style 1, Ice Sword Dance, causing another knight to exclaim in astonishment, "Sword Dance." If that's the case, Yan decided to charge with astonishing speed. Laurent was stunned by his opponent's lightning-fast reaction. Yan retorted, "Quite confident in your speed, aren't you?" While countless shadowy slashes surrounded Laurent. In Laurent's eyes, Yan was just a fleeting shadow with a cold red streak of light. Thinking he had caught his opponent, Laurent shouted, "Got him!" A clash echoed as Laurent's sword seemed to hit its target. But it was Laurent who groaned in pain, clutching his stomach. He was shocked to realize Yan had closed in. "When did you get so close?" Laurent coughed up a mouthful of dark energy, bitterly exclaiming, "You used your coat as a decoy." Bracing his hands on the ground, he let out a bitter laugh. "Haha, damn it." Laurent stood up, frankly admitting, "I lost. After fighting you, I find you even more astonishing." Yan simply replied, "Thanks." The other Frost Knights were incredibly excited, vying for the next match. Oh, even Laurent was defeated. "I'm next." Kian could only watch in silence as the enthusiastic knights lined up, eager for a challenge. William turned to Kian and asked, "What do you think of Yan?" Kian admitted, "Now I understand why you hold him in such high regard. Cruel isn't bad, but Yan is on a completely different level." William sneered, "That snake, the instructor commander, created him. It's a waste for a talent like Yan to be under his command." Kian agreed, his eyes full of contemplation. Indeed, he would develop even further if he joined the Beowulf family. But then Kian immediately dismissed the thought, a worried chibi image appearing in his mind. "No, I can't let those flies swarm around Lady Lorena." The training session ended with a promise. "We'll stop here today and continue tomorrow." Elsewhere, Villa's blazing red eyes flashed with ambition as he roared his command, "Charge!" The sky above Beowulf Castle grew dark, signaling an ill omen. Kian was startled by the sound of the war horn. A command horn? It's only used in emergencies. What the hell is going on? Yan also spun around sharply upon hearing the urgent call to assemble. Even Butler Han was in armor, astonishing everyone. "All knights in the domain, take up arms," a frantic knight reported to Kian and William. "Emergency! The domain is under attack." Kian immediately asked, "By whom?" The colossal city gate, a symbol of invincibility, stood firm. But then, it was shattered into pieces by a terrifying force from outside. Kian's eyes widened in horror as he realized, "That guy. He's here." Monsters with eyes glowing like embers began pouring in through the shattered gate. Leading the barbaric army was none other than Chieftain Villa. Yan froze, unable to believe his eyes. "Villa. He's here?" he muttered in a panic. "This isn't when he's supposed to appear. Could it be? History has changed again?" On the towering city walls, a desperate defensive battle began. William, Kian, and Butler Han stood on the city walls, observing the brutal invasion. Butler Han reported in shock, "The third wall has been breached. They're advancing too quickly." William turned to a knight and asked, "What's the situation?" The soldier replied, "The 3rd Knight Brigade is defending the second wall." The tactical map showed the defenders being overwhelmed, forced to retreat and evacuate civilians to the rear. "What's their number?" William growled. "Estimated around 30,000. How did we not detect them? Where are our scout teams?" A bloody report was delivered. "All scout teams have been annihilated." William immediately assigned, "Kian, lead the Frost Knights to evacuate the civilians. I will hold the second wall to the death with the armored knights." Amidst the chaotic crowd, Yan gritted his teeth in helplessness. He realized in horror, history has changed again, and it's heading in the worst possible direction. Yan recalled that Villa would never have dared to invade, while Beowulf's suppression forces were still present. Could he have found another way to deal with the Beowulf family's power? A face suddenly flashed in his mind. "My decision to go north has changed Lorena's fate." Yan's eyes widened in terror as all the pieces clicked into place. Meanwhile, at the enemy base, a soldier reported, "Commander, the 3rd wall has fallen." Villa smirked and ordered, "Only let the swiftest and sharpest advance. We must take them down." Yan roared in his mind, "Villa, what you're aiming for is Lorena, isn't it?" He horrifyingly imagined Lorena being taken hostage. At the second western wall, the battle was raging fiercely. The White Knight Knights, the 3rd Knight Squad, were straining to fight back. "Stop them," a captain screamed a desperate order. "Don't let them into the castle. Even if you lose your limbs, you must use your mouth to stop them." He tried to rally the soldiers' spirits. "As long as we can hold out until the Duke returns." A colossal shadow appeared among the enemy ranks, a beast warrior. He roared, rallying his comrades. "Be enraged, my brothers. It's time for blood vengeance. Today is a festival to appease the spirits, for our brothers who died helplessly." Amidst the sea of fire, Villa roared to his army. "Avenge the grudge of our brothers." He bellowed a declaration of war. "After today, the ruler of the north will be us." In the melee, a barbaric warrior fell before a lightning-fast sword strike. A pristine, white, razor-sharp blade cut through the chaotic night. Amidst the battlefield, Lorena turned to her maid. "Cheryl, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine, Lady Lorena." She bitterly watched the enemy swarm like ants. "At this rate, even the children in the buildings will be in danger." Lorena made a bold decision. "Cheryl, I'll hold them here. Quickly take the children to safety. But how can you stop all of them by yourself, lady? It'll be easier for me to escape alone. Go now," Lorena commanded resolutely. Cheryl ran off, looking back. "I'll be back soon, Lady Lorena. Please try to hold out. The children are counting on you." When she was alone, Lorena muttered, "I can't believe the barbarians attacked so suddenly." Then she suddenly burst into a mysterious laugh. A colossal, axe-wielding beast warrior appeared behind her. "Found you. Found me?" Lorena was surprised. The warrior's skull mask exuded a deadly aura, ready to take a life. Yet, Lorena remained unusually calm. "Why don't you make your move?" The warrior let out a pained roar, as if an invisible force was holding him back. Suddenly, Jan appeared in a burst of dark energy, making the enemy shriek. "Jan!" Lorena exclaimed in surprise. "Found you," Jan panted, then turned to her. "You too? What exactly did you all find?" Without a word, he firmly grasped Lorena's hand. "Wait, why are you suddenly holding my hand? Where are we going?" Jan pulled her along. "We have to hurry. We're going into the castle right now." Jan shouted the harsh truth. "You are the enemy's target. The barbarians are aiming for me?" Lorena was stunned. Jan revealed the truth. "The commander chieftain is targeting you, because you are Duke Beowulf's weakness." "That's right. He intends to capture you as bait to corner the Duke," Jan explained, as Villa's menacing image appeared. He emphasized the gravity of the situation. "If you're captured, we'll be utterly hopeless." Jan urged, "Even if I die, you must escape." But Lorena firmly refused. "Ridiculous. You want me to run away alone?" Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoed, making Jan snap his head up. Both froze as they saw the castle's spire torn off and hurtling straight towards them. "No way." Jan tried to grab Lorena's hand, but she slipped out of his reach. In that life-or-death moment, he yelled, "Lorena, find safety now," then pushed her away forcefully. The colossal spire collapsed, bringing with it terrifying destructive power. From a distance, Beowulf Castle now lacked a part of its iconic architecture. The massive architectural mass continued its deadly trajectory through the air. "Ugh, my leg," Lorena groaned, having been injured in the fall. Sitting on the ground, she couldn't believe it. The spire was thrown at us. "Can a human do that?" Lorena sprang up, calling out anxiously. "Jan, answer me, don't tell me." A voice echoed from the spire. Quite a rough greeting, wouldn't you say? Making Lorena gasp. "You?" Her eyes widened as she recognized the enemy. The commander chieftain. Villa stood tall on top of the spire, smirking. "Villa! Oh, you know me?" he coldly declared. "If so, we have nothing left to say." Lorena felt an invisible, heavy pressure emanating from the enemy. She thought to herself, this was the first time she felt overwhelmed by anyone other than her father. Lorena realized that with her leg injury, she couldn't prolong the battle and had to end it immediately. From above, Villa smirked as he realized her intention. You're concentrating all your mana into one spot." In a flash, the giant closed in, his voice full of disdain. Planning to end this fight in an instant? Lorena was stunned. She hadn't even seen or felt him approach. The commander chieftain's power was truly terrifying, evident in his magic glowing eyes. "If you come with me obediently, you won't be harmed," Villa offered. "After all, you're an important pawn." Despite the threat, Lorena remained silent, her gaze unwavering. She steadfastly faced the enemy, without a hint of fear. Villa looked at her condescendingly, remarking, "You're still too naive." Black Wolf. He suddenly became alert as a dark force rushed towards him. A surge of crimson energy erupted, as Jan's power directly collided with Villa. A dark hand seized Villa, making Lorena scream in horror. "Jan, no!" Villa sneered. "I knew you were hiding from the start. My eyes cannot be deceived." But then, His smile vanished as he noticed something unusual. Magic? He was stunned, as Jan's figure in his hand vanished into thin air. Jan's voice came from behind. Because you only rely on your eyes, you can't tell the difference, can you? Jan truly appeared, holding Lorena securely in his arms, and explained, "It's just a simple clone magic." Spectacularly outsmarted, Villa gnashed his teeth, roaring one word. Bastard. Jan faced the enemy, coldly stating, "This is our first meeting, Commander Chieftain. Though I didn't wish to meet you at all right now." Carried in his arms, Lorena was utterly flustered. She yelled, "I told you to put me down." "Fooled once," Villa growled. "Are you arrogant just because you tricked me once? I'll tear you to shreds in less than a minute." Jan smirked provocatively. "But do you have the time?" Villa paused, not understanding his opponent's intention. "What?" Jan continued his psychological attack. "Your true objective will disappear while you're fighting me." He exposed the enemy's scheme. Astalon. That's what you're truly after, isn't it? The image of the Astalon sword appeared, a legendary weapon bearing the power of a ruler. With that sword, Villa's dream of conquering the Empire would no longer be out of reach. Jan threw out the bait. "If you want, I can tell you the sword's location." But, he tightened his grip on Lorena, setting a condition. "In return, I'll take her away. I have important business to do with her." From beneath the rubble, Villa considered the offer. "So, if I let you two go, you'll tell me the sword's location?" Lorena whispered to Jan, full of doubt. "Astalon's sword? Does such a thing really exist?" Jan confidently replied, but thought to himself, "Of course. But I'll feed him a pipe dream, not the sword." Jan's thoughts continued. "I've always been concerned about Villa having lived in Beowulf territory when he was young. With Villa's eyes, he could easily detect the sword's magical power." Jan concluded his plan. "I've thrown out some good bait. Now, bite." Villa unconsciously mumbled the sword's name. He was completely captivated. Jan feigned surprise. "Is that what you call it?" Villa snarled, full of resentment. "That sword is the ruler's sword. It's the legendary sword passed down by our tribe." He took the bait. Jan inwardly cheered, then continued to apply pressure. "The knights are coming to retrieve the sword and move it to a safe place." He delivered the final blow. "And Duke Beowulf is also about to return." Villa issued an ultimatum. "It's time to choose. The sword, or her." Jan retorted with a defiant gaze. "I don't like these options." He calmly declared, "I'll choose a third option." Losing all patience, Villa roared, "I'll kill you and take both." Lorena exclaimed in horror. "He's too fast." Engulfed in bloodlust, Villa roared a single word. "Die." A surge of battle aura erupted from his body, sending both Jan and Lorena flying. Jan desperately cried out amidst the shock. Lorena, called an arrogant brat, he looked at his enemy with hateful eyes. "You dare bargain with me?" Villa roared, raising his foot to crush him. He threatened, "I'll make you beg to reveal the sword's location." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from Jan's position. Both opponents were stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Villa unleashed crushing gravity, causing the surrounding ground to shatter and compress. The entire area was engulfed in the light of the destructive attack. Amidst the rubble, a colossal, sharp stone pillar emerged from the ground. Jan safely landed on top of the stone pillar, narrowly escaping the attack. "That was close," he calmly admitted, looking down from above. Jan provoked, "You held back on that last strike. Has your heart grown soft?" But Villa replied, "Shut up. I stopped because I have a question." The warrior's gaze focused on something. "That item on your hip." Villa was stunned, recognizing the item. "That's Kaber's bracelet. Why do you have it?" Jan calmly replied, his eyes sharp. "I received it from Kabur." In a fabricated vision, Jan recounted. "He entrusted it to me." The false memory continued to unfold, where Kaber, on his deathbed, passed on his relic. "He wanted me to inherit his will." Villa mused, believing the story. Until his very last moment, Kaber remained a simple yet powerful warrior, thinking only of his tribe. Jan seized the opportunity, setting a condition. "Tell me the sword's location." Villa made an offer. "I will let you go. That is the respect I have for the one who inherits Kaber's will." Jan sneered from above. "You're telling me to abandon my comrade and flee alone?" Villa lost patience. "You are not a Beowulf. Don't waste your life meaninglessly." Jan paused, seemingly realizing something. "That's..." A loud crash echoed as Lorena was thrown into the rubble. The young girl sat motionless amidst the desolate scene. Villa spoke as Lorena slowly opened her eyes. "I've kept you waiting." He stood there, declaring victory. "Daughter of Beowulf." Villa's hand rose, his voice full of malice. "I eagerly await the Duke's reaction." He imagined the scene. When that monster sees his daughter in this state. Suddenly, a voice rang out, scoffing. Fool. Villa was astonished as the Lorena before him began to disintegrate. You put too much faith in your eyes that can see magic. Jan exposed everything. That's why you're constantly deceived. Puppet magic. While Villa was still reeling, Jan's voice echoed from afar. Don't worry, the sword's location is real. Hurry up. In a fit of rage, Villa could only scream, "That damn brat," as Jan made his escape. On his retreat, Jan explained. Now that I've told Villa the sword's location, he'll probably pursue it instead of us, Momon proudly boasted. See? The sophistication of my magic is on a completely different level. Jan merely smiled in appreciation. Yeah, it's amazing. Momon wondered. Did you intentionally take Kabor's bracelet? Jan admitted. I knew I couldn't fool Villa. It seems it helped. First, I need to wake Lorena, Jan said. I need her help to get the sword. Momon was surprised. Didn't you give up on it? Jan asserted. Of course not. Do you really think I'd hand it over to someone else? Momon worried. I know you have a plan. But you still can't defeat Villa, can you? The sword has defensive magic, Jan revealed his trump card. Even Villa can't take it easily. When that happens, we'll. At the same time, in the Beowulf family's armory, a sturdy wooden door suddenly shook violently, and then, it exploded into splinters. Villa stepped in, growling. Is this the place? If he lied about this too, then, suddenly, he sensed a familiar magical energy. This magic. Amidst the rubble, a sword glowed with a fiery red aura. Villa exclaimed, Found it! The ruler's sword. He looked at the treasure with ambitious eyes. If I acquire this, I can even fight the Duke. With a resolve for revenge, Villa reached out and grasped the sword's hilt. I will use this sword to kill him. Immediately, an extremely powerful surge of magic ripped through him. A majestic voice echoed from the sword as it unleashed a destructive pillar of light. You are not worthy. Submerged in the raging power, Villa gritted his teeth. Just a sword. How dare it act so presumptuously? Villa stood tall, enduring the furious energy emanating from the sword. His face showed no wavering, his sharp eyes challenging the power of the divine weapon. He sneered. Cute. Gripping the hilt tightly, he growled. Stop whining. With eyes burning with madness, Villa yelled. Become mine obediently. As the magical energy seemed to subside, he burst into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha. You've calmed down a bit, haven't you? Soon, the ruler's sword will be mine, he confidently declared. But a crack had appeared. No way! A shadow suddenly plunged down, swinging a greatsword straight at the stunned Villa. The attacker with white hair revealed himself, roaring with hatred. Die, Villa. Interrupted at the crucial moment, Villa glared angrily at the stranger. How dare you stand in my way at such an important time? Two terrifying streams of power were about to collide. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jan asked. You once said there's a shelter under the tower, safe from all magical scrutiny, right? He looked at Lorena. Lorena, I want you to rest here until everything is over. But she immediately objected. Don't be silly. I'll fight with everyone. Jan pointed at her bandaged leg. You can't do that with that leg. You were injured when the tower collapsed, weren't you? Lorena gritted her teeth. This is nothing. Asterisk, cough asterisk. Everyone is fighting. I can't hide here. Do you want me to sit idly by and watch my domain drown in a sea of blood? Jan calmly replied. You're usually composed, but you lose control whenever it concerns your family. Do you think your role right now is to rush out and fight? Jan's eyes sharpened. Don't worry. There's something you must do so we can defeat Villa. Lorena was surprised, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Something I must do? What is it? I'll do anything as long as we can defeat him. Jan placed his hand on the wall, solemnly calling her name, Lorena Beowulf. He looked directly into her eyes, his voice lowering. Give me the most precious thing inside you. With it, we can defeat Villa. Lorena was completely bewildered. Precious thing? Inside me? Lorena's face flushed, completely stunned by Jan's ambiguous proposition. How could you say that? Momon yelled, while Jan was still bewildered. Jan quickly waved his hand. No, Lorena, I think you misunderstood. What I meant was, teach me the steps to reach Shuhun, he clarified, leaving Lorena speechless. Teach you? He asserted. There's no time to explain. It's the only way to stop Villa. Are you out of your mind? Lorena retorted coldly. She gripped Jan's hand tightly. Shuihun is a secret art passed down only within the Beowulf family. I cannot tell anyone, not even you. It's a centuries-old family rule, Lorena growled, her eyes sharp. At the same time, in the armory on the second floor of the castle's bell tower, a destructive surge of energy suddenly tore through the top of the tower. An old knight charged down to attack Villa. A chieftain like you, stealing? Making the chieftain roar. Old man, do you know what you just did? The knight raised his greatsword, his voice firm. I came here. to exterminate the rat in our house. He channeled his power, roaring the name of the technique. Shui Hun style 12th form, White Blossom. Thousands of light petals poured forth from his slash, astonishing Villa. White Blossom? The deadly petals hovered amidst the ruins of the tower. They swirled rapidly in the air, forming a terrifying storm of sword energy. Villa realized in horror. Every petal is enhanced sword energy. Is there someone this strong besides the Duke? But, he roared, clenching his fist, Villa's entire body erupted with crimson battle aura. You can't stop me. Aura. Falling rain. He gathered all his strength, preparing to unleash a rain of power to counter the storm of sword blossom. The rain of sword blossoms dissipated, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Villa roared furiously, determined not to let the stranger stand in his way. Don't trip me up, the old knight gritted his teeth, bitterly admitting. Damn it, if only I weren't this old. Meanwhile, in another ruined area, a strange sword was plunged straight into the ground. The sword stood there silently, as if awaiting its master. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Yan. He breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that he had arrived just in time. The old knight's words echoed in his mind. I'm glad I asked you to come here first. But he probably won't last much longer, Momon warned. Once this sword reacts, Villa will realize it immediately. Yan replied with a determined gaze, his hand gripping the hilt. I know, so before that happens, I'll end everything. Pink magical energy began to surge from the sword the moment he touched it. A massive surge of power suddenly erupted, forcing Yan to brace himself. He gritted his teeth, enduring, silently cursing this unruly weapon. This damn thing. Memories of the argument with Lorena flooded back. That's my family's rule, observed for centuries. The pain from the memory and the sword's power merged, making Yan cry out. A voice from the distant past echoed. Rules. Are people more important? Or are rules more important? He himself had yelled at Lorena. Decide. Will you cling to the rules or lose your people? His words were like a knife piercing Lorena's heart, leaving her speechless. A memory of a Beowulf patriarch appeared, angrily shouting, Lorena, never mention that name again. That is the one who broke the family's rules. Finally, Lorena's acknowledging voice from the past reinforced his current resolve. Yan, you're right. In a sudden flashback, Yan resolved. This is the most righteous thing I can do right now. Lorena gripped his hand, her eyes firm. I will entrust everything I have to you. Yan was confused, but Lorena immediately demanded. Focus. Can you feel the mana flowing within me? As Yan felt it, her instructions echoed. Follow my steps and circulate the mana. Lorena's voice continued to guide. Ice is the perfection of stillness. Once you achieve tranquility, even amidst a blizzard, your soul will be able to blossom perfectly. Returning to the present, a colossal pillar of white light shot straight up into the sky from Beowulf Castle. Yan recognized it immediately. The steps of the Snow Soul, he exclaimed in astonishment. Just like that time, ancient magical characters poured out from the sword, swirling in the air. The pure energy began to flow into his body. It's entering my body. Yan closed his eyes, his entire body enveloped in brilliant white light. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp. Finally, I have obtained it. Yan raised the sword high, declaring loudly, Dragon Sword, Astalon. The sword emitted a terrifying surge of icy energy, cracking the surrounding space. It hovered in mid-air, emitting a pillar of pure white light. Its power seemed boundless. Yan wondered in amazement. Is this its true form? At the same time, elsewhere, the tip of a pitch-black greatsword plunged into the stone floor. The old knight gasped, secretly terrified. A monster. He saw through my swordsmanship right in the middle of battle. He panted, sweat pouring down. Are his stamina and mana endless? This is the power of Commander Chieftain Villa. Villa looked down at the defeated opponent, his voice arrogant. To hold out this long while burning your life force. Impressive. But this is the end, old knight. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, a pillar of white light suddenly shot up from one of the castle's towers. Both Villa and the knight turned back in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. That light? Villa roared, realizing the meaning of the pillar of light. He's reached the sword of the rulers. Elsewhere, Yan stood, his gaze firm, the one who had caused the incident. Villa snarled, that rat. He gnashed his teeth, rage flaring. I spared its life out of respect for Caber, and yet it dares to. Seizing the moment Villa lost focus, the old knight's eyes flashed with a decisive glint. A chance. He lunged from behind, shouting, Villa, how dare you be distracted in the middle of battle? But a hand as hard as steel easily blocked the blade of his greatsword. Villa spoke coldly, his face shrouded in shadow. Battle? My fight with you ended long ago. In just an instant, the world in the knight's eyes seemed to shatter into pieces. He only had time to realize utter despair as his attack proved completely useless. If it weren't for you, getting in my way, Villa roared, his fury now unleashed entirely upon the night. The night sky above Beowulf Castle was still torn apart by the dazzling pillar of light. The old knight looked up at the starry sky, seemingly having accepted his fate. Villa's hand rose above his head, carrying the breath of death. This is? Suddenly, glowing icy chains shot up from the ground, binding Villa tightly. Ice magic? Bound by the icy shackles, Villa roared. No one should be able to use magic here. Who the hell is it? A figure stepped forward, a voice echoing, just as I thought. Villa turned back in surprise, recognizing a familiar figure approaching from afar. You are? Jan appeared, holding the glowing sword, making Villa furiously shout. You did this! How dare you touch the sword of the ruler? Jan secretly marveled at the sword's power. I didn't expect Astalon alone to possess such power. Truly astonishing. He calculated, I was right to assume that the Snow Soul would enhance ice magic. Now, combined with Astalon's power, its might has multiplied. Villa growled, questioning, how can you use the sword of the ruler? And that body too. Through his special eyes, Villa horrifyingly realized Jan's secret. You have 3 mana cores in one body? What the hell did you do to your body? Jan narrowed his eyes, thinking. He sees through everything instantly. Divine Eye. A truly troublesome ability. Villa smirked, his astonishment turning into greed. Is that the power of the ruler's sword? Excellent, Villa strained, easily shattering the ice magic shackles. He clenched his fist, arrogantly declaring, that sword truly suits me. Jan retorted provocatively. If the sword has chosen you. The old knight, standing afar, felt a terrifying surge of energy gathering, exclaiming worriedly, a colossal source of energy is concentrating at one point. Villa raised his hand, gathering a sphere of dark energy. I just need to kill you and take the sword. A brilliant red beam shot out from the energy sphere. Villa unleashed his full power with the ultimate technique Aura. Black Sun aimed directly at Jan. In response, the sword in Jan's hand also erupted with a white, chilling aura. Jan took his stance, preparing to unleash basic Frost Knight swordsmanship. He unleashed an evil slash, cutting down with the might of ice. Under a sky ablaze with purple and pink, Beowulf Castle still stood firm, unaware of the impending battle. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of dark energy tore through space, shattering the sturdy stone wall into pieces. Villa roared, unleashing all his fighting spirit, creating a destructive dark explosion from his own body. Facing that power, Jan closed his eyes, focusing his entire mind on the sword strike he was about to unleash. In Villa's palm, dark energy condensed into a solid black orb, a son of death. Feeling the opponent's chilling sword aura, Villa exclaimed in surprise. At that level, he plunged down like a meteor, while Jan braced himself and retorted, so stubborn, it will never be enough. Ice and darkness collided, creating an explosion of light that blinded the entire battlefield. The terrifying destructive force tore apart a section of the city wall, sending debris flying everywhere. The aftershocks of the explosion spread, leaving only a blinding white and shattered fragments of energy. Amidst the dust and smoke, Jan's icy sword aura pierced through the defenses, carving a deep trench in the ground right in front of Villa. Cough. Villa clutched his chest, a stream of black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He looked down at the gaping wound on his chest and muttered, It's been a long time since I've received a wound like this. Is it the ruler's sword? It tore through my muscles and pierced even my strongest fighting spirit. On the opposite side, Jan had also reached his limit, propping his sword on the ground and panting. Cough. I barely managed to block it. Villa suddenly realized, his eyes filled with greed. I understand. It's a sword that can cut through mana, a sword born for me. While he was still gloating, Jan's cold voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. No, you're wrong. Jan lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. This sword isn't that simple. Astalon is a sword that can stop the flow of mana on its own. He smirked defiantly. If you don't know that difference, you'll never control it. Despite his wound, Villa growled. Stop spouting nonsense. I'll figure it out when I use it. Give it to me now. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Huh? Something's on my leg. Villa was astonished to realize his foot was completely frozen. A bone-chilling cold, something he had never felt despite being born in the harsh north, was spreading throughout his body. And then, he felt the shadow of death lurking right behind him. Looking up at the city wall, Villa was stunned by an overwhelming surge of energy. A majestic figure emerged from the icy mist, questioning, What are you doing in my home? Villa screamed in utter panic as he recognized the newcomer. Duke Beowulf, he muttered unconsciously. How ridiculous. From the void, icy steps miraculously began to form. Villa looked up, disbelieving his eyes as an ice bridge was created right in midair. The Duke walked calmly across the ice bridge, his voice full of authority. "How dare you?" Villa's eyes flashed with extreme caution at the murderous question. "A barbarian dare come here?" Standing on the last ice step, Duke Beowulf repeated the question, a growling white dragon spirit behind him. "I only ask what you are doing in my home." The dragon spirit bared its fangs, and the warning echoed. "Choose your words carefully. They might be your last." He gently descended onto the ground, covered in sharp ice. Villa tried to compose himself, facing the Duke. "Duke Beowulf, we finally meet. At least you've heard my name, haven't you? I am Villa, the chieftain who united 20 tribes." Duke Beowulf interrupted with absolute contempt. "Silence. Do I need to know the name of an unknown barbarian?" Villa gritted his teeth, his rage flaring. "You bastard." He thought to himself, "This guy is arrogant, but he has the right to be. This amount of mana. I've never seen anyone possess so much." Villa muttered. "Anyway, this is still better." As the ice binding his feet began to crack, immediately, the icy shackles shattered into pieces. He roared, challenging Duke Beowulf. "Sooner or later we would have to face each other. It's just that the time has come sooner, Beowulf." Duke Beowulf coldly retorted from above. "A commoner like you has no right to speak my name." Despite the warning, Villa charged to attack, shouting, "It's too late, die." Duke Beowulf simply took a calm step, completely ignoring the incoming punch. A colossal magic barrier was suddenly activated. Domain expansion. Villa was stunned, realizing the terrifying power he was facing. That is, from the castle, a pillar of magical energy shot into the sky, signaling the ultimate form of the Snow Soul. A colossal magic circle enveloped the entire domain, unleashing the ultimate technique, Eternal Frost. At the same time on the battlefield, a monster chieftain was rallying. "It's time to avenge our brothers. Kill them." But then a deadly cold aura suddenly swept over, engulfing his body. In a flash, the monster was completely frozen in the middle of the battle. Countless other barbarian warriors suffered the same fate, turning into ice statues. A white knight commander exclaimed in astonishment, "The barbarians are turning into ice. This is..." Realizing their lord's return, the knights erupted in joy. "The Duke has returned. We are saved." Snow began to fall, and the magical runes of eternal frost floated throughout the space. On the city wall, the elderly swordsman turned to ask Han, "Han, are you all right?" and received the reply, "Sir, I am fine." He looked up at the magnificent sight, musing, "It's been a long time since I've seen him deploy his domain, still as incredible as ever." Within the ice, a clenched fist tightened, thinking, "This is..." Villa roared as he shattered the icy shackles under Duke Beowulf's gaze. "The power of eternal frost." The Duke coldly questioned himself. "Have you grown old? Struggling against a barbarian? You were almost killed by him." That was Duke Beowulf's expanded domain, the ultimate form of Shui Hun. Eternal Frost. This is the head of the Beowulf family, the protector of the north, Duke Bacchus Beowulf. Returning to the city wall after the battle, the Duke asked Han, "Did something like this happen while I was away?" Han bowed. "And this time, someone helped a great deal. Jan, come here and meet the Duke." But when he turned around, Han only saw empty space, while William sarcastically remarked, "He sure runs fast, doesn't he?" The story returns to the fierce moment when Duke Beowulf thought he had subdued Villa. But within the ice, Villa's fiery red eyes gleamed with intense vitality. He gathered his strength, summoning a dark energy orb right in his palm. Villa broke through the ice and soared into the air, making Duke Beowulf exclaim in surprise. "Oh?" the chieftain roared from above. "You've let your guard down, Beowulf." The Duke calmly retorted, "Not bad, but with that level of skill, you won't kill me." Villa smirked maliciously. "I might not be able to kill you, but what about the others?" He redirected the energy orb towards Beowulf Castle. His target was the tower, where innocent refugees were sheltering. Villa decided to use their lives as bait. "I'll escape while they go to protect them." Duke Beowulf's eyes widened. He had realized the enemy's sinister intention. The dark orb shot forth, and Duke Beowulf knew that, until the very last moment, this barbarian remained a threat. Villa roared in anger. "You're as troublesome as ever," as Jan swung his sword, blocking the dark attack. "You again? You dare to stand in my way again?" Villa's shout echoed as Jan was pushed back in the air. Two opposing forces collided, creating a terrifying shockwave. A brilliant red explosion engulfed the sky, illuminating Beowulf Castle. So tired, Jan thought to himself, his body beginning to give out from exhaustion. He fell freely, his mind racing through thoughts, having to use new magic, a new sword, and protect Lorena. "I've run out of both stamina and mana." Amidst the first snowflakes of the season, he admitted, "I truly gave it my all. Time to rest a bit." Jan mumbled, his eyes dimming. Over Beowulf Castle, snow began to fall, blanketing everything in silence. "I'll hand over." the image of the White Knights standing guard on the city wall appeared. William, with a solemn expression, was also observing the battlefield from above. The rest to the others, Jan's thoughts concluded as he saw Cruel and Cheryl. Amidst the quiet space, a familiar voice echoed. Jan. He slightly opened his eyes as the call became more urgent. Jan. Jan. A hand reached out from the dim light, trying to touch him. Lorena rushed forward, shouting in despair. Jan, wake up, take my hand. A faint smile appeared on Jan's lips. Can't even rest in peace. But this isn't bad. He slowly raised his hand, taking Lorena's waiting hand. A black bird glided across the sky, carrying news. The barbarian invasion was rapidly spreading throughout the empire. The scene shifted to a quiet room, signaling a new chapter about to begin. The sharp talons of a black crow landed, bringing news from afar. A red-haired man calmly received the creature, his loyal messenger. As the message was conveyed, a mysterious smile spread across his lips. On the paper was an image of Jan, the source of all the commotion. In a magnificent hall, a blonde commander was also reviewing a similar report. In the shadows, a woman remarked, though quietly and slowly, "That child has begun to act." The iron gates of a cold cemetery opened under the falling snow. White snowflakes covered the silent stone path. A solitary grave stood firm amidst the mournful space. Lorena's hand trembled as she touched the cold tombstone. "It's been a long time," she whispered. "I hope you're not angry that I haven't visited in a while." Her eyes heavy with sadness. "Mother, are you doing well?" "I've been too busy with training," Lorena explained. "But I've tried my best. Please watch over me and don't be angry." She spoke of a fateful encounter. "This world is so vast. There's someone as strong as my brother, and that day he was truly extraordinary." Standing before her mother's grave, Lorena made a resolution. "Therefore, I will continue to strive. I will continue to search for my brother, and..." Horrifying memories flooded back. A stained throne. "I will find those who killed you, and make them pay." Lorena's gaze turned sharp, filled with the will for revenge. "I'm leaving now, mother." Her shadow stretched across the snow as she turned on her heel. Suddenly, a tall stranger appeared, his voice echoing. "A disturbance has emerged, Lorena." The white-haired man called out, "Stop, Lorena." But the girl coldly replied, "I'm late for training. Take this." He offered a glowing object, making Lorena freeze. It was an ice crystal, a treasure that could amplify her snow soul power. Lorena flatly refused, the man's eyes showing a hint of sadness. "I don't need it." He saw through his daughter's heart. "Lorena, is there nothing you want to ask of me? You want me to protect that barbarian child, don't you?" he offered. "If you want a deal, there must be give and take, right?" At Lorena's silence, the man clicked his tongue in resignation. He tossed the ice crystal to her. "Is that enough? Keep your promise." As she turned to leave, his voice echoed from behind, both admonishing and hopeful. "Visit us once in a while." Lorena silently admitted in her mind, "Father, you are as strong as ever." Looking towards the castle, protected by her father's icy power, she believed nothing could breach this place. "He's so strong," she murmured. But the admiration was quickly replaced by pain. Lorena's eyes sharpened, the question filled with years of resentment bursting out. "Then why couldn't you protect Mother?" Amidst the snowy landscape, the castle appeared as a testament to her pain. "I don't want to return to a home without Mother and my brother." The father could only helplessly watch his daughter's shadow fade, whispering her name in vain. Afterwards, he sought out his deceased wife's grave, pouring out his heart. "Helena, what am I to do?" Torment was evident on his face. Would things be better if I told her the truth? A flood of memories rushed back, starting from that fateful day, the day the Revolutionary Army's vermin secretly infiltrated the castle. Inside, the magnificent royal setting was now nothing but defiled ruins. In Duke Bacchus Beowulf's memory, the mastermind of that past tragedy, the one who took his beloved wife, was none other than his own son. Deo Beowulf collapsed on the cold floor, his face shrouded in the shadow of guilt. The Duke looked at his rebellious son with furious eyes, growling. "You!" Deo desperately called father, but only received a painful accusation. "What the hell have you done, Deo Beowulf?" For his wife's dying wish and Lorena's future, he chose to exile his son instead of executing him. But the torment of that decision still haunted him, especially when he thought of Lorena finding her brother. Returning to the present, the Duke spoke as he sensed someone approaching. "You're late," Jan replied, explaining that he didn't want to disturb him, seeing him lost in thought. The young man formally introduced himself. "Duke Bacchus Beowulf. I am Jan of the Special Forces." The Duke frankly offered. "I've heard Han speak of your achievements. Instead of useless things, I will give you what you want. The others have been rewarded," he continued. "As for you, would it be enough if we gave you the sword you stole and hid under your cloak?" At the Duke's question, Jan remained silent, without a trace of expression. Unexpectedly, Jan bluntly replied, "No, this isn't good enough," leaving the Duke stunned by his audacity. Jan sharply argued that the sword had merely been gathering dust in the storeroom, and his taking it was no different from helping the Duke clear out a redundant item. The Duke looked at Jan, both annoyed and impressed. "Now that I've met you, you truly are completely insane." Then he burst into hearty laughter, a laugh full of surprise. "Good. If you're going to be crazy, be this crazy. I will give you everything you want. But," the Duke laid down a condition, "the madmen are gathering in the central district, and I need you to deal with them." Duke Bacchus Beowulf sternly demanded of Jan, "Swear on your life to take responsibility for Lorena." Jan replied blankly, "What? I have no intention of marrying her," causing the Duke to fly into a rage over the disastrous misunderstanding. In his confusion, the Duke tried to explain his intention was to protect her, while inadvertently revealing his excessive concern for his daughter. The scene shifted, leaving the awkward conversation behind. In the bustling central district of the Beowulf domain, a magnificent train station appeared. Jan finally arrived, sarcastically remarking that he was held back by a grumpy old man, reuniting with Lorena and his teammates. Cruel excitedly boasted about their triumphant return, but was immediately doused with cold water by Cheryl. Lorena, as commander, calmly praised the team for completing their first mission without any casualties. Butler Han appeared with a tired expression, lamenting that he had to quell Lorena's fan army at the castle all by himself. The loudspeaker announced that the train to Avalon was about to depart, and Jan urged everyone to quickly get going. In that moment, Jan secretly summarized his highly successful northern trip. He had received an invitation from the royal advisor and acquired the Astalon sword. He smirked with satisfaction, thinking about the enormous wealth he received from the Duke, a transaction that was too good to be true. Suddenly, a crow's caw echoed, tearing through his thoughts. A familiar black crow landed on Jan's shoulder, surprising him. Looking into the crow's glowing red eyes, Jan immediately recognized it as an urgent message. "Wait a moment, Lorena," Jan suddenly called out. He announced that he had an urgent matter and asked the team to return without him. To conceal his true intentions, Jan fabricated a reason about having to buy strawberry cookies for the commander, causing Cruel to scornfully call him pet. The steam train began to move, carrying Jan's teammates away. The train whistle blew, signaling a farewell. The steam train rolled away, carrying Jan's teammates out of Beowulf. Standing alone on the deserted platform, Jan sighed in relief. "It's time to go on the real mission," he murmured, looking at the crumpled parchment in his hand. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect this crow to be the instructor commander's shadow crow. What kind of order is so troublesome?" Jan silently read each line of the secret order carefully. "Tease, damn it," he gritted his teeth, crumpling the paper. "This is going to be a huge score." In a deserted alley elsewhere, a mysterious ritual began. Finally, a voice echoed as a magic circle drawn with fresh blood appeared on the stone ground. Crimson energy erupted from the magic circle, signaling a return. "Finally, it's the complete resurrection of me." Momon triumphantly emerged from the magic circle, her power restored. She recalled, "Yan thought he did everything alone, but it was I who created the shield to protect him. Without me, he would have died 1,000,000 times over," Momon boasted, recalling how she had empowered Yan. "Even though I ran out of mana and passed out, I'm fully recharged now." Back in reality, Momon strained and shouted, "With this power, I'll finish off that blockhead. Come out now." "Momon, are you still talking about that?" Jan's voice suddenly rang out. "The battle with Villa and the barbarians is over," Jan explained. "We left the Beowulf territory while you slept all day." Momon was stunned. "I slept all day?" "Yes, I'm very grateful," Jan said. "This place is Soma, a much warmer city." Momon asked blankly, "What are you doing here alone? No time for chit-chat, let's go." Jan hurried off, leaving a bewildered Momon calling after him. "Jan, wait," Momon asked curiously as they passed a fortress. "Where are we going?" "Where else?" Jan replied coldly. "We're going to work." Momon was still recalling the battle. So Duke Beowulf appeared just in time?" Jan further explained while Momon cheered. "Yes, then Villa fled and I got Astalon." He revealed the purpose of the trip. "Yes, and I'm here on the instructor commander's orders." As they both walked on the cobblestone path, Momon wondered, "I see. What are his orders?" Jan began to explain, an image of the letter from the commander appearing. "It's very simple. I'm ordered to wait for my childhood friend in Soma." Momon looked extremely skeptical. "Your childhood friend? Someone like you has friends?" Momon's words made Jan fall into thought. Childhood friend. Memories flooded back. He recalled the only person who could be considered a childhood friend, which was the lie he fabricated for the commander on the day he escaped the training center. The fictional target of that mission was the Special Forces captain's daughter. Back in reality, Jan weighed his gamble. Whether this lie would ruin everything, or be overlooked, but he believed he held the upper hand, as long as he could confirm the girl's identity first. Suddenly, Momon stopped short, her gaze falling on something ahead. Huh? Is that? Two provocatively dressed women approached. Hey there, we're going for a few drinks. Care to join us? Momon froze as she recognized the tavern sign, then screamed. This place is? Jan, you bastard. She slyly circled Jan. You're definitely still in your prime, full of youthful vigor. You've grown so much. Momon excitedly offered dating advice. All right. Hunt a wolf and 3 rabbits, put them in her bag, and you'll be a ladies' man instantly. Jan dismissed the ridiculous idea, wondering, do I look like a primitive man? And why are we here? Standing before a familiar building, he muttered, if I remember correctly, this is the place. Still as simple as ever. His gaze stopped on the simple sign. Hobbiton Tavern? Jan explained to a curious Momon. They don't sell drinks here anyway. Inside, an elderly man gruffly replied, nothing for sale. He even shooed them away. If you want to eat, find it on the ground. Don't talk to me. Momon floated behind, indignant. How can he be so rude to customers? She pleaded. Jan, let's go. There's nothing here. Let's go hunt a rabbit first. But Jan brushed her off. Jan smirked confidently. It's fine. There's nothing to see here, but there's a lot to hear. He spoke, reciting the password. I'd like to place an order. 2 whiskeys mixed with wine, with an olive on top. The bartender's attitude immediately changed, and he bowed respectfully. My apologies, sir. You are a VIP guest. Welcome to Hobbiton. Immediately after, he performed a strange action, twisting the tap of a large glass jar. The entire liquor shelf behind the bar began to shake. The central part of the shelf slowly separated, revealing a dark passageway. The man politely invited, please come in, sir. I will escort you. The torch on the stone wall illuminated the secret path ahead. A deep spiral staircase led far down into the earth. Momon asked in confusion as they descended. Jan, an underground secret club? Making Jan snap at her for her assumptions. Jan explained to a bewildered Momon, this place isn't a club, nor does it sell alcohol. What they sell here is information. He revealed that this place, disguised as a shabby tavern, specialized in gathering intelligence about Soma's dark alleys. But their ambitions were even greater, aiming to spread their network across the continent. A notorious organization called the Beggar's Den. A door opened, and a voice from within invited, please come in. Inside the room, a sweet female voice spoke. Oh my, what a handsome guest. Jan stepped in, calmly greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you. Facing him, the woman was none other than the leader of the Beggar's Den. Bella introduced herself confidently. I've never met you before. Bella got straight to the point. What brings you here? And Jan replied concisely, I'm looking for someone. When Bella agreed to help, even with just a name, she had no idea she was about to fall into the young man's trap. Jan looked straight into her eyes, slowly saying, her name is Bella. The moment the name was uttered, the confident expression on the leader's face shattered. She panicked. How do you know my name? While Jan secretly thought, she's still as clumsy as ever, he continued to provoke. Many people must want to know your name, right? Am I the first? Causing Bella's hand to clench the table. Bella tried to regain her composure. You're a very curious customer, aren't you? Her eyes sharpened, her voice sharp and full of hidden meaning. Do you know how curiosity killed a cat? An invisible pressure began to weigh down as her hand clenched tighter. The ceiling above Jan began to crack, but he stood there, his gaze unwavering. A sudden rain of arrows shot out from the darkness. Jan's shadow appeared, seemingly pierced by countless arrows, but in reality, he merely looked up at the ceiling, where the trap had just been activated. A barrage of arrows rained down at terrifying speed, all aimed directly at the uninvited intruder. Bella sneered. A naive brat getting what he deserves. But then, her smug expression immediately vanished. The arrows scattered across the floor, not touching Jan, who calmly said, I think we've exchanged enough pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. Bella confusedly wondered, how did you block those arrows? Magic? Was he hired by nobles? Then stammered, ah, you've made a mistake. She frantically speculated. Who sent him? Viscount Franken? Golden? Baron Vigan? There are too many suspects. Jan spoke. You've been selling information all this time, haven't you? I'm here because I want to buy something. Bella cautiously asked back. Excuse me? What information do you want? Not information, Jan replied with sharp eyes. What I want to buy is you. I want to buy you, Bella. His answer left her stunned. Buy me? Momon appeared, glaring. Brat. But Jan quickly reassured. It's not what you think, so please stop. Yan began to explain. Bella, I highly value your information-gathering abilities. You even know where scandals happen and what's served for dinner. You're the one who spread all the rumors about the nobility in this region, aren't you? Bella retorted. I've made money by selling the information people like most. You're very bold. Aren't you afraid of being accused of slandering nobles? I've always stayed within limits, but are you trying to threaten me now? No, Jan replied curtly. I'm complimenting you. Jan affirmed. Didn't I just say? I highly value your abilities, Bella replied, outlining the risks. Thank you. But if I become your subordinate, the nobles in Soma will do everything to kill me. Because they'll be afraid I'll reveal their dirty secrets to you. She paused. However, Jan calmly replied, there's a way to resolve this. Stretching provocatively, Bella challenged. The situation would be different if you paid enough for me to accept the risk of being hunted by the nobles. Even so, I'm not sure you have that kind of capability. Jan muttered capability, then slowly walked towards her. He asked directly, so, what's your price? Bella sneered. Oh, that's not a number you can keep in your pocket. Jan casually waved his hand, and glittering gold coins flew out. This much should be enough, right? Bella was stunned. Gold coins? He explained. These are 100 imperial gold coins issued by the central government. Do you understand their significance? Bella was speechless. These gold coins have the highest purity. Even so, she tried to maintain her composure. But this still isn't enough. Don't you think so? Jan agreed. Ah, you're right, Jan smirked. Good, then let's play a game. He flicked a coin into the air. Bet yourself and your future on it. Bella panicked. What? I'll name a price to buy you. The price will continue to rise until you say stop. If you guess the exact value I think you're worth, all that money will be yours. However, if you exceed that value, you'll get nothing. You'll lose everything, and I'll hand you over to the nobles. Yen pressed. Shall we begin? Bella stammered. Wait, 200 gold coins. The first offer made Bella gasp. 200 gold coins? Jan continued to raise the price relentlessly. 300 gold coins. 400 gold coins. Bella screamed in confusion. 400 gold coins. Where did you get so many gold coins? Bella bit her nails, torn between greed and fear. With 400 gold coins, I could feed 4,000 people for a year. Should I stop now? No. Cornered, Bella's heart pounded in her chest. She bit her nails, her mind reeling from the unimaginable sum. With a clenched fist, she made her final decision. Stop. That's enough, Bella screamed, unable to bear it any longer. Jan calmly replied. So soon? I was going to raise it to 1,000 gold coins, leaving Bella speechless. Now, we need solid proof to show that you're mine, Jan said, making Bella blush with improper thoughts. He merely smirked at her misunderstanding. What are you talking about? I'm talking about you signing this contract. Jan extended a document. Now that you've signed, I look forward to working with you soon. I'm leaving, Jan said as Bella stammered her goodbye. Left with a pile of money, Bella was still bewildered. What the hell just happened? Leaning back on the sofa, she couldn't believe it. Money is literally falling from the sky. I just need to sign here? She asked, and Jan replied with a decisive yes. Jan's figure gradually disappeared behind the door, but he didn't forget to instruct. Read the contract carefully. Its contents are very important. Bella breathed a sigh of relief when that dangerous person finally left, but immediately after, she began to scheme. Does he think I'm crazy? It's obvious he's dangerous. With this much gold, I can live like a noble. That idiot. There's no way I'll abide by the contract. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over her. The piercing pain made her grip the armrest tightly. My head. It hurts so much, like it's about to explode. Bella collapsed, clutching her head in agony. Bella stared in horror at the contract, which was emanating dark magic, and screamed. The contract? What the hell is this? The clause clearly stated that if Bella violated or acted to harm Jan, then according to Clause 3, Article 13, her head would explode. What? Is this real? A sharp pain struck, and she realized. So this is why my head hurts. This is, Bella roared in despair, a slave contract. In the distance, Jan turned back with a satisfied smile. Oh, it activated perfectly. Momon appeared beside him, giggling. You're truly cruel, putting such a binding on her. Jan casually replied. I didn't force her, though she had no other choice. Did you set the binding correctly? I don't want her to die too easily, Jan asked, while Momon confidently asserted. Don't doubt me. My self-destruct magic is on a completely different level. Momon was curious when he saw Jan taking gold from another space. Are you taking gold coins from a spatial bag? Where did you get such a valuable thing? In a humorous flashback, Jan explained that he had extorted the bag from Duke Beowulf after embarrassing him. So, are we going back? Momon asked, But Jan firmly replied, "No way." Standing on the rooftop, he declared, "The mission has only just begun, Momon." Night fell upon an ancient building in a strange place. In the dark alley, two cloaked figures moved silently. Beneath the hood, a red demon mask with stark white fangs was revealed. They were approaching a room with a lit window. Inside, the silent space was lit only by a flickering candle. A little girl with pale blonde hair sat huddled alone in the corner of the room, solitary and afraid. Suddenly, the little girl looked up, her eyes flashing with a haunting, deadly light. Under the starry night sky, shimmering phosphorescent lights floated, leading the way into the tranquil verdant forest. On the damp ground, deep wheel tracks were visible, and someone remarked, "It seems a carriage has passed through here." His hand lightly traced the marks, and he murmured, "Judging by the wheel tracks, it must have been about 3 days ago." Jan knelt, his sharp gaze sweeping through the forest, thinking, "Good, it seems I've come to the right place." His purple eyes gleamed with determination, without a hint of hesitation. "Are you done yet, Jan?" A languid voice called from behind him, making him utter her name. Momon. Momon stretched lazily, grumbling. "How much longer are you going to wander around like this?" She let out a long yawn, looking bored. "Shouldn't we be heading to the training center by now?" Jan calmly replied as they continued walking. "Have you forgotten? I still have a mission to complete for the training commander." Momon pouted. "Ah, a mission. Right. Kidnapping some girl or something, wasn't it?" "Not just any girl, it's Captain Meyer's daughter," Jan explained. A fleeting image of the messenger crow appearing in his mind. Momon gasped. "Wait, you're going to kidnap the captain's daughter?" Jan continued. "Yes, the training commander will likely use her to pressure Captain Meyer." Momon sighed. "So, more political games, huh?" But Jan's eyes showed doubt, and he mused. "However, there are too many carriages and escorts for a secret transport." He wondered, am I really tracking Captain Meyer's daughter, or someone else entirely? Suddenly, Jan's thoughts were interrupted by flickering lights in the distance. "Huh? Lights?" A young girl holding a lantern appeared with two men, asking, "Out at this hour? Are you lost?" Jan replied, "Yes, I think I took a wrong turn at the edge of the forest." The girl smiled. "Then you're lucky to have met us. Outsiders easily get lost here because the forest is so dense." The girl kindly offered, "Why don't you come back to the village with us and stay the night?" Jan was surprised. "Your village?" "Yes. There's a village just ahead." The girl cheerfully pointed the way. "It's not big, but we'll have a room for you." The two men behind them burst into laughter, teasing, "Well, aren't you eager today, Leona? Must be that age." The girl blushed and protested. "What? No, it's not like that." Jan politely bowed, declining. "Thank you for your offer, but I must go. If you could just point me in the right direction, I'll be on my way." The men chuckled, teasing Leona for being rejected, but she quickly protested. Jan maintained a serious expression, responding to the girl's invitation. "If you absolutely must go." Leona slowly raised her lantern. "The night forest is dark and dangerous," the girl said shyly. "So please take this lantern with you." Jan offered an enigmatic smile, whispering, "Come here." Immediately, he called out Astalon, and a sword of light appeared in his hand. Fifth Dark Heart style, Crescent Moon Slash. Jan unleashed a lightning-fast arc slash. Leona froze, her eyes wide with horror at the sudden attack. The lantern she was holding was cleanly sliced in half. "Oh, my." The girl's face was splattered with blood as she realized she had been struck down. Jan's sword swung up, black blood splattering into the air. Leona's body collapsed to the ground, next to the shattered lantern. One of the men in the group screamed in horror, "Leona! What have you done to her?" The others simultaneously yelled, calling Jan a murderer and questioning his action. Momon also angrily scolded, "Jan, you heartless bastard. Why did you kill her?" But Jan coldly replied, "You're really slow on the uptake, aren't you? Look at what fell out of the lantern." Jan pointed to the ground, where Momon curiously asked, "What is it?" Jan explained it was a self-destructing magic stone used by Special Forces assassins, making Momon exclaim in shock, "Assassins!" Turning to the other men, Jan sneered, "Your little play was good, but the scent of the Special Forces is still too strong, dear seniors." Exposed, the entire group revealed their true forms as masked assassins, drawing their daggers and growling, "It seems you already know. Then we'll just have to kill you here." In the quiet forest, footsteps continued to advance. Surrounded, Jan calmly faced 3 assassins leaping down from above. One of them swung his dagger, a savage grin visible beneath his mask. Jan's eyes were half closed, then suddenly snapped open, his pupils flashing with deadly red light. His power erupted, manifesting as 2 roaring giant black wolves. Meanwhile, at a distant base, an astonished voice exclaimed, "What? He killed all the assassins? A seemingly surviving assassin reported. Only one person, sir. The commander was stunned. One person took down all of you? The survivor explained. Yes, but he seemed to know us like the back of his hand. The commander, Secretary Shaq, gritted his teeth. Humph. Must be another dog of that training sergeant. Shaq pressed. Where is he now? The subordinate replied. He's still near Sector 4. Damn it! An unexpected dog, Shaq roared, then ordered, send Team 2 to the forest, Team 1 to guard this place. The messenger turned. Yes, sir. I'll go protect his daughter then. Wait. Shaq suddenly called him back. You should rest first. Immediately, he drew a dagger and stabbed the subordinate, shouting, An Eternal! What a clumsy disguise, Shaq roared, believing he had seen through the enemy. But a black wolf suddenly lunged out, clamping its jaws tightly around Shaq's dagger-wielding wrist. He screamed in pain as black blood splattered, exclaiming in horror, A wolf? The attacked individual calmly said, A poison blade? Not bad, I'll take this. He looked down at the writhing Shaq. Oh, by the way, let me ask you a few things. Saying this, the individual raised a hand and grabbed the face covering. With a strong tug, the disguise was torn away, revealing Yan's true face. Yan decisively shed his disguise, demanding, Where is Captain Meyer's daughter? Shaq trembled and backed away. Don't come near me. Help! But Yan coldly replied, No one is coming. Everyone here has already been dealt with, he said, as a red-hooded soldier lay slumped in a pool of blood. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, a testament to the swift purge. Shaq stammered in horror. Impossible. You dealt with all of them by yourself. Before him, Yan was like a specter of death, making him cry out in despair. No way, Shaq pleaded hastily. Wait, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. But Yan only growled. So where is his daughter? Daughter? There's no one like that here, Shaq denied flatly. Yan narrowed his eyes. If you continue to lie, in utter panic, he blurted, Captain Meyer's daughter is truly not here. All we have are experiments. Before he could finish his sentence, Shaq's head suddenly exploded in a spray of black blood. Yan simply watched silently, without flinching at the horrifying sight. Shaq's headless body collapsed, and Yan muttered, Even a manager has a spell placed on him. He looked at the pool of black blood on the floor and smirked, which only signals that there's something worth hiding. Experiments, huh? Yan crossed his arms. So this isn't a simple escort mission. He looked up at the massive building, wondering, what exactly are they hiding here? Without hesitation, Yan walked straight into the main door of the mysterious building. His solitary footsteps echoed through the vast, silent corridor. At the end of the corridor was a pitch-black door, revealing strange streaks of light. Inside was not a normal room, but an unexpectedly luxurious grand hall. Yan stopped, his eyes widening in surprise. I didn't expect a space like this to be here. A strange sound caught Yan's attention. Before him was a figure bound in the middle of the grand hall. His eyes flashed with astonishment. Is that? A blonde woman was imprisoned by black bands, kneeling in the center of a magic circle. He gritted his teeth. Bastards. What exactly are they doing here? Without hesitation, Yan declared, Let me free you right now, then summoned a sword of light. A sharp slash severed the chains binding the girl. Immediately, he rushed to catch her limp body. He gently asked as he helped her sit up, Hey, are you all right? The woman only let out a weak groan, seemingly slowly regaining consciousness. But upon closer inspection, Yan suddenly froze. Wait. She looks very familiar. He was still trying to recall, where have I seen her before? When the girl slowly raised her hand to her blindfold. Behind the black cloth, an eye blazing like the sun suddenly opened. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, throwing Yan backward. He strained to resist the immense pressure. Using his combat experience, Yan spun in midair to regain his balance. He landed, the floor cracking, his heart pounding. This power. Before him, the woman he had just rescued was now hovering in midair. Memories from his past life suddenly flooded back, and Yan whispered, If I'm not mistaken, I've seen that face before, in my past life. He recalled the horrifying scene. Countless knights pursued her, only to perish. She's one of the 3 great calamities. Why is she here? His thoughts concluded, and the blonde woman slowly descended, facing Yan in deadly silence. Yan realized her identity in horror. The oppressive witch. Since the founding of the Kavalan Empire, countless superhumans and powerful individuals have existed, but they were still only human. On the other hand, calamities were disasters beyond the limits of humanity. The first calamity was the unquenchable flame. The second was the night's despair, a horror only those who faced it truly understood. And the third calamity was that which the Emperor had ordered all to ignore. A brave knight roared, Come here, I'll cut off your head, and, immediately, both his armor and weapons shattered into pieces. Whether it was towering mountains or vast seas, All were crushed beneath her feet. Her silhouette glided across the blood-soaked battlefield, leaving countless night corpses in her wake. Even superhumans were no match for her. In fear and horror, she was called. "Why is the third calamity here? The oppressive witch," Jan muttered. "I came here for a daughter, but found the oppressive witch instead?" Now everything makes sense. He recalled all the unnecessary secrets and the barbaric experiments. Jan concluded in shock. What the captain was hiding wasn't his daughter. It was the creation of the oppressive witch. He speculated. Was he trying to suppress the Dragontooth army project? But knowing her fate, he must have failed to control her. Amidst Jan's thoughts, the blonde woman began to stir. She was slowly opening her eyes, and Jan realized death was imminent. If she opens her eyes, I'm done for. I have to attack, right now. Jan rushed forward, determined to strike first. The first attacker is always the winner, but the blonde girl only looked up with tear-filled eyes. I'm sorry, did I do something wrong again? Jan froze at her innocent question. Did anyone get hurt because of me? He was completely stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Huh? The girl anxiously explained. I often hurt others when I'm startled or in pain. Are you okay? Seeing her genuine panic, Jan thought to himself, I don't think she's faking it. He looked at the girl, full of doubt. But is this really the one who struck fear into the entire continent? She just looks like a normal girl. A bold thought flashed through Jan's mind. Wait. If I can control her, I'll have the strongest trump card. But he quickly realized the danger. But can I control her? When even the Emperor failed, she's like a double-edged sword. No. A holy grail filled with deadly poison. Jan made up his mind. The risk is too great. If I have to eliminate her, now is the perfect opportunity. Hey, you weakling. What are you thinking so deeply about? Momon's voice suddenly rang out. Momon floated upside down mischievously, offering advice. Just take her as a subordinate, Jan retorted. Easy for you to say, but her power is beyond human control. Look, she can't even control herself, Momon questioned, while the blonde girl listened silently. Control? So if you can control her, will you take her? Momon confidently pointed to herself. Have you forgotten who I am? I am Momon, the greatest mage. The image of the mighty Lich King from the past appeared as Momon declared. Do you really think I, a grand mage, would struggle to control that kid's power? Momon revealed the key. Her power is activated by pain, Jan suddenly realized. So if we keep her from feeling pain, Momon declared, if you know the trigger, it's easy to control when it erupts. Magic converged in her glowing eyes. She roared. Converge! Energy swirled between her spectral hands. She compressed them into a circle of ancient runes. 2 artifacts appeared, Momon explained. Mind. Guard rings. They will protect her mind and help you control her. Jan was skeptical. But they're too small. Are you sure they'll work? Momon sweated. With my power, artifacts don't need to be large to be effective. I see, but I'm surprised you're willing to help others, Jan teased. Momon irritably replied. Don't jump to conclusions. It's just because I'm a mage. She explained that magic isn't a miracle, but a bending of rules, and that girl's power lies outside all rules. It's a power beyond the scope of mana, Momon said. As a scholar of logic and rules, I cannot ignore her existence. Then she smirked sinisterly. Besides, if I can use her power, I won't need you by my side anymore, Jan. Jan merely responded coldly to Momon's triumphant smile. So predictable. Suddenly, the blonde girl timidly asked, are we going now? Fear was evident in her eyes as an image of a laboratory chamber appeared. Am I being taken to the lab again? Jan frowned. The lab? Are there children like you in what you call a lab? Yes. Actually, there were many, the girl replied. Memories of a massive facility with rows of glass cages flooding back. But that was only at first, she recounted. Every time we received those terrifying injections, my friends disintegrated. Now, in her memory, she was the only survivor left in the vast laboratory. Back in reality, the girl pleaded with tear-filled eyes. Those injections, they hurt a lot, so, can I go somewhere else? Jan's gaze darkened. He thought to himself about the painful experiments and training that made her wish for death. The girl tremblingly promised, I'll obey you, so, and Jan understood that every day for her was a living hell. Amidst the darkness and gore, Jan's solitary figure emerged, one who had also stepped out of his own hell. Jan told himself he would do the same as in his previous life. The blonde girl hesitated. Well then, Jan looked directly at her and offered, why don't you come with me? He told himself that he was no different from those who wanted to exploit her. But, I will never hurt or abandon you. I promise. Jan extended his hand. The girl's eyes widened, stunned by the unexpected vow. With a radiant smile, she softly replied, Yes. Her hand clasped Jan's tightly, a pact sealed. What's your name? Jan asked, then suddenly understood upon hearing the answer. So you're also called by a number? He gently suggested. How about the name Leah? In her new dress, the girl repeated in astonishment. Leah? Yes, Leah, from the name of the goddess of beauty, Ophelia. Jan explained as Leah joyfully twirled in her new outfit. Is the necklace uncomfortable? No, it's beautiful. And I also like the name you gave me. But when Jan spoke of preparations, Leah anxiously asked again, preparations? Jan's eyes turned cold. Yes, preparations. To trick a monster. The scene shifted to a dark corridor, lit only by a torch. Beneath the Special Forces training center was a vast dungeon. A gaunt prisoner, tied tightly to a chair, frantically pleaded, "Please spare me." A hand leisurely caressed a sharp blade, accompanied by a chilling hum. Amidst desperate screams, the shadowy figure with glowing red eyes mercilessly plunged the knife into the prisoner. The desperate screams of a prisoner echoed, "Kill me! Please, just kill me!" A red-hooded soldier reported. "Sir, he's almost here," Damien replied with amusement. "Oh, he's back, is he? Good. Then," Damien said coldly, then finished off the unfortunate soul. His hand held up the sharp awl, still stained with fresh blood. Damien smirked. "Let's see what gift Jan will bring me." The scene shifted to the dark dungeon beneath the Special Forces training center. Desperate pleas continued to echo from the cells. Meanwhile, Jan and Leah strode down the cold stone corridor. Amidst the cries for help, Leah anxiously clutched Jan's arm. The young girl trembled, wondering, is this a laboratory too? Will I also be locked behind bars? Jan calmly reassured her. That won't happen, so don't worry. Suddenly, a gaunt arm reached out from behind the bars, startling Leah. Jan quickly placed a hand on her shoulder, shielding his companion. "Stay close to me, okay?" he said softly, and Leah obediently nodded. Looking directly into her bewildered eyes, Jan asserted, "I will never hurt or abandon you. I promise." That promise was like a sedative, helping Leah regain her composure. Jan recalled their conversation when he instructed her about the fake identity she had to assume. He thought to himself, it was fortunate that Leah had a good memory and had memorized her backstory. Furthermore, with the artifacts crafted by Momon, their plan would be even more secure. However, Jan couldn't be complacent, as their opponent this time was the cunning chief training sergeant. As soon as they entered, Jan immediately sensed something amiss. He quickly ordered, "Leah, behind me. Something's coming." A horrifying, skeletal creature lunged out from the shadows, howling wildly. Jan pulled Leah behind him, frowning. "An escapee?" While the girl cried out in terror. "That's..." Damien's familiar voice rang out. "Long time no see, my dear student," he finished, as shadowy hands pierced through the creature's body. Jan looked directly at his commander, reporting, "Special Forces Jan. Reporting mission complete, sir." Damien glanced at Leah, asking, "Is that the captain's daughter? Well, it's a pleasure to meet you." He smirked sinisterly. "I hope the welcoming ceremony I've prepared for you is to your liking." Meanwhile, in another room, Leah whispered in a panic, "No, it can't be." She looked down with a dazed expression, unable to believe her eyes. Her whole body trembling, she stammered, How can there be something so wonderful?" Leah exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the table laden with sweets. A maid explained that it was all prepared by Damien, making Leah think, he looks like a cunning weasel, but he's actually a kind person, isn't he? "This is the first time I've eaten something so soft and sweet. What is this called?" Leah asked, and was answered, "That's just a regular cupcake, miss." The girl repeated blankly, "Regular?" Then she firmly declared, "I disagree with that." Elsewhere, Damien was thoughtfully holding an intricately decorated pair of scissors. He trimmed flowers, saying, "Flowers are difficult, you know? Unlike people, you can't just cut them as you please." Jan approached, surprised by the sight. Damien turned, casually asking, "Is it strange that I enjoy flower arranging? I love flowers, you know. The more you trim them, the more beautiful they become." In the royal garden, Damien sneered, "Or are you surprised that I didn't brutally punish the girl? I hope you don't think I'm that heartless." He explained his twisted philosophy. Brutal physical punishment for children is counterproductive, while Jan could only silently retort, "Didn't you just say you didn't want me to think you were heartless?" Damien smiled with satisfaction, toying with the silver scissors. "Jan, I'm very pleased. That was your first mission, and you did better than I expected." Memories of Jan's achievements flooded back as Damien recounted. "You prevented the kidnapping of the vice-regent and acts of terrorism, then eliminated a barbarian chieftain in Beowulf territory. Truly magnificent." Returning to reality, Damien smirked. "With this achievement, any noble who opposes the project will have to shut their mouths. Well done." he bestowed a reward. To reward you, I will grant you free access to the royal armory. Do you need anything else? Jan looked directly into his superior's eyes, his voice resolute. Master, I wish to know your plan for Leah. Damien paused thoughtfully at the unexpected question. He began to analyze. She seems to know nothing. In fact, she's even more naive than I imagined regarding the captain's secrets. Damien's red eyes narrowed calculatingly. However, there is one thing that bothers me. A bad premonition struck Jan, who swallowed hard, thinking, "Don't tell me." Damien continued, his tone somewhat dismissive. Her naivety is almost childish, which made Jan breathe a sigh of relief, realizing it wasn't the worst possible outcome. Anyway, the captain isn't a fool, Damien said, as an image of Rodrigo Meyer appeared with swirling dark aura. He must already know his daughter is in my hands. Therefore, he will do everything to get evidence, Damien concluded. Rodrigo's sharp gaze seemingly seeing through everything. Damien raised the scissors to a pristine white flower, outlining his plan. I need a way to show him his daughter is in my hands, but ensure he can't find her. A snip sound echoed as the cold blades cut the flower stem. The white flower began to fall, beneath it a dark abyss, symbolizing the bleak fate Damien had decreed. Capture her but a hand caught the flower just before it could be sullied. Jan called out, Master. Jan extended his hand, his gaze firm, formally making his request. Please, may I take her into my care? Damien demanded a reason for Jan's unreasonable request, and he replied that he had 3 reasons. First, Jan began. Killing the captain's daughter at this moment is a counterproductive move. He explained that although Leah currently holds no intelligence value, over time, everything will gradually be revealed, because the value of a hostage usually increases that way. Damien narrowed his eyes and asked, So why do you want her under your care? Jan moved on to the second reason, recalling how Damien had cruelly punished one of Rodrigo Meyer's spies. Such a powerful individual surely has eyes and ears everywhere, he argued. Entrusting her to me would be safer than letting her fall into a spy's hands. Damien nodded. I understand. So what is your third reason? Jan solemnly placed his hand on his chest. It's a promise I made to her. I promised to protect her. A knowing and scornful smile spread across Damien's lips. Do you really expect me to believe that cheesy reason? He scoffed, making Jan break out in a cold sweat. Damien's gaze sharpened. I didn't expect my disciple to ever be so weak. Then he suddenly asked directly, Or is she your first love? Damien burst out laughing, teasing that the stone-hard guy was ultimately just an ordinary man, even knowing how to show off when making promises. Realizing this misunderstanding was advantageous, Jan decided to go with the flow. That's right. She is my first love. Damien laughed heartily and waved his hand. Ha ha ha, all right. I'll make an exception and allow it. But I won't let her out of my sight, he warned. I don't fully trust you either. Damien ordered. Disguise her as a maid and watch her carefully. Oh. And since I've approved your request, Damien slowly pulled something from his sleeve. He held up a carefully sealed letter. You wouldn't mind if I asked for a favor too, would you? Damien began explaining the new mission. Do you remember the team that headed east? The one in charge of them is Karsa Ephrain, he continued, as images of scrolls appeared. Their mission was simple, just to gather intelligence and return. However, Damien announced a shocking piece of news. All 80 members we sent have gone missing. Damien looked reluctant. Normally, I wouldn't bother saving them, but unfortunately, he held up the letter, revealing a crimson wax seal. This seal indicates things have become troublesome. Jan exclaimed in surprise. That's a royal seal. From the letter, an image of Prince Leon Cavalan appeared and conveyed the order. By order of Prince Leon Cavalan, rescue all missing trainees in the eastern region. The mission takes place on the eastern plateau of Death, located on the border between the Cavalan Empire and the Rudale Holy Nation. It is a disputed territory, where both nations avoid deploying large-scale forces to prevent igniting conflict. A memory resurfaced. Karsa Ephrain led his scout team into the Deadlands, with a seemingly simple mission. But then, the ground beneath their feet began to crack ominously. A gruesome undead hand emerged from the earth, signaling the nightmare to come. Immediately after, countless other hands simultaneously rose, initiating the event later known as the Night of the Undead. The horde of undead rose, sweeping through the scout team in a chaotic and bloody scene. One by one, the young trainees were dragged down by the monsters, their screams swallowed by the night. An undead creature roared savagely, its sharp fangs stained with fresh blood. Returning to his thoughts, a severed hand lay on the ground, as a shadowy figure quietly walked past. Jan recalled, In my previous life, everyone there was killed during the Night of the Undead, except for one person, Karsa Ephraina, the sole survivor of that night, he thought. It is said that the incident transformed him into a cold and cynical person. The memory of those creatures' horrifying screams still haunted him. The undead on the eastern plateau were no ordinary foes. Flashes of magical light gleamed in the night. Yan swung his sword, cutting down the obstructing undead, and scoffed. Looks like the undead are welcoming us right at the doorstep, aren't they? He reminded himself of the mission. Rescue everyone trapped on the plateau, within 4 days before the Night of the Undead descends. Looking at the staggering figures, Yan thought to himself, the situation here is worse than I imagined. He observed the zombies still lingering everywhere despite it being daytime. In my previous life, no one ordered their rescue, Yan mused. It seems events have changed again. The image of Prince Leon Cavalon appeared in his mind. Why did the prince make a different choice in this life? Suddenly, Momon appeared on his shoulder, excitedly declaring, the land of the undead? Sounds like a perfect place for me to regain my power. Yan asked in surprise. Momon? Why do you look like this again? Are you asking? Momon snapped. Because I used up all my energy to create that suppression artifact for that girl. Is there a problem? She explained her plan. But if I take all the death energy here and refine it in reverse, it will turn into pure mana. With a sinister expression, Momon threatened. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll kill you immediately, so cooperate, Yan. Dream on. Yan dismissed, then asked. By the way, where's Leah? Momon suggested. If you use her power, those zombies will be easier to kill than ants. It's not time to use her power yet, Yan asserted, and a memory suddenly flooded back. Leah's voice echoed from the past. Brother Yan, please let me come with you. In the memory, she clung to his hand, her eyes brimming with tears. Where are you going again without me? The headmate is already scary enough. Please don't leave me here, she pleaded, making Yan soften. I'm sorry, Leah, but I'll be back as soon as possible. Hearing that, Leah held out her pinky finger, her eyes full of hope. Then, will you pinky promise me that you'll return after 10 nights? In a memory, the promise between Yan and Leah was sealed with a pinky swear. Yan once offered, Leah, if the scary headmaid is that bad, you can use my room from now on, which made her blush in embarrassment. Back in reality, Momon sat on Yan's head, teasing. She's head over heels for you, isn't she? But he brushed it off. This mission doesn't require her strength, Yan asserted. Just these two will be fine, his gaze fixed on his 2 new teammates. The muscular man, Roman, growled. Why do I have to go on a mission with this guy? Yan, why did you bring him along? Cruel, the slender white-haired young man, retorted disdainfully. How ridiculous, coming from someone who's about to become a burden. Roman furiously roared. Do you want me to snap your neck? Witnessing the scene, Momon wondered if it was all right, but Yan affirmed. They might bicker, but we need both of them. Yan recalled how he convinced Cruel. Go pack your bags, unless you want a beating first, because he needed the influence of the Dwight family. And with Roman, he used a secret manual as bait. Hey, you want to know how to use Iron Body, right? Go pack your bags. Yan knew both of them yearned to become stronger, and following him was a shortcut to their growth. He mused. Those 2 are enough. But, just then, a voice called out his name. 2 female figures appeared, Lorena Beowulf sternly stating, We shouldn't be wasting time here like this. She looked directly at Yan, firmly demanding, Also, tell me your plan for this mission. The younger girl named Charles cheerfully added, That's right. And just leave it to Miss Lorena. Lorena questioned Yan. Or do you think I'm even more useless than them? But he quickly denied it. Elsewhere, Damien recalled, The training sergeant told me I could take as many people as I wanted, but I didn't think I'd get Roman, who has mastered Iron Body, and Cruel, who is controlling his killing intent, Lorena, who has reached a new level, and Charles, who oversees everything. Yan thought to himself, These 4 are the most elite members of the Dragon's Tooth Legion project, although I never wanted things to turn out this way. Despite their strength, they're really too noisy, he concluded, as Roman and Cruel started bickering again. Yan decisively ordered, Everyone, silence and follow me. They had arrived at the Eastern Front Central Barracks, located on the Geber Range near the Plateau of Death. Inside, the soldiers were drunkenly shouting, Let's drink the barrel dry tonight. Others gossiped, You know what? I just swiped a pig from a nearby farm. Lorena Beowulf looked at the chaotic scene with disgust. Is this even the right place? These soldiers, how shameful. Cruel also showed disdain, while Charles sighed. I told you not to expect too much from this place. Suddenly, a drunken soldier approached Lorena. Hey, what's a pretty lady doing here? He looked at her with a lecherous grin. Are you looking for someone? Lorena replied sternly. We are reinforcements from the special forces, but the soldier just sneered. If you're here to help, I've got something that needs reinforcing, he said, then grabbed her arm. The soldier licked his lips disgustingly. It's in that tent over there, let me take you. Lorena gritted her teeth, furiously roaring. You bastard! Just as she was about to act, Yan silently stepped forward, blocking her. A surge of purple energy shot out from Jan's hand, sending the soldier flying with a desperate scream. The soldier's face was contorted in extreme pain. His iron helmet shattered into pieces under the terrifying power of the attack. Jan coldly told Lorena, "I've dealt with him, let's go," which made her angrily question, "Why did you do that?" "I could have handled it myself," Jan explained. "If you had acted, he would have been torn to shreds, and that would only complicate things." Roman muttered, "I think his guts are already shredded." "Besides," Jan continued, "you don't need to bother yourself every time trash like this appears." Lorena hesitated. I suppose I should thank you," Charles playfully chirped. "Sister Lorena, your face is all red," leaving the knight speechless. Lorena quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, now we just need to find their commander, right?" Jan confirmed in a dark room. "That's right. We need to find the one commanding the noble forces in the Gabar Mountains." Memories from his previous life flooded Jan's mind. Of someone who had cancelled the mission to rescue Karsa and the others. That was the one responsible for annihilating the special forces on the Eastern Front, Viscount Jaren. Meanwhile, at a dilapidated outpost, drunken shouts echoed, "Come on, drink up." The soldiers raised their cups, bitterly saying, "How boring. We only have this cheap liquor." A soldier sighed wearily. "It's unfair, isn't it? We have to drink this cheap stuff out on the streets, while our commander is drowning in wine and women in his mansion." Inside the luxurious mansion, Viscount Jaren grumbled, "Hey, my glass is empty. Fill it up." A girl replied, "Oh my, you're drinking a lot today." Another girl worriedly asked, "Are you sure you can still fight if the zombies appear?" Jaren burst out laughing, embracing the two beauties. "Oh, zombies this, zombies that. My dears, don't worry about such things. Just raise your glasses and bottoms up." Suddenly, a soldier entered. "Excuse me, Viscount Jaren." The Viscount roared. "What is it? I told you not to come near here, didn't I?" The soldier reported. "Someone from that place has arrived." Jaren frowned. "That place?" The heavy door creaked open, and a cold voice echoed. "Pleasure to meet you, Viscount Jaren." Jan and Lorena entered, their presence overwhelming. He declared, "I am Jan from the Special Forces." Viscount Jaren disdainfully pointed at them. "Special Forces, huh?" He clicked his tongue. "Tsk, how troublesome." Perched on his chair, Jaren asked sarcastically, "Didn't you send those useless brats as reinforcements last time? What more do you want from me now?" Jan secretly assessed Viscount Jaren. He looks like a typical noble, rotten to the core. Aside from being born into a wealthy family, he had no merits, surely buying his position with money. Jan got straight to the point. "I'm here to investigate the reinforcements you just mentioned." "That's right," he continued. "We've learned that a large number of monsters have appeared, but there have been no reports." Jan's gaze sharpened, and he emphasized, "The Special Forces will investigate thoroughly, turning over every inch of ground if necessary." Hearing this, Viscount Jaren merely snorted in contempt. He sneered. "It seems the Special Forces have fallen, haven't they? To call a brat like that one of their own." Jaren continued his condescending speech, suggesting those brats had probably become zombie fodder long ago. After delivering the threat, Jan calmly asked, "So, that means you don't want to cooperate with the investigation?" Viscount Jaren burst into arrogant laughter, flatly refusing. "Cooperate? Don't be ridiculous." A few streaks of light flashed through the air in an instant. The noble was stunned to see the tip of the cigar in his hand cleanly severed. A lock of his pink hair was also snipped off, and Jaren screamed in fright. "My hair!" he shrieked in panic, watching his carefully styled hair fall away. Lorena spoke coldly. "Excuse me, but smoking indoors is forbidden by imperial decree." She gave Jaren a dagger-sharp look, saying, "I hope you understand." Infuriated, Viscount Jaren roared, "How dare you threaten a Viscount? Guards, don't touch me unless you want to die," Lorena warned the guards, making Jan inwardly sigh about her temper. Jan stepped forward to advise, "Viscount Jaren, I suggest you don't provoke her." He smirked, dropping a loaded hint. "You must have heard the rumors about the daughter of that cold duke being in our forces." To Viscount Jaren's astonishment, Jan thought, "Just look at her temper, you'd know, wouldn't you?" He formally revealed, "She is Lorena Beowulf, the only daughter of Duke Beowulf." The name struck Jaren like lightning. "Duke Beowulf's daughter." The corpulent noble broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "So she's the daughter of the strongest family among the four great houses." Jaren recalled the terrifying rumors about the Duke, a man feared by even barbarians and nobles alike. Nevertheless, a flicker of determination appeared in his eyes. Jaren tried to regain his swagger. "Humph, you think that frightens me? I'm not scared just because you mentioned the Beowulf family," he confidently declared. "No way, not when I have Marquis Sion backing me. You're not the only one supported by the four great houses." Jan narrowed his eyes, The name Marquis Sion piqued his interest. He recalled information about this power. A ruler of the vast eastern region of the empire, a person possessing connections and political influence that could not be underestimated. Jan inwardly assessed. Such a prominent figure knowing Viscount Jaren, it seems unusual names are starting to surface. But it's not surprising, he thought. I sensed someone's malice in this matter from the very beginning. A smirk appeared on Jan's lips as he confirmed. So, there's a puppet master pulling strings, huh? Lorena, let's go, Jan said abruptly, making her gasp. Huh? Leaving already? Seeing them turn their backs, Jaren burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, look at him run, what a coward. But his laughter abruptly died under Lorena Beowulf's dagger-sharp glare. Jaren immediately changed his tone, sweating profusely. Of course, that name is easier to spell. On their way out, Lorena was still fuming. Are we really just leaving like this? I didn't even get to punch that guy once, she said irritably, but Jan calmly replied, You don't need to bother with someone like him anymore. In Viscount Jaren's office, Jan was confident that their plan was progressing smoothly. Inside, a guard had fallen, marking the beginning of the infiltration. Among the fallen enemies, Roman sneered. Jan told us to get in here quietly, didn't he? Well, it's quiet now, isn't it? Cruel asked. Roman, did you get what Jan mentioned? But Roman brushed him off. Huh? Weren't you supposed to get it while I was fighting? Charles interjected, holding up a small box. Quiet down. I've secured the objective. Stop bickering. Roman growled, clearly unconvinced. Fine, but do you think you have the right to order me around? Cruel taunted. She's a noble, and you're a commoner. What else do you expect? Do you want us to bow down? The provocation enraged Roman. Sure, let me help you kneel. Looks like I'll have to teach you a few rules, Charles thought, exasperated by the scene. Different backgrounds, but both are idiots, she yelled loudly. Stop it, there's no time for this. Go now, or I'll tell Jan, making both of them immediately fall silent. Meanwhile, at an abandoned castle on the plateau, another story was unfolding. The colossal iron gate stood firm, separating the world inside and out. A gaunt, undead hand clung tightly to the bars, signaling the presence of danger. Outside, an entire undead army was howling, frantically trying to breach the gate. On the ramparts, desperate soldiers lamented, Damn it, they're here again. We'll probably die by sunset. A pessimistic, bandaged soldier said, I bet they won't send reinforcements to save failures like us. Just then, Karsa Ephraim appeared, clapping his hands to get their attention. All right, cut out all that pessimism. He stepped forward, trying to lift their spirits. And we are not failures. We're still alive, aren't we? Karsa intimately asked each person. James, how's your plan to transfer to the transport division going? Sebas, didn't you say you wanted to get married in the future? He confidently reassured them. I'm sure the rescue team will arrive soon. Just hold on a little longer. But inwardly, he was full of doubt. Karsa desperately thought. But we've reached our limit. Food is running out. At this rate, everyone will die here. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion rang out, interrupting his thoughts. A soldier screamed in panic. The eastern wall has been breached. How can this be? From the darkness of the breach, grotesque figures with glowing eyes gradually appeared. A gigantic, deformed monster stepped out, making the soldiers exclaim in horror. An abomination. It swung its grotesque arm, a deadly movement. Damn it, the eastern wall has completely collapsed. A desperate shout rang out. One of its hands, with a gaping mouth in its palm, began to gather an energy sphere. They're coming! Successive explosions signaled the general assault had begun. Karsa roared, trying to calm the ranks. Everyone, into formation. If we let them break through the main gate, we won't be able to stop them. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Damn it. Just dealing with these zombies is exhausting enough. The breach in the city wall was like a hellgate opening wide, Karsa analyzed. So why did a monster like that appear? It's an undead creature formed from countless corpses. His gaze turned sharp. And a clear sign that someone is pulling the strings here. He explained that zombies and skeletons are born from evil energy, so their appearance in large numbers was not unusual. But these abominations are different. They don't just appear out of thin air. Someone must have created them. At that moment, the bodies on the monster began to stir. Karsa and his soldiers were stunned. What is that? The monster let out a piercing roar as a multitude of skulls and bodies protruded from its mass of flesh. Before their eyes, it transformed into a living nightmare, a terrifying entity of merged death. Karsa Ephraim let out a horrified scream as he faced the monster. Before him, a grotesque mass of countless screaming undead took shape. The memory of that day was etched into his mind, as clear as day. In the past, a judge pronounced sentence. In the name of the emperor, we condemn the traitor Ephraim to death for high treason. The Ephraim family will be stripped of their lands and wealth, but by the Emperor's grace, the family members will be spared their lives. The crowd murmured, unable to believe that a great family could commit treason, suspecting it was all a staged act. Someone sighed. So the Ephraim family has ended. I hope their son, who escaped, will be all right. The executioner's scythe was raised high, glinting in the dim light, and then it swung down mercilessly. The sound of the scythe severing his father's head echoed in Karsa's mind. The head with familiar purple hair rolled across the cold stone ground. It stopped, and the strong smell of blood rushed into the boy's nose. Young Karsa, hidden in a cloak, could only stand silently, watching the tragedy unfold before his eyes. The boy watched the scene in horror, something that seemed impossible, yet heard his father's faint call. From the severed head, a voice rang out. Karsa, my son, restore glory to Ephraim. Avenge me and our family. Karsa, a soldier's shout pulled him out of the nightmare of the past. He startled, knelt down, and reassured his subordinate. Oh, I'm fine. Karsa stood up and asked about the situation. A soldier reported as the ground shook. The city wall has collapsed, and the monster has stopped. But Karsa immediately realized, no, it's gathering energy. Take it down before it attacks again. A soldier yelled in despair. Sir, ever since the monster breached the wall, zombies have been pouring in beneath us. Amidst the rubble, the giant monster's eyes flared, signaling its full awakening. Karsa Ephraim maintained a cold expression, thinking, there's still a way out of this mess, even if that thing attacks. Before his army, the abomination stood tall, an embodiment of destruction. A dark thought crossed Karsa's mind. I could use everyone here as a decoy to escape safely. Memories flooded back. He recalled the past. Whenever faced with danger, I always chose to run away. The image of young Karsa turning his back and fleeing appeared, a solitary figure amidst the collapse. The boy had told himself that he must live, at all costs, to bring glory back to his family. But the haunting voice of his deceased father still echoed in his head, the real reason he had to flee from the past. Back in reality, the grotesque mouth in the monster's palm fired a deadly stream of energy. Two of Karsa's soldiers couldn't react in time, swallowed by the beam of light amidst horrifying screams. The monster's arm twitched, transforming into a sharp blade of flesh and bone. It swung the gigantic blade down. A soldier could only scream in despair. No, Karsa realized, but that was just an excuse. Decisively, he plunged down from above, the spear in his hand aimed directly at the enemy, despite his astonished subordinates calling out, Sir Karsa! Clutching the spear, he roared in his mind. I only ran away because I was weak. Power erupted as he unleashed the 23rd Darkheart technique. The Savage Fangs technique was unleashed, a destructive pillar of light striking directly onto the monster's head. Engulfed in pure light, its grotesque body began to disintegrate. The surviving soldiers could only exclaim in awe, amazing. Karsa Ephraim stood on the monster's corpse, and the soldiers cheered. Sir Karsa defeated the monster with a single blow, but he quickly warned, don't let your guard down. It will regenerate soon. Abandon the city walls, and retreat towards the watchtower. We can hold out there. As Karsa Ephraim was rallying the soldiers, a tentacle suddenly emerged from the corpse, coiling around his leg. He turned back in shock, realizing the danger was too close. Immediately, a giant fleshy spike from the monster pierced through Karsa Ephraim. Sir Karsa! A horrified scream echoed as fresh blood gushed out. Meanwhile, the monster's grotesque body began to twitch, regenerating hideously. Its split head twitched violently before merging back into one. Fully regenerated, the monster lifted Karsa Ephraim into the air, causing the soldiers to despair. We can't abandon him. Impaled, Karsa Ephraim still clung tightly to the tentacle and gasped. Go. He roared his final command. Follow the plan, and retreat to the watchtower. The monster roared, and a sphere of dark energy began to form in its deformed head. Deadly energy concentrated into multiple rings, aimed directly at the helpless Karsa Ephraim. Damn it! Karsa Ephraim muttered, as the sphere emitted a blinding light, ready to fire. Facing death, he could only think, if only I were stronger. Suddenly, a voice echoed with the appearance of a sword of light. You are already strong. It's just that you face something even stronger than you, the voice continued as the monster's energy core was revealed. But you didn't back down, the voice finished, and the monster's body began to shatter into pieces. Such a person cannot be called weak. The surviving soldiers stared up in awe, enveloped in holy light. Severely wounded, Karsa Ephraim collapsed onto the cold stone ground. Amidst despair, a voice rang out, and Karsa recognized the newcomer in astonishment. You are? Jan offered a recovery potion. Take this. It will help you hold on. Well done, Jan said. Now sit down and rest. He stood in front of Karsa, his sword glowing brightly, declaring, Leave the rest to us. Immediately after, the remnants of the grotesque monster shattered into pieces. Jan reassured Karsa once more. confirming that everything was handled. Karsa uttered the savior's name in shock. Yan of the Special Forces. Will begin. The rescue mission, Yan declared boldly. The potion bottle rolled on the ground after fulfilling its purpose. Thank you, Yan. You just saved my life, Karsa said, full of gratitude. He warned about the monster's ability to regenerate, but Yan confidently replied, Don't worry, it can't regenerate anymore now. But I thought you were in the north, Karsa wondered, and Yan explained that he came as soon as he was done there. The surviving soldiers whispered in astonishment. You volunteered to come to a hellish place like this? Yan thought to himself, Haha, these political games are easy for a former captain like me. Karsa quickly asked about reinforcements, and hope flickered when he heard Yan say 5, mistakenly thinking it meant 5 squads. But Yan corrected awkwardly. No, only 5 of us came here to save you. The news was like a cold shower, making the soldiers despair. So they abandoned us. Everyone, silence! Yan roared, It's about quality, not quantity. Karsa offered his thanks, but in his heart, he thought, I'm lying through my teeth. One of Karsa's soldiers sneered, convinced they'd been abandoned. With only 5 people coming as reinforcements, it's clear, the training commander had no intention of saving us. Karsa looked at Yan, mistakenly thinking, could it be that Yan was also sent here because he offended the training commander? How pitiful. Suddenly, Karsa realized danger was approaching, and he quickly tried to warn. Yan, first we must, he yelled as a giant fleshy arm from the monster swung down. Look out! The deformed arm plunged down with terrifying speed. But after the colossal impact, Yan simply stood calmly beside it, unharmed. Karsa and the remaining soldiers froze, unable to believe their eyes. A miss? Yan casually tapped the monster's arm with his foot. Oh, it seems beheading it wasn't enough. I heard this thing is made of zombies. Perhaps I'll have to kill it 100 times. In response, the monster's arm transformed into a sharp bone drill, preparing for its next attack. Countless tentacles lunged forward, but Yan remained still, scoffing. Where are you even attacking? Your aim is terrible. Karsa swallowed hard, realizing the horrifying truth. No, it wasn't the monster that missed its attack, but Yan was dodging its attacks at the last second. Karsa exclaimed in terror in his mind as he saw countless after-images of Yan. The grotesque monster began to convulse violently, its body swelling abnormally. Its body cracked open, revealing countless undead skulls within, making Karsa scream, That thing is! Run, Yan! A horde of grotesque undead poured out like a flood, frantically rushing towards Yan. Yan's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. 16th Dark Heart style, Heavenly Severing Slash. From above, a single sword strike from Yan formed a net of light, tearing the entire horde of undead to shreds. He gently sheathed his sword. The battle had ended in an instant. What remained of the monsters vanished into dust, leaving no trace. Karsa's surviving soldiers exclaimed in horror, No way, did he just decapitate all the zombies? Yan calmly watched the monster disintegrate, muttering, Oh, it's falling apart. I guess it won't be able to regenerate anymore. He knew well the power of the Astalon sword, which could sever all types of mana, even dark killing intent. Soon, all remnants of the monsters had vanished into dust in the wind. Witnessing that sight, the soldiers couldn't help but admire him, realizing Yan was on a completely different level. Karsa Ephraim could only remain silent, completely overwhelmed by the display of power he had just witnessed. At the same time, a soldier rushed over to report. Sir Karsa, a report just came in from the east wall, making him startle and ask, Did they breach the city gate already? The soldier quickly relayed the good news amidst the sight of a defeated undead. No, sir. They said reinforcements have arrived. On another front, the monsters were also being wiped out by Yan's comrades. Roman and Cruel easily cleared the east gate, bored by the enemy's weakness. Meanwhile, hordes of undead were frozen in sharp ice pillars. Charles admired Lorena's ice spirit, which was growing increasingly powerful. That's the last of the zombies, Miss Lorena, Charles cheerfully reported as Lorena sheathed her sword. Turning back to Karsa, his heart grew heavy as he realized, everyone has become too strong. He couldn't help but compare himself to his comrade, especially Yan. He's developing at an unbelievable rate. And me, I'm just. Karsa gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the rising feelings of helplessness and envy. But then he quickly regained his composure, loudly ordering, Now is not the time for envy. Team 1, to the east gate. Team 2, advance south. From a distance, Yan silently observed everything, inwardly acknowledging, Impressive, Karsa. He understood that despite his confusion, Karsa maintained his composure and commanded his troops effectively. Yan looked at Karsa, thinking, Well, it seems you'll be useful too. He whispered, Karsa, gather all the wounded here. We'll leave as soon as we're ready, making Karsa skeptical. Leave? How? We'll use this, Yan said, summoning a magical item, astonishing Karsa. It was a portable teleportation gate, a rare artifact developed by the mana researcher Isaac. In a brief memory, Charles asked in surprise, "Did the training sergeant really give you something so expensive?" Jan replied concisely, "No, I stole it from Viscount Jaren." He explained the reason. "I guessed he'd have one because cowards like him always have a backup plan to escape alone." Back in the present, Karsa worried. "But to teleport everyone, you'll need a lot of mana." Jan reassured him. "Don't worry, we've already taken care of that. But we'll need some time to charge it," Jan continued. "So, buy us some time." Karsa immediately took the order. "All right, I'll bring all the wounded here." Karsa suddenly paused, shouting, "Wait, what exactly have you taken care of?" From somewhere, Momon floated into view, questioning, "Don't tell me you're planning to drain my mana?" Jan just laughed. "Haha, is there a problem?" Momon angrily yelled. "Do you think I'm a milk cow for you to milk every day?" But Jan simply replied, "Well, I'm taking it anyway. Thanks as always, Momon." "Do you think I'll just let you take it?" Momon growled. "Calm down," Jan soothed. "In exchange for mana, I'll grant you what you asked for." An image of a shadowy entity with glowing eyes appeared, along with the wary expressions of Roman and Cruel. Lorena's eyes also gleamed with a sharp coldness. Jan also felt the terrifying surge of energy being unleashed. "This aura is..." Immediately, the entire fortress began to shake violently. The ground beneath their feet cracked open into long fissures. From the darkness of the cracks, demonic hands began to emerge. A shadowy creature with glowing eyes was slowly rising from the ground. Heavy footsteps echoed as the grotesque, muscular monsters advanced. Momon asked, "Jan, can you feel it?" Jan replied, "Yes, a disgusting mana signature." Momon affirmed, "It's definitely the mastermind behind this mess." The shadow of a winged entity enveloped the shaking castle. The one known as the King of the Dead materialized, hovering in midair with a surge of dark energy. He gently landed on the ground, signaling the impending rampage. His army of monsters roared, ready to flatten anything in their path. A voice commanded, "Split into pairs and spread them out." Another voice replied, "You don't need to tell me." A monster looked bewildered as it sensed unusual movement. Roman, Cruel, and Lorena charged straight into the horde of monsters, beginning the fight. The story flashed back to 30 minutes earlier, at this very castle. Jan announced to the team, "The teleportation gate is ready. We'll let the others escape first." He continued, his eyes sharp. "But I'm sure you've all felt it, the killing intent awakening out there, along with its source. An army of monsters and undead is heading this way." Jan assigned, "Roman, Lorena, and Cruel. The three of you will hold back the monsters." Lorena was astonished. "What? Just the three of us?" Jan explained the plan. "I've set it up so that all the killing intent released from slaying the undead will be converted into mana to charge the teleportation gate." He ordered Charl, "Stay at the gate and help the others evacuate." She firmly replied, "Yes." Karsa Ephraim stepped forward. "Wait, Jan. I can't just leave. Let me stay and fight with you," he asserted. "If I return empty-handed, my reputation will be tarnished. I need to do something here to restore my family's glory." Under Jan's silent gaze, Karsa Ephraim pleaded, "So, will you let me stay and fight?" After a moment, Jan agreed through Lorena Beowulf's words. "All right, but you owe us one," making Karsa joyfully express his thanks. Jan placed 2 vials of holy water, obtained from Viscount Jaren, on the table. "There isn't much. I advise you to anoint your weapons with it. You don't need to eliminate all the abominations," Jan instructed, turning his back. "Just hold them off. I'll come back to assist once I'm done." He revealed his true objective. "I will deal with the source of the murderous aura hidden behind the undead. As long as it lives, they will keep coming." With steely resolve, Jan declared, "I will take it down." Immediately, he launched himself from the city wall, leaving behind a panicked cry. "Wait!" Lorena desperately shouted as Jan's figure disappeared. "You might be strong, but don't charge in by yourself." Jan, in a flash, his figure shattered into spatial fragments and vanished. At the same time on the front line, a hideous abomination roared and charged towards the warriors. Roman growled, channeling all his strength into his energy-flaring fist. He unleashed a combo of Iron Body, Fireburst Fist, striking the monster's deformed body with thunderous blows. The abomination's arm shattered under Roman's power. "Well done!" Cruel patted his comrade's shoulder in praise, but immediately, the monster's destroyed arm regenerated, as if it had never been damaged. "Lorena!" Roman shouted as the girl soared into the air, casting Snow Spirit's second form. A chilling slash named Minor Snow was unleashed, radiating a deadly cold aura. The giant abomination was frozen solid and then shattered into pieces by Lorena's technique. Witnessing the perfect coordination, a soldier exclaimed in surprise. They work together as if they've always been a team, haven't they? Cruel muttered to himself. Well, I can't let them take all the credit. He lunged forward, pushing Karsa aside and shouting, "Get out of the way." Using wind spirit footwork, Cruel glided like the wind. Immediately after, the Phantom Blade skill was activated, enveloping his sword in magical light. With Dance of Blades, he unleashed a series of slashes that tore through the monster's body, astonishing Karsa. Did he just use 2 skills at once? The monster's head was severed, flying into the air and spewing a stream of black blood. The vile liquid splattered onto Karsa's face, making his subordinate shout in alarm. "Karsa! I'm fine. It's just blood." Karsa reassured, wiping his face. "I'm not hurt." But then, a sense of unease arose in his eyes. From the severed neck, a new, hideous head sprouted, lunging straight towards the stunned Karsa. Suddenly, a powerful kick struck Karsa's back, sending him flying. Cruel coldly ordered, "Get lost." He stood in front of the charging monster, growling, "You're in my way." Its giant arm slammed down. Roman only managed to shout in despair, "Cruel!" From a safe distance, Karsa looked back in shock. "Cruel, why would you? Why save me? When you've always been selfish and self-centered, Cruel," he screamed in his mind, unable to believe it. Karsa's eyes turned sharp, and he roared the name of a technique. Whirlwind Slash. Powerful slashes were unleashed, aimed directly at the monster's arm. With the Spinning Claws skill, Karsa tore apart the monster's limb in retaliation. Karsa staggered after unleashing the attack, feeling nauseous from overexertion. "I tried channeling mana into my sword like Yan," he panted. "But why is it so hard?" The purple-haired young man still couldn't understand where Yan's power came from. He turned to his white-haired comrade. "I'm sorry, Cruel. You risked your life to save me," Karsa confessed, "while I was only thinking of myself." At that moment, Lorena Beowulf spoke up. Hold it down. I'll finish it off." But Cruel stood in front of the monster, calling back, "I understand you. I used to be like that too. But if you keep going like this," he warned, "Yan will beat you to a pulp." Karsa was stunned, suddenly realizing, did Yan change you this much? A new resolve flared in his eyes. Then, I can change too. Elsewhere, the ground trembled as a massive undead army rose from beneath the earth, but they were immediately incinerated by terrifying magical explosions. Amidst the dissipating smoke, fragments of crimson energy fluttered down. A mastermind appeared, lamenting, "It's tragic that human life is too short for the path of magic." He declared, "I will turn all of you immortal, so we can walk that path together forever." His voice echoed of a dark tower and lost glory from the past. "Enough," a cold voice interrupted. "I don't like it." The king of the dead scoffed at the newcomer. "Foolish human, your attack will not." His words were cut short by a slash of light that tore through space. Yan recognized the new enemy. Lich Aemon, one of the 5 greatest enemies of the Empire in the future. He frowned, wondering, could they be behind this? The spirit whispered an unfamiliar name in astonishment. Bahamut? Yan braced himself against the aftershocks of the final attack. The king of the dead's body disintegrated into dust, ending a battle. But from the magic circle in the sky, a new phantom appeared, declaring, "I've found you. Finally found you." Ghostly arms reached out as it growled, "I have found the one who destroyed the tower and killed all the priests." In its mind appeared the image of a muscular warrior with white hair, whom it hatefully called out, "Bahamut." Yan didn't understand what was happening. Why is he mentioning that name now? Lich Aemon roared, its body transforming into a hideous monster. "I will kill you, and everything related to Bahamut." An ancient legend was recounted, about a tower of great mages. They possessed unparalleled power, but pursued only knowledge and logic, caring nothing for worldly affairs. But then, in their pursuit of truth, they angered a dragon and were destroyed overnight. Yan was stunned, realizing that the story he once thought was absurd was unfolding right before his eyes. The monster Lich Aemon frantically screamed amidst a sea of fire. "Die! Die!" Yan charged forward, doubt rising in his heart. Damn it, is it true that the tower never interfered in worldly affairs? Or was that just a lie? Lich Aemon clutched its head in agony. "I won't forgive you. I will kill you." But only received Yan's cold reply. "Shut up." It threw its head back and screamed the name Bahamut, resentfully questioning amidst the image of the ruined tower. "How dare you destroy the tower and steal our knowledge?" In its memory, the image of a young mage appeared, a voice filled with pain. "How dare you kill my master and my fellow disciples?" Lich Aemon roared. "I will make you pay, right now." Yan hastily deployed defensive magic, trying to explain, "Wait, I'm not," while Lich Aemon unleashed lightning spear, fire arrow, But the explanation was cut short by a furious roar, Bahamut, and a terrifying lightning attack. Getting up after the attack, Jan muttered, "So another Lich also has a grudge against Bahamut." He suddenly thought of Momon. They are also like Momon. What is their relationship? Suddenly, another surge of dark magic put Jan on alert. He realized in horror. A black hole. Damn it, I have to get out of here. However, with just a command of vanish, the colossal energy sphere cracked. Jan found himself puzzled, thinking, is there something wrong with my eyes? Momon suddenly appeared, arms crossed proudly. How dare you say that thing is like me? I am superior in every aspect, both in function and style. She explained, just because we're both Liches doesn't mean we're the same. That thing has been corroded by malevolent aura for a long time. It doesn't even recognize itself anymore. Leeches can maintain their minds and souls by nourishing themselves with pure mana, but if they absorb malevolent aura, its toxicity will corrupt the life core, driving both body and mind into madness. Just like that Lich over there. Soon, they will lose their ego and completely forget themselves. Momon looked at it with pity. How pathetic for a tower apprentice to meet such an end. In a fleeting memory, a young mage joyfully reported, "Master, look what I've achieved with my research." Momon closed her eyes, seemingly lost in thoughts of the past. She turned and commanded, "Yan, buy me some time. I don't have enough mana to use my true form right now. Stall until I've accumulated enough. Then I'll deal with them," Momon said and began to vanish, despite Yan frantically calling after her. "Momon, wait, how long are we talking about?" Lich Amun roared, gathering a destructive energy sphere in its monstrous mouth. A terrifying chimera dragon's breath was unleashed, flattening everything in its path. Barely dodging the attack, Yan shouted, "Do you realize you're asking for something absurd?" Lich Amun frantically screamed, "I won't miss this time, Bahamut," while Yan secretly urged, "Hurry, Momon." Giving its opponent no time to breathe, Lich Amun cast another spell, a complex magic circle flashing before it. Yan thought coldly, "Or I'll finish them off myself." A blinding light erupted from his eyes, the power of the dragon. Elsewhere, Cruel, exhausted, let his arms fall to the ground. Both he and Karsa Ifrin were completely drained, sitting back to back after the fierce battle. Cruel tiredly glanced around, wondering, is it over? The zombies aren't regenerating anymore, so it should be over, right? Karsa said, but Cruel only replied with a faint glimmer of hope. As the grotesque monster's corpse disintegrated into dust, Karsa began to wonder, how could Yan? Suddenly, an unexpected flash made Cruel jump in alarm. Both looked up, astonished by a colossal streak of light tearing through the night sky, emanating from Yan's direction. Karsa stammered, disbelieving his eyes. "Is that a dragon?" Back on the battlefield, tiny specks of light remaining after the attack hovered in the air. Lich Amun clutched its head tightly, its body beginning to crack under the immense power it had just faced. It roared in pain and hatred. Disgusting fiend. Bahamut and his cronies. Lich Amun's monstrous body was suddenly torn apart by a slash. It screamed in disbelief. "Impossible. My body is not something that can be cut so easily." Amidst the dissipating smoke, Lich Amun recognized in horror a figure holding a glowing sword. In its eyes, that figure transformed into the legendary warrior Bahamut, the founding father. "You finally show yourself, my sworn enemy, Bahamut." Amun roared with hatred. Yan spoke, his tone full of sarcasm. "My sword. Looks like Bahamut's?" He realized that this terrifying power came from the hero's sword in his hand. Yan thought to himself, even though he had to reveal his trump card early, at least he now knew its true power. He recalled that each time he unlocked a mana engine, a mysterious voice resonated more clearly. That voice, perhaps Bahamut's own, commanded, one strike to decimate a legion. Or it was the very soul of swordsmanship, a power he yearned to grasp. But the price was immediate. Yan was injured and coughed up black blood as his body suffered backlash. He collapsed, feeling his mana core about to burst, wondering if it was too soon to use this technique. Just one slash had drained all his mana, leaving his hands trembling from exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, Lich Amun roared, "I will never forgive you." He swore to avenge everyone in the tower by killing Yan in the most brutal way possible. Lich Amun raised his hand, summoning a colossal magic circle, preparing for the final judgment. The grotesque mouth on his body mumbled a chant, activating a spellstorm. Yan watched in horror as countless magic circles appeared, a power far exceeding anything Momon had ever displayed. In mid-air, Lich Amun's magic circles erupted with destructive power. "Die!" he roared in utter fury. But an authoritative voice rang out, interrupting the curses. "Order, brat." Instantly, his entire complex magic array shattered like glass. Yan, exhausted, knelt and exclaimed in horror, She broke all the magic circles at once. The figure who had just appeared spoke coldly. "Umph. I told you to stall for time, not to go all out against them." Facing Yan, she continued. "I'm not even in my complete form yet, but since you can barely sit up, I guess there's no other choice." A circle of sigils glowed behind the mysterious woman as she declared, "Leave it to me." Striding with authority, she introduced herself as the Grand Archmage of the Tower. Her eyes closed, accumulating an immeasurable source of energy. After all, any trouble caused by a student of the Tower is the Tower's responsibility to clean up. A pillar of holy light descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Lichamon. Yan realized in astonishment, "Momon, that appearance. Is that your form when you were alive?" Amidst the purifying light, Momon's voice echoed, "That's right, Yan. But I won't be in this form for long, so look closely. This is me when I was alive," she commanded the stunned Yan. "And the Grand Archmage of the Tower," Momon declared in her most glorious form. Yan mumbled, "I had a feeling she was connected to the Tower, but I never expected her to be the Grand Archmage." Immediately, Yan's greedy expression emerged, making Momon yell, "Is that all you can think of when I'm like this?" Lich Amen scoffed at the woman who had just appeared. "Ha ha ha, a mage?" he suggested. "Why don't we cooperate and reach the pinnacle of magic together?" Momon merely sighed. "So you can't even recognize me in this form?" Without waiting for an answer, Lich Amen roared, activating spell acceleration and blazing inferno incantation. "Take this!" His eyes flashed as magic power was unleashed. A destructive gamma-ray barrage shot straight towards Momon. Overwhelmed by the force of the explosion, she collapsed and cried out, "Mmm." Believing he had gained the upper hand, Lich Amen enticed, "Cast off your human body and live an eternal life with me." But his reply was an unbelievable sight. Momon was devouring his entire attack. "How pathetic," her voice rang out, leaving Lich Amen stunned. Momon coldly analyzed. "Fallen into malice, then casting shoddy spells? Do you think increasing their power will make them more sophisticated, while simultaneously activating Mana Eater?" She looked straight at him, her gaze sharp. "Are you truly a student of the Tower?" His pride stung. Lich Amen roared, "You arrogant hag," and summoned a colossal rock. Momon calmly remarked as the rock hurtled towards her. "Oh, now you're attacking with rocks? Not a bad choice, but it's still within my predictions," she finished, snapping her fingers, causing the rock to crack open. Lich Amen's magic circle shattered into pieces, and Momon explained, "Didn't anyone teach you that magic circles without protective layers are easily broken? Your thinking is too simple," she continued her lecture as his magic completely collapsed. "You need to think beyond the obvious." Lich Amen clutched his head in despair as Momon continued. "And above all, your conceited mind, relying on malice to increase your power, must be gone. Do you think you'll reach the pinnacle of magic with a body defiled by malice?" Lich Amen mumbled in confusion. "Malice? Me? No. All I used was mana. But if that helps me rebuild the tower, then Momon was stunned by Lich Amen's confession. "I just wanted to reclaim the tower." In agony, he trembled and confessed, "I wanted to resurrect my master and friends, so we could research and reach the pinnacle of magic." His obsession with the tower surfaced, and he mumbled, "If it's to rebuild the tower, then I can." Momon suddenly realized, her voice filled with regret. All of this, for the tower that even I neglected. There were so many chances to return. Memories flooded back. An image of her past self engrossed in revenge appeared. But I ignored it all to pursue my revenge. In her original Lich form, she was immersed in hatred. So, during those long years, I neglected my duty. You alone bore it all, didn't you? Momon looked at Eamon with new empathy. She closed her eyes, bitterly admitting, "It was all my fault." Returning to reality, Eamon continued, "But one day, someone showed me a sigil." Momon was startled. "What? Who are you talking about and what is it?" Amon recalled his hand as he received the dark power. "They said if I used this, I would be able to achieve what I desired." A grotesque smile of the red-hooded figure flashed in his memory. "They gave me power." "Amon, was that the one who injected malice into you?" Momon's question was like a critical blow, making Amon scream in pain. The power within him exploded, completely out of control. Momon watched anxiously. Have they lost control of their power? Lich Amen was engulfed in a pillar of crimson energy, tearing through the very ground. Amidst the energy storm, he still roared desperately. I will." A cracking sound echoed through space. Momon broke through the barrier, rushed towards her disciple, and cried out, "Amon!" A pure magic circle glowed in her hand. Momon mused, "I couldn't take care of the others." Momon rushed forward, resolute, "But at least I will save you." Amidst the cracking sounds of dark energy, she encouraged, Try to hold on a little longer. I will draw a circle within you to purify that murderous aura. Momon believed. Once purified, you will be able to return to normal. Pure light shone upon Lichamon's distorted face. The purifying energy began to permeate his decaying body. Momon exclaimed joyfully, "Good! It's working! Just a little more!" However, a faint voice echoed from the darkness. I'm sorry." Immediately, Lichamon's body exploded into countless fragments. Momon screamed in horror. No, sharp fragments of a lost soul scattered everywhere. His body has gone too far. Can it be separated from the murderous aura? Momon rushed forward desperately. No, Amon, I won't let you die like this. At her resolve, a hesitant voice echoed. Mas? Master? Lichamon recognized his teacher. It's you. I didn't think we'd meet again under these circumstances. Don't say unnecessary things. Momon interrupted. Once I remove the murderous aura, you'll be able to walk the path of magic again. Lichamon merely gazed silently at his teacher while his body continued to disintegrate. No, master. It's too late for me. His confession stunned Momon. His feet stood on the blood magic circle. I was destined for this end. The moment I abandoned that path to use the murderous aura. With a sad smile, he uttered his last words. I'm just grateful to have seen you again, after all the mistakes I've made. Momon closed her eyes tightly, painfully listening to his final plea. So, master, please, at her disciple's final request, Momon began to cast an ancient magic circle. Very well, my disciple, she declared. Watch and remember, for I will not let you die in vain. Magical light converged, she proclaimed. Engrave it deep into your soul, for this will be the last magic you ever witness. Amidst his pain, Lich Amon looked up at the blossoming flowers of light, whispering, Oh, this is. He recognized his master's ultimate magic. Domain expansion. White Lotus. Momon guided the lost soul. Follow the mana path I've traced across the sky, and your soul will forever walk the path of magic with me, she said with a sorrowful gaze. In the final moment of purification, Aemon smiled peacefully. Thank you, master, were his last words before vanishing into nothingness. Momon hovered amidst the light lotus petals, bidding farewell to her former disciple. She whispered a blessing. I hope this has brought you some peace in the painful life you had to endure. Returning to the ground, Jan asked, It's over now, isn't it? Have you said your goodbyes? Momon replied, Yes, though it was too late to save him, it is an end. Looking towards the open teleportation gate, she added, Now that Amon is gone, our work here is done. However, I still haven't found the one behind all of this, Momon mused. Jan turned back decisively. Then let's go meet him. Momon was surprised. What? You already have a suspect in mind? Jan affirmed. Yes, I do. He narrowed his eyes, his voice full of hidden meaning. But I'm not sure if he'll still be alive when we get there. The scene shifted to the Eastern Front Central Barracks. Inside a luxurious room, a pair of feet dangled in mid-air. The commander of the Eastern Forces, Viscount Jaren, was found dead, hanged. The cheers erupted at the barracks gate as the surviving soldiers returned from the brink of death. All 80 members of the Special Forces team sent to the Plateau of Death were safely rescued. Meanwhile, the commanders breathed a sigh of relief, with Kasha Everine admitting, I thought this was an impossible mission, but we did it. She thanked everyone for their efforts, while Roman smiled at the team's exhilarated mood. Lorena Beowulf agreed, deciding to let her soldiers celebrate to their heart's content. Amidst the crowd, Cruel was enthusiastically boasting about his achievements, cheered on by the new recruits. However, Lorena suddenly realized something. We said everyone has returned, but Jan isn't here yet. Charl blurted out her worry. I'm so worried about him, causing Lorena to snap. Don't speak for me. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light tore through the sky, and Lorena gasped. A teleportation gate? From within the light, a figure emerged with the declaration. So I'm the last one, huh? I'm back. Jan stepped out, his hair longer, his sharp eyes asking, Has everyone returned safely? The team approached, and Lorena immediately questioned, Have you dealt with the source of that murderous aura? To which Jan simply replied coldly, Yes. The new recruits surrounded him, profusely thanking him, but Jan humbly replied that it was simply his duty. In the distance, Cruel grumbled angrily. Shh, he's stolen all the attention. Without wasting time, Jan turned to Lorena. Have you seen Viscount Jaren? To which she replied with disdain. No, I haven't seen that pig. Jan suggested. Let's go there right now. And the group headed towards the Viscount's mansion. But the sight that met their eyes was Viscount Jaren's body hanging from a noose. That cowardly bastard, Lorena exclaimed, while the others were stunned, wondering why he had suddenly taken his own life. They found a suicide note, in which Jaren took full responsibility for what had happened on the plateau. However, Lorena shrewdly noticed. Each page has a different handwriting. Then she turned to Jan with a scrutinizing gaze. Jan, did you foresee this? Lorena Beowulf realized Jan had disappeared from the scene, calling out, Jan, where did you go? Meanwhile, Jan had found a secret space beneath Jaren's office. So, there's a place like this. Found it. He paused before a communication globe, muttering. So it was here all along. Momon suddenly appeared in her spirit form, distraught. The one who corrupted Amon is dead? How will we avenge Amon now? Teased by Yan as a flying jellyfish, Momon angrily yelled. It's me, Momon, she snapped. I'm in this state because I saved you. Now that Jaren's dead, what are you going to do? Yan calmly replied, Don't worry, they might cut off the leads, but the traces will still remain. He pointed at the globe. This is Jaren's private communication device. He used to boast about Marquis Sion backing him. If he was the last person Jaren contacted, then he's the mastermind. Let's try calling him. Elsewhere, a maid was writhing in a cruel, punishing light. Yan initiated the call. Who is this? Marquis Sion? On the other end, Marquis Sion looked down at the pleading maid. You know who I am, and still dare to call? The Marquis showed clear annoyance. How rude. Yan introduced himself meaningfully. Greetings, Marquis Sion. I am Yan from the Special Forces. Apologies for disturbing you while you're busy. Marquis Sion coldly ordered the maid. I'm merely disciplining a disrespectful servant. Step back. When only the two remained, Marquis Sion asked directly, and Yan delivered a psychological blow. I'm calling about Viscount Jaren. He's confessed everything. Yan added. He said you're the mastermind behind everything. The Marquis was stunned, clenching his teeth. Yan continued to press his opponent. I see. So he told you everything. Marquis Sion suddenly burst into laughter, trying to deflect. Actually, I did receive some bribes from him. How embarrassing to be found out by you. Yan sneered. He was quite generous. But his last words seem a bit too talkative, don't they? His eyes sharpened. But, Marquis Sion chuckled darkly. Now what do you intend to do? Yan explained clearly. All money leaving the east had to pass through my hands to reach someone. The same goes for the other direction, Sion scoffed. So you think I'll be punished for a few petty bribes? Yan replied curtly. Well, it seems you know quite a lot. Truly a Marquis, he exposed. I never said Jaren was dead, yet you mentioned him babbling in his final moments. Now I understand why you're so confident. You must have erased everything that could be used against you. Everything, without exception, Sion smirked. Quite an interesting hypothesis. You said your name is Yan? His eyes gleamed with contempt. He roared. What right do you think you have to question me, a mere grunt? Nobles have rights granted by the goddess and the royal family. You are just an unknown commoner. Who do you think you are to dare? Another voice interjected. Actually, Yan has all the necessary authority, making Sion flinch. That voice, footsteps echoed as the person revealed. Because he is an inspector of the Supervisory Bureau and a member of the Special Investigation Office. Damien appeared, declaring loudly, both organizations have the authority to investigate and discipline any noble within the Kavalan Empire. He asserted, Yan is the chief investigator of the Special Investigation Office. Do you understand now? He has full authority to question you. Sion let out a forced laugh. Oh, if it isn't Damien, I didn't expect to see you here. But Damien retorted sarcastically, Oh, it was quite difficult to get here. Thanks entirely to your efforts, Marquis Sion. Sion's face darkened. So this kid is the chief investigator? Since when? Damien smiled meaningfully. Who knows, why don't we say? Starting now. Marquis Sion's face darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. Damien's sharp gaze did not waver, affirming his declaration. Marquis Sion hastily cut off the connection. Well, I have to go. If you need anything else, come find me yourself. Then, I will personally welcome you, Damien retorted as the Marquis's image faded. The confrontation ended. Yan and Damien stood silently before the deactivated communication orb. Yan expressed gratitude. Thank you for promoting me, Master. You're welcome. Oh, by the way, you're fired. Damien explained that he had a premonition, while Yan anxiously asked, Are we just going to leave him be, Master? Yan, the Marquis is not someone you can underestimate. He's like a python coiled around the entire empire. If you provoke him without a plan, you'll be the one who gets hurt. Damien turned and ordered, Everyone return by train. As for you and your brats, follow me. Another new mission? Where are we going this time? It's not a mission, but you should prepare as if it is, Damien said, making Yan even more focused. Damien revealed the destination. We're going to the imperial capital, Avalon. His Highness Leon Kavalan has summoned you and the others. Meanwhile, in a distant place, petals fluttered down onto the cracked ground. A foot in a red boot gently stepped onto the ground, accompanied by a thoughtful murmur. A mysterious red-hooded figure muttered, "I didn't expect the Lich to die so easily. It seems I'll have to adjust my plans." The figure recalled the formidable power. Domain expansion was one thing, but to dare simulate the holy sword of the nation's founder. Red eyes gleamed from within the hood. "Its name is Yan, isn't it? I'll have to remember that name." The scene returned to the magnificent imperial capital, Avalon, where destiny awaited. Petals drifted leisurely, signaling a new journey in the splendid imperial capital. A memory suddenly resurfaced. A solitary figure in a blood-soaked white cloak, standing before a castle engulfed in flames. Eyes glowing red in the darkness, a broken voice could only utter, "I." The call of Yan pulled him out of the nightmare, back to the harsh reality. The purple-haired woman asked worriedly, "Why are you spacing out? Are you all right?" While her comrades chatted, she reminded, "Relax, and don't stray too far. You'll get separated from us." Yan glanced back, a bitter thought beginning. "I never imagined I would return to this place." His gaze turned towards the magnificent capital, whispering, "To Avalon, the city I burned down." In contrast to Yan's memory, Avalon now appeared majestic with its pristine white city walls. The blonde girl in the group exclaimed, "Whoa, this is my first time seeing so many people." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "And to think we've been invited to the palace. I still can't believe it." The burly white-haired warrior added sternly, "And it's a party, too." The white-haired noble sneered, "I suppose that's not something commoners like you could ever dream of." Another comrade turned to tease, "You seem excited too, Cruel." Amidst the murmuring crowd, the group became the center of attention. "Is His Majesty in that tall building over there?" "No, that building belongs to another member of the royal family." The purple-haired woman explained the city's structure. Avalon is divided into 8 districts surrounding the imperial palace. She suddenly realized something and asked suspiciously, "You know quite a lot about this place, don't you?" The group walked on the glittering, gold-paved road, a symbol of the Emperor's power, but the burly warrior only muttered with disdain. "The Emperor? More like a flamboyant old man." The burly warrior muttered a forbidden name. "Roman." Cruel quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Shh, don't say such things here, or you'll pay with your life." He warned that there were eyes and ears everywhere in the imperial capital, and repeated the instructor's words. The memory of Damien's threat resurfaced. "If you cause trouble there, I'll have to kill you. So, behave yourself." Cruel nodded absently, then startled and asked again, "Huh? What was that?" Angrily, the warrior bit Cruel's hand, shouting, "Get your hands off me!" While the two of them were still struggling, the innocent blonde girl dreamed, "If there's a party, I wonder if there'll be a ball." She continued to immerse herself in fantasies of a splendid ball, something she had always longed for. The purple-haired comrade dashed her hopes. "It's not as romantic as you think," making the girl ask blankly, "Why not?" She explained that nobles only pretend to be polite on the surface, but inside, they are obsessed with power, ready to turn your every action against you. And since the crown prince is hosting, they'll be even more eager to tear you apart at the first opportunity. The girl with the birdwing hairpin turned to Yan. "That's why the instructor warned us, right?" But he only grumbled in response. Yan turned back to remind the group one last time. "Anyway, everyone, behave yourselves." He fell into thought, doubting Crown Prince Leon's true purpose in summoning them here. A bloody image of his own destructive past flashed through his mind, along with the fear that his old self would return. Yan's eyes turned cold as he thought of the name Crown Prince Leon, a mysterious figure with 2 personas, making him wonder, which version of you is real? Finally, the group arrived before the magnificent and splendid banquet hall. As they ascended the grand steps, the leading girl remarked, "It seems we've arrived too early." A female knight swung her giant battle axe, coldly ordering, "Stop, show your invitation." The guard in full armor added, asserting that only those with invitations were allowed to enter. Feeling the immense pressure, Kael gulped. "Yan, do you feel it? Their aura is truly terrifying." He couldn't help but shiver, imagining the strength of these mere knights in the imperial capital. "I can't imagine how much stronger the Golden Knights, the symbol of the imperial capital, would be," Kael thought to himself. Suddenly, the guard in armor seemed to recognize something. He quickly bowed his head. Are you Lady Lorena Beowulf? My apologies for not recognizing you sooner." Thanks to the reputation of the Beowulf family, a few members of the group were easily allowed through without needing to show invitation. But just as Kael was about to follow, the female knight swung her axe to block him again, demanding an invitation. "We're with her!" Irene cried out in a panic, while Lady Lorena Beowulf turned back, looking surprised. Karsa, the girl accompanying Lorena, merely gave a knowing smile. "It's quite noisy out here, isn't it? Let's go in," Karsa said, then pulled Lorena away. Despite Lorena's angry shout, "Karsa, you bastard!" Just then, A white-haired noble pushed his way forward and arrogantly told Kale, "Get out of the way, you commoners." He introduced himself arrogantly. "I am Cruel Dwight, of the Dwight family." However, the female knight showed no deference, blocking him. "Sir, do you have an invitation?" Leaving Cruel Dwight stunned. Kale couldn't help but burst out laughing in derision, causing Cruel Dwight to furiously shout, "You bastards!" He yelled at the guard. "Why are you blocking me? What about Lorena?" A cold voice rang out from behind. "I was wondering why I heard a dog barking here." A long, white-haired young man stepped forward, asking sarcastically, "Are you here to tarnish your family's name again, Cruel?" Jan narrowed his eyes, recognizing them immediately. "I didn't expect to see them here, the ones who pushed Cruel into the special forces." Jan realized that the ones confronting Cruel Dwight were his two older brothers, Bruce Dwight and Rock Dwight. A memory suddenly flooded back. Jan recalled his past life. They pushed Cruel into the special forces to curb him in the succession race. But unexpectedly, that was the beginning of their own downfall. On the very first day of returning to the mansion, the second brother died from falling down the stairs, and the eldest brother also perished in a fire the next day. Jan thought to himself, but that was in the past, when he couldn't control his killing intent. Now that he has mastered himself, how will Cruel react? Returning to the present, Cruel Dwight hesitantly greeted them, but Bruce Dwight merely scoffed in response. Who's your brother?" Observing from a distance, Kale sarcastically remarked, "His family is truly warm, isn't it?" Jan immediately stopped him. "Leave him be. This is their business. Let's not interfere." Bruce continued to insult him. "I know you're inherently low class, and now you're associating with common scum? Birds of a feather flock together." He sneered. "You must sympathize with them greatly, because you yourself are nothing but trash." The venomous words made Jan frown as well, muttering, "Brother." Cruel Dwight suppressed his anger, stating firmly, "Please don't look down on them just because they are commoners. They are my comrades." He looked directly at his opponents. "I know you're deliberately provoking me. You want me to lose my temper again, don't you?" He analyzed clearly. "If I cause trouble here, you'll gain an advantage in the succession race. But is that really necessary, Bruce? Or are you still afraid of me?" Cruel Dwight's question struck directly at his opponent's psyche, leaving Bruce stunned. But immediately after that, Bruce flashed a sinister smile. "Oh, I guess I forgot to tell you this, didn't I?" Bruce asked casually, leaving Cruel Dwight bewildered. "What? Your nanny. We're going to sell her off, because she's useless now." The words struck Cruel Dwight like a bolt of lightning, leaving him frozen. Memories flooded back. The image of his gentle nanny holding him appeared, while Bruce's cruel voice still echoed. "She only made my arm tired from beating her." The last straw. Cruel Dwight let out a savage roar. "You bastard!" Then charged forward like a wild beast. A thwack sound rang out. Black blood splattered in the air. Kale and Rock Dwight were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Cruel Dwight was also stunned. The family confrontation was suddenly cast aside. A stranger suddenly launched a kick, sending Jan flying, to everyone's astonishment. At the same time, in a deserted corridor, footsteps echoed. Damien walked and muttered, "I'm a bit worried leaving those kids to fend for themselves." He tried to reassure himself. "But it's only been a moment. Surely not enough time to cause trouble, right?" Damien's words echoed ironically, amidst the scene of Jan being brutally attacked. Painful memories suddenly flooded Rock Dwight's mind as he shouted, "Brother!" Returning to the present, Jan lay sprawled on the ground before the mysterious attacker. He gritted his teeth in fury. "You bastard! What the hell do you think you're doing?" The stranger, shrouded in dark aura, sneered in response. "What am I doing? Probably beating you to a pulp? Stop." A voice rang out, along with a dazzling stream of holy light. The attacker was bound tightly in light, astonished by the authoritative question, "Who dares cause trouble before the Imperial Palace?" He intended to punish the disruptor, but then paused when he recognized his victim. "I'll make you pay." "Huh? Wait. You are." Yan looked up, equally astonished to see the person who had just saved him. "Yan? Sir Kyle?" The Royal Knight smiled. "It really is you, isn't it?" Yan happily replied, "It's great to see you again, Sir Kyle." Kale, standing nearby, also recognized him. "We haven't seen each other since the train incident, right?" Kale couldn't hide his surprise. "He knows a Royal Knight?" Cruel immediately explained. "We met him on the way north." Memories of that encounter resurfaced. Kale recalled asking, "Royal Knights, are they really as strong as rumored?" Jan simply replied, "Yes." Jan recalled the man's terrifying strength. Try letting a train crash straight into him, he wouldn't even bat an eye. Bruce Dwight furiously demanded of Kyle, "What are you doing? Arrest him immediately." He not only used violence but also insulted a noble in the palace. Kyle thoughtfully replied, If that's true, I can't turn a blind eye. Not even for you, Jan. Jan immediately denied. Wait, I didn't insult a noble, Bruce roared. Don't make excuses. Everyone here saw it. Just as he was about to say, you kicked me, a thunderous slap from Jan silenced him. Jan boldly declared, I merely requested a duel. I cannot forgive anyone who insults my precious comrade. In the distance, Kale and Cruel looked bewildered. Comrade? Precious? While the purple-haired girl signaled them to be silent, Kyle smiled knowingly. Oh, I see. Then there will be no problem, as the two of you will be equals in a duel. A law established by the nation's founder appeared. Knights have the right to demand a duel with anyone to protect their honor. Bruce panicked. Don't be ridiculous. Why should a noble like me have to duel him? But Kyle calmly replied, you have the right to refuse. But are you sure you want to do that in front of so many eyes? Kyle pressed. As the crowd began to murmur about a duel, surrounded by the crowd, Bruce realized that if he refused now, his reputation would be ruined. He gritted his teeth, forced to declare, I cannot refuse with other nobles watching. In the name of my family, I accept your challenge. The crowd cheered excitedly. Kale could only wonder, why are the young ladies so excited about a duel? The arena was set immediately in the large courtyard outside the palace. Kyle stood as the referee, solemnly declaring, all nobles and Royal Knight Kyle bear witness to the duel between Bruce Dwight and Jan of the Special Forces. May our two combatants fight with all their honor, Kyle proclaimed. As Bruce and Jan faced each other, Kyle turned to Jan asking worriedly, wait, Jan, don't you have a sword? Do you want me to lend you one? Jan calmly refused. No need, sir. Just as he was about to say bare hands are enough, a sharp blade was already at his face. Bruce Dwight unexpectedly attacked before the match officially began, launching a dangerous kick towards Jan. A surprise attack? Truly a noble act. Jan calmly scoffed. Bruce roared smugly. Humph. If you're slow, you lose. The match truly began. Jan moved gracefully, continuously dodging the opponent's furious sword strikes. Every slash from Bruce Dwight cut through the air, unable to even graze Jan's coat. The noble crowd murmured in admiration. Indeed, the master swordsmanship of the eldest son of the Dwight family. They say he's a 6th-level swordsman, but he looks even more skilled than that. Meanwhile, Kale remarked, is he toying with him? Cruel, standing nearby, confidently replied, of course. Regardless, Jan is someone I acknowledge, Cruel stated firmly. Amidst the young lady's chatter, Rock Dwight silently observed with a pensive expression. Losing patience, Bruce yelled, is running away the only thing you're good at? Then swung his sword down. Suddenly, Rock Dwight raised his hand from the crowd, and a magic circle appeared. Now, go blind. Jan froze, his eyes bloodshot from the magic. Wait, my eyes. It's over, Bruce Dwight roared, lunging forward with a crazed look to deliver the finishing blow. A splatter of black blood erupted, signaling that a fatal blow had been struck. Kyle, the Royal Knight, still stood silently observing, his expression unchanged. Even Kale had to admit with a heavy expression. Yes, it's over. But no. Jan had used his bare hand to block Bruce's sword-wielding arm, injuring him and making him cough up blood. How can this be? The magic didn't affect him. Bruce screamed in horror. From a distance, Rock Dwight was stunned, unable to believe the sight before his eyes. A small spirit appeared beside Jan, speaking mischievously. Looks like you owe me again, don't you? Jan calmly replied, I could have dodged it even without your help. Bruce Dwight's eyes widened in horror at the unstoppable power. Despite the belated plea for surrender, Jan delivered the finishing blow without hesitation. A punch exploded with energy, blowing away all of the opponent's resistance. Bruce Dwight was sent flying like a broken puppet. The match was decided. Kyle declared loudly as Bruce collapsed unconscious. Bruce Dwight is no longer able to fight. Amidst the cheers, Jan raised his victorious fist, thinking to himself, how embarrassing. The nobles whispered amongst themselves, admiring the spectacular comeback of the unknown knight. Kyle looked at Jan with goodwill. A commoner fighting for his comrade. Truly an admirable knightly spirit. In contrast to that glory, the two Dwight brothers slunk away amidst the crowd's contempt for their cheating. Suddenly, applause erupted from behind, accompanied by praise. That was a magnificent match. Jan startled and turned around upon hearing a familiar voice, one he hadn't expected to hear. You've become much stronger than I was told. The entire noble crowd bowed in unison, and the atmosphere became solemn. Crown Prince Leon stepped forward with Damien, saying sarcastically, Damien, your knight is truly full of energy. Jan narrowed his eyes, a thought running down his spine. He appeared. Much sooner than I imagined. The most powerful figure in the Empire finally revealed himself, Leon Cavalan, the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Leon's orange-red eyes locked onto Jan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jan. Murmurs of praise echoed everywhere, affirming the absolute status of the heir to the throne. Ignoring the acclamations, Crown Prince Leon and Damien headed straight for the arena. We meet again, Jan, the Crown Prince said, his voice full of hidden meaning. It's been a while since the Ancient Lich incident, hasn't it? Then suddenly, he turned to Kyle, his voice turning cold. Kyle, why didn't you stop the duel, allowing this disgraceful scene to unfold before the palace? Kyle bowed in apology, explaining that the duel system was a law established by the Founding Father, so he could not interfere. Damien stepped forward, his face annoyed as he chided Jan. No matter how many times I've warned you, you still put on quite a show. Isn't that better than causing trouble inside the banquet hall? Jan retorted casually, infuriating Damien. Crown Prince Leon Cavallin placed a hand on Damien's shoulder, gently interjecting, "Don't be too hard on him." Then he smiled meaningfully, declaring, "After all, Jan is the main character of today's banquet." The Crown Prince's words stunned Jan, as he revealed this was a ceremony to welcome a new law enforcer. Amidst the crowd, whispers of astonishment arose as they realized the young man's true identity. A law enforcer! Jan's gaze sharpened, facing the attention of all the guests. Inside the magnificent hall, Crown Prince Leon raised his voice, beginning the ceremony. "Hear ye, Jan, in the presence of all nobility and royalty," he continued, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Jan knelt on one knee before the throne, while Crown Prince Leon solemnly declared, "I, Leon Cavallin, as the Emperor's spokesperson." He unrolled the parchment, beginning to list Jan's immense contributions to the Empire. A memory flashed. Jan had thwarted the train terrorist attack, saving the royal advisor and countless citizens. On the northern front, he single-handedly repelled tens of thousands of barbarians and defeated their leader. He also ventured deep into the east to rescue isolated comrades and cleanse the land of the undead. Jan of the Special Forces, Crown Prince Leon proudly proclaimed his name. "I officially bestow upon you the title of Baron and appoint you to the position of law enforcer." Jan solemnly extended his hand to receive the decree, saying, "I humbly accept the Emperor's grace and will." As the ceremony concluded, melodious music filled the air, signaling the start of the banquet celebrating the Empire's new hero. Immediately, Jan was surrounded by nobles, who vied to congratulate him and strike up conversations with the new Baron. Amidst the banquet, all the nobles shared a common thought. Behind their smiles, they secretly calculated, what benefits can I gain from him? The position of law enforcer, who oversees all aspects of the Empire, had been vacant for 900 years, and now belonged to a commoner. The law enforcer's power surpassed that of both nobles and royalty. Some even said it was greater than the Emperor's. Seeing Damien walk alongside Crown Prince Leon, the nobility believed a powerful alliance had been formed. Many speculated that the Crown Prince had begun preparing for his succession to the throne. The only certainty was that the power structure of the imperial court had begun to shift. Amidst the scene, Jan sighed wearily. "So exhausting. I'd rather face zombies than these nobles." He mused about his new position. Law enforcer. The Crown Prince probably intends to use me. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Enjoying the banquet, Baron Jan?" It was Lady Lorena Beowulf, resplendent in her evening gown, asking, "How does it feel to truly become a noble?" She teased. "You look like you're enjoying it more than I expected," Jan retorted. "It seems you're enjoying the banquet more than I am, with that dress and everything," which made Lorena flustered as she tried to explain. She changed the subject. "A commoner becoming a baron is one thing, but also being appointed law enforcer. So, will you be leaving the special forces?" Jan suddenly grew wary, wondering, wait, this kind of talk. Is another challenge coming? But Lorena unexpectedly said with a sincere expression, "Congratulations, Jan. Truly, I mean it." Taken aback by her directness, Jan could only reply, "Thank you." He confessed, "It's surprising. I thought you'd say, 'I'll catch up to you soon,' or something similar." Lorena smiled. "But I've seen how hard you've worked all this time." Lady Lorena Beowulf sincerely said, "Of course I have to congratulate you. You completely deserve all of this." Jan smiled back. "Honestly, your recognition means more than receiving a title from the Crown Prince." Surprised by his confession, Lady Lorena Beowulf could only call his name, Jan Hay. Their conversation was interrupted by other nobles. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Baron Jan. As a fellow noble, I must teach you proper etiquette." Meanwhile, in another corner of the banquet, Kale was devouring food while Aaron's eyes sparkled with excitement. Cruel was also busy socializing with an elderly noble. Amidst the crowd, Leon looked smug, enjoying the attention of the young ladies around him. At the same time, in a private room, a voice rang out, "Hey, Damien!" Crown Prince Leon Cavallin sat leisurely at a table, asking his aide, "You don't look pleased. Are you jealous that your protégé has become a law enforcer?" Damien sharply replied. The plan is probably to restrain Special Forces Captain Rodrigo, isn't it? Crown Prince Leon Cavalin admitted. Rodrigo's recent activities have become suspicious. He revealed that the captain was conducting strange experiments, but they still couldn't grasp his objective. Now he's secretly contacting the nobility. I can no longer sit idly by. The Crown Prince explained that Jan's appointment was not just an expectation, but also a message to the captain. Through his reflection, his eyes flashed with a deadly glint. That my sword is pointed at him. Damien listened in silence, his face filled with concern over this audacious plan. He spoke, asking with apprehension, Are you sure you can control this? I truly hope everything goes according to your wishes, Your Highness. Without a trace of concern, Crown Prince Leon Cavalin quietly raised his wine glass. Crown Prince Leon Cavalin mused by the window, muttering, Damien, you're still. His eyes suddenly flashed with fear as an ominous realization struck him. He cannot be controlled. Suddenly, Damien's reflection on the window distorted into a demon, terrifying the Crown Prince. You are? The ghostly illusion spoke disparagingly. You trust him? That bastard child full of complexes? It continued to sow doubt. He hates you and the royal bloodline more than anyone. The illusion's glowing eyes pierced the Crown Prince, uttering a threat. He will surely drain your blood. Crash! A wine glass shattered against the window pane. Crown Prince Leon Cavalin had thrown the glass in extreme panic. He panted, staring at the shattered window. Clutching his head, the Crown Prince tried to compose himself. What the hell? He looked down at the shards on the floor, still stunned. What was that? Standing behind him, Damien spoke. I truly hope everything goes as you wish, Your Highness. But as he turned and walked away, he thought to himself, though I doubt that will happen. The room door closed, and silence returned to the space. Damien continued his thoughts as he walked alone. Appointing Yan as an enforcer was a smart move. But he imagined Yan's arrogant self-satisfaction, thinking, that arrogant bastard will be even more insufferable now. The image of the Special Forces captain's daughter appeared. It seems the captain is growing desperate. Keeping his daughter close is indeed effective. Damien's expression grew pensive. However, to be sure, I need to confirm a few things. The scene shifted to the Imperial Capital's special commercial zone at night. Inside a luxurious building, a voice echoed. Welcome, esteemed guest. A voice explained the establishment's exclusivity. This place operates on a membership basis. If you join, you can socialize with high-ranking officials and figures. The speaker continued to advertise the luxurious amenities exclusively for the nobility. Jan sat alone, sipping coffee and offering an initial remark. The atmosphere is great, and the coffee is good too. But his eyes suddenly turned cold, signaling dissatisfaction. But he looked directly at the woman opposite him, his voice full of interrogation. This isn't what I funded you for, is it, Bella? Called by her true name, Agent Bella's disguise shattered, and she asked in astonishment, How did you see through my disguise? Jan retorted sharply. Enough. Are you trying to take advantage of me while also deceiving me? Bella quickly denied. No, it's not like that. Removing her blonde wig, Bella revealed her true appearance and explained, to survive as an informant, disguise is essential. She proudly listed her roles, from noble lady, maid, to a burly strongman. Bella tried to justify spending money on entertainment. Anyway, it's all part of the investment. I thought you were just a descendant of a fallen noble family, but you're from the special forces of the Dragon Warrior Project, she concluded, making Jan pause. Realizing Jan knew she had been investigated, Bella smiled smugly. You found out my identity. Truly impressive. She continued to demonstrate her capabilities, rattling off Jan's path. From a low-ranking intern rising to the #1 position until receiving the title of Baron, Jan suddenly stood up, radiating killing intent. Bella, I don't care if you secretly investigate me, but his face was shrouded in shadow, with only one eye flashing a deadly glint, warning, you'd better focus on other things. Bella was utterly terrified, stammering apologies. Wait, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Jan threw a heavy bag onto the table and ordered, Take it. Bella asked in astonishment what the money was for, and Jan replied, Didn't you say you had to take on extra work due to lack of funds? You are my person. Don't worry about money. Use that time to gather information, Jan instructed, assigning a new task. Overwhelmed by Jan's trust, Bella could only utter through tears, Sir. Jan looked directly at the informant, asking coldly, You really underestimated me, didn't you? Bella confidently replied, pushing a stack of documents forward. All the information you requested has been gathered. Oh. So it seems you only act when there's money involved, huh? Jan scoffed, but Bella simply replied nonchalantly, That's just how I am. Yan took the documents, beginning to read the first report on the Special Forces captain's activities. The report revealed that the captain had recently attended private gatherings with nobles, dissatisfied with Commander Damien, and as expected, the key figure in these gatherings was confirmed to be Marquis Sion, who was colluding with Captain Rodrigo. The second report shifted to monitoring Marquis Sion, revealing a secret facility within his domain. This place was suspected of being used for biological experiments, with countless unidentified mages mobilized. Experiments? Yan was stunned. Are they perhaps conducting experiments that even surpass the oppressive witches? Nevertheless, he acknowledged. Well done. You even delved into the experiments. Truly impressive. From now on, you will be in charge of managing the intelligence network, Yan declared, then stood up, surprising Bella. Are you leaving already? An image of a threatening Damien appeared in Yan's mind, reminding him to return on time. Just as he was about to leave, Bella called out, Sir, there's one more thing I need to report. A memory suddenly resurfaced, of Yan showing her a symbol for the first time and asking, Have you ever seen this symbol? Bella explained that because it was so unique, she had always investigated but found no results, until recently. Someone claimed to have seen an emblem shaped like a flame, she said, startling Yan. I've finally found a clue about that symbol. Bella exclaimed as the image of a blazing flame erupted. The symbol shattered into embers, marking a significant turning point in the investigation. Immediately after, Yan was present in the stone corridor of the Special Forces' private quarters. Yan strode back, his solitary figure amidst the grand architecture of the Special Forces headquarters. In his mind, the third report about the mysterious flame symbol began to surface. The information pointed to a remote mining town near Ursi, its desolate appearance merely a facade. Deep within the earth, precious magic crystals were still being mined ceaselessly. This entire operation was under the exclusive control of a mysterious organization, its purpose and scale completely unknown. Only one thing had been confirmed, the existence of a high-ranking member within their ranks. That warrior bore a flame symbol on his face, the only clue they had. Bella, you truly are capable, Yan thought to himself, but then another detail made him pause. On the pristine white tiles of the corridor, fresh bloodstains suddenly appeared. The image of the maid Leah flashed through his mind, an ominous premonition stunning Yan. Could it be Leah? Without a second's hesitation, he rushed towards the door of his private room. Leah! Yan burst through the door, shouting, Are you in there? His gaze swept across the room, tense and full of worry. But instead of Leah, a familiar figure was already waiting, a cold voice echoing, You're late. Damien stood there amidst the chaos, questioning. All this time, you've been sneaking around behind my back. Yan exclaimed in surprise. Master? Only then did he realize the window was shattered. What the hell? Traces of a struggle were everywhere. What happened here? The information from the report echoed in Yan's head again as he stared at Damien's tattoo. The symbol passed down to commanders. The two master and disciple stood facing each other, the air thick with tension and unanswered questions. Regaining his composure, Yan looked directly at his superior and spoke. There's something I want to ask you, Master. Damien faced Yan, saying coldly, What a coincidence. I also have something to ask you. The two master and disciple glared at each other, sparks flying. Yan replied. Then, without warning, dark magic condensed in Damien's hand, forming a deadly spearhead. How about I ask first? Damien lunged, striking in a flash. Damien roared, unleashing Black Shadow swordsmanship. Let the interrogation begin. Yan! Damien shouted his disciple's name midair. He warned menacingly, You'd better choose your answers carefully. Damien's attack was suddenly blocked by a white flash of light. Damien paused, looking annoyed. Yan calmly retorted with sarcasm. You really are slow on the uptake. Gah! A black figure suddenly appeared behind Yan, crying out in pain. Damien casually commented upon seeing Yan had pierced through the attacker. My disciple being so easily ambushed from behind. It seems he still lacks training. The black-clad attacker collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Damien looked at the intruder on the ground, coldly lecturing. Just because you became a noble, you grew complacent? Reflect on your actions. Damien smugly covered up. I know. I was just silent because I didn't want to embarrass you. Yan looked up at the hole in the ceiling, muttering. But I didn't expect him to act so openly. In the Special Forces, only one person could do this. Damien also had to admit, though I don't want to believe it, it seems we've been too complacent. Yan's thoughts suddenly grew tense. Captain Rodrigo has realized Leah is here. A soldier in a red cloak suddenly appeared. Commander Instructor, reporting. Damien immediately asked, What's the situation now? The soldier reported while images of the intruders appeared. The pursuit team is tracking those who attempted to infiltrate, but it seems they've already escaped the training ground. Damien coldly looked at the defeated disciple. Pathetic. Call off the pursuit. We won't catch them anyway, he ordered his subordinate. Instead, apprehend the one lying there. He's still breathing. Drag him away and prepare for interrogation. A sinister smile appeared on Damien's lips as he decided, I'll interrogate him myself. Then, he turned to Jan, his gaze sharp. Come to think of it, Jan, I still haven't asked my question. A surge of dark energy slowly approached Jan, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. Damien used his shadow power to restrain Jan, his voice full of menace. I'll ask again. Who exactly is Leah? Meanwhile, elsewhere, the plot to abduct Leah was already underway. Another assassin lunged to attack, yelling, Die, Commander Instructor. However, a sharp blade of shadow cut through the night. A series of dark slashes tore through the air, easily neutralizing the attacker. To Damien, these individuals were nothing more than bothersome flies. He walked confidently, asking the last remaining assassin, Isn't it time to give up? The assassin, restraining Leah, frantically screamed, Shut up. Do you think you can escape my grasp? He held a knife to Leah's throat, desperately threatening. Come any closer and I'll eliminate her. Damien looked bored by the empty threat, while the assassin yelled, Do you think this is just an idle threat? If I can't bring the target back, he tightened his grip on the hostage, asserting, I've been ordered to dispose of her. Damien was contemplating the real threat when he suddenly paused. The assassin also froze in shock as a surge of light enveloped Leah. What? What is this? Wait! Leah's eyes suddenly turned stark white, emitting a dazzling, mystical light. Damien squinted at the sudden burst of pure energy. Damien shielded his eyes from the blinding light, and the assassin's shadow vanished within it. A colossal pillar of white light shot straight into the night sky, tearing through the silent darkness. After the terrifying burst of light, Leah fell unconscious and was taken away by the mysterious assassin squad. Back in the office, Damien pointed the black shadow sword at Jan, growling, Tell me, who exactly is Leah? Damien narrowed his eyes. Leah isn't the captain's daughter, so you lied to me, calling her an ace? Jan merely smirked mysteriously. Don't worry, Leah will become an ace even more powerful than the captain's daughter, because she is the sole survivor of the Destroyer Project, a human experimentation program. Damien pondered in silence. I see. If what you say is true, then it makes sense for the captain to act so extremely. Human experimentation, huh? Jan affirmed. Yes. Now we must take risks to conceal her, because the captain has violated the founding emperor's treaty. Article 2, Clause 1 of the treaty clearly states, Anyone who conducts human experimentation, violating human dignity, shall be permanently exiled from the empire. Damien suddenly realized an opportunity. In fact, this might be easier. With just proof of human experimentation, eliminating the Special Forces captain will be simple. Damien hastily turned away. We must get Leah back. Do you know where they took her? Calm down, Jan replied. We just need to interrogate the one we caught, and everything will come out. Jan innocently asked about the prohibition, and Damien immediately retorted sarcastically. Are we experimenting on fish every time we grill them? Oh, that reminds me, Master, Damien suddenly said, his expression turning serious. He suddenly crushed something in his hand, creating a flash of light. Jan looked at him warily. What kind of trick are you pulling now? Jan spoke with a solemn expression. Master, I still have one last question. He handed Damien a pendant, asking, Could you please look at what's inside this pendant? Regarding this pendant, Jan emphasized, Please answer as my master. Damien opened it, and his expression immediately changed to one of astonishment. This is, inside, a blazing red flame symbol appeared, facing the reflection of a young boy. Regarding the origin of that symbol, Damien turned his back, his voice tense. Where? Did you get this pendant? Jan replied with a distant sadness. That is, the only thing my family left me. He recounted. I kept that picture and symbol to endure my time at the training center. A memory flooded back. The image of young Jan standing amidst desolation, determined. I believe that if I find the origin of this symbol, I will be able to reunite with my family. Returning to the present, Damien thoughtfully repeated. Your family, huh? Jan began to tell a story from the distant past. Once upon a time, there was a man. The story began with images of common folk rising up, armed with hoes and axes. They were farmers, miners, gathering to form a rebel army. The enraged crowd advanced, confronting oppression. Blocking their path were ranks of imperial knights, fully armed. Jan continued. A man could not endure the tyranny of the empire. He rose up with the citizens, confronting alone, raising the banner of fire against an army of hundreds. The first supreme commander of the revolutionary army. This symbol represents him. The story concluded, leaving a scene of a city shrouded in gloomy rain. Damien's memory returned to his fateful 7th birthday. Under the cold rain, 7-year-old Damien Cavallon could only whisper his mother's name. His mother's voice echoed in his mind. Damien, run, my child. Go somewhere far away so no one can harm you anymore, the woman pleaded. There are too many hunting you here. The cruel verdict echoed. The Empress is accused of treason. For her grave crimes, she shall be deposed. Injured and coughing blood, she whispered her last words. I love you, my son. Please, no matter what, you must survive. Returning to the harsh reality, a strange voice interrupted Damien's thoughts. I sensed killing intent, so I came to check. Turns out it's just a kid. The strange man, carrying a flag on his shoulder, asked, What's wrong, kid? What makes you so angry? Do you hate this world? Or do you hate your own powerlessness? He questioned amidst the desolation. Damien recalled. That was the first time I met the commander. And my first impression of him, he smiled. The commander began his speech. Revenge solves nothing. It only brings a sense of satisfaction. Damien merely thought to himself, What a windbag. Just leave me alone, the boy snapped, but the man only replied, You look very cold, don't you? He suddenly asked, Come to think of it, I heard a prince involved in the coup escaped. Hey kid. Then he unexpectedly changed the subject innocently. Got anything to eat? The bleak city scene was drenched in pouring rain. Without waiting for an answer, the commander snatched a piece of bread from Damien's hand and devoured it. Can you speak after you chew? Damien grumbled as the man mumbled while eating. You look pretty pathetic too. Shall I eat the rest? You've almost eaten it all. That's what my mother taught me. Damien solemnly reiterated. For royalty, there is no greater shame than letting the people starve. Hearing that, the commander mused. Truly a noble woman. Damien's flashback continued as the rain had completely stopped. The revolutionary commander told the boy, Since I owe you a life, let me show you something interesting. With determined eyes, he continued, watch this empire turn upside down. Come with me. It'll be a spectacular sight, he invited. But Damien at the time only thought, Honestly, I don't believe a word from the guy who just stole bread from a child. Nevertheless, he decided to follow, curious to see what the man would do. To overthrow the empire, his first act was to carry an old man home on his back. Next, he even built an orphanage and cheerfully called Damien to help out. Damien couldn't help but ask directly, At this rate, when will we ever overthrow the empire, huh? The man just smiled gently. But can we truly ignore those who need help? Damien realized that despite his grand words, he was someone who truly liked to meddle in other people's affairs. Even those who initially hated and confronted him were eventually won over and became close comrades. And so, one by one, they began to gather under his banner. Not long after, in Zerva district, the cries of the people echoed, demanding back their stolen land. An imperial knight contemptuously faced the peasants. A mere peasant dares to speak to me like that? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. We declare war on Count Zerva. It was the commander, raising his banner high, boldly declaring, You have plunged their lives into misery. The knight scoffed. What is this ragged fool with a tattered flag babbling about? But then, another soldier frantically realized, The flag? There are too many flags. The commander, along with his lieutenants and a vast army, stood proudly, declaring, Today, in the name of the Revolutionary Army, we declare liberation. Damien began to narrate. That man, who talked too much, meddled in everything, and constantly demanded to overthrow the empire. Ultimately, he founded the Revolutionary Army. On the battlefield, the revolutionary flag flew high above the defeated Imperial Knights and became its first commander. The blazing red flame symbol erupted atop a building. That flame was proof of an unquenchable rebellion. Damien continued. This symbol quickly became his representation. Every founding member of the revolution tattooed it on themselves. I still remember his horrified expression when he said he was choosing a gift for his son. That pendant probably belonged to, Jan interrupted, his gaze firm. The first commander of the Revolutionary Army. That man is my father, Jan thought to himself, as Damien's tattoo appeared in his mind. After learning the symbol was related to the Revolutionary Army, I had some suspicions. But I never expected my father to be their commander. Damien questioned, Don't you resent it? Your father led the revolution, while you're running around in the special forces. Jan replied distantly, Not exactly, it just feels strange. A memory suddenly flooded back, the image of the commander sitting next to young Damien, making Jan say bitterly, You know more about my father than I do. In a way, you're more like his son than I am. Damien fell silent, unable to find any words in response. But in Damien's mind, another memory surfaced. But I could never be his biological son. Commander, you mustn't go back there. Because to him, family means more than anything else. Jan bowed his head, his voice deepening with respect. Master, the memory of their first meeting resurfaced, when young Damien arrogantly said, Now I'm your commander's son. Shouldn't you show a little respect? And young Yan retorted, exactly. That's the only reason I haven't killed you yet. Returning to the present, Damien made an offer. Don't you want to know more about your father? For example, where he is and what happened to him. Yan recalled the half-burnt family photo. News of my family. That's what kept me going all this time. The image of his gentle mother appeared in his mind. Perhaps now I can find them. But Yan outlined the plan. Right now, the immediate mission is the top priority. We've obtained their location through interrogation. Do you have a plan? He looked directly at Damien, asserting, yes, but I will certainly need your help, master. Damien raised an eyebrow. My help? Yan provocatively said, although I'm not sure if you can handle this task. Damien muttered in annoyance. Arrogant brat. Immediately after, the flag bearing the Special Forces emblem fluttered in the wind. Flags lined up, leading the way to a massive domed structure. The Special Forces headquarters appeared, and the guards' shouts rang out. Stop right there. 2 guards frantically blocked the way, but then stammered. You can't just barge in like that. Anyway, we apologize. Please don't be angry with us. A figure wearing a pointed party hat appeared, speaking in a fawning tone. Is there a problem? Damien, in his ridiculous attire, held out a gift box. I just came here to apologize to the Special Forces captain. Look, I even brought a gift. But inwardly, he growled. Yan. I will never forget this humiliation. Meanwhile, at the central office of the inspectorate, another meeting was taking place. A subordinate reported, Director, the Special Forces commander has arrived in the capital. We have not yet determined the purpose of his visit. Director Diana Paulson turned her back, her voice cold. What's the situation with the new enforcer? The subordinate quickly replied, Apologies, madam. We are investigating. Diana ordered decisively. Track Enforcer Yan's location first. He is a high-risk individual, she muttered to herself, her eyes full of suspicion. The new enforcer. What is he plotting this time? A series of recent shocking cases were recalled. The kidnapping of the royal advisor, the Night of the Dead event from the barbarian raid. Diana gazed out thoughtfully. The Empire was shaken by major incidents, and the inspectorate was consequently always on high alert, she concluded. And at the center of all these incidents is Enforcer Yan. His intentions, as well as those of the one behind him, are completely unpredictable. Suddenly, her gaze stopped on her desk. A pink letter lay neatly there. A letter? Diana opened it, and her face changed color in astonishment. This is? The letter in Diana Paulson's hand posed a bold question. Will you hunt the Black Dragon? She froze. The Black Dragon? That's the code name for the Special Forces captain. Is this a declaration of war? Diana's face hardened, lost in tense thought. If you have something to say, don't send a letter, she challenged the empty space. Why not show yourself and say it directly, Enforcer? Diana turned towards the window, muttering. Just as I predicted, from the shadows, Yan appeared. You recognized me, even though I thought I was perfectly concealed. Truly worthy of the inspectorate director. What brings an infamous enforcer like you here? Diana asked. Apologies for this sudden visit, Yan replied. He stepped inside, explaining. What I'm about to say needs to be kept secret, so I had to come in person. Meanwhile, at the Special Forces headquarters, Damien, in his ridiculous disguise, had taken his position as planned. He headed straight for the red-cloaked figures standing guard. Damien closed his eyes, preparing for the upcoming act. His mission was to stall Captain Rodrigo, the main target of the operation. Returning to the conversation, Diana questioned. Why are you targeting the captain? Yan replied. My goal is to completely eradicate the Special Forces from its roots, he declared, and the image of the emblem on his cloak shattered into dust. To do that, I need your help, Director, Yan formally offered. He revealed that evidence against Rodrigo was hidden somewhere in the capital's center, but the exact location remained unknown. If someone with great influence in the capital like you takes action, Yan persuaded, we can seize the opportunity to apprehend the captain and reform the Special Forces. Diana coldly asked, Is this an official request from you as an enforcer, or from the Special Forces themselves? Regardless, I refuse, she stated firmly. Yan was stunned by the answer. Diana's voice echoed as the scene shifted to the tense confrontation between Damien and Rodrigo. Why should the inspectorate get involved in the factional disputes of the Special Forces? The risks are too high, and there's no benefit. Yan said, Perhaps not the inspectorate, but Director Diana, you will get what you want. He played his trump card, the death of your fiancé. Aren't you curious who was behind it? Diana Paulson's expression changed, and she growled. What? Did you just say? Yan had anticipated this, as the inspectorate director hated the Special Forces to her core, and it was no surprise, as they themselves had assassinated her fiancé. He was killed while investigating the commander's corruption. Yan thought to himself, there's no physical evidence, but the circumstantial evidence is very clear. If it's her, she'll definitely be interested. Just as I thought, he smiled, but then froze at the terrifying surge of energy emanating from the director. Her rage erupted. Diana roared, "You bastards in the special forces are involved in this. Damn it." Yan frantically cried out, "Wait, please calm down and listen to me." In his head, he screamed, "Damn it. I forgot about her special characteristic." But it was too late. The dark entity let out one final roar. "Shut up." The entire space in the room shattered into mirror-like fragments. Fragments of memories and reality floated in the air. At the same time, in a secluded neighborhood on the outskirts of the capital, in a dark, narrow alley, deep beneath the ground was an ancient dungeon. A stone bridge spanned still water, leading to a secret place. Within the magic circle, Leah sat huddled, waiting. The young girl whispered a single name, Yan. Responding to the call, Yan raised his sword high, his voice echoing, "All right, I'm coming." Energy erupted, signaling the start of the ambush. Yan's sword sliced through the air. Leah let out a soft groan, struggling to maintain the protective magic circle. "Damn it, why can't I get close? Why?" Cuckoo roared as he was repelled by a force field. The assassin stared in astonishment at the deflected sword. "Damn it! It can withstand even this attack." A voice came from behind. "Cuckoo, you don't stand a chance." "Shut up," Cuckoo snapped back. His two companions muttered, "What kind of strange power is this? I can't believe we can't get close." They were the Trio Killer Demons, an unofficial assassination unit specializing in dirty work for the Special Forces. "She's right in front of me, and I can't touch her." Cuckoo fumed, while his companion asserted, "As long as she's not alive, everything's fine." The fanged mask assassin glanced, his eyes glinting with cruelty. The mask concealed a bloodthirsty smile. "Move aside. It's my turn," he ordered, advancing towards the exhausted Leah. "Again?" she whispered. The leader thought to himself, "Whatever this power is, it can't be infinite. Keep attacking, and it will reach its limit." He gathered his strength, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, Crimson Storm. But just before striking, he suddenly paused. But before that, he spun around, aiming at the shadows. "First, let's catch the rat hiding there." A blazing red surge of energy shot towards the entrance. The other two were astonished. "How did you get in here? Isn't this area under Special Forces surveillance?" Suddenly, a purple streak of light flew out from the shadows, blocking the attack. Yan's sword plunged into the stone floor, a silent declaration of war. In the deep darkness of the training ground, footsteps gradually approached. Yan began his story. There once was an inspector investigating the captain's corruption. The assassins noticed Yan's presence, one of them whispering, "Why is he here?" During the investigation, the inspector was murdered in his own home, Yan continued, as Diana strode forward with determination. Her latent power was revealed, the ability to detect supernatural presences. The investigation uncovered 3 intruders. Yan's voice was cold, as Diana's hand clenched. He pointed directly at the enemy. "You used a sword and brutally killed him." Her rage erupted. Diana transformed into a beast, her eyes glowing. "Target found." She let out a roar of hatred that tore through the air. "You bastards!" Yan finished his accusation, which was also Diana's declaration of war. "You are under arrest for the murder of an inspector agent." Back in the present, in the damp dungeon corridor, the confrontation officially began. The leader of the assassin trio sneered. "I was already sick of being here, but I didn't expect the director of the inspectorate herself to show up." A streak of blue light flashed. Diana lunged forward with incredible speed. "All right, let's have some fun," the assassin shouted, as all 3 prepared to unleash their combined ultimate technique. They roared as they unleashed the demonic cross storm. "Die here, Diana Paulson. You brats only know how to ambush," Diana retorted scornfully, channeling power for her bestial technique. She unleashed a powerful iron claw attack. "Do you think you're strong enough to face me?" 2 earth-shattering energy surges collided, causing the entire corridor to shake violently. The assassins couldn't believe their eyes. She blocked it head-on. "What kind of monster is this? Her power is terrifying." Diana merely snorted coldly, her sharp gaze unwavering. In the cobblestone alley, a figure swiftly glided past. The assassins roared, pursuing Diana Paulson, determined not to let their prey escape. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Leah sat motionless amidst a ruined magic circle. Despairingly, she looked up as a familiar figure appeared. "I've come too late, haven't I?" Yan could only reply with pain. "I'm sorry, Leah." He recalled Diana's entrustment. "Rescuing Leah is up to you. I'll handle those demons." The name Leah echoed in Yan's mind, filled with worry, but his only reply was the terrifying silence of the young girl. A memory suddenly flooded back, of a promise from years ago. I will never let you get hurt. Returning to reality, Yan reached out his hand, trying to reassure her. It's all right, let's go home. At that very moment, Leah's eyes flared with an abnormal white light. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, throwing Yan back in astonishment. Leah? Powerlessly watching Leah float in the column of light, Yan gritted his teeth. Damn it, she's lost control. Despairingly, he wondered how things had come to this, as two summoning magic circles began to form. From within the red light, a powerful entity appeared as Yan called out her name. Momon. Momon smiled confidently, remarking, it's a good thing she recovered some of her power before going berserk. Yan immediately blamed her control device, but Momon merely retorted nonchalantly. She explained that the collar could only suppress normal emotional fluctuations. It couldn't withstand extreme shock when her life was threatened, like when Leah was captured. And then, Momon leaned in close, smirking. Besides, you're the one who put her in danger. Shouldn't you take responsibility, Yan? Painfully looking at the motionless girl, Yan whispered her name. Leah. He blamed himself. I was too careless. Then turned to ask, Momon, what should we do? Suddenly, 3 streaks of red light tore through the air, heading straight for an unsuspecting Yan. Hidden weapons? He realized with horror that shurikens were flying towards him. 3 shurikens glided with terrifying speed, leaving deadly streaks of light. Yan flipped to dodge, recognizing their unusual trajectory. Only one group uses this type of shuriken. Despite his reflexes, a shuriken still grazed his arm, tearing his jacket. The young man landed, but the danger was not over yet. He recognized it immediately. The shuriken technique of the Black Heaven Gate. That means, Yan's eyes widened in horror, bitterly admitting, no way. I let my guard down. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, clutching his arm, where dark black blood began to seep out. Momon coldly asked, what's all the fuss about? It's just a scratch, isn't it? But Yan quickly interrupted. No, Momon. This wound. He staggered to his feet, his voice weakening. Will make it difficult to even stand. Because it's Hydra's potent venom, a poison that kills in an instant. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from the water's surface. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Enforcer. A figure gently landed on the water's surface. The stranger asked, you are Damien's disciple, aren't you? Yan was stunned to see him walk on water, as if it were land. You are. The attacker revealed himself, twin daggers in hand. I'm truly fortunate to personally kill Damien's disciple. Special Force, Rank 3, Black Shadow. Yan secretly assessed, Black Shadow, the 3rd-ranked member of the Special Force and Rodrigo's aide. A troublesome opponent has appeared. Black Shadow stood in the middle of the water, saying, to lure both the director of the inspectorate and find this place. Impressive. There's a reason the captain sent me. Poisoned blood dripped from Yan's hand, he observed. A master assassin, who despite possessing superhuman combat abilities, insists on only using assassination techniques. Yan gritted his teeth, poisonous blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He's a tough opponent, especially in my current state. He Ying spoke, his voice full of hidden meaning. You probably know better than anyone about that girl's power. He continued to warn as Leah's bare feet stood in the magic circle. If we don't stop her now, she'll soon lose control. If Leah loses control, this entire underground waterway will collapse, and it leads directly to the capital. A terrifying vision appeared, and if she goes berserk, the capital will be incinerated in an instant. Do you understand what I mean? The assassin pondered for a moment, seemingly enjoying his opponent's despair. Well, Yan maintained his stance. The captain probably has his reasons for locking her up here, and He Ying revealed a crazed smile. Besides, wouldn't watching the capital collapse be amusing? Yan was stunned as he realized the cruel plot. His goal was to provoke Leah into a frenzy to destroy the capital. Then I'll kill you quickly and save Leah, Yan declared, but only received He Ying's arrogant laughter in return. The assassin scoffed. Someone dying from poison wants to kill me? How do you plan to do that? In the darkness, Yan's eyes flashed with a deadly light, 6th shadow style. Like this, Yan's voice echoed as he suddenly appeared right beside a stunned He Ying. With the shadow concealment technique, Yan unleashed a storm of slashes, tearing through his opponent's defenses. He Ying screamed in horror. How can you move like that? Are you immune to all poisons? Momon appeared behind Yan, maintaining the magic circles, while he coldly replied, immune? Not at all. I'm detoxifying in real time. He Ying was speechless, realizing he had completely misjudged the situation. Yan uttered a cryptic remark. The captain will understand your action. Cornered, He Ying raised his hands to his eyes, preparing for a desperate act. The stitches snapped. The assassin had torn open his sealed eyelids with his own hands. Yan scoffed. You call that hiding in the shadows? How disappointing. He Ying raised his head and retorted. All right. I'll show you what true assassination art is. The story flashed back to a Special Forces mission, assassinating Count Grandolph. Inside Grandolph Castle was a complex labyrinth. It was guarded by well-trained soldiers. The mission was classified as the highest difficulty after 3 failures by elite members. Finally, the 4th mission was assigned to He Ying, and within just 1 day, Count Grandolph's head was severed from his neck. But something strange happened after the assassination. The guards cried out in shock. "The Count has been assassinated! When did this happen?" Immediately after, a bloody purge began. After successfully assassinating the target, he proceeded to slaughter every guard in the castle. Despite having the power for a direct assault, he stubbornly chose the path of assassination, and once the target was dead, he would personally eliminate all witnesses. Back to the present, that was the man known as He Ying. The legendary assassin now faced Yan, his stitched eyes full of mystery. Momon appeared, scoffing. "How pathetic. What are you hesitating for? Shall I deal with him for you?" Yan thought to himself, for someone like that, 1 magic blast from him would be more than enough. But he immediately dismissed Momon's idea. No, magic is the ultimate trump card, only to be used at the most critical moment. Yan thought to himself, to break Leah's gravity field, he might need Momon's magic. Momon puffed out her chest when called a trump card, but Yan merely replied indifferently to silence her. Back in the present, Yan faced He Ying, telling himself that this was the first time he had encountered this opponent, even in his previous life. He knew that in situations like this, when the opponent was a lurking shadow with glowing eyes, the one who struck first would gain the upper hand. Yan lunged, swinging a lightning-fast sword strike through He Ying's silhouette, but his eyes widened in surprise when he realized the attack had completely missed. He Ying had used Phantom Shadow Escape, a technique to hide in the shadows and evade all attacks. Reappearing from behind Yan, he scoffed. How disappointing. Yan clicked his tongue, spun around, and immediately launched a counterattack with his sword. But once again, his blade only cut through empty air. He Ying coldly remarked, "I expected more from Damien's disciple, but you're nothing special." His shadows crept along the ground, surrounding Yan. In a flash, Yan's sword flew from his hand, clattering to the floor. He Ying seized the opportunity, unleashing a devastating upper annihilation strike. Yan cried out in pain as he took the full force of the attack. But in that very moment, he growled, his hand glowing. "This is the end." Yan erupted with whirlwind slash, a storm of swirling slashes roaring back at He Ying. He Ying was stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. "You used Shadow Escape to nullify my attack too?" he roared, realizing he had been tricked. Yan's hand was pressed against his chest, a deadly sensation spreading from within. With the Kunjin, close-quarters strike, Yan unleashed a devastating shockwave attack at point-blank range. "How disappointing," He Ying sneered, but immediately froze. "What?" Yan smirked defiantly. "Don't you think you're relying too much on darkness? The Dark Heaven demonic art can indeed use magic to envelop the body and evade all attacks, but it's not invincible. Direct attacks can easily be dodged, but shock waves spreading across the surface are absolutely unavoidable. If that's the case, here's your answer," Yan growled, clenching his fist and channeling enhanced power. "To make sure you don't miss a single hit." He lunged forward with Flame Fist, unleashing a fiery barrage of blows. He Ying's daggers shattered under the force of the punches. "You bastard." He Ying roared in utter fury. He unleashed his full energy, deploying his ultimate technique. Dark Heaven demonic art. Dark Realm. Damn it, He Ying. Yan realized the surrounding space was being swallowed by darkness. It has enveloped the entire area in darkness from all directions. Yan was wary. This isn't ordinary darkness. This feeling is like Momon's barrier. Countless throwing knives shot out from the darkness, aiming directly at him. A flash of white light gleamed amidst the deadly night. At the Special Forces headquarters, a tense confrontation was about to erupt. Rodrigo coldly said to Damien, "I didn't expect you to show up so easily." "How disappointing," he continued, his eyes sharp. "I suppose this was the new law enforcer's idea, wasn't it?" Rodrigo saw through everything. "While you distract me, that law enforcer will go collect evidence. That's the plan, isn't it?" he sneered. Unfortunately, the world doesn't always operate according to plan. A red-hooded subordinate handed Damien a folder, and Rodrigo said, "I have a gift for you too. Take it and leave." Damien was astonished as he looked at the folder. "This is..." His eyes were bloodshot, his anger unconcealed. Rodrigo explained, "A report on Project Destroyer." "Damien, this is what you wanted, isn't it? It will be the evidence." He mocked his opponent's naivety. "I can't believe you actually think you can take down that person with just this. You have a cute side, don't you?" Rodrigo ordered him to leave. "Now, please, be on your way." But Damien suddenly grabbed the subordinate's hand. "I was going to kill some time before leaving, but He unceremoniously threw the subordinate flying into the air. Damien flashed a provocative smile. "Could you introduce that person to me?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from thin air, responding to the challenge. "You wish to meet me?" Both Damien and Rodrigo were stunned by this sudden appearance. Slow footsteps approached, breaking the tense silence. Damien's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. "What the hell?" He screamed in panic as a piece of red cloth fell to the ground. "No way! Why are you here?" In a dark underground waterway, a deadly chase is underway. A hooded assassin roared. "That beastly bitch! I'll tear you apart with my bare hands." But just a moment later, his body was ripped apart by an unseen force. Diana Paulson roared in fury, dark energy surging after finishing off her enemy. With cold eyes, she confirmed that the third of the trio demon assassins had been eliminated. Without hesitation, she dashed through the dark tunnel. "Over there!" The two remaining assassins yelled, frantically chasing after her retreating figure. The leader realized her plan. "That cunning bitch, she's luring us in and taking us out one by one." He warned his comrades that if they continued, they would share the same fate as the fallen one. But then a sinister plan emerged. Beastmen lose their reason when provoked. Let's exploit that. In that case, the leader began his provocative act. He sneered. "As expected of the director of the Inspection Institute, you're completely different from the guy I once knew, who was so scared he pissed his pants. His name was Groen, wasn't it?" He continued to dig into some painful memory. In an illusion, a man named Groen lay dead on the floor, humiliated even as he begged for his life. The assassin mocked. "He even tried to offer his woman to me." What was her name again? Wasn't it Diana? The final provocation pushed her to her limit. Diana turned, her eyes burning with hatred, staring directly at the trio demon assassins. "Don't you dare mention Groen's name," she growled, sharp claws sprouting from her fingertips. "With your filthy mouths." She shot forward like an arrow, tearing through space. With a bestial face, Diana roared a blood-soaked vow. "I'll rip out your tongue so you can never speak again." Amidst her frenzy, Diana Paulson suddenly noticed something unusual, thinking, "This is..." She was astonished to find her hands bound by silver threads without realizing it. Cuckoo lunged forward, sneering. "As expected, low-class beastmen like you are easily provoked. It's over." But his attack suddenly halted. Cuckoo exclaimed in shock. "What?" Diana had used her sharp claws to sever all the threads, making Cuckoo scream, "How could you break them in one strike?" The pink-haired assassin was utterly stunned by her incredible power. Immediately after, Cuckoo was utterly terrified to see two Dianas appear before him. "Two of you? How can this be?" His eyes darted frantically in despair as fresh blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Cuckoo was defeated, a robotic voice announcing the successful elimination of the second demon. Having just finished off one, Diana sensed deadly killing intent from behind. A sharp, blood-stained blade suddenly appeared. The leader's cold blade pierced through her. He licked the blood from his weapon and declared, "Finally, I've tasted the blood of the inspection director." He grinned hideously. What a delicious taste. Truly a masterpiece. At that moment, Diana's blue locks began to move strangely. The leader cried out in pain as something whipped him hard. Beastman art was activated. Diana's hair, like living snakes, coiled tightly around his body, horrifying him. "Your hair." The strands of hair continued to wrap around him, tighter and tighter. With the final move called Iron Tail, her hair transformed into a weapon, ending the leader's life. Standing amidst the three corpses, Diana whispered to the deceased, "Now, it's all over, Groen." The battle was over, leaving only her with a serious wound bleeding from her side. Diana's side wound bled, evidence of a brutal battle that had just ended. In her exhaustion, she whispered the name of the deceased. Groen. A memory suddenly flooded back, of Groen handing her a blue flower and saying, "Take this, Diana. For some reason, this flower reminds me of you." Longing surged in her mind. "I miss you, Groen." Back in reality, only her heavy breathing and drops of blood falling onto the cold ground remained. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young swordsman named Jan stood surrounded by a barrage of throwing knives. He smirked, disdainful of the enemy's tactics. How crude. A tactic that turns a point into a straight line through sheer numbers. His comrade, a female mage, warned anxiously, "Jan, even with detection magic, I can't pinpoint their location." She grew increasingly impatient, but Jan calmly reassured her. "Don't worry, I have a way." Jan observed the enveloping darkness, concluding, "In the dark, nothing can be done." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness, mocking, "That Damien fellow might have taught you a trick or two, but learning from a dog only makes you as good as a dog." The attacker's shadow gradually materialized. He declared, "In the dark, you can neither hide nor escape." His glowing red eyes lit up. He confidently revealed, "Because this entire space is my shadow weapon art." The villain roared, "Die!" unleashing countless red energy arrows towards Yan. Yan retorted scornfully, all you do is talk from the shadows. He drew his glowing sword, preparing to counterattack, but it was too late. Countless red beams of light pierced through Yan's body from all directions. Fresh blood splattered, staining the dark space red. From the darkness, the killer's savage laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, have you given up already? From the shadows, Kane's cold voice rang out. Let me show you what true darkness is, shall I? His sword enveloped in a deep, dark aura, he explained. This is the darkness of an abyss, a place that can swallow even other shadows. Kane growled, his purple eyes glowing eerily. He swung his sword, shouting the skill name. Dark Shadow Sword Art, second form, Annihilation. A single slash caused the surrounding space to begin cracking. Jet black fragments with glowing red edges floated, signaling the collapse of reality. Kane calmly declared, if space is your weapon, then I'll just cleave space itself. Struck by the blow, the shadow assassin began to disintegrate, muttering in despair, darkness, darkness. He collapsed with a gaping hole in his chest, whispering hopelessly, I can't see anything. It's too dark. With his last breath, the assassin realized. Dark shadow. Kane coldly looked down at the defeated foe. You thought darkness was your ally, but in the end, you were swallowed by it. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling Kane. An earthquake? Wait, no, he realized in horror. This isn't an earthquake. Is Leah losing control? The energy emanating from Leah caused the ground to shatter into pieces. Kane looked up, stunned by the blazing red pillar of energy shooting straight into the sky. He gritted his teeth, reaffirming, a sudden earthquake. No, wait, this isn't an earthquake. Leah's going berserk. I have to stop her, Kane yelled, as Leah floated in the eye of the energy storm. Leah's face became lifeless, her vacant white eyes showing she had completely lost her reason. Wild bolts of energy lightning struck everywhere. Kane braced himself against the storm, a cry of pain escaping his throat. As Kane stepped into the gravity magic circle, Momon yelled, You idiot! Are you planning to walk into that gravity field with your bare body? Do you want to die? She questioned in horror. Kane thought decisively. With this magic, I can reach Leah. But Momon dismissed it. No way. You've already exhausted your mana fighting the dark shadow, she warned desperately, pointing to the image of a crushed ant. It's useless. We have to retreat. If you get caught in it, you'll be flattened like that. Despite her pleas, Kane pressed forward, making Momon scream. Are you insane? Are you really risking your life for that girl? Kane replied steadfastly without turning back. I promised I wouldn't let her suffer. Seeing she couldn't sway her comrade, Momon conceded. You stubborn fool. Then at least take this. She quickly conjured a magic bracelet and explained. This is a new control device. Kane advanced deeper alone, facing the frenzied pillars of energy raining down from Leah's position. He roared into the energy storm. Leah, can you hear me? You mustn't surrender to your own power, he continued to shout at her unconscious form. Each step heavy, he pleaded. Let's go home, Leah. You deserve a normal and happy life. The immense pressure made every step Kane took feel like it would crush the ground beneath him. He let out a soft groan, realizing bitterly, her power is growing stronger by the moment. Kane thought worriedly as he saw Leah's energy nearing its limit. At this rate, even Leah won't be able to bear it. I have to act fast, he told himself, as another magic circle began to form before him. But his body had reached its limit. A stream of dark liquid gushed from his mouth. My mana is running out, Kane realized in horror. Is this a side effect of forcibly using Dark Shadow Sword art? He staggered on the shattered ground, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it! At this rate, Kane collapsed under the terrifying pressure. He gritted his teeth, a curse escaping him in despair. Damn it! As his consciousness flickered, a voice echoed. You look quite resentful. Memories flooded back. The arrogant blonde man on the throne asked, Can it be that you cannot accept your current self? Special Forces Captain Yan? He asked the person kneeling at his feet. Stripped of your freedom, turned into a tool. Does that not make you resentful? Yan remained silent, and the other continued his taunt. But let me ask you, if your so-called free life was meaningless to begin with, then for your power to be used by me, isn't that an honor? He laughed maniacally, his red eyes blazing. Faced with the humiliation, Yan could only bow his head in silence. A command echoed in Kane's mind, from the depths of his memory. Be enraged. Back in the present, a pillar of pure white light erupted from Kane's position. Momon witnessed the sight, exclaiming in astonishment. That power, a holy greatsword, radiating overwhelming energy, had appeared. Kane gripped it tightly, Momon immediately realizing, it's the founding emperor's. Kane's eyes were now sharp as blades, filled with a completely new surge of power. Fueled by rage, his depleted mana heart began to beat again. Be enraged, a command echoed as Kane poured all his strength. The resounding command from his mana heart guided the sword's trajectory. Before a dragon, it's merely a weak gust of wind, but a dragon's rage will slowly crush everything. Cain raised the holy sword high, preparing for the fateful strike. A slash of light tore through the night, redefining the entire world. Pure energy spread, severing all chaos. Jan swung his sword, using absolute power to dominate the battlefield. Witnessing that sight, Momon couldn't help but be stunned and amazed. White light enveloped Leah, purifying the berserk rage within her. The shadow of a white dragon emerged, and the final rage was dispelled. When everything settled, Jan calmly walked on the ground. He carried the exhausted Leah in his arms, whispering, "That was close." The young man gazed into the distance, a name suddenly flashing through his mind. "Jan?" Leah weakly opened her eyes and smiled. "I knew you would. Come." A distant memory flashed back to a promise of returning home. The scene shifted to the entrance of a damp underground waterway. Carrying Leah in his arms, Jan wondered. Diana is nowhere to be seen. She said she'd gather here. He called out loudly when he saw a figure. "Enforcer. Director Diana. We've been waiting for you." But the one who appeared was Diana in her beastman form, saying painfully, "Forgive me." With eyes full of regret, she whispered, "I wasn't strong enough." Strong. Diana collapsed to the ground before Jan's eyes. Jan coldly watched the scene. "What a pity." A strange voice echoed from the shadows. "I didn't expect to meet you in these circumstances." A blonde enforcer appeared, declaring, "Enforcer Jan, by order, I arrest you for treason." Jan questioned his captor. "Kyle, by whose order?" "I don't believe the Royal Knights would be involved in this." The blonde young man coldly replied. "Currently, only one person can mobilize the Royal Knights." The story shifted to the gloomy underground prison of the Special Forces headquarters. A pair of hands was locked by glowing magical shackles. The new prisoner, Damien, sneered. "With such respectful treatment, I truly don't know what to say." A powerful blonde woman explained. "Even one who carries the mixed blood of a great lineage cannot be treated like trash." Damien coldly asked, "So, what is my crime?" The woman replied with a loaded question. "The crime of foolishly trusting your brother, perhaps?" A panoramic view of the prison appeared. A massive and cold architectural structure. Inside, stone corridors and iron bars created a suffocating atmosphere. From a cell, screams echoed. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see that bastard here. I'll kill him with my own hands." Another voice rang out, seemingly discussing the past of someone in the internal audit team. The crazed prisoner clung to the bars, shouting, "That bastard is mine. Newbie, I'll be with you soon." Meanwhile, Jan and Damien, now in prisoner uniforms, walked together, Jan teasing, "You're quite famous." Damien glanced at Jan. "You've cleverly hidden the pattern on your neck." He mused. Leon probably knows everything now." A red-cloaked guard interrupted. "Prisoner 1543, keep moving, no talking." The crazed prisoner screamed again upon seeing Damien. "Look at you! You used to act so high and mighty." He stuck out his tongue provocatively. "Damien, you're no different from me. Next time we meet, I'll definitely." Before he could finish, Damien reached through the bars, grabbed his tongue, and cut short the threat. Damien scoffed at the screaming prisoner. "Who is this clown? Why are you squealing like a hungry pig? If I rip out your tongue, I won't have to listen to this nonsense anymore, will I?" The guard roared. "Prisoner 1542, stop right now. Let him go." But Damien merely clicked his tongue in disdain. The iron cell door slammed shut, accompanied by a warning. "Just shut your mouth and stay dead silent in there." Inside the cell, Jan realized the shackles were gone, while Damien sighed. Stuck with this trash again." Jan couldn't believe it. "You can still joke?" Damien replied. "Well, at least it's better than the Special Forces barracks." Jan touched his neck, wondering. "We can't use mana here. Is it because of this collar?" And Damien confirmed it was a mana. Suppressing shackle. Damien warned coldly, "But if you try to force it, your head will fly off your neck instantly." Damien blamed. "This happened because your plan failed," but Jan retorted. "Even you couldn't have foreseen this." Recalling the arrest, Damien explained, "Did you think I would point my sword at Leon right then? Doing so would instantly make me a traitor." Jan also recalled, "And you were also easily captured. I had no other choice when others were with me." In the memory, the blonde enforcer showed worry, making Damien scoff in the present. "A part of me was worried about you being captured alone." Damien continued to mock. "Such touching loyalty, my disciple." He hardened his expression, thinking of the mastermind. "But it's all the fault of the one who completely deceived us. Leon, that venomous man." Returning to reality, Jan asked, "Did you notice anything strange about the Crown Prince?" Damien was surprised. "Strange?" Damien mused, recalling. He said things he would never normally say. Memories flooded back to Crown Prince Leon, asking condescendingly, "Can't you accept your current self? Don't resent it." Leon's savage smile appeared with his cruel words. "If your pathetic life is used for my benefit, isn't that an honor for you?" Jan's eyes flashed with astonishment as he realized a terrible truth. The Crown Prince has changed. No, he has returned. Jan continued his train of thought, envisioning Leon's demonic nature. "Return to the person I knew in my previous life." He recalled Leon's past image and told himself, "At first, I was curious why he was so different from before, but now that no longer matters." Jan mused, asserting that what was important now was Leon Cavalin's objective. He pieced together the events: the Emperor's seclusion, Marquis Xian's experiments, the Crown Prince's corruption, all for a single goal. Damien suddenly spoke up. It must be related to the commander's warning, which made Jan ask in surprise, "Your father?" "Yes. He once told me this." Damien began to recall a past conversation. Memories flooded back with the image of the revolutionary flag, and young Damien's question, "What is the goal of the Revolutionary Army?" His father, the commander, declared loudly amidst the ruins, "To overthrow the Empire, of course. If we don't stop them, this land will have no future." But Damien at the time retorted, "But Commander, Leon is different." He believed absolutely. "The Leon I know is more righteous and warm-hearted than anyone. If he becomes Emperor, the Empire will surely change." The commander just listened in silence, his gaze unwavering at his son's enthusiasm. "Yes, I know that too," he admitted, but his final warning resonated with heavy weight. No matter what, he cannot defy the destiny of his bloodline. Back in the present, Damien bitterly admitted, "I didn't understand then, but the commander foresaw that the throne would turn a man into a monster." Jan anxiously pressed, "Is there any way you can tell me more details about your father? Don't tell me he—" "The commander is still alive," Damien reassured. "He merely sealed himself away." He revealed a shocking truth. At the Holy Land of Armenia, Damien explained that his father's martial arts had reached a transcendent realm, but the enemies were too numerous. Due to overexertion, his vital energy became chaotic, and his mana ran wild. That raging flame would never extinguish. It could burn down the entire empire without fading. To prevent tragedy, the commander sealed himself, but if the empire discovered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jan closed his eyes, silently processing the shocking information he had just heard. Damien concluded the tragic story. And then, the Empire found him. That was the true cause of the Armenian uprising. Jan closed his eyes, a thought echoing in his mind. So Master risked everything to save his father? Damien squinted at his pensive fellow prisoner, thinking, "What's with that look?" While Jan found Damien's actions strangely human. Suddenly, a hooded guard appeared before the bars. "Prisoner 1543. You have a visitor." The dark and endless prison corridor appeared before them. Jan slowly followed the guard, the shackles on his hands and feet emitting a green light, secretly wondering. The visiting room is still far away, isn't it? Sensing killing intent, Jan abruptly stopped, coldly ordering, "Stop. Let's settle this here." The guard smiled. "It seems your guests have arrived," as two other cloaked figures appeared at the end of the corridor. One of the two strangers muttered with contempt, "Arrogant fool." Immediately, two dark figures shot through the air. "You can't even use your energy core," one roared, but Jan remained calm. "I don't need an energy core, I can still use martial arts." But as he tried to move, Jan realized in surprise. "My legs won't move?" The guard behind him laughed gleefully, the magic circle beneath his feet glowing brightly. "Ha, of course not. These shackles have many functions." Seizing the opportunity, two assassins lunged down from above, yelling, "Die!" On the brink of life and death, Jan merely whispered, "Snow Soul, first form." His eyes glowed with an eerie purple hue, and the surrounding air suddenly froze. The charging assassin suddenly screamed in terror as his body was completely frozen mid-air by sharp ice shards. Jan glanced over his shoulder. The other assassin met the same fate, turning into an ice statue right behind him. From the shadows, a third figure slowly emerged, their voice full of hidden meaning. "I wondered where you had disappeared to." The mastermind finally revealed themselves, silently observing Jan's unexpected outcome. Jan calmly greeted the newcomer. "Thanks for visiting, Lorena." A purple-haired woman appeared, her voice grave. "Jan, explain. What's happening here?" Lorena glanced at the frozen assassin, growling. "Thanks for visiting? Are you kidding me?" She couldn't hide the indignation in her eyes. "Do you know how worried I've been?" "All right, just explain everything to me later," Lorena ordered, making Jan awkwardly reply. "Huh? Okay." She began pacing back and forth, barraging him with questions. "Suddenly accused of treason? What the hell did you do? And you let the knights capture you too. It's an embarrassment to our graduating class. Lorena recalled his glorious past. Jan, you're a legend who climbed from rank 974 to first place, making him only able to silently call her name. But now, she looked at him with eyes full of disappointment. You're ranked 1,543. Does that make sense to you? Jan sighed. That's not a rank. That's my prisoner number. And how did you find me? Don't tell me you came here alone. Lorena's memories flashed back to the moment she received orders. No, of course not. I came here on the instructor commander's orders. In the flashback, a soldier's shadow stretched long on the stone floor. Suddenly, the shadow distorted into a monstrous shape, like an ominous premonition. At the same time, at the Special Forces headquarters, Lorena was in the training room, wondering, Jan still hasn't returned from the capital? She stretched, a bit annoyed. It's been a while since I sparred with him. Where is that guy wandered off to now? Suddenly, a strange sensation caught her attention. She turned and saw a dark shadow perched outside the window. What is that? It's the instructor commander's raven, she realized as the dark raven transmitted the order. Mission command. Lorena Beowulf, your mission is to rescue the agent. Returning to the present, Jan was surprised. Master's raven? Did he send it right before he was captured? That's right, Lorena confirmed. It seems the commander prepared for an emergency. Upon hearing that, the mark on Jan's neck suddenly reacted, as if a piece of memory had just been awakened. A prisoner realized the magical shackles binding him had been removed. Lorena Beowulf coldly ordered. It seems the others have succeeded. Retreat quickly. This way. At the same time, in the prison's mana suppression chamber, a blue crystal block was glowing. Suddenly, both the crystal block and the stone pedestal shattered into pieces. The culprit was a muscular white-haired man, Roman, frantically smashing the energy core. He tried to recall Lorena's instructions to disable the system. In his memory, Lorena had cryptically warned, Roman, listen carefully. You absolutely must not make a mistake. But another voice, full of determination, echoed in his mind. Trust me, Lorena. If we destroy everything, everything will be resolved. Emergency sirens blared loudly throughout the dark prison corridors. A stunned prisoner clung to the bars. Wait, did someone escape from this prison? Immediately after, the door to his cell swung open invitingly. A crowd of prisoners rushed out, astonished that their shackles had vanished. What's going on? Run! Lorena silently observed the chaotic crowd. A perfect diversion. Roman and his comrade, Kasia, emerged from the shadows, remarking, This will keep the guards busy. Roman turned to Kasia, worried. Hey Kasia, you don't need to participate in this mission. This could get us charged with treason. Kasia just smiled resolutely. Don't worry about me. Honestly, the consequences of abandoning the mission are far more terrifying. She shivered, imagining that person roaring. You left me to rot in prison? Meanwhile, at the garbage disposal area outside, the atmosphere remained unusually quiet. A young girl impatiently paced beside the waiting carriage. They're too late. Why aren't they out yet? She whispered anxiously. I'm so worried about Lady Lorena. She took on this dangerous mission just for Jan. The young girl told herself she had to get Lady Lorena Beowulf out safely, even though the order was to retreat after 10 minutes. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind. Don't wait any longer, the strange man asserted firmly. She won't be coming back. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Roman frowned at an unusual development. He stopped in the silent corridor, wondering, what was that sound? Two panicked prisoners screamed, running headlong from something terrifying. Immediately after, they were engulfed by a blinding white light and turned to ash. Roman and Kasia were stunned, witnessing the destructive scene right before their eyes. Kasia cried out in horror as she realized the nature of that light. In another area, Lorena Beowulf and Jan were also staggered by a violent tremor. Cracks began to spread across the ceiling, signaling an imminent collapse. Lorena Beowulf looked up, frantically shouting, The ceiling is collapsing! Amidst the chaotic scene, her eyes gleamed with unusual resolve. When the dust settled, she was horrified to see Roman and Kasia collapsed, unconscious on the floor. A figure emerged from the rubble, uttering sarcastically, Should have crushed these bugs sooner. The enemy revealed himself to be Rodrigo, the Special Forces captain. Without hesitation, Lorena Beowulf took a stance, roaring, Snow Soul, first form. Rodrigo sneered. Snow Soul? Then I'll play at your level. He gently plunged the tip of his sword into the stone floor, and energy began to converge. A colossal dark dragon was summoned from the sword, roaring the technique, Dark Dragon Art, Dragon's Roar. A fierce burst of crimson energy erupted. The ultimate technique, Severance, was unleashed with a sharp cut. After the blinding light, the aftershocks of the attack still shimmered in the air. The defeated white-haired commander bitterly spoke. Don't talk about class when you're bullying someone weaker than you. Damien coldly retorted, grabbing his opponent's head. Talk to someone on your level, master. The commander was astonished. So that's your ultimate technique? You must have been hiding your true strength all this time, along with those sinister intentions. Damien scoffed. Having to act arrogant just because of your rank must be the hardest part, huh? The opponent growled. And you, boasting about your mixed blood? Don't talk to me about arrogance. Damien turned to Jan, his tone becoming urgent. There's not much time left, Jan. He explained as the magic circle beneath his feet began to glow again. Soon, the suppression chamber will activate, and the shackles will be reapplied. Escape with your comrades, Damien asserted, while I hold off the captain. Before he could finish, Jan had already carried his comrade, and along with the other, fled headlong, making Damien yell, "Hey, at least wait until I finish my sentence." Watching their retreating figures, Damien could only sigh with a faint smile. Honestly, he muttered to himself, my foolish disciple is truly beyond help. Turning his back to the exit, Damien gave his final instruction. Jan, be careful. The scene shifted to a vast, quiet city under a starry night sky. On the street, a patrol squad was discussing, what the hell is going on? It seems someone broke out of prison. 4 figures crossed the bridge, continuing their conversation. But the prison is so far from here. Still, the bounty on them is no joke, a soldier confidently declared beside the dock. Well, if they show up, I can take them down with just one blow. 3 drops of blood silently fell onto the wooden floor, as a hidden figure annoyingly thought. How irritating. Under the night sky, a magnificent mansion cast its reflection upon the tranquil lake. Looking out from their hideout, Jan thought to himself, finally, I can relax. He turned his gaze towards the window, filled with immense gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to you, I escaped safely. In the living room, Lorena Beowulf replied with crossed arms, it was just a mission. While Roman and the others gasped. Exhausted, Jan shot a sharp glare, muttering, but overall, the plan lacked too much detail. We need to review it, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The scene shifted back to the peaceful mansion, concealing the tense discussions within. Roman loudly protested, I object to rescuing the instructor commander. It's not personal animosity. This situation is impossible. Another voice echoed in his memory. It was Damien. If the instructor commander hadn't intervened, we would have been captured. We only escaped because he fought the Special Forces captain. Lorena Beowulf thoughtfully suggested, how about we just head north and hide for a while? She explained the safety of her father's place, but Jan immediately dismissed it. No, they'll guess we're heading north. Too predictable, Jan decided. Everyone's injuries are too severe. Stay here until you've fully recovered, which made Lorena curiously ask about the safety of this place. Don't worry, the owner of this mansion is. Before Jan could finish, a familiar voice called his name, Jan. A blonde girl rushed forward and hugged him tightly, making Jan exclaim in surprise. Leah! Leah sobbed in his arms. I was so worried about you. Do you know how scared I was? And Jan could only offer a wry smile and apologize. Just then, a blue-haired woman entered, introducing herself. Pleased to meet you all. Special Forces, right? I am Diana, Director of the Inspection Bureau. Diana Paulson smiled reassuringly. As long as you are in this mansion, you don't need to worry about your safety. A memory suddenly flooded back, of Jan holding Leah in his arms and pleading with a man in a white cloak. Please, Lord Kyle, protect this girl and Lady Diana. He continued to beg. The two of them were only accidentally drawn into this conspiracy, but Kyle's answer was cruel, echoing over the image of Diana collapsing in her beastman form. But currently, you are a criminal. I cannot accept that request. In the memory, Jan held Leah, facing the powerful man and calling out, Lord Kyle. His eyes were resolute as he questioned, do you truly believe I am guilty? Kyle bowed his head, his face filled with complexity and internal struggle at the plea of his former comrade. Finally, he closed his eyes and reluctantly accepted. All right, I'll do it. The memory faded, leaving only the lonely streetlights in the silent night of the present. Diana Paulson looked into the distance, pondering, you truly are a good person. It seems Lord Kyle also suffered because of Crown Prince Leon's orders. She turned and handed Jan a new uniform, asking, does the uniform fit? Jan put on the white cloak, replying, yes, it fits perfectly. Thank you, he thought to himself as he looked at the familiar attire, the white uniform of a noble officer. Wearing this again, a bloody image from the past suddenly resurfaced, making him feel as if he had returned to the old days. Jan brushed aside his thoughts and got straight to the point. So, what's the next plan? Diana replied, since they captured my commander, I should do the same. He resolutely declared the objective. We will abduct Marquis Xian, Jan explained. On the surface, Rodrigo, the Special Forces captain, is the leader. But Marquis Xion is the true mastermind. With luck, with this single piece, we will uncover the secret experiments and see the full picture. Diana wondered. Aren't the other members coming along? Jan replied. Too many people would only get in the way. Besides, suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Ha ha ha, how interesting, startling Yan. Lorena Beowulf appeared, her eyes sharp. Are you implying we're a burden? Jan froze, not expecting them to have heard. She crossed her arms, exuding an overwhelming aura. We risked our lives to rescue you, and now this? Jan hastily explained. Lorena, that's a misunderstanding. I meant everyone is still recovering. She retorted. But Roman and I aren't injured. Why didn't you ask us? I did ask. Roman said he was sleeping, Jan replied, while Lorena silently cursed her lazy comrade who was sound asleep. With a knowing smile, Diana Paulson teased. Oh, I smell something interesting here. She continued to provoke Lorena Beowulf. It's true that in secret operations, it's best to go with your longest, standing comrade. Lorena was confused by Diana's words, pondering Jan's puzzling decision. Diana burst out laughing, stating firmly, You misunderstood. Jan and I have faced life and death countless times together. Tired of the argument, Jan interjected. You two can continue. I'm going ahead. Then activated a magic circle beneath his feet. Lorena was astonished to realize it was a teleportation gate. Jan coldly announced, It's directly connected to Marquis Xion's mansion. We need to hurry. Silently admiring his thorough preparation, Lorena could only watch. A dazzling pillar of light shot straight up into the night sky, signaling the start of the raid. The magical light dissipated, returning silence to the night. The group appeared before Marquis Xion's East Mansion, a large and gloomy building. Inside, the space was luxurious but plunged into a deathly silence. Jan commented briefly, It's really quiet. He ordered, Split up and search. If you find the target, just confirm it and regroup in 5 minutes. Jan assigned, Diana, Lorena, you two handle the annex. I'll take care of the main building. Entering alone, Jan walked through the splendid but deserted corridors. He cautiously approached a large, dark wooden door. Peeking through the crack in the door, his eyes flashed. I've been waiting for you, Jan whispered with determination. In the dark room, Marquis Xion sat with his back turned, calm as if he had already known of the intruder's presence. In the darkness, a figure sat there, silent and full of authority. You're later than I expected. Marquis Xion's voice echoed from the armchair. Come in, he ordered, his voice unusually calm. Jan stepped in, his gaze sharp. Greetings, Marquis Xion. This is our second meeting. Suddenly, Jan froze, his eyes reflecting extreme astonishment at the scene before him. Xion turned around, his face twitching wildly, yelling, I've been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you. Damn it, Xion screamed, tearing at his own chest savagely with both hands. Inside his distorted body, a glowing red energy core was shining brightly. The dazzling light reflected in Jan's vigilant eyes. A destructive surge of energy erupted, shattering everything around it. Come here, quickly, Xion roared, inviting Jan to join him in death. The energy core in his chest glowed intensely, accumulating for a final strike. I've been waiting for you. Jan was engulfed in the blinding white light of the impending explosion. Destructive power spread throughout the room, turning everything to dust. A pillar of crimson energy shot straight from the mansion's roof into the night sky. The explosion is fading. What's happening? Jan was astonished to find himself unharmed. A slender hand gently held the energy orb, and a voice echoed. What else? The white-haired woman appeared amidst the dissipating smoke, declaring, I blocked it. She snapped her fingers, extinguishing the last remnants, and chided. Honestly, you should have been able to block something of this caliber too. Where's the defensive spell I taught you? She asked, but Jan just chuckled in response. Why should I bother when the strongest mage is right beside me? In a memory, Momon coldly questioned. It was clearly a trap. Why didn't you realize it, you idiot? Are you worried about the instructor commander being captured? Jan merely scoffed in his mind. As if, returning to reality, Lorena Beowulf rushed over in a panic. Jan, what happened? What was that noise? Lorena, things went a little awry, he calmly replied. Upon hearing Jan announce, Marquis Xion self-destructed, Lorena was completely stunned. She frantically checked him. Were you caught in the explosion? Let me see. How bad is it? Making Jan secretly think, why is she suddenly so overly protective? Amidst the ruined hall, Lorena still couldn't believe it. Anyway, the Marquis self-destructed, huh? Did he have to self-destruct just to wipe us out? Jan denied. No, more precisely, he was forced to do so. He analyzed the critical situation. We need to retreat quickly. The enemy anticipating our actions is a fatal problem. Lorena pondered, trying to piece things together. A figure like the Marquis being turned into a sacrificial pawn. What the hell is going on? Jan hypothesized. Perhaps they rushed to eliminate him before his secrets were exposed. Just then, Diana Paulson interrupted. Wait, there's something you guys should see, she confidently declared. I think I've found something. Diana led them to a secret corridor, hidden behind the mansion's walls. The passage led down to a cold, gloomy stone cellar. All three were stunned by the sight inside. Jan exclaimed. Before them was a gigantic, gruesome flesh and bone structure, Jan realized. Marquis Xion's laboratory? A magic circle? It looks more like an altar, the group commented in disgust. Did he sacrifice his own family members to create it? How repulsive. Lorena couldn't help but shiver. What kind of magic circle would require so many lives? A piece of flesh broke off from the gruesome structure. Jan spoke. I can't say for sure right now, Lorena. But, at the very least, we can speculate, he concluded with a sharp gaze. Jan speculated aloud. Either it's a sacrifice for someone, or he used these people to summon something. He turned his thoughts inward, asking, Momon, do you recognize this? Momon's spirit appeared, utterly astonished. Impossible. Why is it here? Jan coldly replied. So you do know, Momon growled, resentment clear in her red eyes. Of course I know. A memory flashed back. Momon in the past, standing amidst a magic circle. What I created before I died, she explained. Back then, I realized the limitations of human life and was researching countermeasures. Her ultimate goal was transmigration, a perfect resurrection of both body and soul. However, tragedy struck. However, I was betrayed, she recalled bitterly, leaving me no choice but to resurrect as a lich. Returning to the mental conversation, Jan asked, So did someone inherit your magic? Momon stated definitively. That's impossible. No one knew about it. But then she paused, a name suddenly flashing in her mind. Except for one person. A memory of the betrayer resurfaced. A man with a bare back bearing a magical insignia. That bastard who researched the dragon's breath with me. Momon's voice hissed with hatred. That damned man. Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy swept through the laboratory, freezing Jan, Lorena, and Diana in their tracks. A deadly black streak shot through the space. Jan gasped, his eyes wide with horror. He clutched his neck, clearly feeling one thing. This killing intent, Diana asked anxiously. Is everyone all right? Lorena trembled in response. Just now, that was an overwhelming surge of killing intent. At the same time, the mass of flesh in the center of the room began to glow and crack. The magic circle, formed from a massive flesh mass, was suddenly activated. Jan frowned, wondering what the hell was happening. From the center of the circle, a figure gradually emerged in a dazzling light. Jan was stunned as he recognized the familiar figure. He exclaimed in astonishment, Crown Prince Leon? The figure slowly bowed its head, its expression strangely calm. His feet gently touched the floor, completing the descent. Jan quickly yelled, Everyone, fall back, while Lorena confusedly asked if that was the Crown Prince. With his eyes still closed, Leon coldly spoke. Show a little respect. He snapped his eyes open, his crimson pupils glowing eerily. In front of me, Diana and Lorena immediately took defensive stances, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Instantly, an invisible pressure slammed both of them to the ground, making Jan scream their names in horror. Jan stared at Leon, a terrifying memory suddenly flooding back. Damn it, those eyes. Now I understand. That arrogant gaze that disdained all life. He couldn't forget those eyes. Leon turned, condescendingly saying, You must be Jan. I heard you're using the founding emperor's swordsmanship. Jan muttered to himself, piecing everything together. The transmigration magic circle, the crown prince's transformation. Finally, all the pieces fit together perfectly. Jan smirked defiantly. He faced his enemy, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Yes, I am using the founding emperor's swordsmanship, Crown Prince Leon Cavalan. No, behind that facade was a disgusting winged creature made of flesh and blood. Jan looked directly at his enemy, his voice firm. Founding Emperor Bahamut Cavalan. Leon remained silent, his crimson eyes glowing with a terrifying calmness. A slow, chilling smile spread across his lips as he found the situation amusing. Interesting. Why would the great emperor reappear as a vengeful spirit like this? Leon retorted, his tone full of mockery. Jan's gaze turned icy, his accusation echoing through the space. Worse still, you've even usurped the body of one of your own descendants. Leon's smile widened further, completely unfazed. I created this bloodline and this nation. His face twisted into a devilish grin, revealing his true nature. Isn't it obvious that I would use them as I please? Bahamut, what did you say? Jan exclaimed, but then flinched as a magic circle glowed brightly nearby. Momon appeared from within the magical light, frantically asking, Jan, Is that really Bahamut? While Yan hastily reassured her. Momon, calm down. But Momon was consumed by rage. She roared, how dare he kill me and then shamelessly reincarnate using my own magic? Leon looked up, sensing the astonishingly familiar magical power. This magic. Momon channeled all her hatred into the energy orb in her hand. I don't know what you plotted in your previous life, but I will kill you again, Bahamut, she screamed, unleashing a destructive torrent of magic. The quiet night outside the building was about to be torn apart. A terrifying explosion engulfed the top floor, blowing everything to smithereens. Amidst the storm of energy, Leon was flung out of the building. He landed gently on a nearby rooftop, amidst a rain of fiery ashes. Standing atop the height, Leon looked back at the scene of destruction, a thought suddenly flashing in his mind. Magic power and spells of this caliber. Could it be? But as his feet touched the ground, another unsettling feeling struck him, leaving him stunned. From the rubble, a colossal pillar of hellfire erupted skyward. A blurry figure was thrown into the destructive light. Mid-air, Momon laughed arrogantly, summoning a colossal fire vortex. Ha 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 ha, how's that? You can't escape now, she growled, the magic circle on her hand glowing. This magic was created just for you, it will never extinguish. In her mind, the image of a chained Bahamut appeared, and she gloated. Just seeing you dead is worth it. With a hateful scream, she poured all her strength into the attack. Die, Bahamut. However, Momon suddenly froze, her purple eyes reflecting unbelievable horror. From the heart of the firestorm, a dark figure unexpectedly broke through the barrier, rushing straight out. A surge of counter-energy struck Momon directly, causing her conceptual body to begin disintegrating. Amidst the smoke and dust, a red-cloaked figure calmly stepped out. Well, it's been a long time since we last met. Leon, or rather Bahamut, stood calmly on the rooftop, making Momon grit her teeth in hatred. Bahamut, you bastard, he sneered, to think that the master of the great magic tower, Momon, is now merely a conceptual form. How pathetic. Have you been subdued by that Yan fellow? Bahamut's red eyes flashed with a deadly glint. Of course, I see through everything. In a flash, he closed in, using his hand to humiliatingly lift Momon's chin. He leaned close, whispering menacingly. Try to lay a hand on me again, Momon. Momon turned her face away, coldly retorting, You're talking nonsense. Bahamut's smile grew even more malicious. You seem to be enjoying yourself with that Yan fellow, aren't you? In that case, if I kill him, as soon as Yan's name was mentioned, a colossal wolf monster roared from the shadows behind Bahamut. A voice full of fury echoed through the space. How dare you? Suddenly, a streak of white light tore through the air, striking directly at the monster's jaw. In an instant, the dark wolf was cleaved in two by the mysterious streak of light. Yan roared, unleashing his ultimate technique. Heiying Jianshu, second form. A series of blazing red energy streams rained down like meteors, devastating the surroundings. He landed amidst the magical dust. The attack seemingly concluded. Momon suddenly appeared, shouting in worry. Yan! You idiot! Don't be so reckless. Without mana, you can't leave here. Yan merely replied coldly, his gaze fixed on his two unconscious comrades. Rest with Lorena and Diana, and leave immediately when your mana recovers. Momon gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination. I will kill Bahamut myself. Don't interfere. From the opposite side, a disdainful voice rang out as Leon stood there nonchalantly. Haha, what was that? He smirked, showing interest. You've modified a mana cultivation technique? Interesting. Without a word, Yan charged with a new move. Hey Hun, 23rd form, Lei Zhan. Leon easily blocked the blade with a dark shield, calmly remarking, This energy is close to an assassin's technique. Yan was stunned, his mind screaming, What? My sword didn't touch him. Then, he roared, focusing his entire will into the sword. A Shizizan tore through the air, immediately followed by a powerful Hui Zhuanzhan. Yan unleashed a storm of continuous sword techniques, engulfing his opponent. Amidst the storm, Leon remained calm, speaking sarcastically. You're very proficient in the Divine Dragon's breathing technique. Did you learn it from Momon? Damn it, nothing can touch him. Yan yelled in despair. Leon said coldly. But in your current state. A dark sword silently appeared beneath his feet. Yan's eyes constricted in horror. He had been cornered without realizing it. As Leon's taunt echoed, Isn't that like casting pearls before swine? Yan gasped, bitterly admitting, Bahamut only needs to walk, and it's enough. Leon stood opposite, casually asking, What's wrong? He provoked, releasing a dragon-shaped energy stream. Don't you have anything else to show me? Cornered, Yan roared. No other choice. I'll go all out. Heiying Jianshu, secret technique. Renlang Xing. Yan transformed, darkness enveloping his body. However, Leon merely licked his lips arrogantly. I'm tired of that trick. Jan's shadow armor shattered into pieces before the overwhelming power. Amidst the fragments, Leon's voice rang out. Anyway, that was quite fun. He stuck out his tongue mockingly. You look like a monkey showing off petty tricks. Longshi. Looking down at the fallen Jan from above, Leon judged. I commend you for creating and using a mana heart, but I'll take it for myself. Give me your heart. He reached out his hand. In that moment, a memory flooded Jan's mind. His eyes widened, staring at a scene from the distant past. The Crown Prince Leon of old stabbed his own arm with a sword. He looked directly at Jan, his voice resolute. Jan, listen to me. Your Highness, I can't hold on any longer. Run while I hold him off. Jan could only stare in shock. But, Leon desperately explained, the founding emperor has taken root inside me. He's already taken hold. I'm beyond saving. He clutched his collar, his eyes pleading. But Damien can still be saved. Run. Quickly. You must. Save Damien. Jan desperately called his name amidst the final dying words. Crown Prince Leon, are you still lucid? Run. Leon's dark hand reached out, emitting a deadly pressure. Lying slumped on the ground, Jan could only watch helplessly as death approached. With a savage smile, Leon whispered, Come here. You look quite delicious, he declared. I will take that mana heart of yours for myself. In despair, Jan could only let out a weak cry. Stop! On the brink of life and death, a memory suddenly resurfaced. The Jan of the past was facing Crown Prince Leon. Momon suddenly appeared, announcing, Jan, everything is ready. She held up a magic core, urgently saying, The other two have also woken up. We just need to activate the teleportation gate. A mocking voice from the invisible enemy rang out. Ha ha ha! Do you really think you can escape? Jan reassured his crown prince. Your Highness, please wait a little longer. He turned back with a resolute gaze. I will return and defeat that demon myself. Jan shouted loudly, signaling the escape. Let's go, Momon! His entire body was sucked into a stream of light, disappearing from the old battlefield. The memory shattered, bringing Jan back to the harsh reality, where Leon was whispering his name. The tyrant let out a horrifying laugh. He looked into the distance, muttering, We will meet again. Leon stared at Jan, his voice haunting. Our mana hearts are destined to be drawn to each other. Elsewhere, a pillar of light shot up into the night sky and then vanished. The last specks of light from the teleportation spell drifted down. Jan stood firm again, panting. It seems we've escaped. Lorena inquired while Diana Paulson confirmed she was fine. Diana Paulson sighed in relief. Thank goodness, there are no serious injuries. But in her mind, she was still haunted by the terrifying pressure from that person. Lorena Beowulf bowed her head, her voice filled with torment. I'm sorry. I couldn't help at all. Jan replied resolutely. I have no reason to make excuses. First, I will get back on my feet. He turned to comfort her. Lorena, please don't be discouraged. Enduring that much was already extraordinary. But Lorena still blamed herself. I'm still a burden. I'm holding everyone back. Jan thought to himself. Her self-esteem must have been severely wounded. But ever since the founding emperor appeared, things had gone beyond the ordinary. Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead. You're back? A familiar figure appeared. It was Kyle. I had a feeling you'd return safely. He narrowed his eyes and continued. But faster than I expected. Jan expressed his gratitude. Thank you for protecting Miss Leah and Miss Diana. Kyle cut him off coldly. No need. I still intend to capture you. Jan immediately suggested. Then please decide after you hear what I have to say. Kyle reluctantly agreed. After listening, Kyle shouted in extreme disbelief. No way. That can't be true. Bahamut? You're saying the founding emperor reincarnated into the crown prince's body? Jan affirmed, as an image of a blood-filled magic circle appeared. As unbelievable as it is, it's an undeniable truth. We also found traces of reincarnation magic at Marquis Xion's mansion. He continued to expose the conspiracy, with images of gruesome zombies as evidence. Through investigation, I discovered that Marquis Xion was behind the large-scale zombie epidemic in the East. I suspected it was a sacrificial ritual to revive something, but I never imagined it was for the founding emperor. Jan looked directly into the other person's eyes and asked, What do you intend to do now, Kyle? The soul belongs to the founding emperor, but the body is Crown Prince Leon's. Will you continue to serve him? Jan mused, his gaze complex. The founding emperor. He was once the idol of all knights. Kyle recalled the image of the founding emperor. The first knight, a legend who built a nation with his sword. He brushed aside the past. As a child, I even dreamed of becoming a knight after reading books about him. However, those were just stories. He affirmed in his mind, looking at the old book page. The founding emperor belongs to history, a hero who should only exist in books. Kyle's loyalty now belonged to another, as he cradled the crown. The one I serve is a person of my own era, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Leon Cavalon. Clutching his sword, he told himself, my sword exists to protect the royal family and the crown prince. But then, Kyle drew his sword, his gaze fixed on Jan. I am Kyle, one of the 7 royal knights. From this moment on, I will assist you. Jan offered a small, grateful smile before revealing the harsh truth. Thank you. The founding emperor I met is not like the hero of legend. Kyle listened in stunned silence, unable to believe what he was about to hear. Jan continued, as a demonic image of Leon appeared. He is a demon who devours everything. The blood-filled goblet served as proof of Jan's words. The empire and its people. He is a monster that consumes all. Kyle changed the subject, his voice full of worry. Just the 2 of us can't confront them. Do you know what happened to my master? Jan replied, against the hazy image of the Imperial Palace. The instructor commander was taken to the Imperial Palace, not the court. Jan's words struck Kyle like lightning as an image of a pyre appeared. They intend to execute him by burning him alive in the Imperial Garden, Jan affirmed with eyes burning with hatred. Yes, the instructor commander's death sentence will be carried out soon, Kyle raged. No trial? But Jan merely replied coldly. The council has already been suppressed by the Crown Prince. Kyle reassured. Don't worry, the date and time haven't been set yet. I'll gather more information. Jan cautioned before they parted ways. Please be careful, Kyle, you too. Walking alone, Jan pondered. An execution? Why such haste? What are they trying to hide? Memories of the fierce battle flooded back, and he wondered, and can we truly win if we fight Bahamut again? His steps heavy, Jan concluded his thoughts with a horrifying truth. He is a monster. Momon provoked. What's wrong? Scared? Running away is always an option. Jan replied coldly. Momon, we don't have time for such pointless matters. He looked directly into her eyes, pressing, tell me honestly. You've seen both me and Bahamut. What are my chances of winning? Momon admitted. I have to concede, Jan, you've impressed me. Developing a mana heart to this extent is truly remarkable. Your mana heart shines like the moon in the endless night, but Bahamut's mana heart is like the sun. It devours everything. Odds mean nothing here. You cannot win, Momon boastfully declared. That monster was created by me. Of course, a kid like you could never defeat him. Jan was speechless. Whose side are you on anyway? Jan sharply retorted. You created it. That means there must be a way to destroy it. Momon stammered. Of course there is, but your attacks don't seem effective, Jan countered. Momon quickly explained. That's because his physical body is gone. That's why. Momon's expression turned serious. There is a method. But there's one thing you absolutely must do for it to work. A glowing red energy orb shattered against Jan's chest as he heard her cold reply. Jan, you must die. The story flashed back to a time before the era of humanity began. Back then, ancient dragons, elemental kings, and primordial giants ruled the world. In the darkness, a pair of glowing red eyes lit up, whispering, Mana Heart, activate. A destructive beam of light swept across the battlefield, annihilating all powerful beings. Amidst the blinding light, a figure stood firm, arms outstretched, absorbing everything. And then all the mythical creatures of ancient legends were devoured by a single being, Bahamut. The eyes of the last dragon faded, marking the end of an era. The mythical creature finally dissolved into particles of light. From then on, Bahamut became a being beyond all definition. Jan mused. The information is no different from what's in the books. So, what is his weakness? Still as impatient as ever, Momon replied. His uncontrollable power is his weakness. Jan frowned. What do you mean? Momon explained. The Crown Prince possesses a nearly superhuman body. I've fought him before, so I know how strong he is. But even the Crown Prince's body isn't strong enough to contain Bahamut. Furthermore, the magic circle anchoring Bahamut's soul has a flaw. He's using an incomplete circle that I abandoned halfway through. Bahamut's soul is currently clinging weakly to the Crown Prince's mana heart. If you use your mana heart to clash with his and sever the connection, you can completely destroy Bahamut's soul. Clash mana hearts? Jan asked, astonished. Momon affirmed. That's right, you'll have to use your entire mana heart to do it. A mana heart connects the body and soul. Depleting it means your body will also shatter. Jan faced the harsh truth. So, either be killed by Bahamut or sacrifice my own life to kill him. He couldn't believe it. He really linked his mana heart to Bahamut? I can't believe he went that far. Momon gazed into the distance, her voice dropping. Yes, he wasn't always like this. A memory suddenly resurfaced, and Momon began to recount. The first time I met him was, amidst the ashes and gore of a destroyed village. A colossal monster roared in triumph amidst a sea of fire, in a village obliterated by monsters. The story rewinds to the time when Bahamut fought alone. A white-haired warrior gasped for breath amidst a sea of fire. His eyes blazed with an unwavering will to fight. There was no one left to protect, and he could have easily fled. But instead, he swung his sword, charging into the horde of monsters. The alpha monster roared furiously. "Damn it!" Suddenly, the warrior cried out in horror. "My sword!" A deafening crack a hoot. He was sent flying by a powerful attack. The Minotaur monster had used its absolute power to overwhelm him. Fragments of the sword scattered in the air. The monster looked down at the defeated foe with contempt. The broken sword tip plunged into the ground, signaling despair. Yet, he continued to fight, grasping the broken hilt as his final weapon. His face was shrouded in shadow, but his will remained unbroken. The monster raised its foot, preparing to finish off the stubborn foe. It let out an earth-shattering roar and lunged. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, followed by a bolt of lightning tearing through the night. Too noisy. A blinding roar drowned out all other sounds. The white-haired young man exclaimed in surprise, "Where did that lightning come from?" In the air, the cloak of a mysterious figure fluttered. A female mage hovered amidst magic circles, making the young man look up. "You are?" She revealed her blazing red eyes beneath her hood. "Momon, from the Tower of Magic. I'm curious to know what kind of person he is." Momon questioned. "You're not from this village, so why risk your life to avenge strangers?" The young man replied, his voice firm. "I'm not seeking revenge. I just think they at least deserve a proper burial." His answer piqued Momon's interest even further. "Even stranger, you'd risk your life just for that?" He bowed his head, his voice dropping. "I couldn't prevent their deaths." He looked up, his eyes burning with resolve. "So the least I can do is risk my life to mourn them properly." Momon thought to herself, a faint smile appearing. "Just as I thought, he's an interesting one." She made a fateful offer. "Come with me, kid. I'll make sure you never have to grieve again." And so Momon brought Bahamut to the tower, granting him power so he would never have to experience helplessness again. "How is it, Bahamut? Is your mana heart working well?" Momon asked, and he joyfully called her name. Bahamut laughed heartily, power surging. "It's working even better than expected. The age of humanity will finally begin." Momon once believed that, with his ideal of sharing power with everyone, Bahamut would become a great king. But then, it happened. A rift began to appear in the sky. From within the rift, a creature with white wings, gnawed and crumbling by darkness, burst forth. Bahamut was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "What is that?" From that fateful day, everything completely changed. The strange creature with the serene, childlike face closed its eyes tightly. Suddenly, it flung open its blazing red eyes and uttered a single word. "Repent." From above, it looked down at Bahamut, an utterly overwhelming existence. Its eyes closed, strangely still. Bahamut raised his head in defiance. "What are you? I've never seen a monster like you." The only reply was a sky-shattering roar, repeating the command, "Repent." A destructive pillar of light descended, leveling everything in sight. The blinding light swallowed a vast expanse of land. Amidst the desolation, the creature coldly declared, "Repentance complete." But Bahamut shot up from the ruins, growling, "Yes, it doesn't matter what kind of monster you are. Anything that isn't human, just cut it down." Bahamut and the winged monster clashed fiercely, and that confrontation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, witnessed by Momon. On the 4th day, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the sky. The light faded, leaving behind a chilling silence. Momon exclaimed in astonishment, "What was that? So many souls." "Ah," she whispered as countless white wings gently fell. The winged creature shrieked in terror. "Why? Why do you defy me?" It recognized its foe. The one from heaven, Bahamut. In Momon's memory, the young Bahamut appeared, whom the creature mistook for an angel. With its final question lingering, the divine creature disintegrated into countless white feathers. Amidst the shower of souls, Momon mused, "There will be mountains of things to research here." Bahamut turned and casually asked her, "Hey, do these things communicate well?" Momon fell silent upon hearing him call her name, and the narration echoed. It was at that moment, Bahamut decided, "I must accelerate the completion of the mana heart," signaling a permanent change. The memory ended, returning to the present, as a white feather gently fell before Emperor Bahamut's throne. The emperor sat silently, eyes closed, lost in thought. He slowly opened his eyes, looked up, and wondered. Still not yet? Just then, Rodrigo entered the great hall, speaking, "Your Majesty Bahamut," the Special Forces commander sternly asked. "Did you summon me?" The emperor got straight to the point. "Yes." "Rodrigo, how are the preparations progressing?" And received the answer, "Troop deployment is complete." Rodrigo reported clearly. "The Imperial Knights have been stationed at all city gates. and 3 special assassination battalions under my command are in hiding. Private guard forces conscripted from the nobles have also been deployed. After hearing the report, the Emperor coldly asked an important question. What is Damien's situation? Rodrigo bowed and replied, Damien is imprisoned in the Imperial dungeon. Rodrigo stated, Damien has a serpentine nature, venomous and cunning. Who knows what he might do? He suggested, perhaps instead of waiting for him to self-immolate, we should execute him immediately. Emperor Leon coldly dismissed. No. An image of Jan appeared in his mind, and Leon asserted, he will come. Just wait until then. I want to enjoy this. Rodrigo couldn't understand. I beg your pardon, but I don't understand why a great person like your majesty would be obsessed with one individual. Any minor threat should be dealt with immediately. Leon silently listened to his subordinate's remonstrance. He chuckled with amusement. Ha ha ha, how interesting. Leon's eyes blazed with a deadly glint, and he growled. Are you implying that he is a threat to me? Faced with the terrifying killing intent, Rodrigo hastily prostrated himself. I have committed a grave sin. Please have mercy, Leon reminded. I remember your ancestor. He was a wise man, never once dared to disobey. A gigantic dark illusion appeared behind the Emperor, and he continued. It was because of that wisdom that I entrusted my resurrection to your family. Follow the example of your wise ancestor. Rodrigo's hand trembled on the red carpet, and he mumbled, I will remember that. Leon looked down at his terrified subordinate with a smug smile. He wondered in boredom, when will he arrive? This place is getting a bit dull. At the same time, elsewhere, the scene shifted to a tall building. A figure gently landed on the rooftop. Jan appeared, his cloak billowing majestically. Gazing towards the distant tower, Jan replied to Kyle, Don't be weak. Behind him, the entire team had gathered, and Roman, arms crossed, retorted, Scared? Who's scared? Roman growled. I only came along to punch a few more arrogant nobles, Kyle coldly corrected. We're not targeting arrogant nobles. Our target is the imperial family. Kasha calmly replied, My family has already been deemed traitors. This won't make the situation any worse. The young girl with the yellow ribbons anxiously asked, The inspection force and imperial knights will be involved, right? On top of a tall building, Jan looked towards the distant palace. That's right. I'll explain it again. Remember these 2 things. He began to outline the plan. First, get inside and bring the instructor commander out. Secondly, when you leave, take Bahamut with you. Jan continued. In the process, there's a small matter of dealing with the special forces, the palace knights, and the noble guard, causing Kyle to exclaim in alarm, A small matter? That's the entire empire. Roman suddenly realized. Where has the princess gone in this situation? Kyle replied, pointing to a note on the table. She just left a note and disappeared. She hasn't run away, has she? Jan asserted. She wouldn't do that. Lorena will return, he said with absolute conviction. She's probably preparing something grand. At the same time, in a distant land, Lorena Beowulf walked alone amidst the pristine white snow. She raised her head, exhaled a cold breath, and spoke. Greetings. It's been a long time. Before her, a gigantic snow dragon spirit was gradually taking shape in the sky. Lorena respectfully called out the great entity's name. O master of the snow plains. Back on the rooftop, Jan declared. Let's begin. This will likely be our final mission. His cloak billowed in the wind, signaling that the time for action had come. Jan boldly commanded the team. Commence Operation Bahamut Conquest.